We are coming to you live from the traditional end of the Euro Nation. My name's FishOnAHeater, debbiepebble for the third regional championship for Oceania this season.
I know, I can't believe we're already here. We are in Sydney today, and Sydney hasn't had a regional in about 3 years. The last Sydney regional was back in 2023, and now we're back here in 2026. And, it's exciting to come to Sydney. Sydney is like one of the, I suppose, most famous capitals of Australia. And it's a big scene. We have a lot of players playing today.
Yeah, and a lot of the biggest players around Australia all come from the New South Wales region, whether from Sydney itself or from one of the satellite cities. It's a place that's really important to the Australian Pokemon Go scene. So I'm glad that we do get to show it some love again by bringing the regional back home.
That's correct. And you know what? A lot of great talent over here in New South Wales. Our last two regional winners. We've had Gone 1001 that won Brisbane late last year, and then we've just recently had Jumathy win the special championships in Auckland. So both, they reside in New South Wales, in Sydney. So there's a lot of talent over here. It's like, a melting pot of PvP talent.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm keen to see if we can get 3 for 3. Let's see if New South Wales can dominate the entire oceanic scene.
It is going to be a hard feat. The players that are playing today, there is like the cream of the crop are here. And not only do we have our local talent, not only do we have Australian talent, we also have some international talent that are coming in today to play for the Sydney Regional Championships.
Yeah, we've got Japan being represented. We've got Korea, I believe Singapore as well.
I believe there's also a couple from US that are here as well. So yeah, they're trying to vie for those championship points and also for the championship today.
Yeah, so it's not something that has happened too often, someone coming from outside of Australia to take home the crown. It has happened before. We've got a lot of very eager Australian battlers that are going to be trying to stop that from happening, though.
Yeah, that's correct. And now let's have a look at the World Championship qualifications. Now, when you participate in a championship, there are some championship points that can be allocated. So for first place, there's 350 points, second place 325, third and fourth 300, fifth to eighth 280, and ninth to 16th is 200.
So I participated myself in Brisbane earlier this year. I was the beneficiary of some of those points. So getting 200 points really helps get you a long way towards getting to that qualification zone. So in Oceania, there are 10 spots available, plus the regional winners also get a spot, and then the rest of the spots cascade down that top 10. Getting points in a single regional can put you in a really, really good spot. If you can maybe back it up with one more good performance in another regional, there are 4 opportunities throughout the season, you might be in with a shot.
You might be within a shot. And and you said exactly right. There is 4 special championships and regionals within Oceania that are close to us, because everything else is a bit further away. Mm-hmm. So, we do have some talented players that have been awarded the travel award, so they can participate in events such as EUIC coming up, or previously in LAIC, and even try and work their way towards the next travel award for NAIC as well. So yeah, there's a few opportunities, but within Oceania, with the 4, every point counts. So even the locals, they all add up. So it is a very tough top 10 to try and break into.
Yeah, and it's such a struggle to try and get all the points that you can, like max out all your points from those locals as well. And if you can do that, it can really help top you up. It can get you over the line, get you into that top 10 qualification that you might need, where, if you just performed well at one regional, you might be falling a little bit short. Locals can help you out there.
Absolutely. And that's where, if you are looking to participate in your local, have a look at Pokemon.com to see where your nearest local is. Now, onto the regional championship prizes. So not only are they vying for championship points, but there's a little bit of money on the line there, Fish.
Yeah, and it's exciting for me. I would love to travel to Sydney and come home with a nice big paycheck for a job well done.
Absolutely, and we can see there the top prize of 2,500. I believe that is in USD, and 108 booster packs as well. So that is an awesome prize. And then cascading down, second place with 2,000, also the same amount of booster packs. Third place with 1,500, fourth with 1,200, and from fifth 1,000, and from seventh 770. But like I said, it all adds up. And if this can help with a player to go into a next regional or a next international championships, it all adds up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just I was looking at those the amount of booster boxes that they give out. That is a lot. Like that is an amount of booster boxes that would require an extra suitcase. Like
Look, I've heard that before. I had a chat with the previous Sydney champion, which was Agent Magic Cup, and he mentioned going, "Oh, last time I came here, I had to buy another suitcase because he didn't think that he would win. So he had to actually bring in buy another bag so he could take it all back home with him. So look, not a bad problem to have. Let me just put it that way.
and you've got the prize money coming in that can help you afford the new suitcase if you need it.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's look, I'm not going to say it out loud, but maybe I'll just say it just quietly. Maybe it's a first world problem.
100%. Yeah.
Alrighty, and then turning to the leaderboard in Oceania. So again, these spots are really, really tough to get. We can see on the top of the leaderboard the most recent special champions, Jomothy sitting at 910 CP, and also the Brisbane champion, Gone 1001, also equal spot at 910. Fish, what do you see?
Well, obviously the two players at the top are the two players who have won regional so far this season. They Love Jai is coming up in third place, and he's someone who, like, people are aware. Like, people know Jai. They know how good this kid is. I don't think he has won a regional yet. But
not yet, but maybe today is the day, Fish.
He could be doing it today. So he is absolutely a contender. Fort Wa as well as someone who has made a lot of deep runs, but hasn't gotten that crown yet that he's looking for. Godzilla has won a crown himself. Rick Flareon is no stranger to the gold medal. Yusei Furu is looking for his first crown as well. So there's a lot of really intimidating names on that list.
Absolutely. And look, what I can see here is someone that people might not be familiar with is a Danger Hawk 1269. So he's jumped into the leaderboard as he came fourth place in the special championships in Auckland recently. Made a beautiful run, and I think it was a bit of a dark horse that no one expected to come into the top 10, and now sitting in that, I believe, 8th spot means that he's well into the world contention. He is also playing today in Sydney. But Fish, let's have a look into. So I believe there's some players that might be a little bit unknown. We saw on the other side of the leaderboard that there was some players that were on the fringe of getting into the top 10. Who do you think we should watch out for?
There's a whole bunch of players that the benefit of being in a tight-knit community like Australia is that a lot of the players really know each other and kind of get the way that we all play. Whereas I imagine in a bigger community, there's a lot of names that can kind of go unnoticed until they hit that big milestone. So while I can't bring up any specific names at the moment, there are a lot of people that once they get on stream, I'll be able to say, like, this person's an up-and-comer. They're on the rise. Watch out for them.
Yeah, and what we've got on the screen here is some players to watch. And this was based from Auckland. So we've got the top 3 players here. As mentioned earlier, Jomothy winning the special championships in the grand finals. And then Godzilla as well. He made a brilliant losers run throughout to get to the grand final. Unfortunately, not able to do a bracket reset. Well, it was very close.
Yeah.
Very much threatened Jomothy on that championship. And again, no stranger to the Australian scene. Gone 1001, coming in third in Auckland. And what do you see from these players and maybe in particular their teams?
All 3 of them running Licky Licky, which is something that has been kind of threatening ever since it got its update to particularly Shadow Ball in the most recent update. A lot of people have been talking about this is a good Pokemon, but I don't think it's seen that real breakthrough that maybe like a Guzzlord or an Empoleon have had. So the fact that all 3 of them are in the top 3 for Auckland, I do expect that to be repeated today.
Yeah, as mentioned before, Auckland was only 2 weeks ago, so the meta hasn't shifted that much. However, I believe with these players and these teams, some people may be like, oh, maybe there's a particular Pokemon that might core break these certain teams. What I that Annihilate is back in. Shadow Annihilate. Who thought?
It's back. Like when Counter got nerfed many ago, we kind of thought that's the end of that move. But Annihilape is the one Pokemon that
And out of the apes, I thought there might be like a sneaky primate that someone might bring in, but I think Annihilape is definitely the better option. Obviously, it worked out in Auckland, so it might work out in Sydney as well. And in Godzillama's case, there is no Annihilape, there is no Empoleon, but there was a Chargebug.
Yeah, which was a really cool pick. I have loved Chargebug for a very long time. It has fallen out of the meta itself, but I still think that has a place as well. As Godzilla has been able to show us, it still has a place.
Look, if you can run it all the way to second place, I think it's worth chatting about and worth looking into. All right, and now let's have a look at the next, the players to watch with their accomplishments. Now, like I mentioned before, there's some very, very talented PvP players in the Oceania region, and there's some accolades to talk about as well. So, when you think of Oceania, who comes to mind?
I think of all the people who have taken out the regional championships many times over, like your Rick Flareons, like back in the day it was Yukovic, who used to just dominate them all. As I was saying, we were talking about the accomplishments of some of these players that we were seeing up on the screen. We had Rick Flareon, we had They Love Giant, we had Nighttime Clasher, and I believe we were talking about Nighttime Clasher's accomplishments.
Yes, we were. So as mentioned previously, that Nighttime Clasher did come all the way from the US to Sydney to play in the regional this weekend. So tell me a little bit about Nighttime Clasher. What do you know about it?
Yeah, so he is someone that has not been in the scene for super long. It's been maybe a couple of seasons, 2 or 3 seasons, but he hit the ground running. Everyone immediately knew how good of a player he was, and we've watched him also just get even better and better on top of that. Like, he was already good, and then we could see, oh yeah, he's actually becoming like world class, like almost unbeatable. And he's also done it with just an air of humility about himself, and also like just a bit of like a fun and goofiness about him, which is just very endearing.
Look, I think Nighttime Clasher is here to try and snipe it away from Oceania. I think he's going for gold, and he is one that, you know what, he has an IC championship. He has a couple of regionals that he also has championships in. But what he hasn't had is an Oceania championship. So I think he really just wants to get the gauntlet going. He just wants to get all of the all the rings, all the jewels that is there to offer.
I think this is the next challenge that we have to throw out there. First person to get a title in every rating zone.
Oh, there we go. What do you get from that? Maybe like a special sticker?
debbiepebble will send you a sticker of a ditto.
Yeah. If you get every single championship in every single zone, you get a sticker from me.
Every single championship? Like, you got to win Brisbane, Sydney, Auckland.
One in each region. One in each region. Let's do that.
Definitely more achievable. But if you can do the entire, every regional on the calendar, then kudos to you. And I'm sure you'll be looking forward to that sticker.
Oh, look, it's a good sticker. Okay, and so we will see if these players will perform today, and I hold a lot of hope for all these three. Let's look into basically what meta are we looking into, because let's have a look at Birmingham, because they Birmingham was what 2 weeks ago?
Yes, 2 weeks.
It was the same time as Auckland when the championships are on, and we can have a look at the usage data from Birmingham. The top player there, or the top Pokemon, or the top bird, or out of all the birds, was an Empoleon.
Yeah, the bird that is not a flyer. It's the water steel type, the only water steel type in the game. And what blew me away about Birmingham was that the usage was so different from what we'd had the previous week. So the meta is really in flux at the moment, and while I do expect today to be very similar to this, I do expect there to be a fair amount of movement as well, because I think that's just the state of where Great League is at the moment, where just so many matchups are flippable by utilizing energy leads and shield advantage and et cetera, that it really affects what can be good week to week.
Correct, and it's just It's so delicate, I feel like, with this meta because, like you said, it's very easily flippable. And you really need to dig down to get into the nitty gritty of the individual values and what your particular Pokemon can handle. The second on the list there is Altaria. Altaria is a Pokemon that from the early days of PvP was a really hot usage Pokemon, and now it's back. Why is that, Fish?
The introduction of flamethrower specifically. So the flamethrower gives it very good coverage against steel types in particular. It doesn't really help it against like an Azumarill, for example, but it can hit back against some of the other fairies like a Florges or a Wigglytuff with it as well. It obviously is going to make it hard to overcome that matchup, but the strength of the flamethrower does help give it some maneuverability if you're in a tight spot.
I think that also with the dragon typing, it just has so much coverage, and dragon breath itself is so oppressive. You really have to make quick decisions when those dragon breaths just add up onto your particular Pokemon. Obviously, as you mentioned, Azumarill, maybe a Wigglytuff won't hit so bad, but that's why I'm a bit of a fairy fan.
But that is also the other good point about Altaria is that the Dragon Breath was also buffed, so it's getting to those moves a lot quicker. The Sky Attack being the energy cost increasing, that obviously was a huge hit to it. But now that the Dragon Breath is producing more energy, that kind of offsets it, and you're getting to the flamethrowers quicker as well. And so the speed at which it operates is also a really big factor, making Altaria good.
Now, tell me, how did Furret walk into top 3? Where did Furret come from, and why is it so good?
It's so balanced. So Swift being a normal type attack, which is very cheap, it's very quick to get to it, and then combined with Sucker Punch, which has the same stats as what the old counter did before that was nerfed. So both of them very good attacks. And then some options with your second charge move. Typically in the play Pokemon scene, we see Trailblaze as the second charge move, but we also have seen, like in, say, Go Battle League formats and in Grassroots formats, we see some Brick Break happening as well. So just the combination of those three attacks, grass damage in the meta is actually like quite useful because there's a lot of grass Pokemon that don't get to thrive because of the existence and the presence of things like Corviknight. But if you can get a Pokemon like a Ferret, which has that normal typing, makes it very neutral, but then also has the grass damage to be able to threaten your water types and your ground types, that can make it super handy.
Yeah, look, I also think that Furret has gone into the top 3 because I can't find a fighter there, Fish.
Right.
Like, where are the fighters that we used to see? Where are the apes that we used to see? And I think because of that, it seems like Furret is a safe choice now to bring back into your choice of 6. The next on the list there is a Shadow, Kanto Marowak. Now, this is a particular Pokemon that is also a bit hard to obtain as well. Marowak or Cubone in Rocket Leaders and Rocket Grunts were very hard to come by. So it is a bit of I wouldn't say exclusive, but a bit of a hard Pokemon to have. Sure. But again, making top 4.
It's always been, well, ever since the Mudslap buff, that's been a killer Pokemon as well. So the big deal with it is, number one, the fact that it can two-shield its way through a lot of matchups that would be like otherwise unfavorable for it. The other thing is that Rock Slide, which helps it against the Flyers, which would otherwise really threaten and give the other Mudslappers a hard time. So like a Gastrodon's not going to be particularly good against most Flyers. The Marowak does have that weaponry to be able to take it on.
Yes, and even though Mudslap is such a big move in as a fast attack, and you think, okay, well, it doesn't generate that much energy, but it does as well. So when you get to those bone clubs so quickly, so once you see a Marowak on the screen, you have to make decisions very quickly going, do I stay, do I go? Because otherwise that Marowak is just going to basically slap you down.
Absolutely. It's a very flexible Pokemon. Like, it gives the user the option to, like, you can, there's a few Pokemon that are like this. You can let the first Bone Club through and you'll survive just fine. But then your opponent might, especially if it's like in the beginning of the game, the opponent might go, well, I might opt to spend one of my shields in order to mud slap down and come out with a whole bunch of energy, and then I'll be threatening your shields in return. So it's that kind of flexibility with how you can choose to play it, which makes it so formidable.
Yes, and with the Empoleon being the most used Pokemon, it just makes sense to bring something like a Shadow Marowak, because you know what? Empoleon doesn't like it, even though it does have that water typing. That's because it is steel type as well. Oh, it gets obliterated very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Why do you think it has been Marowak over Gastrodon? Because the Gastrodon has been popular in the past, but we didn't see it in the usage graph over there. So why do you think that is?
I think with Gastrodon, I like Gastrodon. However, I think it's a very hard Pokemon to pair with in a very neutral setting. I think it's very much, I wouldn't say luck-based, but if you bring out a Gastrodon and you're kind of stuck, you're really stuck. But like you said before, with the Marowak, you have a bit of play. There is some playability as well. So now into the next lot, we've got some predictions ahead. So what do you think will happen in Sydney today? What is your prediction, Fish?
Okay, so I do think we'll be seeing a lot of those Licky Lickies that we saw before, and the Annihilate. I think practically every team we're going to see is going to have a Fairy on it, and I think almost every team is going to have a Steel on it.
Alrighty, let's pull up from the casters what we've predicted. Now, Fish, as you mentioned, you've already mentioned a few. Let's go through your team or your top four.
Oh, okay, so I might have to explain some of mine because the Pangoro is. I think when I picked the Pangoro, the Annihilate wasn't as popular as it was as it is now. Pangoro I liked as a fighter because I was looking at the usage at the time and I'm like, wow, Pangoro just crushes all of these. The fact that Annihilate is now there and has that counter and it's the fighter that can also crush Pangoro, that kind of pushes it a little bit back in the meta. But if Guzzlord is as popular today as what it has been in very, very recent weeks, then Pangoro does have a much cleaner matchup into the Guzzlord than what Annihilate does. So that's one kind of advantage that would have.
Yeah, I like Pangoro, or as others have, colloquially called it, the panda. And it does so. It's a particular Pokemon that I think can catch you by surprise.
Yeah.
And it's just something that when I see it on a team sheet, I get scared.
For sure. You've got things like the Ferret, which the Sucker Punches are double resisted, whereas the Annihilate, the Sucker Punches are neutral into that. You've got the Empoleon, one close combat will absolutely shred the Empoleon to pieces, and it paces at the same time as what a Drill Peck would. So if you get one Karate Chop of energy lead, suddenly that's going to be really hard to overcome for the Empoleon. Even if you don't have the energy lead, the fact that it's got the Night Slash, which comes one Karate Chop sooner, will enable you to kind of build back an energy lead.
Yeah, and look, with the Pangoro, like you said, what if you get the boost on the Night Slash as well, and then those Karate Chops keep adding up? So we'll keep, the next on your list, I think, was also Empoleon. Now, We've already touched base a little bit about Empoleon, but why Empoleon now?
It's got the pacing. It's got the moves with the Hydro Cannon Drill Peck. Excellent coverage there. It's got the typing. So the Water Steel, like I mentioned before, the only Water Steel type in the game. And every team is seeming to run a Fairy at the moment. So that kind of scares people to bring at least one Steel to be able to counter them. And I think Empoleon is something that does that job well, and also then handles a lot of other things, has a lot of extracurricular assignments that it does quite well.
Yeah, let's bring the graphic back up. But what was your third Pokemon? Do you remember?
It was Shadow Talonflame.
Shadow Talonflame. Okay.
Yeah. The fact that it can two-shield through things that it doesn't deserve to do so, it just makes it so formidable. It's kind of a similar concept to the Marowak, where if you've got options of how you want to play it. You can maybe build up one Incinerate. Just one Incinerate will make a huge difference to matchups as well. You can build one Incinerate and then swap it out and bring it back in later. You can choose to, for against an Empoleon, for example, you can absolutely just double shield and farm all the way down, and then you've got 100 energy and most of your HP left. There's different ways you can play it.
I think Talonflame itself is already threatening enough.
Mhm.
Then adding the shadow component to it just makes it so scary when you see it on an opponent's team.
Yeah.
I like running Shadow Talonflame, but I also find it difficult to pair it with certain Pokemon just because it does require shields.
Yeah.
So if I know that I'm bringing a Shadow Talonflame into my line, I know I need to reserve the shields for it, or it's just going to have to be like sacked because I've done that before where it has taken a Credillia Rock Slide, a Rock Tomb, and I unfortunately just had to let it go. So I think from the opponent's side they were a bit shocked, but I had to save my shields for something else. So it is certainly a polarizing Pokemon. Let's put it that way.
For sure. It does pair really well with most flyers pair really well with a ground type. So maybe a Talonflame with a Gastrodon, for example.
Yeah. We'll see if there's any in there today. And your last pick there is a Togekiss of all Pokemon.
Yeah, I know, a bit of a weird one.
Why Togekiss?
So the reason I like Togekiss is for it specifically and mainly for its matchup against Empoleon, because it is the one fairy that can really take it up to the Empoleon. It paces to its Aura Sphere at the same rate as the Empoleon gets to the Hydro Cannons. The charge attack priority is very, very IV dependent, so they have very, very similar attack stats. But if your Togekiss does win charge attack priority, then you are going to win the 1s and 2s against the Empoleon. If you have an energy lead, then you're also in a good spot there. So Togekiss can really fight back against what some people are doing to counter all the fairies that are coming into the meta.
Yeah, I like Togekiss. Obviously, someone that likes a lot of fairy types. Togekiss is something that I feel sometimes a little bit vulnerable due to its typing. However, it does get to the Aura Spheres very quickly. Peck does a lot of damage now as well. So it is an interesting pick. I hope to see one today.
I'd be amazed if we did, but yeah, I'd be excited for it as well.
Yeah, again, I'd be very, very excited for it. But talking about fairy types, let's look at my predictions. I've put in my top pick Azumarill. Azumarill, again, what season has not had Azumarill? Azumarill is just basically part of the furniture now. I think there's no time that Azumarill, or maybe a small dip.
Yeah.
That Azumarill kind of sat on the bench, but it has come back, Fish.
Yeah, it's always there. Azumarill is inevitable.
Yes.
The bulk is obviously the biggest factor making Azumarill so good. The secondary factor is the typing. The water fairy typing makes it a lot better against. It's a fairy type that does have a lot more play into steals, not as much as that Togekiss, but it's and then of course the Play Rough and Ice Beam, the fantastic combination that the Ice Beam giving it play into opposing grasses as well, so very dynamic.
Would you expect a Hydro Pump Azumarill?
Oh, never say never, but I think Ice Beam Play Rough is the go-to moveset for a reason.
Yeah, look, I say that because I went against PvP Steve in the Auckland Championships, and in our round 2 match, he had an Azumarill with Hydro Pump, and I was confused.
Was it Hydro Pump Play Rough or Hydro Pump Ice Beam?
I can't remember. I just saw the Hydro Pump and thought, why? But look, there's method to his madness. He made it to top 8. So
yeah, right, there you go. and like the big advantage with Hydro Pump is against something like we've seen Forretress become a little more popular in the last couple of weeks. So Hydro Pump would give you a weapon against that, and then combined with the bubble, you can have a fully non-resistive moveset against that, and then stuff as well, having the Play Rough or Ice Beam, but that's a choice that you have to make when you're selecting your team for these regionals.
Look, I think he was being very selective with his team, and also possibly very good against like opposing maybe Mastodons or something along those lines. But it is PvP Steve after all. So let's bring it back into the graphic. I think my second choice was a Licky Licky.
I did see that, yes.
No, as you mentioned previously, the Licky Licky is something that was readily used in Auckland, and I think it's cute. So that's a big factor for Debbie.
Big plus.
Because if it's cute, I'm going to play it.
Yeah.
2, it just has so much bulk, and the body slams get there so quickly.
Mhm.
The rollout damage is so good because most players will bring in a flying type as well.
Yeah. Now, for that second move, are you going with the standard Shadow Ball, or are you going to throw in a sneaky little Hyper Beam?
Well, I think Shadow Ball being buffed, as you mentioned earlier, is the choice. But look, I like spice. I'm not sure if I'm that spicy on the I don't think I've got that much of a taste for it.
Yeah, it's a very Go Battle League move to make, throwing in that Hyper Beam, throwing in something that your opponent can't expect. If the opponent knows that you've got the Hyper Beam, then it's going to know when to shield and when not to shield.
That's correct. Now, my third choice is something probably a little bit peculiar, not quite in the meta, maybe a fringe
No,
pick.
I'm all on board with this. Tell me about it.
We have the foxy Pokemon, Feeble. Now, Feeble is something that I think if you have played around with it, it can be a Pokemon that can catch a lot of people by surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. With the moveset of Sucker Punch, Night Slash, and Play Rough, I believe it is.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Yeah, fantastic moveset. The Play Rough can really throw you for a loop.
It can, and also with those Night Slashes, if it does get the boost as well, it means that it does so much damage. It gets there so quickly,
Yep.
and it can really catch people off guard.
Yeah, straight dark typing. Just weirdly good at the moment. I feel like, despite the fact that everyone has a fairy, they do only have one fairy, I guess. So if you can avoid that specific matchup, then you've got play into pretty much everything else.
Yeah, I've seen some other teams where they've actually replaced the Furret choice with a Feeble instead, just to have a little bit of, I suppose, it would balance their own team, but just something to change it up a little bit. And again, Play Rough as an option as well. Just fairy moves being so good in this particular meta.
I have seen a little bit of hype for Shadow Mightyena, which is the other
Yes,
canine
that's correct.
Pokemon.
Yes.
So, canine, but
It's got 4 legs.
4 legs and barks, I guess. So, do you have a preference between the Feeble or the Mightyena?
Look, I think because Feeble also has the Play Rough option, I do like that more. Mightyena, look, if it's Debbie comes down to 2 things. It comes down to what moves I like, and secondly, what looks cuter.
Yeah.
So I'm going for Feeble because it just
Feeble
looks a little bit
definitely cuter,
sly. Now, talking about fairies, my 4th option there is Florges. Now, Florges, I believe, in previous metas wasn't really even thought about. This season has been brought back in because of its community move, Chilling Water.
Yeah.
So with its pure fairy typing as well, it's a really interesting Pokemon in this meta.
Very fast. Fairy Wind users can always be quite formidable, and the fact that it's got that optionality of either debuffing your opponent's attack or raising your own attack gives you a lot of flexibility that you can utilize.
I also think that it also has options as well. So whether you want to go, say, Chilling Water and, say, Disarming Voice, so that you do have that extra fairy move. I know the most common choice is that Trailblaze. So then if you do use a Trailblaze, you increase your attack. Those fairy winds do even more damage. So it really is how you want to build your team. I ran mine with Moonblast. I like a good punchy charge attack, and I found that when I played it in the local recently, I had Chilling Water, I had Moonblast, so I actually baited for the Moonblast in hoping to get a shield. Eventually, I actually just went for Moonblast because they expected me to do Chilling Water.
Yeah, right.
So I either took a lot of damage or I took a shield.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that play. I love that option. Moonblast obviously helps you to get some matchups, like you said, that just having Trailblazer or Chilling Water might not. That new potential.
That's correct. And we can now go into Stumpy's 4 picks there. And I believe, did you see Stumpy's first pick?
Yeah, and I'm a fan of that one too. I'm liking a lot of what I'm seeing at the moment. In fact, I think I'm liking yours and Stumpy's picks a lot better than mine. So
you can't choose. We already chose ours, Fish.
No, I'm taking your pick, Stumpy. So we got the Goodra first up.
We do have the Goodra first up. Now, Goodra is a particular Pokemon that I think a lot of particular players have played with because it's a favorite pick. It wouldn't be like much of a meta pick of choice, but it does have good coverage in this. I suppose the dragons have started making their way into this meta. Now, obviously, you've mentioned we talked about Guzzlords, we talked about Altaria, but Goodra, why?
The Thunder Punch is a huge boost for that Pokemon because you've got Empoleon, which is typically a dragon counter, and you've got Azumarill, which is typically a dragon counter. Now, Thunder Punch is not going to be enough to shore up wins against those two Pokemon, but it will absolutely make the opponent think. It like if you can get up energy or if you have a shield advantage, then or if there's a HP advantage as well. So if the Azumarill that you're bringing it into only has half of its HP left, then those like a couple of Thunder Punches will take that out, and you get there so fast. It's 40 energy. You're getting it's 4 energy per Dragon Breath, so you're getting there in 10 turns, 5 seconds, super fast. So that's kind of the appeal of what Goodra is bringing to your team.
I like Goodra. It is cute. But secondly...
well, I'm going to pull you out there. Really?
Yeah.
It's like covered in slime.
That's fine.
Okay, go on.
But like you said, with the Thunder Punches, there's so many water types currently in this meta, and it just has that bit of coverage. And it does threaten, like you mentioned, like something like an Azumarill, which most times... if a fairy sees a dragon type, it's like, yeah, I've got this. However, with a Goodra with a Thunder Punch, you're like, oh, okay, I've got to think twice. Whether they just like let some HP down or they decide to use a shield. Now, let's bring out the graphic again, because do you remember what Stumpy's second pick was?
I confess, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Let's bring that graphic back in to see what we had for Stumpy, and it is a...
Credilli. Oh, yeah, pretty standard.
Credilli that we have there. Now, Credilli, what do you prefer? Do you prefer the Bullet Seed or do you prefer Acid as its fast attack move?
Oh, look, I was running Bullet Seed on my Credilli for a while, and I was really liking it, but I couldn't resist the call of Acid in the end. I think that it, like, even when resisted, the Acid is still doing more damage than the Bullet Seeds are, so you need like 2 levels of resistance for the damage to make any difference, and the pacing to the charge attacks is not that different. So with Bullet Seed, it's 12 turns to each charge attack. With Acid, it's 14 turns for the first one, and then 12 to everyone after that. I
think Credilli is an excellent Pokemon. I think it's really interesting that it has been used less now, and I think with the rise of Shadow Scizor is also something players have considered and thought about in regards to Credilli. But again, Fortress as well. But again, Credilli is just a good staple Pokemon. I like yourself went for Bullet Seed in the beginning and changed mine to Acid recently, just because I thought it just would cover a little bit more in those kind of sticky situations where you against, say, like a dragon type, because those Bullet Seeds weren't adding up too much, whereas Acid kind of does a little bit more damage. And again, Rock Tombs having that debuff, 100% debuff for the opponent really makes the other player think really hard of whether they want to stay in that matchup or whether they want to switch out.
Yeah, anything with Rock Tomb is just instantly good in the meta. I don't know if there's any Pokemon that has Rock Tomb that isn't at least a fringe fit.
True,
like
true.
Tomb.
Yes.
The one thing that I will say for Bullet Seed is that matchup against Jellicent, I find, because even if with Acid, I think it's IV dependent from memory, but I think with Acid, even if you land a Grass Knot, the Jellicent will still win the ones. Whereas with Bullet Seed, you land the Grass Knot, you can farm them down from there.
Ah, I see. So certain matchups it will play into. Again, the players have to think about what particular moveset so they can build their team to have a bit more coverage in each area. Third pick that Stumpy has there is a Shadow Sableye. Now, to see a Shadow Sableye in today's Sydney Regional.
Someone's going to have one.
Surely.
So the main things that are holding Sableye back at the moment, because I don't know if you remember, there was a time where Shadow Sableye was like the best pick in the meta.
Correct.
But it has fallen way off, and the big 2 reasons are the prevalence of fairies and the prevalence of normal types as well, because those Shadow Claws are being double resisted by the normal types, and so it's really relying on the charge move combination. And if you don't have that flexibility of being able to combine good charge attack with fast attack pressure, then you've taken away half of the Sableye's tool belt.
Now, with that particular Sableye, with the Shadow in particular, what movesets do you expect to see if someone did bring it today?
So Shadow Claw and Foul Play are the necessary ones, the go-tos, the non-negotiables.
Yes.
There is, I think it's a coin flip on whether you run Dazzling Gleam or Power Gem as your second attack.
I like the idea of Power Gem. I think Power Gem has a lot of coverage in this particular meta, and it hits hard, especially being a Shadow type. But that extra 20% and Power Gem on top, even though it doesn't have stab, it's still something to be very much worried about, or whether you want to use a shield or not. And then lastly, we have that Shadow Scizor. Again, all these Shadow type Pokemon are very hard to, I wouldn't say super hard to obtain. However, you do need to battle some rockets to try and get one. And also, you might want to have some variants as well. So you might be doing a few of them to try and get one that works for your team. Now, why the rise of Scizor?
Fairy Killer. It's the I hate fairy Pokemon. The Bullet Punch being so powerful. And this is why you'll very rarely see a regular non-Shadow version of the Scizor, is that Bullet Punch is just ramping up with the Shadow damage boost, and it can enable you to, in some cases, just farm a fairy down completely.
Yeah, it's again so threatening. If it has shields in play, it could be the last Pokemon on your line. However, if like Shadow Scizor, if it has shields and it's boosted and it just can run the entire game, is such a threatening Pokemon to see.
Yeah, having Night Slash and Trailblaze, with both of those attacks have boost potential. Obviously, the Trailblaze is guaranteed, and then Night Slash has the potential for the double stage attack boost. And usually, if the opponent does proc that boost, the game's over.
Yes, it's so dependent on that. And what would you pair with the Scizor? Like with the Shadow Scizor, what would you pair with it so that it can have more play? Because if it lines up to something like a fighting type, you just go like, oh, what do I do here?
Yeah, for sure. And the big thing that Scizor fears more than anything else in the world, that is fire. So Talonflame is going to be its worst nightmare. So something like an Azumarill would be a good pair with it, because it covers that covers the fires, while the Scizor is then covering against the grass types that might threaten the Azumarill.
Right, yes. And do you expect to see a lot of fire? I know you mentioned like something like Talonflame, but do you expect to see a lot of fire types today?
I don't think there'll be a huge amount of them. They'll definitely be around. There'll be some fire, and particularly the Talonflame, like you said, it's the most common. It's the go-to fire. We have seen in the past, I still vividly remember seeing Shadow Typhlosion in past regionals, but you know, the meta might not be as conducive to that at the moment.
I expect maybe a spice pick, or maybe not quite a spice pick, because it did win championship recently, is Gorgeist.
Yes.
So I expect to see a few Gorgeists in play in Sydney today.
Okay. I've been wondering this for a while. Gorgeist or Gorgeist? I thought it was Gorgeist.
Tell us in chat. I'm not sure. I think it's Gorgeist.
Okay, I think Gorgeist. I'm gonna.
Okay, all right.
So both of your winner. But yeah, I totally agree. No, that is an absolutely fantastic pick. The only non-fire in the game that knows Incinerate, so it has the benefit of the obviously not same type of attack bonus boosted Incinerate, but it's still, you know, gets the job done. And the Scizor is not going to appreciate the Incinerate, whether there's a same type of attack boost or not.
That's correct. And like you mentioned, not a lot of fire types out there at the moment. So we'll see if it comes into play. But I would love to see one in the field. And I think we are getting into some battles shortly. However, we are on a slight delay when it comes to the matches being held. So hang tight with us today, but we will get them shortly. We do have the bracket that is already up on Challenge, so I believe that the link is available. And again, today we've actually maxed out the venue for Pokemon Go. There was 63 slots, and 63 slots have been taken today. So it is full. It's absolutely, we sold out full capacity, and I expect some excellent plays today.
Which would make this the biggest play Pokemon tournament in Oceania?
I believe possibly OCIC was a little bit
OCIC, of course,
larger. You would know a bit about OCIC, Fish on a Heater.
It's like the one time I was good at PvP. Was that one day. But
yeah, let me just get my trophy out from the back. Here it is in the back.
Yes, I'm FishOnAHeater. Nice to see you. It's good to see the numbers across the world are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. This game is very slowly but surely growing, and it's only good for the community to have more players coming in.
That's right. And again, we mentioned earlier today that not only do we have a strong contingent in the New South Wales community here, we also have a strong contingent in the Oceania region, and we have a few international players that have flown all the way over to Sydney today to play. So as mentioned earlier, we have some Japanese players, we have a Korean player, and 2 from the US. So it is a big mix, and it will keep continuing to grow. So we'll see how it all pans out today. Let's go back to the players to watch for today, because as mentioned, we had 3 players in particular. We talked about the international, we did talk about Nighttime Clasher previously, but we also had the other 2 that we mentioned. That was They Love Jai, and then there was Rick Flareon.
Yep.
So we've mentioned 3.
Yes.
Let's go to top 5.
Oh, okay.
Give me 2 more.
Okay.
I'll let you think.
Okay.
I'll let you think on that. But, so again, we have Jai, we have Rick.
Yes.
We've already mentioned the others that already have won the championship already. So we have Gone 1001, we have Jumothy.
Yes.
Now, who do you think's on the fringe to try and break into that championship for this year?
I'm going to put Avrip.
Avrip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is someone that I think he hasn't quite gotten to the same level in the last season or 2 that he did right at the start. He was the runner-up at the first ever Play Pokemon Regional Championship in Oceania.
Yes.
And he then came back the next year and won it.
Yes.
And so he's a multiple-time Worlds qualifier. I think the last couple of regionals he's been to, he hasn't quite hit those same heights, but he is, and I've known this forever, has always been one of the best battlers in the country, and he's absolutely one that you've got to be scared of. If you sit down across from him on the table, you've got to be on the ball. Yes,
Avrip is someone that is in the WA local scene. So I see Avrip, when I see him across the table and I have to verse him, I usually roll my eyes because it means it's a hard battle ahead. But again, like you mentioned, Avrip has a long resume in the Oceania scene. Like you mentioned, he has come runner-up. He's become champion. He went to Worlds in London. He went to Worlds in Japan where he came top 9, equal 9th. He's been to Worlds in Anaheim and in Honolulu as well. So he's really looking for the next Worlds. He wants to qualify for sure. And he's flown all the way from Perth to Sydney to try and vie for those championship points and potential championship as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it bears mentioning that scene that you've had a big hand in helping build over in Perth. The Perth scene is the toast of the town. I feel like there's so many top talented players that come from that scene.
Yeah, I can't mention myself, but there is definitely it's a look. If you turn up to a WA local, just expect some hard battles. Expect it to be very hard to get championship points. However, please come down. If you are from WA or you're from Perth and never in the area, we always will welcome you, and we'll have a good time regardless. But as you mentioned, we have Avrip, we have They Love Jai. We have Danger Hawk that just came top 4 in Auckland. And we also have Z-Tub, which has participated in 2 Worlds as well. So, a lot of talent that way. Now, it looks like we have round 1 fish. We have our 2 players on the screen there. I believe we have Declan Power on the right-hand side. And then we've got Mikey Morgs on the left. So, Fish, what do you see here?
Well, the first thing that jumps out to me is on Mikey Morgs' side, the Weezing, the Galarian Weezing. That is a Pokemon that I have always enjoyed, but ever since Mudslap got buffed, that has pushed it right out of the meta. So Mikey Morgs has obviously found a way to include it back in his team, and he's got a few picks that kind of protected against those Mudslappers. The Altaria obviously is going to be really good against your Gastrodon in particular, and then your Celio as well, which is something that I'd be keen to get your thoughts on.
I think Celio in previous PvP times was such a tank.
Mm-hmm.
It was a particular Pokemon that you actually needed a lot of candy as well, because I remember building mine up and it just took me so long. I had to walk it as a buddy to get to that point. Now, obviously, we've had community days, so most people should have a Celio available. But again, a very big tank. It can take a lot, and it also gets to its moves very quickly. I believe it's Body Slam and Surf. So
with Powder Snow as the fast attack.
Yeah. So again, fair. The Dragon types are going to be scared of it. The Grass types are going to be scared of it if there's any Grass types in play, and even the Mud Slappers are also going to be a bit scared because it also gets to the Body Slam and Surf very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really underrated. I think the main reason it's been held back is the prevalence of the Empoleon. Because it's going to have a very tough time against that. All of its moves are resisted against the Empoleon, and so if you can only fit like one, maybe two waters in your team, which you can see Mikey Morgs has done with the Celio and the Gastrodon, you might need to think a little bit about that Empoleon matchup.
Yes, and the thing I also see on Michael Morgan's side is that there is a Shadow Altaria. Why Shadow, do you think, over regular?
That's actually, I'm going to admit, not a difference that I'm as familiar with, the Shadow versus the regular Altaria. So obviously these guys do a lot of research coming into each of these regionals, simming all the differences between the two, and we've got community tools that make it very, very easy to do that and to work out all the minute differences between the two. So I'd be keen to maybe ask him afterwards, hopefully get an answer for you by the end of the stream. But I'm keen to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I believe it's because of certain matchups. Yeah. The shadow typing just allows it to take out certain Pokemon. Again, we'll have to ask Mikey Morgs once we get to that. But let's have a look at Declan Power's side, DJ Power's side of things. And it's an interesting team that he's made today to bring into the Sydney Regional Championships, which I can't pick one in particular, but which one out of the six catches your eye?
That stands out to me absolutely by far is the Sotodle.
Sotodle is something that I haven't seen it actually at all. I'm not going to lie, at all in this particular meta. Why do you think he's brought a Sotodle of all Pokemon?
It's a little bit underrated. I'm just trying to remember the moveset. It's a Powder Snow user, and Powder Snow has gotten very, very good. It got buffed in the last update, and so anything with Powder Snow is suddenly more formidable. And then I think it's I don't know whether it's got the same charge attacks as the Titan, which I'm assuming that is a Sotodle, not a Titan on the screen.
I believe it is a Sotodle, not a Titan. Yeah. That is correct.
So it might be the Titan has like Body Slam, Avalanche, or Icicle Spear. I think they've got Icicle Spear. Oh man, you're testing me now.
I admit I do not know. I do have on my game though a rank 1. A rank 1 Sotodle ready to go.
How many?
Thank you there for Stumpy. He has dropped in. We have Avalanche and Body Slam.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't have the. I thought it had Icicle Spear. Stop it! I thought it had Icicle Spear like the daddy did.
Yes, and again, it is a cute pick, so very, very good on Debbie's side of things. But it is also very bulky as well. So I think, again, with these spice picks, a lot of the opponents might not know what to expect. So if you pick a particular Pokemon that isn't really in the meta, a bit fringy, you do have that small advantage of surprise that doesn't quite come up in PvP anymore due to teams being revealed on movesets being revealed.
Yeah, if you quiz Mikey Morgs right now, how does your Gastrodon stand up against the Sotodle? I don't think he could come up with a definitive answer.
He might. I don't know.
If anyone can.
Yes, the man is incredible with his knowledge. So I don't know, but I think he might. On the other side that Declan has as well is Shadow Dusknoir. Now, I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
I think if I were to guess, kind of the same reason as one of the other picks we talked about before in that, like the Sableye, the prevalence of the normals. Although Dust Noir specifically has the ability to hit back against the normals with the dynamic punch. All right, we are into battle number 1. We have Charjabug versus the Shadow Altaria. Now, those Volt Switches are going to be doing more damage against the Altaria than they otherwise would because it is a Shadow. And we'll see how much this Discharge does, which Mighty Morgs is immediately not shielding.
Yes, this will connect onto this Shadow Altaria, but again, with that Dragon typing, it's able to bear with it. And now Mikey Morgs is able to get to this Flamethrower. This Flamethrower will not connect. Now, Declan has decided to shield their Charjabug.
So you have that shield and then switches immediately into the Licky Licky, which both of those Pokemon do quite well into the Charjabug. The Charjabug is going to hit back with the X-Scissor, which is a more damage-efficient move than the Discharge, and then it's going to just keep on going with its charge attacks, with the fast moves. So.
Yeah, these rollouts will add up. Now, this Body Slam will connect onto the Charjabug. Do you think it will take it out here, Fish?
I think the Charjabug can still just live it a little bit.
It does endure.
Now comes the Pangoro, which is going to start ramping up. Now, the Body Slam's not going to do too much damage, and the Shadow Ball is resistant, so you have to throw the Body Slams here, and Mikey Morgs is staying in and just chipping away. I assume there's going to be a bit of a swap out as soon as those switch timers are up, but the switch timers are not up yet, Debbie.
No, they're not. And now it means that DJ Power can go for that Night Slash. It also will have same attack type bonus. Mikey Morgs actually decided to shield and protect their Licky Licky.
Yeah, decides that there is still more that the Licky Licky can give to this matchup, and DJ Power is now returning serve by shielding himself. So now the Pangoro is going to be able to come on in against the Altaria. The Altaria is going to take a Night Slash. Now, the Altaria has, I think, a little bit too much HP left. No, the Night Slash does take it out, and we get the attack boost, Debbie.
Oh my goodness, this is such a good situation for DJ Power here with attack boost and so much energy and look, I think it's going to be really tough here for Mikey Morgs, but look, the Night Slash is here. The Night Slash is now going, it has to shield.
Yeah, so that last shield is going to be used by Mikey Morgs, and so the Scizor has to now bullet punch the Pangoro down, which it successfully does. So that is a bit of a breath of relief for Mikey Morgs, and now the Trailblazer is going to come through against this Empoleon, but there are no shields on either side, so I think this Empoleon can take a Trailblazer and then Hydro Cannon the Scizor to infinity.
I hope so. We can see if it holds. It does hold. It does endure. It does get the boost, but it has to switch out. And now that Licky Licky is coming back in to try and do a bit more rollout damage and take on this Hydro Cannon because there's no more shields in play.
Yeah, and that was very patient from DJ Power. Knew that the catch could come, and Mikey Morgs did try and attempt it, but the Empoleon will be able to get to that second attack to be able to KO that Scizor as well. Empoleon finishing the day for DJ Power for battle number 1.
Yeah, we can see that this Hydro Cannon will connect and game 1 going to DJ Power. What a game there, Fish.
Yeah, so the Pangoro and the Empoleon in particular teaming up really, really well to burn shields and then close out. So the Charjabug, it was useful, but certainly it just kind of paved the way for the other two to really do all the groundwork there.
That's correct. I think, like we mentioned earlier, with Pangoro, once it gets rolling, oh my goodness, it just keeps going and going. You can't stop it. We talk about Charjabus being the bus, but I think the bus was definitely the Pangoro in that particular match. And Mikey Morgs did try and get his way around it, but again, with the attack boost, how do you get around that?
Oh, you've just got to just get it off the field as quickly as possible, and it does give the Pangoro user the option to, maybe I want to keep this Pokemon on the field a little bit longer because I know that if I just get to one more Night Slash, which it gets to so quickly, if it can then just take a real chunk out of whatever comes in next.
That's correct. So, look, if you are Mikey Morgs, you're one game down. You look at that team and you go, okay, Pangoro, scary. Charjabug, scary. What do I bring?
Okay, so I think the big issue that Mikey Morgs was unable to come back from was safe swapping the Licky Licky because DJ Power had that Pangoro in the back, and so he was able to really punish that safe swap. So maybe leading the Licky Licky, at least if you find DJ Power predicts that and leads with the Pangoro himself, then you've got a little bit more flexibility being able to try and swap out and regain alignment with the pivot. But that's kind of what I would want. Or I mean, you could try not bringing the Licky at all, but I feel like it is so safe into DJ Power's line. I think you do have to bring it.
Yeah. Do we expect the Galarian wheezing at all?
Okay, so let's look at this. We've got the Pangoro is not going to like it at all. The obviously the Altaria is not going to like it at all. But then you've got the Empoleon, which is going to really cause it to struggle. Let's find out though what they bring. It is the Altaria into the Shadow Dusknoir.
We do see that, but look at the back. There is that G wheezing in the back
Okay.
there. So we might see some play of that later. But I'm not particularly known for this matchup here. What do we expect in this? Is it a neutral matchup here, Fish?
It's fairly neutral, but the in the lead, the Dusknoir does have the advantage because it does get to those moves quicker than what the Altaria can get to the Sky Attack. So we've seen one shield used now a piece on both sides. We see the Dragon Breaths have been really adding up against that Dusknoir, but the Dusknoir is one Astonish away from a Shadow Punch.
Oh, here comes a catch on the Licky. This will do basically nothing to this Licky. Mikey Morg should be able to just safely not shield here and able to take this paddle. What a tickle.
What a tickle, but now out comes the Pangoro, which is got a tickle of its own, and it is going to absolutely run through this Licky. The body slams are just not doing much, and that's just the biggest thing. Like, there are a lot of things that can come in against, or the Pangoro can come in against, that can really threaten the shield's back because of its charge attacks. The body slam and rollout combination is not one of them, so this close combat is going to absolutely punch a hole through this Licky, and it will take it off the field.
It will take it off the field. Now, even though the defense is down, you can see how much energy this Pangoria has. It's able to get to the next close combat here and just be able to sacrifice itself, drop a lot of damage, and this Galarian Wheezing will be able to take it down quite comfortably with some energy on Michael Morgan's side.
Yeah, and look at that moveset on the Galarian Wheezing. That is Sludge and Overheat. Now, if this would go Battle League, this would be a very dangerous situation. The fact that DJ Power knows that it's there. Hang on. Okay, does shield in the end. That was a big call. And now this Empoleon should be okay in the back line. It should be able to take out these remaining two Pokemon. We do have the shield that is being used on the Altaria side, and the Flamethrower will cause the Empoleon to really struggle, but I think the Empoleon's in the driver's seat here.
Yes, look, there's no shields in play in DJ Power's side. However, the Empoleon can endure this flamethrower. It will be very low in health. However, it does have a lot of energy built up and possibly even be able to back up. Oh, go straight for the switch with the Dusknoir now.
Yeah, so this is a very risky spot here, because if the Altaria was able to farm the Dusknoir down, then it would be able to get to another attack to KO that Empoleon. So risky play, but it looks like Mikey Morgs has been forced to use that energy, and now the Empoleon's going to be able to come back in, farm the rest of the way down, and will be able to throw not one but 200 cannons, even though I think one will be enough against the Wheezing. It has got all the energy it needs to be able to finish this off.
Yes, this Hydro Cannon now will connect onto this Galarian, the Wheezing. The Galarian Wheezing is at play, and that goes to game 2 for DJ Power. What a great match, and also congratulations to DJ Power there.
Yeah, alignment was so handy. Like, DJ Power used alignment so masterfully in that matchup, because not only was it the Pangoro into the Licky situation, which was able to set up that like to really just neutralize the Licky's effect, but then it was the Empoleon into the Fairy and the Dragon that was able to close it off. The Wheezing that Mikey Morgs brought to be able to hit back against the Pangoro was basically rendered ineffectual.
Yes.
It did manage to get some Fairy Wind damage off, which was great, but the fact that DJ Power through 2 close combats meant that it reduced the amount of Fairy Winds that the Wheezing could farm up, and it just made it so much harder.
That's correct. And I think it was an absolute clinic of a match when it came to seeing DJ Power use the Pangoro as well. Like, he just used it beautifully. And it just goes to show maybe we talked about fighters not being in this particular meta or the top 12 usage, but maybe it's time.
Yeah, maybe I should back myself a little more when I make these picks, because that is a huge advantage that Pangoro has over Annihilate, is against that Licky matchup. And I did not mention that before, but the Shadow Annihilate in particular will lose the ones into. I always get scared bringing up these shield scenarios because I have trouble remembering off the top of my head. So you do your own research. But from memory, it's the Shadow Annihilate loses the ones into the Licky because the counters aren't quite enough to do the damage on its own, and the Rage Fist's obviously a double resisted, so you're not getting any damage out of those.
Yeah. Now, Michael Morgan has not been eliminated yet. So Mikey Morgs, well, that was winner's round. So now he goes into the loser's round, which I expect him to do quite, a bit of a run.
Yeah.
Again, he came 4th place in the Special Championships in Auckland 2 weeks ago. I believe it's the same team. Maybe he just needs to get the cobwebs out, and we'll see how he goes today. Again, congratulations to DJ Power 98, who proceeds on into the next round. And we're going for a short break. We'll be right back with another caster on the scene shortly.
G'day battlers, I'm PvP Steve here to recap the 2026 Brisbane Regional Championships. Brisbane was the first regional of the season here in Oceania and was said to be one of the toughest tournaments of all time, with not only multiple past Oceanic champions, but champions from abroad as well. Deep in the depths of the Tales of Transformation season, this meta was dominated by Credilli and Galarian Corsola, so trainers were trying their best to not only core break this big two, but figure out how to find their own path through the meta. They Love Jai brought his signature Shadow Alola Ninetales that he is so well known for, taking it all the way to top 6, and maybe even inspiring Team Galactic leader Cyrus in bringing Alola Ninetales all the way to the championship title in Stuttgart. But Jai also brought Blastoise, a Pokemon quickly becoming a favourite here in Australia, because it wasn't only Jai. In fact, even the winners finals had 2 Blastoise facing off against each other. First of all was Jumothy, whose previous best result was a top 6 finish in Perth after losing to Avrip last season. This time, he was able to get his revenge, beating Avrip on his journey to the winners finals, Blastoise proving White's better starter over Charizard in the Tales of Transformation season. But his challenger was the notorious Gone 1001, another Sydney-based trainer who isn't a stranger to picking up medals at these tournaments, and after 4 years, Gone was finally looking to make a name for himself as a regional champion. Gone 1001 was able to use his Pangoro to core break Jumothy's team, countering both Credilli with its fighting typing and Galarian Corsola with its dark typing, proving a threat to the rest of the team as well, knocking Jumothy down to the losers finals. The losers finals was going to be even tougher though, because there, Jumothy met Pokemoneymaker, a Japanese trainer and last year's Melbourne regional champion. Not only is this guy a Melbourne champion, but he finished 3rd at the Perth Regional Championships last season as well, meaning that Pokemoneymaker now in his 3rd tournament here in Australia is going 3 for 3 in the top 3 finishing. This guy is really cracked, and you know what? His Annihilate was pretty cracked too, because it was just too dangerous for Jumothy's team, and Jumothy went home with his best ever result of a 3rd place finish and his first ever medal. The grand finals didn't start strong for Gone, where Pokemoneymaker was able to use a combination of Annihilate, Galarian Corsola and Drapion to overwhelm him to get a 2-0 game start. But with his back against the wall, Gone found his Shadow Scizor, and giving it 2 shields was able to push it back 1-2, then 2-2, taking us to a decisive game 5. In game 5, Gone had a Scizor with 2 shields, but instead of using it, he let it go down to Annihilate's Rage Fist, bringing in his Galarian Corsola, who then had to face down a Drapion in the back. Gone's Corsola was able to take down its Dark-type counter in Drapion, and finally make Gone 1001 a Brisbane regional champion. Who will join Gone as a 2026 champion here in Sydney today? Let's find out.
No, it's almost easy for you.
And we are back. Welcome in, Stumpy. First time on the desk. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. We're good.
Yeah,
long little break for me. So, but we're on into the battles.
Yeah.
So who's next?
I'm so keen to cast with you. You've got such a wealth of knowledge. Like you came in earlier with that information on this total moveset, which I didn't have on hand.
I'll be honest, I didn't know either. So we have asked to us, and we're great. Got it.
And you were telling me also that you know exactly what the benefit of the Shadow Atari is over the regular.
Oh, I did say exactly, but I think the only notable matchups, I think the big ones that are currently in the meta, there's a lot of other options, but something like I thought would surprise me was actually does flip the Empoleon matchup. So the Shadow Atari beats Empoleon, so obviously that added flamethrower damage neutrally, along with the Dragon Breath adding up slowly.
Yeah.
Unova Stunfisk, it does flip Unova Stunfisk as well. And Galarian Moltres is flipped by
Those
that
are
matchup.
really, really big, important matchups.
The only matchup that sort of seemed negative that you do lose because of the Shadow is you do lose the matchup against the Shadow Scizor. So you do sacrifice one big meta pick, but I think for the 3-for-1 trade-off, I don't think it's actually a bad sacrifice to make, and I think that's why he's bringing it.
Yeah, and like with a flamethrower landing on a Scizor, whether from a Shadow or regular, is going to get KO that Scizor. So I don't think that's a huge loss, like you said. So that was such an awesome matchup. Did you get to actually watch the matchup?
Yeah, it was it was definitely a few spicy picks, something like that. The Wheezing was something we haven't seen as much, obviously with the Mudslappers around, I think you mentioned. So yeah, definitely a good pick, and definitely the early round spice we like to see, and some great battlers, and hopefully see Mikey bounce back through the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's certainly capable of doing that. Are there any picks that you haven't brought up yet that maybe weren't on your graphic that you're expecting to make a big run today?
I do like the look of the Shadow Annihilate. We just discussed it
Yeah.
in a fair bit of detail, but I do like the idea of just that ramping up, that Rage Fist just get up and up. If you don't keep it checked, if it gets a big farm down, it does become really threatening, especially with the Ice Punch coverage for the Flyers, things like that. Like things like Tokies that usually have really dominant, favourable matchups actually are pressured to sort of and put in awkward scenarios.
Yeah.
So that's one I can see doing really well. But again, I did notice like from the last couple of regionals, I know Maxi, who won Birmingham, and I believe Rice won Medina? Merida? I'm going to butcher that. But I know that they actually, between those two teams, they actually had 12 unique Pokemon. Neither shared a single Pokemon in that entire, and both won. So you can see the variety in the meta currently, where you're seeing picks that are not necessarily locked in. You're not seeing like the same patterns in the past where you're seeing the same call, 3 Pokemon, and then some sort of half call breakers and flex picks.
Yeah.
We are seeing like a good bunch of variety and seeing that you can achieve success with variety of Pokemon.
So people I've talked to, I've gotten mixed responses about that kind of thing, because like on the one hand it keeps it interesting, if you're not seeing we saw the LARC meta had like 100% Oranguru usage on day 2, and we're like, okay, like let's have a bit of variety. But then on the other hand, you've got some people who are like, well, how am I meant to plan for this? Like if the meta's changing every single regional, then what am I supposed to do to tackle the meta? So where would you fall on that scale?
I think there's a happy balance to be met. I like the idea of having, again, Oranguru, that specific matchup you spoke about. It's kind of tough because you're throwing the slow-paced confusions into resisted damage, and it just does feel a little bit flat and boring. Similar to when we used to have the Azumarill mirror matchups back in the day. It kind of felt a bit stale, a bit flat. So I think there's a happy balance. Now we're seeing some picks like, Altaria, the mirrors there are quite, they're quick, they're entertaining. Marowak, Shadow Marowak there, again, same thing, not bulky Pokemon, but we're seeing like some good mirror matches that sort of maybe make it a bit more entertaining, a bit more flexible. But I do see the other side of like players wanting to be like, I really want to lock down my 4 Pokemon, lock them down, they're going to be good for 6 months, and they're great. But, I think there's a balance to be met.
All right, so we are going to take a look at round number 2, and we have Gon, a previous regional winner. It's been a long time coming that we've been able to say that, but and look, he's got the Pangoro as well.
We do have a Pangoro. It was your pick, and it's come up twice now, and the Gorgos as well. I'm not going to get into the argument of how we pronounce it, so let's just move swiftly on from there. But we have seen a Licky as well, and Polygon, some big meta picks, but we have seen the Clefable come out, which is a sort of you could almost say like almost the anti-fairy with the Meteor Mash, being able to sort of go really hard against the Wigglytuff and Forages that seem to float around the meta. But we're going to go straight in the battles, and we'll talk about the teams in between.
So we have Credilli versus the Clefable first up. So that Clefable with that Meteor Mash that is coming every 10 turns, that is going to really hit hard. But of course, the Credilli is hitting back hard with its own fast attack, the Acid.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a difference here with the fast move pressure from Credilli and then the charge move pressure coming from both throwing super effective damage in certain different ways. But we do get a shield and switch immediately to catch the Rock Tomb on the Gorgas, which is a great play here from Gon.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gon is predicting that the Clefable will have a lot more play in the end game, and so now the Altaria is going to come out, and it's not going to care about the Incinerators, it's not going to care about Seed Bombs, so the Gorgas will be relying on the Shadow Ball to do any of its damage while it's having to avoid those Sky Attacks, which it's not going to do.
No, it's going to take this Sky Attack. It's going to get KO'd and lost a lot of energy there. 4 Incinerates, and it's going to straight back in with the Clefable to just ramp up the energy. He's going to throw the move before we see a Sky Attack.
Yeah, so Gon is opting to build up a lot more energy. It's going to take the trade-off of getting a bit of a hit with the Sky Attack, so that damage will come through. We'll take the Clefable pretty low, but then the Clefable will be able to use against not only the Altaria, but the next Pokemon as well.
Yeah, and there's not much that threat of the Dragon Breath damage adding up. You're not going to at risk of being farmed down. There's going to be a second move have to come through from the Altaria here, so we'll see how the players play out here. And a Moonblast, but looks like coming through here. Huge hard hitting move is going to KO the Altaria.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Fairy Wind will get it to one more Meteor Mash, but then the Empoleon will come over and take over from there. The Credilli is going to throw a Grass Knot, which is going to be shielded by Gon.
Yeah, it doesn't get the first shield, but look how strong Empoleon here in the back. There's a Wigglytuff remaining, so this Empoleon has a lot of play in the endgame here and is already at 2 Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, so one should be enough to take out the Credilli. Not that G'day Bebe is going to let us find out. They are going to throw up the next shield, and now is going to... Oh, no, it's just going to take the second Hydro Cannon. So now we are going to see if that Hydro Cannon is enough. Do you think it will be?
It will absolutely KO the Credilli. Strong neutral damage here. Empoleon does hit quite hard, and it's going to expose the Wigglytuff in the back here to some serious damage from the Empoleon.
Yeah, and the Wigglytuff is just not going to be happy to see this. It's going to try its darndest. That bow is going to be flicking back and forth as it tries to slap back and forth on that Empoleon, but that Empoleon is just going to throw its little metal sounds and its Hydro Cannons, and it's just going to overcome that Wigglytuff.
Yep. Oh. And we get a combo play for a bit of a show play for Gone there, comboing there with the medium mash, super effective damage to finish off the Wigglytuff, and really comfortable game one there for Gone, and really well managed.
Slam dunk there in the end from Gone. So Gone absolutely running out this game, and that's what we expect to see from a former regional champion.
Yeah, definitely performing at the level we expect from Gone there. And as we look into game two, how do we look at G'day coming back and going, how do we adjust to that? We had a really tough line all ran really tough into Empoleon there. I felt like Empoleon was very free. The Altaria, Credilli, and Wigglytuff, 2 of the 3 taking super effective damage, and then the resisted damage from the Altaria, which we just discussed, is a losing matchup as well.
Yeah, and I also kind of noticed a bit of like a faux double steal strat happening from Gone as well, which really was effective into the Fairy and the Rock type in the Credilli.
Yeah, Gone just doing what the great players do, identifying 2 Pokemon there with with that sort of, I guess, that strong steal damage, and going, look, these 2 are going to be really safe here. Look at really good picks. You look across the board to G'day's team. There isn't a really solid reply to that Clefable outside of the Credilli fast move pressure, realistically.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see on G'day Bebe's side, we've got the Primeape as their fighter of choice. Now, do you see that having any play into what Gone has been bringing so far?
Obviously, the Empoleon was a big problem game 1, so you have to be considering the Primeape, but then there's the risk. Do you want to bring it when you've got the Gorgeist and the Clefable, both notoriously that we have the Primeape that doesn't really have that sort of bulk that we like in the meta. It sort of struggles, and it just can't handle the Incinerate damage, can't really handle the Fairy Wind damage. So it is a risk. You have to try to bring in and go, I've got to maybe try to draw this, draw one of the ones out. But if you did that game 1, he was 2 solid answers to your Primeape. So really hard spot here. It's just a really tough position. I'll be looking maybe at the Jellicent on the other side now for that first matchup. Even though we saw the Gorgeist, the resistance Incinerates aren't a real problem. Forcing the Meteor Mash can't be thrown, so you have to force the Moonblast out of the Clefable, and then you're resisting a lot of the damage from the Empoleon. So I think Jellicent would be my sort of pivot here. I'd look at and seriously consider that. But again, game 1, you can see why they've not considered, because you've got the Unova Stun, Pangoro, and Licky. Yeah. So both sides are it's a risk over reward. Maybe game 1 hasn't paid off, but now you make a prediction and go, we're going to see the same 3 Pokemon, so Jellicent has to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure Gone is really going to want to throw out the entire line of 3 to use in game number 1 to counter for the possibility of the Jellicent being brought in game number 2. So Jellicent might have a lot of play for that, mainly that reason.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's hard to go away from a winning strategy. That's the one thing that good players, you have to make the risk sometimes, but often you think, well, these are just the best 2 Pokemon or 3 Pokemon I have available, so I just have to run with it and back my ability to be able to manage my way around the game. If we do see something that's a little bit core breaker for that line of 3 in particular, a tough lead, we can play around it. We've got options.
Credilli was a Pokemon that... Oh, hang on, hold that thought. We have battle number 2, and it is... the humanity. Empoleon versus Wigglytuff. G'day Bebe is probably going to get straight out of there. No, he throws a Charm first, and then gets into the Credilli.
Goes in the Credilli, but again, straight into another losing matchup. So the Empoleon here with seriously outpacing the Credilli here, and would not be able to throw any super effective damage. It's just a really tough spot, and let the first Hydro go before a chance of even potentially looking at a debuff.
And the Empoleon is going to stay in. The Grass Knot is going to be thrown from G'day Bebe. We saw that in battle number 1, they threw the Grass Knot straight away, not trying to bait with a Rock Tomb. And again, Gone calls it correctly. Yeah, Gone calls it correctly, and you can load up a lot of energy before throwing the move before they get to the next one. And the timing there, absolutely perfect. Right before Killer gets the move. Throws up, it does get the first shield from G'day Bebe. Yeah, so this is interesting. So G'day Bebe is looking to try and... Oh, hello! We have a catch on to the Gorgeist, and that is excellent play because that Empoleon, if Grass Knot had landed, that would almost neutralize the Empoleon. The Wigglytuff might have been able to overcome that, but now that Empoleon has been kept so healthy, so it will still have plenty of play left in the late game. Yeah, but good play from G'day here, identifying that the clock was up and we'll be able to get into Wigglytuff, and now this is time we can sacrifice the Wigglytuff and get some of this charm damage off where it's not resistant like using the Empoleon. Yeah, so the Icy Wind is going to probably take out the Gorgeist if under. Oh, hello, we have an undercharge. So this is an interesting strategy because the Gorgeist was up to a Seed Bomb, and so that will really threaten the remaining HP on the Wigglytuff. And Gon throws an extra Incinerate as well, just to really just get that extra little bit that they need.
Yeah, they have shown to throw a shield up here, so interesting play. The C-Bomb has come through, but a straight pivot into the same Empoleon. The clock hasn't come up yet, so we're going to have to see a Swift throw in here to delay that even further.
Yeah.
But no threat to the Empoleon here. Won't need to shield this move, and we'll get a full farm down here if there's no switch out.
Yeah, so that was a great play by Gon, noticing exactly what G'day Baby was trying to do and said, no, we're not doing that. But now G'day Baby has that answer that we talked about, was the Jellicent. So the Jellicent does have a lot more play into the Empoleon than anything else that they've brought so far.
Absolutely, and does take the damage a lot better, although these drill packs will start that up. It's taking the second one now, and it will already be pushing to the yellow HP from an Empoleon that's done more than enough work in this battle so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So a Surf will be enough, and G'day Bebe recognises that. Gon is recognising that there is still more play that this Empoleon can have in the battle, so is protecting it. And now we'll throw one more Metal Sound and then the Drill Peck, which I think the Jellicent can just take.
Yes, but probably won't be able to outpace to get to the next move, so probably will cop the farm down, but it does actually just take out enough damage there, and I think we'll see some Metal Sounds come through here to complete the rest of the battle, and just Empoleon tidying up there like it did in Game 1.
Oh man, Empoleon is just coming in like the Rock, like the Undertaker, and just coming in with the chair, smacking that Wigglytuff in the back of the head, and then the Credilli as well for good measure.
Yep, just really it's really well navigated from Gon, identifying the Empoleon was his win condition and sticking to it, protecting it when he needed it to, and using that resisted sort of damage it was receiving and just letting it bulk what it needed to do. So, and then obviously the excellent catch on the Gorgeist as well to neutralize a lot of grass knot damage as well.
That was a very, very big play, and that's what enabled such a dominant win from Gon. G'day Bebe did have a couple of answers to the Empoleon, like we said, the Primeape and the Jellicent, of course, and like you identified, the Primeape is problematic. If the Empoleon can get up an energy lead, then it's not really going to matter what the Primeape can do in return, because those drill packs are going to threaten it so much. So the Jellicent was the kind of safer pick, but Gon played around the Jellicent so wonderfully that it didn't matter in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could bring the Primeape, but he did bring both the answers again. So it puts in a situation where you kind of force yourself to win the lead, and then it makes it quite awkward to try to play that way and go, I need to just lead this and hope I win.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the Mirror Empoleon on G'day Bebe's side. Was that maybe a potential option?
Yeah, definitely had some play, but there was, again, it's just kind of, there was risk in every part of the game. I think that Gon had the option of, look, I've got these 3 Pokemon that are quite obviously the best play, whereas they sort of, G'day Bebe's side was like, I sort of have to predict and make a sort of a hard call, which those always put you in a hard spot, because it feels like whatever decision you make, you could be hard punished either way.
Yeah.
Whereas I saw a lot of where Gon just looked like it was just confident play, he knew what he was doing, knew what to bring, and the strategy was quite clear. Lead the Empoleon, and if he caught the lead, he did, which in game 2 there, he caught the perfect lead, and then there was no counter swap that was really going to even threaten the Empoleon to throw out, to even have to switch out. It just could stay in, do some damage, get a shield, and then you could play around it, and it didn't really matter.
Yeah, and that's I think one of the most noticeable things about the way the meta is shaping up at the moment is that there's a lot of, especially with that 45-second switch timer, there is so much dynamic play with being able to build up a little bit of extra energy, even if you don't have a full charge attack built up, just a couple of fast attacks here and there, and then switching out and not stuck in this horrible matchup for so long. It's enabling you to kind of swap back and forth and weave and duck and dive, and it makes it really fun.
Yeah, exactly. And that storing that energy sometimes just isn't necessary. You can just go, okay, well, I know I can just any extra energy I have here in this matchup, I don't need to stay in and throw energy. I can just get out immediately, hard punish the swap, and then also go, all right, well, I don't, because there's no point of storing all this energy on Empoleon if it's not going to be used later on in the battle, right? If you're like, it's not going to be any benefit because there's something there that threatens, like the Jellicent, maybe you go, well, is the extra 3 or 4 moves going to really help me too much late game? But this battle here, go on, perfect example, load up on energy, look at a catch, things like that, where you can just sort of flip the balance of the battle. You've got they waste energy, you've stored a full move, and even in the late game there, you could have stored a move on the Empoleon, switching out, looking at that and going Empoleon might win CMP in certain Pokemon. You go, okay, well, I might need that move and that priority later in the game.
And that's why Empoleon is at the top of the meta at the moment.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a pest to the fairies. I think Debbie be one of Debbie's least favorite at the moment, but definitely a pest in the meta. And even with the the mud flappers around, it is showing its utility and its sort of dominance there, and there is a lot of cover for it. Things that are you've seen pairings with Empoleon that are sort of protecting it, like the Altaria coming out and just really neutralizing those Mud Slappers. And then there's not a whole lot of electric in the meta. There's some fighting, but there's a lot of cover for fighting as well. So Empoleon's sort of one of those picks that might feel polarizing in terms of it's hard punished by a lot of the meta in terms of the fighting type. It does have some resistance, but there's a lot of things like the Mud Slappers. They really, Gastron come in, doesn't have to can tank the moves, can do all that, but it's just like it just feels like at the moment there's nothing really. Yeah, it is. There's just nothing really punishing an Empoleon, which is like crazy to see because it is a Pokemon that is quite, it hasn't really had its place in the meta or a real like lock there. It's sort of popped up, kind of like Greninja in a way. It's kind of like Greninja. It's popped up, lacks some bulk, but also if it's not checked and the meta sort of suits it, it can get really out of hand really quickly.
Yeah, that's a really good analysis, I guess. As far as electrics to counter the Empoleon, that might be why we're seeing the Charge Bug here and there.
Yep.
Also, it does have some play into the Guzzlord. Like, the Guzzlord doesn't want to take an X-Scissor. It can resist the Volt Switches until next month. But, you have to shield against those X-Scissors that are coming pretty fast.
And then the Bug typing as well does allow the Mud Slappers to only be dealing out neutral damage to a electric type. So there's that utility. I think the Bug typing is what really helps Charge Bug push into that meta a bit further. You do pick up the additional weakness of Fire. But, again, we're not seeing a lot of Fire around because the best fire of choice or best fires of choice were we looked at I guess the Talonflame sort of had a bit its place in the meta. It's quite tough to bring, but then the only real fire user, funnily enough, now we're seing is more like the Gorgeist. The Incinerate damage is the only thing. I believe it's the only non-fire type with Incinerate in the game. So it's like, what do you bring? There's no real fire risk, so just it opens up doors for certain Pokemon to come through, like Charjabug.
Yeah, and then the other electric that I've seen is not really an electric, it's the Steelix.
Yeah,
the Thunderfang.
Thunderfang Steelix, and again, there's multiple ways you can play that, but you've got the Psychic Fangs, you've got the Crunch, you've got Earthquake, you've got to go for the Nuke if you need that, but you probably don't need that as much at the moment. You can sort of work on ramping up those Thunderfangs by just debuffing, or, is there potentially a look at maybe Breaking Swipe coming back into the Steelix's frame with all the Altarias around? I think that, maybe it might be more utility to, instead of just debuffing, you got the potential debuff of attack, but maybe instead of lowering the defense and making those Thunderfangs, neutral Thunderfangs more effective, you can kind of hit super effective. So there is that option as well. I think that it's probably, again, we look at the Empoleon, he's still throwing resistant Psychic Fangs, all of that anyway. So I think it definitely has play and definitely something to sort of play with, I think. But it is a cool Pokemon.
Do you know what the matchup between Altaria and Steelix is off the top of your head without Breaking Swipe? So, like, say, Psychic Fangs Crunch.
Altaria into that. It is, I just looked at it. I should know this. I should know this because I thought that might have been one of the matchups that was flipped with the Shadow. I think that the Altaria does still lose both scenarios.
Yeah.
And just because the Psychic Fangs plus Thunderfangs just slowly ramp up, and it can't get the. I believe it would require the third. With the one shield scenario is what I looked at. You can't survive the second. You can survive one Flamethrower with all that resisted Dragon Breath damage, but you can't survive the. You would be able to survive the two of them. So I think it is quite dominant for Steelix. But one of those matches as well where if you choose to shield, it's one of those ones where you could maybe look at a second shield and a full farm down, and then you can either debuff or throw big nukes.
Yeah.
That it does have with either Earthquake or Crunch as well.
So then we're also talking dragons. So the Altaria is the one we've seen on both matches so far. Haven't seen a Guzzlord yet. Now we have a small sample size. We've only seen 4 players.
Yeah.
But do you think that this will be a trend that we're going to see the rest of the day? That Guzzlord's kind of falling out a little, or do you think we are going to see more of those Guzzlord being used?
I think the more that we see Guzzlord now, we're seeing people. Once we started seeing Guzzlord rely on having to run Sludge Bomb, I think it kind of lost its place a bit in the meta in terms of it's like a nice solid spot. All the Azumarill come back. They're like, I need this. I need some sort of counterplay for these fairies. Yeah. But taking double super effective from the Fairy Wind users and the double from Charms, it just doesn't feel like it's really non-stab with the Sludge Bomb. It's not threatening a KO on any fairy apart from maybe a Whimsicott who's double weak to it. So I don't see Guzzlord. Yeah, exactly. It's not around, so it's not around to even be threatened. But those Fairy Winds, the Fairy Wind's not known as a really hard-hitting fast move, but into a Guzzlord, it looks like as strong as a Dragon Breath. So it is an interesting one. I can see a few people running it. There's some people that definitely do like it, and it's one of those Pokemon I think if you're comfortable with it, it's really nice to bring in, the matchups. But I do think that it does struggle a little bit in the current meta with, especially Sludge Bomb. I think that move is just really, just doesn't quite do the job in terms of threatening. If you're going to have like a coverage move, I think you really want it to, like Altaria, you sort of want it to really threaten that Pokemon. You want it to be able to make it, if you're not sort of threatening a shield, then I don't think it's got the same utility. Azumarill can just come in, can eat 2 Sludge Bombs, it's not really a threat.
Because the Sludge Bomb doesn't quite take out 50% of an Azumarill, does it?
No, absolutely not.
So
I think it's about 30%,
Yeah.
like not even, like 30, and then the Dragon Tail, I'll butcher that one, but it's doing absolutely no fast move damage. And just Azumarill feels like we've got a bit of a throwback to season 1 now. We've got Altaria and Azumarill are just all of a sudden back. Slightly different dynamic now. Yeah, where's the Registeel at? I did think about it. I was like,
really?
I did think Registeel. I looked at it and I went, well, at the moment we've got like the Empoleon matchup. You like the Focus Blast for all the normal, like for all those sort of normal types. The Furrow, you're resisting all the charge moves. So I'm thinking that like Registeel, like I kind of like go, it might be time for a bit of a throwback or something like that. something like that can sort of pressure. Zap Cannon obviously getting the debuff. That debuff was kind of electric. So these are electric damage. So yeah, maybe Registeel might be on the cards for someone who's maybe on the spicier side of life.
Yeah, I think the big reason that I don't think that's going to happen is because of the way that we've talked about how dynamic the play is at the moment.
Yeah.
Like there's so much chopping and changing you can do, like switching in and out, building energy, doing fast attack damage and charge attack damage, and having that balance between the two. Registeel is so unbalanced when it comes to that, so it does great in so many zero shield situations. But beyond that, like it's not helping you.
I think it's one of those Pokemon we look at and laugh. We always make the joke of like, if they had the third charge move, because it was like if whatever moveset you run, if you sacrifice sacrificing Flash Cannon for Zap Cannon, you are giving up a lot of matchups. For example, like the Gorgeist, if you run Flash Cannon, you've got some neutral damage. If you run Zap Cannon and Focus Blast, you are walled, and it's an Incinerate party for the Gorgeist. So it's not an ideal scenario, but I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that would thrive with the third charge move. But I would be glad not to see that, because I imagine the Azumarill's then all that coverage.
So is there a Pokemon that used to be good that you think is in a fairly good position to make a comeback?
Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of like, it's kind of that season 3 GBL era where it sort of like there's kind of a bit unknown, that was kind of like they tried their hardest to nerf Azumarill out of the meta. Never sort of happened. We saw Registeel take a back seat with some nerfs. Altaria, much the same. There was a buff of the ice types back then.
Yeah.
I don't hate the position of something like an Alolan Sandslash. I think that sort of thing still has a small has some play. Like it's severely outpaced. I think that the reason that we're seeing Altaria thrive is because although there's still some good answers to it, we're not seeing that solid like ice fast move pressure. So we're not seeing like something like the Powder Snow Slash, the Abomasnow, things that really like Altaria can't handle, doesn't want to see, regardless of how much spammier it is now with the Dragon Breath. I guess buff / nerf. It kind of made it changed its style, because usually it was like a Dragon Breath monster. It kind of just pushed through, it would farm things down, and then it would sort of be able to throw one, maybe a second charge move. Now it's able to output 2 or 3 charge moves across the battle, which is a very different dynamic for Altaria. But things like your Powder Snow uses a Bomber Snow, A-Slash, those sort of things really punish, like Walrein. We're not seeing them in the meta as much now, so I think that's kind of been pushed out by, I guess, the Empoleon. But again, Alolan Sandslash does have Drill Run, so we do. There is some potential there as well.
Yeah, I absolutely love Alolan Sandslash. I remember bringing it when I went to Brisbane and sucked there. But I played the cup the next day. I was like looking at the meta, and I had that same realization. Like, Alolan Sandslash is actually looking good into this. Ended up coming third to that during that cup. Like it's and I would say it is built off the back of that. So yeah, totally agree. Alolan Sandslash poised for some sort of run.
Yeah, it is one of those things that's kind of tough. I think there's a nice place for things that might have that 4 times weakness, but it does have 2 of them. It's got the 4 times weakness to fire and fighting, so it does make it quite hard. If there's any counter users around, it's one of those it's hard to bring because of that. Same, I guess Abomasnow is slightly better. It doesn't have double to the fighting as well, but I do think that there's enough utility that we might see a comeback of some ice types. With the Altaria around at the moment, I can just see that there's definitely room for that. And obviously the matchup with Azumarill with A-Slash as well. Yeah. It resists, resisting a lot of, and like we're not seeing Hydro Pump often, less your PvP Steve apparently. We're not seeing that very often, but
that's where a third charge move can come in handy.
Exactly right. So we're seeing the most commonly run is Dice being played after resisting all of those. So if I had to pick one Pokemon just off the top of my head, right? Yeah. I would probably go for something like that, but I can see that would probably sort of spice up the meta a little bit, sort of just to deter this Altaria, because Altaria is so dominant at the moment.
I would look. If I had to pick one, I would probably take that one. Like I do agree with that. But just a Pokemon that I like and I wish was better was Frostlass.
It's like my favorite. It's my favorite Pokemon that I didn't know before Go. I sort of stopped at Gen 3, but that Pokemon is just like. It did get the nice update of Triple Axle, which sort of gave it a different dynamic. It was good in some grassroots metas and things like that, but it kind of never got over the line as a ghost, because the ghost types we've seen in the meta, they're just so much more dominant. We've seen Sableye, we've seen Clawsilla come into the meta, and it just never really felt like it found its like. It was popped up. I think I did run it in Brisbane. And
there was a small.
I ran it. Yeah, I ran it in Brisbane with Carbink, and it was just I ran and when Carbink just got released, I built a really terrible one, and I was like, I'll see how it goes, and it did okay. I said but it did have its downfalls. It sort of losing matchups like against Superior and things like that. Kind of in the final against Jakob.
Well,
Frostlass, yeah, it was losing. It doesn't matter if you got in a good position, it was okay. But Superior was so safe because you could safe swap and you can't counter swap it and outpace. So you actually were in an all position.
They paced the same to their charge.
They paced exactly the same time back then. So it was very much an interesting sort of dynamic that it was good, but it also did feel like there was some threats for it. Just didn't feel like they'd. And obviously we had Bastardon for years as well, Talonflame, things like that, where it was sort of pushed out the meta. But I do love Frostlass and wish like if that came back, I'd be all over it. But I think if we saw the rise of the Ghosts again, I think that I can imagine we'd see something like the Sableye and Corsola come back, and we might just be in the same scenario.
Well, okay, so what do you think if Frostlass got access to Astonish? Would that help it?
Well, it had Hex for the longest time, right? So it has had Hex as a move when Hex was being sort of used by other ghosts. So just things like Dusclops and things like that also had access to it. So maybe having Astonish might be slightly different, but it has always been preferred as like a Powder Snow user. So maybe if we looked at an update, it potentially could sway it a little bit. But I think that I like the idea of ghosts like that can sort of combat against things like your normal types. Because I know that even Frostlass was. With Powder Snow, you could still push through things like you still output a lot of damage to things like your Dunsparce and things like that. Even though it was not a great matchup, you still had that, like the Powder Snows do add up, and you go from a sort of leaving it like just under half health to like sort of leaving it sort of closer to the red, so put in more farmable positions. So maybe that was where I preferred having the Powder Snow. But it's happened before, moveset updates, and you're just like, I didn't think that would even be viable. I'd never thought I'd Gorgeist with Incinerate. And I was just like, just don't think about it. And it's like, well, it actually is really useful for it. So it's a good it's a different dynamic. It changed it completely because it turned it into even the really bad matchups, Mandibars, things like that. These like Dark Flies that are really terrible. It gave you that strong, even though it's non-stab, like you got this really strong fast move damage that cannot really wall you anymore, even though you're throwing everything else resisted.
Yeah, and that's why if you're just getting into Pokemon Go, you've got to learn to become a hoarder because you cannot throw anything away. One move update is all it will take to make something turn it from garbage to great.
I had a rank 1 Spearow sat in my bag for about 4 years before I built it, and I sat it there and I was like, maybe one day. Yeah. And then we got an update, and then all of a sudden Druron, it became really heck update. It just became really good, and it was like short-lived. I think it's sort of a little bit moved to the side of people to figure out how to get around it, but I definitely think that you're right in saying that just keep everything. The bag space is worth it. Use your coins, get your gyms, get your coins, and use those coins on your bag upgrades, your Pokemon space upgrades, because you'll, like all of us, people been around playing grassroots tournaments, we've got the crazy roster of Pokemon because we just kept everything.
Oh, okay, we are into a battle. Look at this. Okay, we got Jumothy versus M-Tangy. Let's see what's going on here. We got Jellicent into Wigglytuff, and they are both on half HP. The Surf is going to come through from the Jellicent. Not quite going to KO that Wigglytuff, so it's going to be able to get off another attack of its own.
Yeah, we are in the late game here, so we look like really low health on both sides, but the Surf does come through here to KO the Wigglytuff. Hard for us to figure out what has happened this battle so far, but we will give you. We can imagine what's happened. We can see some low health coming through, and it looks like the Jellicent is going to try to battle its way through the last few Pokemon. He's very close. Doesn't get outpaced. He's gone for a catch. Catch unsuccessful. See if they're pacing here. Can we get to a move?
I think what Jellicent might have done is transferred the damage of that last Hex onto the Marowak.
Potentially.
Rather than trying to catch, because I think the Jellicent was a little bit away from the charge attack, which I assume Jumothy would have seen. So I think that was more of a transfer of damage to try and allow that Empoleon to survive one more Hex and get to a charge attack to KO that Jellicent.
Yeah, so trying his very best there to get out of that scenario. But Emmy taking the first battle with Jellicent just closing out the game there.
And Tiny running a Shadow and an Irregular Annihilate, which is pretty impressive. That's not a strategy I would have thought of.
So I'd assume we're losing game 1 here from Em. That's an invalid team. So we'll sacrifice game 1. It's actually 1-0 to Jumothy. But I think we'll get an update of that when it comes around to it. But we do have a standard meta team we're seeing from Jumothy at the moment. The Shadow Marowak, the Shadow Annihilate, we talked about a lot. Altaria, he's got a lot of airtime. with its coverage. It's really one of the more reliable, safe picks. Doesn't really get walled off by a lot of things at the moment. Wigglytuff, the charm user from hell, we don't like. It's such a tough Pokemon to navigate. It's something that, as a Sableye lover, don't love to see that thing around as much as it is. But again, and the Empoleon, which is super dominant, unique typing, the only Pokemon in the Pokemon, I guess, universe that has that typing of water and steel. On the other side, we'll get an update of the rest of the team. We do have the Shadow Sizzle, the Wigglytuff, Jealous, and Altaria, and again, multiple, at least one Annihilate. But
that would be a pretty boss move. That would make headlines.
It would make headlines.
So both trainers are opting for the more established fighter, I guess, in the Annihilate. So maybe we might have seen our only Pangoros for the day.
Yeah. I think we've seen a couple of Pangoros, but now we've seen some Wigglytuffs and Annihilate, so maybe all the Pangoros have gone off to hide for the day. But we are checking on a score update as well to make sure we are at the end of Battle 1.
Yeah, it could be the end of Battle 2. We are absolutely waiting on the update, and we're also looking at the teams, trying to figure out what each trainer could use, but we will not have to try and speculate because we are going to find out. We've got the Wigglytuff into the Annihilate, and so that is absolutely an advantage to Geomethy to start off.
Absolutely. And then we're seeing the stats up there, and the Empoleon is to be revealed as the last Pokemon for M-Tang there, I believe. Something that's not in the graphic there, so we have seen that. We can confirm the last Pokemon is the Empoleon. We are seeing the rollouts coming through, doing it next to no damage, and we just saw a Shadow Ball thrown from Geomethy here. Let's see if the Empoleon opts to shield.
And the Empoleon will not be shielding, and it can take this just fine and resist the rollouts that are coming afterwards. Now, M-Tangy not throwing on optimum timing there, so it allows Geomethy to get up an extra rollout. On a Licky where he gets those body slams and Shadow Balls so quickly, that can actually make a pretty big difference.
Yeah, it's that's the game of margins we have here, and perfect timing there, throwing on 9 turns just before the Empoleon gets that extra move through. So perfect timing there. Geomethy throws the body slam, is going to go through without a shield. Let's see if the Empoleon.
Yeah, and so once the Empoleon back of that, I believe it was the and also the Annihilate in the back that can take out the Licky with a bunch of counters and get up a whole bunch of energy.
Yeah, we do see the Wigglytuff on Geomethy side as well, so potentially not too much of an issue if the Annihilate does get a little bit of energy off this Licky, but we have to about that there, and the Wigglytuff is on the Annihilate move. Immediately gets out of there, and the Empoleon ends up on the Wigglytuff. It's a really tough position for M-Tang here.
Yeah, so Geomethy is going to be able to do a lot of work. We saw what the Empoleon could do against the Fairies in the last round as well, and it's going to be the same thing with this match. The Swift is not going to do much. It's going to be resistant to those metal sounds, just coming thick and fast and super effective.
Yeah, nothing really to do from the Wigglytuff here is take the damage. It has chosen a shield, but will likely lose the CMP tie here to the Empoleon. Just double check if my knowledge is good there. Has thrown the additional charm, so no CMP tie.
Yeah.
Hydro Cannon will come through and KO, and then it's the Annihilate on M-Tang side versus the World.
Yeah, and the world is Wigglytuff at the moment. Wigglytuff is the world. M-Tangy just does not have much play here. Now, the Annihilate does have almost 2 Ice Punches, so we'll see how much that does, but Geomethy also has a shield in hand as well.
Yeah, knowing you can survive the first one, if the only loose condition here potentially could be the Rage Fist bait, and then Ice Punch coming through with the additional damage.
Down all the way?
So I believe the Wigglytuff is at the Icy Wind, so the Icy Wind should, if my memory of shields is correct, there's no shields on M side, so this Icy Wind should come through and KO.
Oh, yep, okay. That's Geomethy taking advantage of that field position there, and it did come a little closer than it probably should have with the Wigglytuff versus Annihilate, and that's not something Pangoro could have done.
No, absolutely not. And definitely survived long enough to try to pressure that endgame there, but pretty well played from Geomethy. Had 2 scenarios there where the Wigglytuff was stuck where it didn't want to be, and so was the Empoleon in the end. So really well played, and I believe we'll go to 1-1.
Yeah, so we have got confirmation there that it is 1-1 now.
I'm not 100% sure, but we've got 1-1 our graphic currently. I believe it's 1-1, so we're potentially going for a game 3. Appreciate all the effort from our production team.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have the... I'm looking at that Licky on Geomethy's side. I reckon that might be like a really safe option to bring into game number 3. I don't think there's too much that can really hard threaten it. Like, we've established that the Shadow Annihilate does lose in the ones against it.
Yeah, it's interesting sort of Pokemon at the moment, because Licky is kind of one of the few Pokemon where, regardless of scenario, it seems to be throwing at least neutral damage. And in bad situations, especially like a Shadow Annihilate, doesn't really want to take a Shadow Ball. So we're looking at things like all the matchups, although it's throwing some resisted damage here and there, it's also able to throw the super effective into things like, the Wigglytuff gets Body Slam. You've got a clear option, what to throw at what, and you can super effective damage on, two of the things there as well. So not a really bad, it's really like, I guess, good observation pick up that Licky Licky is that sort of neutral pick at the moment where you can sort of reliably bring it. Be interesting to see how M adjusts there, and maybe we sort of try to make it a bit more neutral, because it felt there it was kind of the risk was Empoleon into Wigglytuff and Wigglytuff into your Annihilate. It's kind of like two really hard dominant matchups and really hard losses. So do we look at a more neutral option maybe for this game? Do we go, hey, how about do we look at a double steal option? Maybe we look at bringing in the Sizzle.
And then, do you think Mtangy does have like a go-to pivot Pokemon?
Something you can just switch into. Top of your head, you're looking at, I think that it feels like the Empoleon might be, you could maybe look at using the Empoleon to maybe draw out something like the Annihilate, get the drill pick off, let it go. You can outpace to the first move, so you can give the option there. You might give a bit of energy to the Annihilate, but then maybe you go Wigglytuff lead, so that damage, that extra energy doesn't really punish you too badly. It is quite polarizing Wigglytuff, but then if you leave that Scizor in the back, assuming that they don't, with a shield advantage, the Marowak hasn't come, so is it a safer pick? You can go, it's got really solid play into the Wigglytuff. It can deal with that shape, can really do some damage to the Empoleon. And Licky Licky is forced to throw Shadow Balls as well. So the pacing is really favorable for Scizor.
Yeah, all right. So I believe we are getting word that it was actually a 2-1 to Jamathi. So all that speculation.
Yeah, all for nothing.
All for nothing. So well done to Jamathi. Continuing on to round number 4 of the winner's side of the bracket. I think we are going to take a quick break before we get into the next matchup.
Yep. Time to switch out. Time for you to have a break. Yeah. Long session for you.
It's been a long day. I'm feeling sleepy. Time to go back and have a nap. We'll come back out refreshed, ready to go. Plenty
of beds where we are, so just go quick lie down, quick kip, and back into it. But good bench battle to start with, and then we'll be back after the break.
New Zealand, a country known for its breathtaking landscapes, rolling hills, and magical film sets. And in Pokemon Go, it's home to a very special regional Pokemon, the longevity fish itself, Relican. But this weekend, right here in Auckland, something else special was happening. For the very first time, the Pokemon Go Special Championships were taking place, and you'll find me, debbiepebble, right in the middle of it. 27 players from across the globe, local legends and international competitors alike, all battling it out for one thing: the chance to punch their ticket to Worlds and earn some seriously important championship points. Even I made a run in the tournament, but in the end, my journey was stopped by the 2025 Brisbane champion, Godzillama. And from there, Godzillama went on an absolute tear through the losers bracket. One by one, opponents fell Mikey Morgs, Yusei Farao, Dangerhawk 1269, and even the 2026 Brisbane regional champion, Gone 1001, as Godzillama powered their way through into the losers final, earning a spot in the grand finals against Jamathi. The finals was everything you could hope for. Both players traded games early, each taking a win before Game 3 went to Godzillama, threatening a full bracket reset. But Jamathi held strong, fighting back to bring the score to 2-2, and it came down to Game 5. In a clutch final performance, Jamathi closed it out, becoming the very first Auckland Pokemon Go Special Champion. Here's a few words from Jamathi.
I needed to be confident even if I didn't feel that confident, because I know that's held me back before. I knew that I needed to get, as good rest as I possibly could have. Previously as well, I've also been fixated on doubting my own team building skills. So I would doubt my own team building, copy someone else's team. Doesn't work as well, I think, for me. So this time I kind of stuck to my own team that I made, and I think it worked out, yeah. I remember in my final match, it was 2-2 grand finals against Godzillama. I had a line in mind that was like a bit different to how I've been playing at that point, which I've never led my Empoleon into Azu because that's my strongest answer. So I was basically calling out he was going to lead Azu, and I was doubting myself, or is he really going to bring Azu again lead? He's done it, 3 or 4 games out of 3 games out of the 4 that was played. But then I just said, I have to be confident in my gut, and then I just locked it in, and then I think it paid off. And then it was very reassuring that I guess like a lot of the work that I put in, like whether it just be team building or even just like the mental preparation, like yeah, it paid off. Knowing, and it kind of showed that I could go all the way. Finally, I think my advice at the end of the day is, first of all, is probably just to have fun. It's a game at the end of the day, and it shouldn't feel like stress or work. So I feel like whenever you feel like you don't want to, you like, oh, I have to go to the locals to like keep up with everyone, I feel like that's not a great sign. Maybe probably take a break. But if you're open to it, I think just like keeping an open mind, like a growth mindset. Whenever you lose, a good thing I like to tell myself is like, oh, what could I have done better during that match? And those like small things add up over time. Even if you like only learn like tiny bit, like maybe if you get 1% better, for example, after each match, even just 1% over like a few months, that really adds up.
Congratulations once again to Jumothy with his best buddy Quaggy right there by his side. Massive thanks to Play NZ, Card Merchant West City Auckland, and the incredible community, both local and international, for making the very first Auckland Special Championships such an unforgettable event. And you can't ask for a better souvenir than a stunning New Zealand regional Relicanth card slab to take home. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed that recap of Auckland Special Championships that happened 2 weeks ago, where Jumothy was crowned the first ever Special Champion of Pokemon Go in Auckland, because it was the first time that we had to go all the way to New Zealand.
Yeah, great to see our neighbours getting a bit of a taste of play Pokemon. So hopefully we see more of those in the future.
Yeah, it's, again, like with Oceania, people always think about Australia, but we kind of forget about New Zealand.
Yeah.
So it's great to see that New Zealand has a spotlight, has something like a Special Championships, and it was the event had 27 players, so I expect it to grow as time goes on. And again, now that Jumothy has locked in his Worlds invite, he now gets a chance to come back to Sydney and try to do it again.
Defend on home turf this time.
Yeah, and we just saw that battle against M. Tangy, where he went 2-1. So he proceeds into the winners, where M, I believe, is being dropped down to the losers bracket.
Yep.
So she's not out yet, but it does mean that she gets to play on once again. So we can see the next matchup here. We've got Fortois versus Terraflare 30. Now, Fortois, we know that he's been a world qualifier before, so we expect some good plays from him. Do you know much about Terraflare 30?
I don't personally, but I do love 6 Shadow Pokemon in one team.
Goodness.
Is a great effort. And we have seen the bane of GBL's existence for a long time. The Shadow Victory Bell has come out. And a personal favourite of mine, anyone knows that I do love Typhlosion, favourite Pokemon. So kind of hasn't had as much play in the meta as of late, but it is very impressive. Thunder Punch damage. It's got a lot of play generally in general use.
Yes.
But yes, interesting team.
Oh, look, I was looking at Fortois' team and being like, yeah, stock standard, a little bit spicy in a few picks, but not too crazy. Then looking at Terraflare 30's team and being like, oh my goodness, I don't even know where to start. Let's go basic meta first. Shadow Primate. I think it's the most meta out of all of them.
Yep, that and the Credilli probably in contenders for the most meta picks there. But we've got the double brush strategy and opting for the Primate. So everyone seems to be going for, the Pangoro has been out there.
Yes.
We've seen the Annihilate, and I guess there's the difference there in the both very strong Pokemon, but I guess the resisting the counter damage for Annihilate makes it probably the more desirable pick. Mm-hmm. But definitely just still has utility, does hit very hard, does have, like, that close combat is no joke. Especially have a few Rage Fists, even resisted, some things don't like to take that.
Or would you run close combat with Shadow Primate? Because it's just it's got the Shadow already. Do you just go maybe a different move? Because it just seems wasted to have that extra Shadow, but then it's close combat. It would take everything out, really.
Yeah, well, there's definitely options. You've got the Ice Punch as well, similar to what Annihilate has. But then you also go for something, if you want to spam that the fighting damage, you go for something like Cross Chop. There's a legacy move for it as well, which is, I think, what I run on my regular ones. I think so. You got that option as well if you don't want to debuff yourself, want to just outpace some moves. You probably go for that. But we've got other picks on there as well. The Shadow Salamence is a wild pick. What's your thoughts on the Salamence?
Well, I don't think I've seen a Salamence in, in a show 6 format, unless it was some sort of grassroots, like niche format. However, very spicy. I actually know nothing about it. Let's be honest. Like, I don't even know what the moves I'm expecting for a Shadow Salamence.
Yeah, I have faced one in I believe it was a Draft Master League tournament back when it was still level 40 Pokemon. So I have seen a Salamence back then,
Right.
but very niche scenarios, very niche usage. But it does have an interesting moveset of like some. I believe it does have. I believe it might have Fire Fang as a fast move. I'm not 100% sure, but it does have some funky fast moves. It does have the breaking swipe as well, and it can hit quite hard. It is very glassy though.
I can imagine. So again, a Shadow team, I think there's a lot of glass in there. So it is going to be a bit of luck and a lot of fast move damage.
Absolutely.
So talking about fast move damage, again, like you mentioned, the bane of Pokemon GBL, Shadow Victory Bell.
What a Pokemon is it? Well, option of Acid now, so we might see some Acids rather than the Razor Leaf
Yes.
we're used to seeing. I believe I can't remember the other. Is it Magical
Leaf,
Leaf? I believe it has
yes,
as well. So that's a more sort of, I guess, a energy generation sort of move rather than damage. It does have 3 options there. So current meta, it'd be interesting to see how they decide to go about it. I just would imagine we see just all that Razor Leaf, go for fast move damage completely. Not quite as strong as it used to be with the nerf, but Acid does also accumulate energy fast as well, so really threatening for things like a Wigglytuff. It does come. It does add up neutrally against the Cradilly, but we do have a Corviknight on the other side, so it really makes it hard to bring. It completely walls it all together, so really tough pick to bring. But I do think it would. What would you opt for here for the other sort of shadow we haven't spoken about was the Giraffe. What sort of would you go for? Would you be looking for the double kick or the confusion here?
I think confusion for sure. I think confusion with the Shadow and Giraffe Rig. It's so hard to get out of that matchup. And confusion being such, I believe, 4 turn.
Yes.
The timing to try and get out of that situation is also very difficult as well. So if you get hit with the confusion, you're just like, oh, okay, I need to get out of here. But then you're like, do I time at least one fast move, two fast moves, or okay, get me out?
Yeah, absolutely. In saying that, in this matchup, I think the double kick, you've got things like it's funny how the fast move determines so much of this matchup. You've got the Cradilly would take super effective, so would Empoleon and Pangoro, whereas the Empoleon and the Pangoro would resist the confusion. So it's got 2 scenarios where you go, oh, maybe double kick could be used. It neutralizes against the Corviknight as well versus resisted. So there's definitely some play for confusion, but again, you do have to lock in your moveset. You can't change every round, so we can't pick and choose. So we'll have to see if it does come, what Terraflow's decided to go for.
Yes.
But definitely, I could be sure we'll see some interesting battles here.
Indeed. And with, I think, from Fort Noir's side, someone that has been playing with like some great battlers, especially someone that's very familiar with the current meta, and then you get this team.
Yeah.
I think it's actually, like, if anything, he might be confused to what to bring, because he's very used to a small echelon of Pokemon to choose from. And now to have this odd variety that he hasn't seen or possibly familiar with, might be on his toes for this one.
It can be thrown because these players this high level, they're probably focusing on that top 20 to 30 plus the sort of more the higher ranked sort of or the lower ranked picks that might be sort of consistent in the meta. But they might fall a little bit short when they go, oh, look, they don't know about these. And there's people that run teams like, the 6 Shadows and things like that. They might know these matchups and go, hey, I know how the Giraffe Rig versus Wigglytuff goes. I know these matchups. So they might go, they might know something that the player doesn't know. And it can often throw you off when you're so prepared and you're locked in. You go, if I see this Pokemon, I switch to this. Even if I get counter swapped, I know what to do. This scenario, I fail to see how you can prepare for this.
I don't think you can. And I think it all really banks onto your knowledge and the history you have. We're going into game 1 here, and we can see that Shadow Primeape out on Terraflare's side.
Yeah, and we do see a switch out immediately into the Corviknight, but we also see a close combat coming through. Shadow damage here. This can do a lot of damage. It does get unshielded from Fortois.
Unshielded onto this Corviknight. It goes, it lands, it does so much damage to that Corviknight. The Corviknight is holding on, able to get an air cutter off, and now Terraflare going straight into that Shadow Typhlosion.
I believe he might have snuck the Incinerate through, so this should KO the Corviknight immediately. So it does force it out, and nothing here. There's only one more Incinerate to get the first Thunder Punch, which will force the shield off this Pangoro. It's not very bulky, and can't come to Jellicent because these Thunder Punches come out so quickly that they're going to do a lot of damage here.
It will, and what a flip of a scenario. deciding not to shield the Thunder Punch, and Thunder Punch will connect onto the Pangoro. The Pangoro does have a little bit of energy, manages to get to the Night Slash here. Terra Flare has 2 shields still in play with this Typhlosion. Decide not to shield. Lets a Night Slash go. It means that it can bring in this Credilli. The Credilli comes through, but we've all only got this Jellicent left.
Go straight in, and the Credilli has counter swap, but this isn't a terrible matchup. The Shadow doesn't love this damage. It would probably opting to shield the first here, maybe to look at a debuff, but we'll see first move has to be unshielded, so the damage has come through. So the tough spot now, the moves can come really fast now from Jellicent, so you can outpace the Surfs, but does throw a Rock Tomb and it does get instantly shielded, so in case that was a Grass Knot, has avoided that huge effective damage.
Correct. And I think that's a correct move from Terra Flare to just debuff this Jellicent, because it's all that really has all the HP left here. We do still have that Pangoro just for a catch later perhaps, but now this Surf is going to connect onto this Shadow Credilli.
Yeah, with the debuff though, it's not going to KO, so the next Grass Knot is going to come through, going to get that last shield off the Jellicent, or try to get the last shield off, and leaving both shields for the...
Forward has to make a call here. He does it on the last second there to shield the Jellicent, so it's able to be protected. And now this Primate is ready to go against this Jellicent. Jellicent already is there, goes for the catch, doesn't go and land there. The Pangoro goes down. It means that Jellicent is all that Forward has left.
All demo with 2 shields available, no shields left on Fortois side. It's back-to-back Rage Fists here that are going to KO the Jellicent here, and game 1 is going to be won by Terra Flare.
Oh my goodness, yeah, look, and this Primate still has so much energy as well. This Jellicent is going to go down. These super effective Rage Fists will connect. This will connect through. It means that Terra Flare 30 is on 1-0.
Game 1 secured with that really dominant lead, and that close combat coming through onto the Corviknight. Neutral damage almost did a good 80% of the damage there.
Yeah.
And then that a perfect catch onto the Typhlosion, knowing the Air Cut is not going to do a lot of damage. It's one of the few moves in the meta that Typhlosion probably can handle quite well. Snuck a move through, and then just Typhlosion just, didn't have to do a whole lot. Caught a move, got a shield, put the Pangoro low. And again, I didn't think that the play was to let the first move go on the Credilli. Thought maybe it's time to shield that and use your shields, but thought, no, I can survive both moves. I've survived 2 Surfs, leave both shields for the Primate, who just closed out the game so well.
Yeah. And like you mentioned before, again, with a team that is a bit peculiar, but a trainer that knows their team. That's the difference here, where Terra Flare 30 could understand the dynamic of the meta, possibly even finding core breakers into the current meta and being able to see the situations and seize them really well. And we can see again, just excellent play for a 6 Shadow team. I'm just gobsmacked.
Blown away, yeah, it is unbelievable. And the Typhlosion, you looked at, has had a bit of a fall off the meta, but looking at that matchup, looking how dominant it is here, it's got play against every single Pokemon on Fortois side. Super effective into 3 Pokemon.
Yes.
And nothing resisting the Incinerate damage on the other 3 Pokemon on the field. So it's only the Jellicent that can resist that damage.
Yes.
So and then still the pacing to the 2 Incinerates, only 2 Incinerates to get to that Thunder Punch, puts so much pressure on the Jellicent as well. So really good identification from Terra Flare, knowing that Typhlosion was going to be really good, and it's great to see, it pop in the meta and, be so dominant in the game there.
Oh, I think you're absolutely laughing on the inside, cheering to see that Typhlosion in this particular match. And I want to see it go all the way. No offense to Fortois, but I want to see more Typhlosion here, because we haven't seen Typhlosion since probably the last meta, where it did quite well. So when we were talking about fire picks with FishOnAHeater earlier today, Typhlosion was kind of mentioned, but it was also kind of who's really going to bring it? Now we know who's going to bring
absolutely. It's one of those Pokemon that sort of relies on that fast pacing, getting ahead on damage, and we'll see how it's used in game 2 here, and we'll get back to that after this game.
Yeah, we're into game 2 here, where we can see that Primate landing straight against that Jellicent.
Again, not a bad matchup for either. It's quite neutral. The Rage Fist, often you're letting the first one go from the Primate, but look how fast we get these moves. It's there within 4 fast moves, 8 turns to get that first Rage Fist. The first one does get shielded from Fortois side though.
It does. And look, like you mentioned earlier, this Jellicent is really the only particular Pokemon that is going to do well against that Typhlosion, and that Typhlosion is in the back in Terra Flare's side.
Yep, first shield does come up from Terra Flare, so using shields earlier than the last game. The pacing here, look how fast it gets to the moves. Gone for a catch on the Wigglytuff. Need to see it switch out here, but has thrown the close combat to do a huge amount of damage. Boosted here, this will do a good chunk of Wigglytuff's health.
It will. In usually most cases, Wigglytuff into a Primate, you'll be great in that situation, but takes the Wigglytuff entirely out. Wigglytuff is out of play.
And look what we have in the back here. We're looking for a switch out. We're debuffed here, but there's an Empoleon that does not want to see this either. So instantly switching to Credilli. What a really good pivot here. Getting out. The clock is still misaligned, so Shadow Ball isn't going to come through, but Credilli's going to put a lot of pressure on this Jellicent here.
It will. This Shadow Ball will go unshielded onto this Shadow Credilli. We know with Shadow Credilli, it can endure this, so it's able to get to its next move. It farms up a little bit more, gets to the grass knot here to really pressure Fortwa into a shield. Fortwa seeing it and going, yes, I need to shield this Jellicent right now.
Yeah, he knows the Empoleon in the back. He's got to switch out because he doesn't want this Empoleon to see the Primeape. So he's going to go, but he's going to have to take a grass knot before the Credilli gets off the field.
That's correct. And this is going to be a boosted one because of, not boosted rather, but a shadow one. So it's going to take so much health from this Credilli. And now this Empoleon, although it has energy, it does have to go against this Typhlosion.
Does go the Typhlosion. The first Incinerate does go through. Shield has to come up because this move will completely one-shot the Typhlosion. And I believe this will be able to get another Incinerate. Let's see if the pacing is on here. It will KO before this move comes through.
Oh no,
and now
that Empoleon is down. It means that this Typhlosion has so much edge. It's already at a Thunder Punch here, Stumpy.
It's going to do a lot of damage. It won't quite KO the Jellicent, who's quite bulky here, but this will do a lot of damage, and we'll see if it will be able to sustain any more damage here. But it's going to go up to 2 Surfs, attempt to catch there, but not quite the timing there to be able to catch that move. No. Surf will come through and should KO a Typhlosion from this range.
Yes, this will connect onto the field. It means that the Typhlosion is out. The Primeape is back in. Is Fortwa able to get to the Surf? It does. It gets to the Surf finally here, able to now get this through onto the Primeape. It will connect onto the Shadow Primeape on the yellow health side of things and should be able to lock in game 2.
Yep.
What a match.
Yeah, wow. That's unbelievably well worked out from Fortwa in the end. In a really awkward position early in that game, sacrificing Wigglytuff to a one-shot close combat. It's a lot of risk to take to just sacrifice one complete Mon when it has such a dominant matchup generally with a Primeape. Puts a lot of pressure on. But identifying that maybe there was a Typhlosion, so maybe it wasn't worth keeping Wigglytuff alive. Use it as basically another shield here, let it go, and then look at closing out with Empoleon. It has a lot of play into the things we've seen on the field so far, including the Primeape if it gets ahead on energy.
Yeah, I think with Fortwa, it was such a tricky situation for him, and he managed to pivot out of there. Given that, like you said, with the Wigglytuff, ultimately using it as a shield, because with Shadow-type Pokemon, we talked about how fast attack damage does so much, it's so oppressive, and if it's able to get to a move, your shields are so important.
Yep.
So sometimes you just have to just throw a Pokemon out and be like, thank you, you'll have to take this damage because we need to protect the ones that are actually going to help us to try and pivot and get out of this situation.
Yeah, we generally see scenarios where, you'll leave a Pokemon low health and look at the catch later in the game, but sometimes it's just as important to even go, hey, maybe my Wigglytuff wasn't necessarily the best pick here. Last game he bought the Credilli.
Yes.
He bought that. The Nihilape's out of the picture more or less. The Primeape's out of the picture more or less. So maybe Wigglytuff's target isn't going to be, I'm not going to be able to land my target on there. So I go, okay, well, doesn't have play, so let's just let that one go. We'll let the Wigglytuff go. It's done its job. It's basically been an extra shield, and now I can use shields on things like my Jellicent, so it's going to be able to use it like late in the game there. It was really valuable to have those options available.
Yes,
but we're diving into it. Yeah, exactly right. We're diving into game 3. Sorry to cut you off there. We're Wigglytuff into Credilli, and this is a great matchup for Credilli, but we do have the Icy Wind threat from the Wigglytuff side, but these super effective acids are going to come through instantly into Empoleon.
Yes, we switch out into the Empoleon. These metal sounds will connect onto this Shadow Credilli, so it will do quite a bit there. And so we can get to this Hydro Cannon. The Hydro Cannon will connect because Terraflare deciding not to shield. We know this Credilli is able to endure getting energy and now switching out into the Primeape. Now that Empoleon is locked in, so has to do as much damage as possible because the timer isn't up yet.
Yeah, we'll force the shield out. The Primeape here has to shield every move that's coming through, but we'll look to ramp up the damage here. How fast will we get? Looking at the farm down, but we'll have to throw another move before they get to their next Drill Peck.
Yes, and timing that well, going for the Rage Fist now, just before that Drill Peck is able to be unleashed. So this Rage Fist will connect. Empoleon is now off the field. It means that this Wigglytuff is safe to come out, but it does mean that Primeape is already at the close combat. We're going, I'm not taking that risk this time. We are shielding this Wigglytuff.
Yep, has shielded this time. Saw the damage did last time. It would have been way too much damage to take that time. So puts a bit of an awkward scenario. We're going to see the Typhlosion coming here, but the Wigglytuff has a bit of a lead here.
It does have energy, but now Fortwa is able to bring out the Jellicent, thinking, yes, that Typhlosion looks really good. I need to save that Jellicent, and now able to land onto the correct move. But this Thunder Punch is going unshielded against his Jellicent. That's so much damage there, Stumpy.
Yeah, and the combo plays come through here, saving the energy from earlier in the match, and has got the last shield off here. Now, awkward position for Fortway here. He's going to have to manage his energy really well to be able to maybe pressure this Typhlosion, who's still got a shield available.
That's right. And timing is so important here. So trying to farm up as much energy to get to those charge attacks, able to go for this surf. This will connect onto the Credilli. Credilli's out of play. The Typhlosion is back into play and able to do one hex and get to that surf.
Yes, but can the Jellicent survive the next Incinerate to be able to get off, or is he going to have to switch out into Wigglytuff to maybe try to look at a combo play to outpace the thing? But it's going to go for the Blast Burn. He has to go for a move. It's going to be outpaced.
It goes for the Blast Burn here. The Blast Burn will connect onto the Wigglytuff, and this is either going to take it out or leave it on a little bit of health. Takes out the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff is out of play. Is it able to get to the surf? It does get to the surf. The surf is now in play and able to connect onto this unprotected Shadow Typhlosion there, Stumpy.
Yeah, really well played by Fortway. He identified that he needed that one extra hex before switching out to save that damage and sacrifice the Wigglytuff to be able to then outpace the Typhlosion to that move there, knowing 3 turns on that hex.
Yes.
Getting through, and then we'll be able to get the move and throw the move before that next bit of damage comes through.
Yeah, very clever play from Fortway to be able to see the win con scenario there and being like, I need this Jellicent for later. I need to get out of here. Bring that Wiggly in just to absorb and let that play out so then he can finalize it with that surf. And again, Incinerate, such a long move to get to. So if that Incinerate was a little bit shorter, obviously it would have gone through and I think that would have won. But Incinerate being a 5-turn move, it means that the Jellicent could get to that surf and be able to finish off that match.
Yeah, it's a really smart player. Just really knowing the mechanics of the game, knowing that you can throw that 3-turn hex, switch out and catch the damage on the next Pokemon instead of having to take it onto the Jellicent. It just really well identified from Fortway there and played out of a really awkward matchup. Game 1 didn't go well for him at all. Game 2 took a really hard-hitting move from the close combat. Still managed to close out that game, and then Game 3 really identified the Jellicent, even though there was the threat of Victreebel that hadn't come. So let's go. We'll bring that in. It has good, and it has a pretty solid matchup. What you discussed earlier, no Bullet Seed from the Credilli, so the matchup with the Resist Acids, it makes it quite manageable. You don't get threatened by the Grass Knot as much. Even the Shadow doesn't quite hurt as much as you'd sort of expect usually.
Correct. So well played by Fortway. He continues on to into the winners bracket, still continuing on, where Terra Flare 30 will now go into the losers bracket. But again, excellent plays from Terra Flare 30.
Yeah.
What I suppose, such a different game style than we see from the regular a majority of average players that we see from in regionals, where it is a very explosive type of play. It is very hard hitting, very fast pace as well. And that was I thought it was an excellent match.
It was great to watch. It's interesting in game one there we had 2 shields still available for the 6 shadow Pokemon, so you didn't even need to protect them the entire game, just with how well he managed to catch something like that. So it can show how polarizing those sort of matchups can be, those shadow type Pokemon, and it was really well played. And hopefully has a good run on the loser bracket. We might get a chance to see his team later today, hopefully.
I think Stumpy wants to see more shadow Typhlosion. That's what we want to see.
Absolutely. That 1% usage needs to come up.
We want it on the infographic later.
Yeah. Just in the bottom corner, nice and small, out of the way. I'll take it.
Yes. Again, Fortway managing to now follow through into the winners, continue on his winners run. And I think with certain players, like I mentioned before, someone like Fortway that has been to Worlds, has played in multiple regional championships as well, and placing very well in all of them that has participated in, means that he's got that experience to pivot out of that situation where I know with players that are coming through, they might be a little bit intimidated when it comes to that kind of play. So knowing your matchups, knowing and trusting your Pokemon, knowing what worked really came through in those matches, especially game 2 and 3. Yeah,
I definitely think that's the advantage of I've always sort of thought that when you win battles and things like that, it's kind of can feel a bit like you're just going through the motions, you're playing battles well, you're doing what you've practiced for. When you do lose battles and play against good players and then have discussions with them, that's invaluable in terms of getting an insight into how they think about coming back from a bad advantage or how they play these awkward matches. Maybe Fortway's had a chat and gone, how do you deal with these polarizing teams? Is there ways that you adjust, or what's the focus? Do you go because some people you might panic and go, oh, I just don't know how I can manage this one Pokemon. But you
Yes.
go, okay, how about because in that matchup, he could very easily have just sort of folded under the pressure of the Typhlosion that had a lot of play.
Yes.
But he went, okay, well, I've just got to stick to my Gels and knowing I can survive a Thunder Punch. I can absorb. That's the one Pokemon that can sort of absorb this damage. Nothing else could. The Empoleon definitely can't. And so I think he really just went to that, and maybe he's gone for a strategy of, hey, I know this can do, like, this is the utility of Jellicent here, and this is my win condition. I've got to stick with that. You give it its shields, and knowing, like I said, we said it before, the Wigglytuff identifying that wasn't going to have much place, so just let it go. It might feel like a rash decision to let one of your Pokemon get completely taken off the field immediately.
Yes.
But sometimes that's the calculated move that it requires to get something out of the team.
Yes, and I think with the Wigglytuff in Game 3, he was able to get a few charms off onto that Shadow Primate. So although Wigglytuff never got to a charge move, it did still have that pressure to take that Primate, the fighting type, off, so then it could let that play out, so then all the other Pokemon can have its, I suppose, time to shine.
Yeah, it also forced the you're right in that. It actually forced the Typhlosion to throw the Blast Burn immediately. Because it was only, I believe, one more charm away from the Swift. So the Typhlosion had the option to go for, like, let's go for an undercharge and get one more Incinerate to try to pressure the Jellicent. That wasn't an option. You didn't have they had too much energy. The Swift staying in on that in the Primate, it had enough energy there to be able to force the Typhlosion to throw a move that usually you'd want to stay in that matchup and go, the charms do nothing. I can just get an extra 1 or 2 Incinerates, and that's 20 energy per Incinerate. That's a lot of extra energy to be able to throw at things like Jellicent. The extra Thunder Punch does it. Then we may not have seen the end of the scenario where it outpaced the Typhlosion to the move because it would have had the extra Incinerate. So it was really well played, and that the good use of that's where using a shield made sense to protect it rather than just eating a close combat again.
Yeah, that's correct. And again, these players know their team. They know when to shield.
Yep.
They know when to be like, nope, we're not shielding this one. We're letting it go. Now, we're into the next match here. We have Nighttime Clasher versus, I believe, pronounced Eula.
Eula. I'm glad you gave me the instructions there because I am notorious for butchering names. We have seen something we discussed earlier, though. On the side here, we have the Alolan Sandslash.
We do have a Alolan Sandslash on Eula's side. And the other thing that I noticed on that side as well is a Superior.
Yeah, we did talk about Superior as well. There's been a few things we've mentioned today and some discussions, and we have said as well the Talonflame. So there's a few meta picks there. We're going to go straight into the battles, and we can talk about those later, but we're going to see what the leads are here. We have the Corviknight on Nighttime Clasher side and Licky. So relatively neutral matchup here. A lot of neutral damage being thrown on either end. We'll see how the plays play out and how long they decide to stay in this matchup.
Yeah, look, these sand attacks aren't really doing too much, but we can see these rollouts. They're both pretty even actually in this scenario. Now, Nighttime Clasher going straight for the payback here and seeing if Eula decides to shield or let this go. Not shielding the Licky here. It's able to take it down to half health.
Yeah, opting for the harder hitting move first, thinking that the Licky is less likely to want to use a shield this early in the game. So, good identification there. Didn't need to fish for the Air Slash boost there. So, does have to eat a Shadow Ball for its trouble, and will get outpaced now due to throwing that high energy payback first.
That's correct. And now this Shadow Ball is coming through onto this Corviknight. The Corviknight deciding not to shield in this play. It's still able to hold on there and still able to farm up quite a bit more. So pacing it out. Actually, the Licky gets switched out into the Azumarill, and now we're into a Azumarill mirror matchup.
Hope you have some conversation starters for the next 10 minutes while we watch the mirror match coming through here. We're going to see some neutral player ups and resistant bubbles. We've seen this matchup from as far back as Season 1 and preseason of the GBL.
We have. And look, I think if it's the time for a coffee, this is the time now. But we will see these player roughs being swapped over. But Stunky, let's have a look at the back line when it comes up, because it means that they have switched out. Both of them have energy in play. They have a Guzzlord, and we've got the Shadow Talonflame there.
It is the Shadow Talonflame indeed, and plenty of time for the players to think about here. The other thing to consider is that the Corviknight is loaded with 2 Air Slashes worth of energy there, or a payback depending on what they would like to throw. So player ups coming through again here. The Guzzlord does have a more favourable matchup in the back there, throwing the neutral damage into the resisted damage that Talonflame would throw. But that shadow damage is no joke.
No.
It will ramp up, and it might be considering a catch here somewhere. but we'll see the players decide to go about it.
Yeah.
Pair does come through.
Yeah, look, I think from Nighttime Clash's point of view, going, let me get this Azumarill out of the way. I have got a Guzzlord in the back, so I want this Azumarill out. So it's able to go last for that play rough there. Now for the switch up from Eula's side to able to catch this play rough onto the Licky Licky. Licky Licky deciding not to shield. It will go down, so it means that Eula has to decide whether do I bring back my Azumarill or do I bring that Talonflame out now. You can see on Nighttime Clash's side, he's ready to go for that Guzzlord. The Guzzlord comes into play and meets this Shadow Talonflame.
Shadow Talonflame does come through, and we do see the pacing here from the Guzzlord is quite oppressive here. We're going for the fly immediately. The Guzzlord does outpace just ahead there to get the first Brutal Slam, but does have 2 moves loaded and forces the first shield out of the Talonflame.
Yes, and it means that the Talonflame is now able to go to the fly. It doesn't go for the Flame Charge here, so and then Nighttime Clash being like, no, we're not taking this. We are going to shield this Guzzlord.
Absolutely, and with how long this matchup's going to take, there's already another 2 moves banked on the Guzzlord here, but remember, we do have some energy in the back, so there could be a potential combo play as well available for Nighttime Clasher. Really awkward spot for Alua.
Yes, and now they've brought back their Azumarill, so the Azumarill is met with this Guzzlord. The Guzzlord does have Sludge Bomb, so it can take this out of play. The Sludge Bomb does connect on the Azumarill. Azumarill has gone down, so it means that Eula is left with this Shadow Talonflame in play. Doesn't shield this Brutal Swing.
No, sees the writing on the wall, I believe. Knew that the game was quite tough in a couple of battles, so let's choose to let it go and gives a little bit more time to reassess before next battle.
Yeah, look, Nighttime Clasher still had 3 Pokemon in play there. Eula still had 1 shield in play there, so it was a very volatile game, even though that Azumarill mirror match happened, but a lot of thinking can happen in that time, and I think with players, it gives them a bit of room to be like, okay, where's my win com here?
Yeah, exactly.
When do I switch out? When can I actually play this and bank it later? And I think Nighttime Clasher played that very well.
Yeah, played really well. And the Licky Licky got sacrificed there with a bit of energy. Maybe we could have thought about playing that a little bit differently. And it's hard though, because you spent that much time. You spent probably a good minute and a half playing the Azumarill matchup, thinking, how do I switch around this? You sort of feel like, is there a bit of pressure to go, oh, look, maybe I have to make a play here. I know that the Corviknight has some energy. Do I have to do something a little bit funky? Just in case in a scenario they're in where there was the Guzzlords in the back and Talonflame isn't going to be the strongest here, so I maybe have to preserve my Azumarill as well as preserving some of the energy on the Licky Licky. So
yeah,
it's a tough situation to be put in, but Nighttime Clasher played really well, switched out really efficiently when they tried to come with Azumarill to catch the payback, and just really well played and really good, I guess, not panicking from Nighttime Clasher's side. Just went, I've got this energy, get out of here, save it, don't just throw it at something I shouldn't throw it at.
Yeah. I think both players didn't want to swap out.
No.
Because you had Nighttime Clasher with the Guzzlord. You had Eula with the Shadow Talonflame. So they both don't want to see Azumarill. So they wanted both of the Azumarills to be as low as possible. Yep. And again, it was just that switch at the end that really just determined the entire match afterwards. Yeah, because both their lead Pokemon still had energy. And could have been used as a shield at some point or fired off the air cutters like you mentioned with the Corviknight. So Nighttime Clasher just managed to see the window and able to utilize that.
Absolutely, and you think where to go from here? We've got to combat this Guzzlord somehow, so we'll see how.
Yeah, where do we go from here? We're going to the game 2 that we can see here, and we've got the Azumarill comes back in from a Eula side, but we've got the Shadow Sizzle from Nighttime Clasher.
Yep, immediate switch out into Licky. He's leaning on this as a safe swap option here, really reliable. He's going to stay in for a little bit longer with the Sizzle here, and bank some energy and switch out into the Guzzlord.
Yes, this Guzzlord is so tanky, so we know these body slams won't do too much to it. So this is going to be a bit of an energy generation play with both of these particular Pokemon because they both are so tanky. Now, this Licky Licky is able to get to, actually baiting here for a Shadow Ball, but it's going for a body slam instead.
Yep, going straight for stab body slam, doing a lot of damage. Throw another move through. The Brutal Swing will come through 1 KO, so has let the move go through, and just a lot of charging required here to get each other off the field. But Licky Licky is going to lose the CMP tied to the Guzzlord there.
It will, and now that Brutal Swing is going to come through, does it decide? No, Eula decided, no, I'm letting this Licky Licky go. Being able to bring back the Azumarill, this is a better matchup, and letting the Azumarill, the Fairy type, against the Dragon type Guzzlord here.
Yep, and we'll take a Sludge Bomb here. We'll see how accurate our prediction was, how much damage it'll do. I think I said 30%, but we'll see.
I agree. It takes about 3 Sludge Bombs to take an Azumarill out. It's unshielded, and it isn't a great scenario for this Guzzlord. So I'm unsure whether Nighttime Clash is going to just let it go, and it does look like that is the case. I thought he might switch out there and save that energy for later.
Yeah, but it does have that loaded energy on the sides also, straight in, and we'll probably go for Crowways. But no, has immediately switched out, and the Talonflame is met by the Azumarill here, so really favourable spot for the Azumarill.
Yes, it is a great spot here, and the Azumarill is able to go for that Ice Beam. Again, there's 2 shields in play here. You are being like, you know what? I might be able to save the shield for the Azumarill. It actually survived. I was really surprised about that. I thought that would go down in 1 hit, but now we can see 2 Azumarils in play, 2 shields in play. Stumpy, I think you and I both know what happens here.
Yeah, right on the wall here, I think on one side, and it just seems like it's going to be tough game to close out. Really tough alignment. The Talonflame really didn't find its target of the Sizzle. It was sort of stuck against Guzzlord and Azumarill. So
yeah, we can see Nighttime Clashes. They're trying to go for the Sizzle here to try and at least get these bullet punches down to make it a little bit quicker and able to now get to the Night Slash. Now this Night Slash is not super effective, but this Azumarill is in such little health. This will connect. It will take the game, and that means that Nighttime Clasher finishes this off a 2-0.
Yep, 2-0 battle, pretty favourable, it's pretty dominant there. I think the Guzzlord has a lot of play in there. The Sandslash didn't come, and it was hard to bring. I said it was definitely had a tough time, so pretty just good solid play from Nighttime Clash at the side.
Yeah, look, I think with Nighttime Clash's team, it's very well rounded.
Yeah.
So if you would be it'll be hard to bring a very polarizing team to it because it just has a lot of not only neutral play but very dominant play if it's in the right matchups. Yeah. With the Alolan Sandslash, I think it would have done really well. However, you've got the Shadow Marowak there as well that looks very, very scary from the other side. And I think as much as you try to play around it, Eula tried their best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm stuck with the Talonflame. I think that was probably one of the harder picks to bring after you saw the Guzzlord and the Azumarill in game 1. But then, game 2, we landed the Sizzle in the lead. So if you lead the Talonflame there, it's a different start. We're talking about a very different game. So
yes.
It was a game of margins, but I think there was good balance, you said, on Nighttime Clash's side. He's got a lot of neutral picks, a lot of bulk, but then even the risky picks have still got a lot of play. So pretty dominant.
Yeah, I believe Nighttime Clasher now proceeds on. It might be either the semi-final or the final of his bracket now that he's proceeded through. So he's, doing incredibly well on this Sydney Regional, coming out here to try and take our Oceania Championship.
Absolutely. It said it's trying to get someone from out of Oceania to try to take a title. So definitely worth the effort. We welcome all challenges here in Oceania. So
we do. So
excellent to see a good crowd of good variety of nations coming across to try to sort of take the title.
Yeah, and we'll continue to see some play. We're going for a short break. We'll be back shortly after this break.
New Zealand, a country known for its breathtaking landscapes, rolling hills, and magical film sets. And in Pokemon Go, it's home to a very special regional Pokemon, the longevity fish itself, Relican. But this weekend, right here in Auckland, something else special was happening. For the very first time, the Pokemon Go Special Championships were taking place, and you'll find me, debbiepebble, right in the middle of it. 27 players from across the globe, local legends and international competitors alike, all battling it out for one thing, the chance to punch their ticket to Worlds and earn some seriously important championship points. Even I made a run in the tournament, but in the end, my journey was stopped by the 2025 Brisbane champion, Godzillama. And from there, Godzillama went on an absolute tear through the losers bracket. One by one, opponents fell Mikey Morgs, Yusei Farao, Dangerhawk 1269, and even the 2026 Brisbane Regional Champion, Gone 1001, as Godzillama powered their way through into the losers final, earning a spot in the grand finals against Jumothy. The finals was everything you could hope for. Both players traded games early, each taking a win before Game 3 went to Godzillama, threatening a full bracket reset. But Jumothy held strong, fighting back to bring the score to 2-2, and it came down to Game 5. In a clutch final performance, Jumothy closed it out, becoming the very first Auckland Pokemon Go Special Champion. Here's a few words from Jumothy.
I needed to be confident even if I didn't feel that confident because I know that's held me back before. I knew that I needed to get, as good rest as I possibly could have. Previously as well, I've also been fixated on doubting my own team building skills. So I would doubt my own team building, copy someone else's team. Doesn't work as well, I think, for me. So this time I kind of stuck to my own team that I made, and I think it worked out. Yeah. I remember in my final match, it was 2-2 grand finals against Godzilla. I had a line in mind that was like a bit different to how I've been playing at that point, which I've never led my Empoleon into Azu because that's my strongest answer. So I was basically calling out he was going to lead Azu, and I was doubting myself, or is he really going to bring Azu again lead? He's done it 3 or 4 games out of 3 games out of the 4 that was played. But then I just said, I have to be confident in my gut, and then I just locked it in, and then I think it paid off. And then it was very reassuring that I guess like a lot of the work that I put in, like whether it just be team building or even just like the mental preparation, like it paid off. Knowing, and it kind of showed that I could go all the way. Finally, I think my advice at the end of the day is, first of all, is probably just to have fun. It's a game at the end of the day, and it shouldn't feel like stress or work. So I feel like whenever you feel like you don't want to, I have to go to the locals to like keep up with everyone, I feel like that's not a great sign. Maybe probably take a break. But if you're open to it, I think it's like keeping an open mind, like a growth mindset. Whenever you lose, a good thing I like to tell myself is like, what could I have done better during that match? And those like small things add up over time. Even if you like only learn like tiny bit, like maybe if you get 1% better, for example, after each match, even just 1% over like a few months, that really adds up.
All right, we're back with FishOnAHeater. Welcome back.
Yeah, so glad to be back. It was really cool seeing the celebrity in Nighttime Clasher doing his best work while I was backstage. I'm keen to see if I can shoutcast one of his battles a little later on.
Yeah, and now we're into the next matchup. We have Godzilla versus Futa009. Now, Futa009 is a Japanese player that has come across to Sydney to, try their luck over here against the recently runner-up of the special event in Auckland, Godzilla. And it looks like we're getting straight into game 1, Fish.
And it's a good start for Godzilla, who is running the fairy in the floor just into the Altaria. Is Futa going to stay in and build up a bit of energy, maybe throw a sky attack? Looks like they are staying in for now.
They are staying in because these Chilling Waters or the Trailblaze do not do super effective damage to this Altaria, so it's able to tank it quite well. Even though it gets debuffed, it did get a little bit of energy ahead, so this is a good time to swap, but decides to stay in here for a little bit longer.
Yeah, so maybe getting up to a second attack. The sky attack will come through just before the next charge attack is reached by the Forges, so the sky attack is going to be unshielded, probably not even going to take it into the yellow because of that debuff.
That's correct. And now just into the yellow, this next Chilling Water is coming through. Now Futa has to decide whether to shield or not. Decide not to shield, able to take it really well on this Altaria and still staying in.
Yeah, so Futa is just playing this one out, and that might give Godzilla a little bit of a clue as to what the backline is, because we see the Annihilate there on Futa's side, which is obviously not going to like that Florges a lot less than what the Altaria would anyway.
Yeah, with these insights, we can see if they stay into a particularly bad matchup, it does give the other player going, well, why? Why are they staying in here? So Godzilla now able to go to the Trailblaze going, look, maybe I need to power up here before I get out of this situation. Annihilate now comes through, which is an odd situation, but it was on such little health. But Godzilla now go for their swap into that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive attempt at a farm down and didn't quite get the full farm because Godzilla then decided to give up their own switch clock and now brings in the Marowak, which is just chunking through the Annihilate. The Annihilate does have a second Rage Fist, which it does get off against the Marowak, and the Marowak is going to have to use that second shield, so Godzilla is now investing heavily into this Marowak.
has invested heavily because this Marowak can do so much. Look at so much damage there, and the mud slaps absolutely add up. Both Pokemon that's going to come out it's a poor situation because that Rock Slide can connect with that Altaria, and those Bone Clubs can really add up against this Empoleon. It's able to go straight for this Bone Club here, and Fuda has to shield.
Yeah, but it's still a bit of a dicey situation because the Empoleon paces to that charge attack so quickly, and so the Marowak does have to get up the attack to get rid of it off the field, but instead we bring out the Altaria, and now the Altaria is going to throw a flamethrower into this Empoleon.
It will connect onto this Empoleon, but this Empoleon can endure. So it's able to possibly just metal sound down on this Altaria, get a little bit more energy, so it's able to launch it off onto the next Pokemon that comes out. The only thing that comes out here is its own Empoleon, so it's able to farm up, now able to go for the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, so that'll take a little bit of chip off of the opposing Empoleon, and the Empoleon can take it because they know that the Bone Club is there from the Marowak in the back, and so we need to keep the shield for that.
Yes, so again, it has to just and take all this, actually going and shielding here on their own Empoleon, and able to now farm up to 2 Hydro Cannons ready to go.
Yeah, that is also a great strategy because Empoleon will win charge attack priority against the opposing Marowak, and so now Godzilla is in a bit of a dilemma. He's got the Florges that is still there, so maybe a bit of a peekaboo play on the cards. We'll see what he decides to do. Waiting out the switch clock.
Waiting, and brings out the Florges, and it doesn't fall
for it. So the metal
Patience
sound.
from Fuda side, and able to go for the Hydro Cannon. Again, as you mentioned, it does win charge attack priority here, and is able to connect this Hydro Cannon onto the Marowak.
Yeah, that was tense. There was a few different things that Godzilla could have done, and obviously Fuda was at a disadvantage there because Fuda just had to react to whatever Godzilla decided to do. So it was kind of the ball was in Godzilla's court.
Yeah, and look, it was such a interesting play of things because I think once that pivot, again, Fuda played incredibly well because using his game knowledge, so not quite on type play, because why would you bring in, if you've got a fairy type with a fighting type, it just seems like a poor lineup. However, knowing the situation, being like, okay, got a little bit of health in, and then Godzilla forced the hand to try and swap out, so then it didn't get so much energy and would take down the Florges in that scenario. So yeah, really well read from Fuda.
Yeah, absolutely. Having that Florges in the back, just barely staying conscious with that the tiniest little bit of HP almost saved the day for Godzilla. Otherwise, it would have been just a pretty cut and dry situation.
Yes. And I think these players, what we both have on screen at the moment, they're both incredible players.
Yeah.
So we expect to see some incredible plays, and just like that 1%ers that can think outside the box to read the scenario, go, okay, how do I get this from a clear-cut match to something that I can make into a winnable match for me?
Yeah, and we're at the stage of Pokemon Go as just a sport where it's so hard to define what can put someone at the top of the game because it is little 0.1%ers. There's little tiny decisions that don't appear to mean anything on the surface, but then end up making the world of difference later on. They're so hard to find and pinpoint, but when you can find them, then they give you such a huge advantage over the competition.
Now, Fish, we didn't have time to look at the teams earlier, but what I can see from Godzilla and Fuda's team is that they've got 3 of the same Pokemon. They've got the Altaria, they've got the Shadow Kanto Marowak, they've got the Licky. Oh, actually, 4. There is also the Empoleon. So there's only 2 types of different Pokemon. One is and guess what? One is Fairy, the other one's Fairy. One is Ghost, the other one's Ghost.
Yeah.
So it's a better formula that they've got both running at the same time.
Yeah, so while the Pokemon that we're seeing, the specific species are differing from regional to regional, we are, like you said, seeing the same formula. Everyone's got a Fairy, everyone's got a Steel. So many teams have a Ghost, so many teams have a Mud Slapper. So you've got the optionality of what you want to bring to each one. Let's see what they bring into battle number 2. We see the Corsola into the Annihilate. That is not a situation the Annihilate wants to be, so it is just going to get straight out of there. We see Annihilate shaped a dust cloud as it gets off the field.
Look, this is a great scenario for Godzilla here. It's able to now bring their Licky into play, going straight Shadow Ball here, not even bothering with the Body Slam. Fuda has to shield here, and now is 1 shield down.
Yeah, Fuda is just going to protect this Altaria at all costs. The Altaria will get to the Sky Attack fairly quickly with the newly buffed Dragon Breath. They're getting there much quicker than what it used to.
Yes, and these rollouts will connect onto the Altaria. It is a flying type, so it will do quite a bit to it. And now Godzilla able to go back to another Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball is not protected, brings that Altaria down into the yellow.
And so now one more Sky Attack, and this is going to really, really threaten the Licky Licky. Godzilla immediately deciding not to shield, so either thinking that they can survive and get to that Body Slam, or doesn't do it. So Futa does achieve what they set out to do, which was to win back alignment in their favor.
Yes, and now this Corsola comes into play, which is actually might be a great scenario for Godzilla. Corsola takes a while before it can get to its charge attack, so maybe be able to farm down this Altaria, get and bank a lot of energy, so it's able to launch a charge attack when next
Look
Pokemon
at this.
But now the Licky Licky comes out, the Marowak comes out. That means that the Fuda can safely bring in that Shadow Annihilate. So yeah, it's a battle of the shadows.
Yeah, and it's just not a really pleasant situation for Godzilla now. Fuda winning back that alignment has gotten the upper hand in this arm wrestle at the moment. The Annihilate and the Marowak. That is a fairly even matchup, but then you've got the Licky Licky into the Corsola, and while the Corsola does have a lot of energy, I don't think it's going to be enough to take out such a bulky Pokemon as Licky Licky.
That's true. And look, the thing that Shadow Annihilate does not like is fast attack damage. And we know with Shadow Kanto Marowak, it has so much fast attack damage. So it's going to be a battle of the shields. The Annihilate is now out of play. Now the Licky Licky comes back into it. Marowak, on a sliver of health left, is able to get to that Bone Club.
And this will absolutely help the Corsola's cause. The Corsola does also have a shield that it can utilize as well. So Fuda is now going to throw that Body Slam, is not going to try and do any kind of farm down shenanigans because the rollouts are resisted and it is just going to take way too long.
Yes, and with Godzilla, it does have a shield in play. It does have Power Gem and a half here, but now it has to make a call. Is this a bait or not? If it decides not to shield, it does shield on the last second, but if it decides not to shield, that would have been game over there. Able to now get to the Power Gem. This Power Gem will connect onto this unprotected Licky Licky, but this Licky Licky will endure. It has so much health, but if it can get to the next Power Gem, it might be all over.
It's going to make it too. It's going to win that race, and it was close because if Licky Licky had gotten to that attack first, it would have won charge attack priority and taken out that Corsola. But the Corsola did have enough energy that it made a difference. So landing that Bone Club from the Marowak made all the difference in the end because it just helped the Corsola along, made the job a little bit easier for it, manageable for the Corsola so that it could overcome that bad matchup.
Yeah, we call it a team for a reason because each one has its place and works together as a team. So again, each line, each Pokemon on Godzillama's side added to the next Pokemon, so it could actually launch and finish it off in that gameplay. And again, Godzilla seeing that, being able to pivot and now be able to get to a 1-1. So we're back to square and fair.
Super exciting. I love to see it. And it was that alignment at the start that really set it up for Godzilla. We thought that once Futa had one back switch advantage on their side, we're like, oh no, what's Godzilla going to do now? But managed to work that out in the end and get the advantage back in his favor.
Yes, and it's I give all credit to Fuda here. Fuda can, for a very clear situation where it could have been a very rock paper scissors scenario, managed to pivot and come to a point where we're like, oh, actually, this might flip here in this scenario, and it came down actually really close. So it takes an experienced player to see those scenarios. And again, he showed it in game 1, he showed it in game 2. I expect to see it in game 3.
Yeah, so we're looking at the teams at the moment, and that Corsola is a bit of a risky choice. It's kind of a high risk, high reward strategy.
Yes.
Because it's going to absolutely struggle against both of the normal types on Fuda's side, in the Wigglytuff and the Licky Licky. If you can match it up against that Annihilate, though, oh boy, Christmas comes early.
Yes, it does. Indeed, it does. And I think having both very similar teams, and again, although different fairy types and different ghost types, you have to kind of almost play neutral in this matchup, because if you don't, again, high risk, but sometimes not a high reward.
Yeah, for sure. So you're thinking Godzilla should probably bench the Corsola?
I'm not playing in this scenario, but I think that Godzilla is probably thinking very hard at this moment in time.
For sure.
So as someone that has versed Godzilla previously in previous matchups, I know he'll be thinking a lot right now.
Yeah, for sure. There are other options that Godzilla has against the Annihilate. Obviously, the Altaria will do pretty well against it. The Florges will do well against it. And Marowak in the lead scenario will definitely be able to beat it. But each of them does carry its own risk. So if you bring the Florges, for example, which is probably the second best answer to the Annihilate, then you risk running it into the Empoleon, and you're in the same state once again, where you're just a hard counter situation, and you've got to try and work out alignment back in your favor again.
Correct. And although it does have Trailblaze, it's still not the best move to be used against Empoleon. So you could just try and soften it, but again, it's not desirable in that scenario.
Yeah, and then Altaria, you might run into the Wigglytuff as well. It's scary. I would be scared coming up against Futa's team right now if I had Godzillama's team.
Look, I will not be surprised if the game 2 lines come up again, exactly the same as it has, because I think the lines were actually perfect. It's just unfortunate with the lead that it wasn't in Futa's favor.
Yeah, and we saw how they managed to navigate that, and that's kind of the benefit of the way the meta is at the moment. We remember the dark days when it was all alignment based. It's now so much more fun and dynamic than that. And if you do lose the lead, there are so many options available to you to be able to work that situation out.
Yes, and that's I think the beauty of the Precious Paths meta that we have at the moment, that there is a lot of room for niche play. And if you know your Pokemon well enough, you can read into those situations where, like you mentioned earlier, whether it's a 2-shield scenario, whether it's I know how much my Empoleon can tank a certain move, so then you can actually just play it out and save your shields for later. So again, both of these players are incredible players, and they know their Pokemon well. I expect a very, very exciting Game 3.
Oh, yeah, I'm so keen for it. They are really taking their time to lock in. They're thinking out there. They each get 2 minutes to make their pick. So
yes, and now we're talking about that. We're into Game 3. Both of them have locked in, and we can see a Shadow Kanto Marowak against an Altaria on Futa's side.
Yeah, so this is advantage to Altaria, but the Marowak does have the Rock Slides that it can hit back with. It is going to take more than one Rock Slide, though, to be able to really threaten this Altaria, and it's a regular Altaria too, so it can take even more damage.
That's correct. And now go for that Sky Attack. And actually, Godzilla being like, you know what? I'll take this on board. Usually with the Shadow Marowak, we tend to see more shield action, but we can see a swap out into the Licky, and now another pink Pokemon comes out on Futa's side, the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, Love Cups come early here in Sydney. We have the Licky and the Wigglytuff. It's a fairly neutral matchup. The Body Slams are going to add up because they come very, very quickly, whereas the Wigglytuff can throw the Swift or the Icy Wind, depending on what Futa wants to get out of this situation.
That's correct. The rollouts will connect over, and the Charms will also do a lot of damage onto Licky's side as well. The Wigglytuff now into the yellow and building up a lot of energy on the Wigglytuff side. It's able to go for a Swift, and it's only, I assume, one Charm off another Swift.
Yeah, and so this is going to be interesting because the Licky was at a Body Slam, so yeah, throwing that straight away because I actually don't know who wins Charge Attack priority there. That's an interesting one that I'm definitely going to look up later. But the Body Slam is going to KO that Wigglytuff, so Godzilla now has the alignment, and we've got the Florges against the Altaria now if that's what he wants to do, and the Marowak can go in against the Empoleon.
That's right. This Empoleon now comes into play, so the Licky here has to make a decision going whether he wants to go for a bait, but actually going for the Shadow Ball here. The Shadow Ball would do so much damage to this Empoleon if it decides not to shoot. Doesn't shield on the Empoleon, brings it down at half health.
Yeah, so that's going to be huge. You wouldn't have gone for a bait there because that HP was so low. I don't think you would have gotten to another attack after that. So now this Marowak is going to come in. Now the Empoleon, this is why Empoleon is so good. It now has 2 Hydro Cannons and is going to be able to throw them both onto this Marowak that otherwise would have been able to take care of the Empoleon quite easily. And now we got a catch of
wait. We have a Rock Slide in Godzilla expecting the catch, going for the Rock Slide, and Buddha actually shielding that up.
Oh, so many things just happened. So much reading of the opponent. So the Florges is going to come out, and it's going to like this situation. The Sky Attack is going to hit the Florges and going to take it around 30-35% of its HP off.
it will, but these fairy winds will add up. And look, the chilling water will also bring the damage down on Altaria's side. And because they're both switched into this, they are locked into this matchup for a while.
Yeah, the Marowak does have some energy. I don't remember if it had a full Bone Club ready, but it was going to want to fire that off into the Empoleon. The next Sky Attack is going to come through. It is Chilling Water debuffed, so it still won't KO, and the Dragon Breaths aren't going to do anything either, so the Florges is still not worried despite being in the red.
Yes, and the timer is up on Fuda's side, so it can go for a potential catch anytime at this point. But now they're actually both switched out at the same time, and Fuda actually going for the Hydro Cannon straight away. I believe that Godzilla has to shield here.
Yeah, surely, because one more Mud Slap should take it out. The Empoleon is not going to be able to get to another Hydro Cannon. The Altaria is not going to like a Rock Slide, but it does have a shield, so you've got to get up to 2 moves, and Godzilla just throwing the Bone Club, that is the way to go, because you're not going to get up to 2 Rock Slides. You have to throw 1 Bone Club, and maybe at this range, Bone Club might be enough. Cold from Fuda!
It's not enough there, and now trying to go through. This has a shield in play. It has to try and Fairy Wind down. It does, and it manages to get through. It means that Ataria went down there. Godzilla was able to take it out and getting a 2-1 on that match.
So the Sky Attack should have come out there. The Fairy Wind, so often you might see a situation where the opponent comes in with a Pokemon with a 1-turn fast attack, and in that case, the damage will come through and get rid of the last amount of HP on the Altaria. But with a 2-turn fast attack, you are granted a full half second where you can throw that move. So I am expecting either a review or a concession.
Yeah, but we'll see what comes into play shortly. But again, well played by both opponents there. The players' incredible match.
Yeah.
Just so many flips and turns, and I'm just gobsmacked that this isn't even the finals yet.
Yeah.
This is not even the finals yet. We're still making our way there.
I love seeing the interplay between the Altaria and the Marowak there. Like that short span of time where Godzilla expects the catch, so throws the Rock Slide, and then Futa predicts the Rock Slide and shields it anyway. Like it all happened. There was so much reading of the opponent there, and it was inspiring.
I think it's almost like instinctual when you get to that point where you know what's coming, you expect it coming. And this is like that high-level gameplay as well, that when you play for such a long time, it's instinct.
Yeah.
They just pick it up straight away. And that the fact, again, that it was caught on the Altaria, and I think you and I were both like, oh no, there's Bone Clubs going on this Altaria, oh no. Oh wait, that's a Rock Slide! Hold up.
Yeah.
So it was, that was so exciting to watch, and just the reading of both players of each other's gameplay. I think that was incredible to see them, at their highest tier.
Yeah, totally. From a bit more of a macro perspective, like the way the Marowak was able to influence the game as a whole, I thought was really impressive on Godzillama's side, because it was obviously threatening that Empoleon so much, even though the Empoleon had been able to build up so much energy to be able to essentially neutralize. It should have neutralized what the Marowak was doing. Like the swap out to catch one of the Hydro Cannons absolutely flipped that back into Godzillama's favor. It was just so topsy-turvy and back and forth.
Yeah. And look, we'll leave it up to the judges to make the call for Game 3, so while we're waiting for that. But again, just the caliber and the tier of gameplay that we've seen so far today, it just keeps getting better and better as the day progresses. And we're not even I think we're closing in on getting closer to the finals, but we're not even there yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, we still got a lot of game to play before we get into the finals, and that excites me very, very much.
Yes. And look, Godzilla, someone that, like I mentioned earlier, someone that I faced against in Auckland as well. And when I versed Godzilla in Auckland, I looked at his team sheet and I was like, hey, this looks like my team sheet. So the only thing that we had in difference was that I had an Empoleon and he had a Charge Bug.
Okay.
So when I played against him, I was like, it was a similar situation to here, where I didn't know what to bring because it was against my own team. And what I did, which was a bit cheeky of me, was that I lost game 1.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, fair. I lost game 1. I wrote down his line.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, he brought this, this, and this. I brought that line into game 2 because I was like, that is a brilliant line.
Yeah.
And he thought really well. He like looked into my team and looked at the neutral matchups, and I was like, okay, like, you know, I'll bring this line in. So I used his game 1 line for my game 2 line.
Yeah.
And won that game.
Ah, yes. So you took a game off a regional champ.
Yeah. You know, just a day at work. He did beat me in game 3, but my point is
that's not
we
important.
won't talk about it.
Yeah, no one cares about game 3.
Yeah, no. Who would? He just came, you know, runner-up at special championships in Auckland. So yeah, he had to get through
runner-up, whatever.
Yeah. I just lost to the runner-up. You know, it is what it is.
That's a really good strategy, and that's kind of the thing that makes the tournament format so exciting is the strategy of and analyzing your opponent's team and their lines and being able to formulate a counter strategy.
Yeah. If anything, I learned a lot from that match because I was like, I didn't even know what my team was good against.
Yeah.
And the fact that he could read his own team, which is basically my team, except for a few things swapped over, and thought, okay, this is the best scenario. So, and that I could use it against him and be like, yeah, he was right.
And I also find having one Pokemon or 2 Pokemon of difference between the teams is also a really fascinating scenario because often just that one Pokemon of difference can really just change the entire chemistry of the team, especially against the opposing team. Like that one Charge Bug might have been like a bit of a core breaker to like 3 or 4 different things on your team, and so that made it kind of essential.
Well, even just going into the match that we just watched, it was like the Corsola and the Annihilate, whereas, you know, Corsola, big, bulky, takes a long time to get to a charge move, where it's complete opposite for Annihilate, where it's just like bam, 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 like it's just so oppressive.
Just different play styles, different strategies.
Correct. And again, as someone that loves a lot of fairy types, we've got the Florges and the Wigglytuff, which is the complete opposite as well. So they complemented each other.
Yeah, very much. And so super exciting to see. We are still waiting on the result of that last match to come through.
Yeah, we are. But like I said, both players played incredibly well. And, you know, Fish, if you were playing today, so if you weren't casting today, what would be your team of 6?
Oh, okay. So I have played in some Open Great League tournaments throughout the course of the season.
Yes.
I have yet to create a team that hasn't absolutely sucked. So
are you picking your favourites again, Fish? Are we bringing a Bomber Snow?
I mean,
what's
that.
happening?
I mean, I do like an Bomber Snow. I think it could be something. Like if Annihilate wasn't, and Empoleon in particular wasn't where it is, then Bomber Snow might have a little more to speak about.
Yes.
But unfortunately, that's not the case at the moment. One pick that I do like, and I did kind of throw in a mention of it a little earlier in the stream, was Spiritomb.
Ah, yes.
I think Spiritomb is a dark type with a surprising amount of play into the fairies. It can beat Florges in the ones if they choose. I mean, the Sims have it where the Florges is throwing a Trailblaze. If it does throw straight Chilling Water, then the Florges will win that. But the fact that it gets close enough to where that makes a difference speaks for itself. It can also beat Azumarill in zeros and ones or ones and twos. I think it would be ones and twos, just because of the power of that Rock Tomb. And Rock Tomb, like I said earlier, is just a move that makes any Pokemon usable.
Look, I want you to just keep talking about the Spiritomb, because I remember on the last time that we were casting together that on my casters predictions or my favorite picks, Spiritomb was on there, and you said so many bad things about my Spiritomb.
Actually, that doesn't sound like me at all. I would never.
We have come back around. I'm like, you keep digging that hole, Fish. You keep digging that hole. Keep telling me about Spiritomb.
It's terrible. It's terrible. It'll never work. Was I bad mouthing it? Because it hasn't
roll
like,
the tape. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right. Maybe it was like a less conducive meta to it, or
yeah, it wasn't. It was good, but it was. I think you said it was a lesser version of Sableye.
Oh yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah. So I think those were, or like towards the thoughts or the premise of that.
Okay, well, yeah. So it is the meta then. Trying to rewind it back. It is the meta because the Sableye is out of it because of the prevalence of the normal types, whereas Spiritomb doesn't have that same problem against normal types. It's got Sucker Punch instead of Shadow Claw.
Yeah.
So it's neutral damage, and then the Rock Tomb as well. It
Yeah.
succeeds
You dig out of that hole. talking about Spiritomb is a very popular pick for the EUIC meta, which is happening next week. So I've had a few players already approach me going, Debbie, do you have any Spiritombs to trade? And I had 13. I had 13 Spiritombs to trade. So I was like, yep. So last night at dinner, we were trading away. But unfortunately, my Spiritombs were from 2020. Out of all the Spiritombs that I traded, I think at least 80% of them became lucky.
No.
So sorry.
And it's so funny. I'm sure you've done trades for a PvP Pokemon with a non-PvPer, right?
Yes, yeah.
So it's always so funny. They're going lucky, and you're going not lucky, not lucky. And one person cheers, and one person's like, oh.
Yeah. No hundos, just a lot of lucky Pokemon that people weren't happy about.
And so Spiritomb is not something that I had seen too much of in the EUIC meta. I'm seeing a lot of Spidops. I'm seeing a lot of Licky.
Yes.
I'm seeing a lot of like Dragons, Dragougi, and Kingdra.
Yes.
Do you reckon Spiritomb is like the spice pick, or?
I think Spiritomb is being readily used.
Yeah.
So it might not be in that like top 4, but I think Spiritomb is something to definitely consider bringing into EUIC.
Yeah. Okay. Really good, interesting pick.
Yeah, and look, EUIC it is a limited meta, so it's not open Great League. There is like certain restrictions, so hence why something like Spidops does so well. I expected to maybe see a couple of Spidops today because it is something that can be used in open Great League, but probably not the choice.
yeah. So the Bug Bite, obviously, and Empoleon, I feel like is really dictating a lot of what the rest of the meta is because there's like it's.
Well, Empoleon Altaria, right?
Yeah.
Like it is a.
Those two
tough.
go quite well together as well. As a core.
Yes. I mean, like you could bring that as a GBL line maybe.
Yeah, absolutely could. Licky is your third.
Oh, okay, not Spidops.
No, forget about Spidops now. All right, we are going into this is going to be so hype. This is Rick Flareon against Pokemon Moneymaker.
We do have Rick Flareon against Pokemon Moneymaker. Both, in the late Oceania scene. Like, again, we talked about Rick Flareon before, where he is pretty much like, if there's a regional, there's Rick Flareon. It's bound to happen. And he's got a really interesting team. I know he was a bit cagey with his team. I asked him last night, like, what's your team? He's like, I haven't told anyone. Okay. But we can see there is a Gorgeist, Empoleon, Licky, a Shadow, a Alolan Ninetales, a Shadow, Annihilate, and a Unova Stunfisk.
And the Ninetales will not be running the Community Day move of Chilling Water because that's not eligible yet. It takes 2 weeks.
That's correct. It'll be available on in 2 weeks' time. So it will be. Oh, I don't even know what it will be moving, but I imagine it will be Weather Ball and Disarming Voice.
Yeah, for sure. And Chilling Water, Weather Ball, Chilling Water.
Oh, Weather Ball, Chilling Water for next time.
Next week. Oh, yeah, today. Yes, yeah. Anyway, Pokemon Moneymaker is running the Corsola, Licky, Corviknight, Shadow Marowak, Credilli, and Shadow Annihilate. So double Ghost on his side there. And look, both of these players, again, we're getting really into the nitty-gritty of the championships now, where both of this could be a final. Yeah, sure.
It absolutely could be a final because these are both, like, if not champions, finalists as well. So it's going to be an incredible match. I expect to go to a game 3 just because both these players are, again, I'm a big fan of both players. But if you ask me yesterday, who's going to win Sydney, it'd be either these two.
And we're going to find out who's going to win winners round 3. We've got Pokemon Moneymaker into Rick Flareon. We see Rick Flareon with the Ninetales and Corsola on Pokemon Moneymaker's side.
Yes, and we can even see a little bit of Honey Heights on that Corsola as well on Pokemon Moneymaker's side. These is it a bit of a neutral matchup here?
It is fairly neutral. I think the Corsola does have the upper hand here. We are going straight for a Dazzling Gleam from the Ninetales, so this will just take a large chunk out of the Corsola. So as bulky as it is, it's going to really hurt.
It will hurt here, but like again, Corsola is so bulky, able to endure quite well, and able to get this. Now, actually, Rick deciding not to shield here, but is able to hold on and get to the next Weather Ball.
Wow.
To able to hopefully take out this Corsola, but Pokemon Maker still has 2 shields in play.
Yeah, that's a bold play that really worked well for Rick Flareon. So able to get the shield and keep his own, and is going to be able to maybe come in with probably the Licky to be able to just get up a whole bunch of energy. A Power Gem is going to be neutral against the Licky, but it's really not going to do too much to the Licky in the end. So now Pokemon Moneymaker will come in with his own Licky, and it's going to be a bit of a battle of the bulk.
That of the bulk, but hey, one is shiny. So we always know that the one that's shiny does more damage. It's not true. It does not do more damage. However, we see this is going to be here for a little bit longer. We can see that with Rick, he does have that Gorgeist in the back. But Pokemon Maker still has 2 Pokemon in the back as well.
Yeah, and they're both ghost types, so it'll be interesting to see how Gorgeist plays against both of the ghosts. The ghost that you really want to take on the Gorgeist with is your Corsola, but it's on so low HP that a couple of Incinerates will take that out.
It will, and it's very hard, in my opinion, hard to play with that Gorgeist because those Incinerates also are so very slow, and we know with Annihilate it gets to this rage fist so quickly. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Again, another body slam going through onto Rick's Flareon shortly. Again, I believe he has to save all his shields for later.
Yeah, it looks like that's the plan. Now, I assume the final body slam from Rick Flareon is going to come through and take out the Licky, and now Pokemon Maker will be able to come in, presumably with that Annihilate and get up some energy, but Rick Flareon's not going to allow that to happen. He's going to come straight into the Gorgeist.
Yes, and look, these counters do almost nothing to this Gorgeist here, so this Annihilate is only relying on these rage fists. Now the first one will come through, but it does have 2 shields, so the Gorgeist will be protected here. And now this Corsola comes back into play, and it's able to go and get this charge move off. But Rick also was trying to go for that Seed Bomb.
Yeah, and how much energy did that Corsola have? Did it have 1 Nightshade or 2? That is 2 Nightshades. So the Seed Bomb will come out and will be shielded by Pokemon Maker, and Corsola will be able to get off this second attack. And I don't think there was any shields left on Rick Flareon's side.
There is no shields on Ric Flareon's side, so that means that this will connect onto the Gorgeist. Do you know how much damage this does, Fish?
A lot. So much. I mean, not enough, though. The Gorgeist is still standing, and so the Licky is going to come back out, and it's going to be able to get a huge rollout down, even if the Nice
it's onto a Shadow Ball here as well. Onto this Annihilate. It means that the Shadow Ball will connect onto this unprotected Shadow Annihilate. What a flip.
Oh, man, the Licky coming to town, has its tools, has its weapons, and is staring down the Annihilate and taking it out, winning a point for Rick Flareon.
Rick Flareon with the 1, and again, we're seeing these incredible players play into the top level of play here. And I wasn't sure about that Gorgeist. When that came out on Rick's side, I was like, oh, this looks really bad on his side. But that Licky came through in the end.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the Gorgeist trying to win the day in the end game for Rick. It turned out to be just the setup. It just set the ball so that the Licky could spike it in the end.
Yeah, exactly right. And it did have enough energy just to able to just do a little bit more to be able to clinch out and get to that Shadow Ball to take out a very healthy Annihilate in that scenario. So again, congratulations to Rick on that game 1. If you're Pokemon Maker now though, what do you do in this scenario? Going, okay, I just got outplayed there with a Gorgeist. What do I do?
So I was really interested by the ABA Ghost strategy that Pokemon employed in game number 1.
Yes.
I'm surprised that the lead was the Corsola, because you're in such a more difficult position if, for example, Rick has led with the Licky. Most people have been using Licky as a pivot Pokemon, a safe swap, so it made it a little more predictable that he wouldn't encounter the Licky in the lead. But I would have been tempted to run Annihilate in the lead just in case they decided to switch it up and throw that Licky into the lead.
Yeah, and look, Rick led with a Shadow along the Ninetales, and even with the Shadow Annihilate, it's not a bad matchup for the Annihilate, although it is a fairy type on that end, but the Annihilate is so oppressive. It gets there so quickly, and those counters do so much as well, even though, again, fairy type. Yeah,
for sure. So I think I would like to see from Pokemon Maker if there was any adjustment to be made. Maybe keep the Annihilate, but also Corviknight, I think, has a lot of play. Rick Flareon only has one thing that is truly terrifies the Corviknight, which is the Stunfisk.
Would you be scared of the Gorgeist though with Incinerates?
It certainly is painful. But
painful is correct. I think that's an apt word for it.
But the Corviknight has air cutters and paybacks to be able to throw back. And so if you get up energy on the Corviknight, you've seen how much of a strategy aggressive farm downs are in the current meta. It's harder to do with a Sand Attack user, but it is doable. Yes. And you can absolutely fire back against the Gorgeist there. So really, the thing that the Corviknight just has so little play against, even if it does have energy, I think is the Stunfisk. That's its greatest fear.
Yes. So we'll see if that comes into play. Do you expect Rick to bring in the Ninetales again?
We're going to find out, Debbie.
We will.
We are getting into battle number 2.
Locked into game 2 here. We see Rick with the Licky, the golden Licky against, again, like you mentioned, a Corviknight.
So fairly neutral. The body slams are resisted by the Corviknight, and the Corviknight obviously very much benefits from its typing, which can resist so many things. So the Licky is going to have to rely on Shadow Balls to get any damage off on this thing.
Yeah, this Shadow Ball is now being launched, and Pokemon Maker being like, nope, I can tank this really well on my Corviknight. Now only just into the yellow.
So the dance continues. Licky will be taking this payback to the face. It is not going to KO the Licky. In fact, it only does about half of the remaining HP, and then the Ninetales will come out on the field.
Yes, and now Rick has brought the Ninetales to lure out this Licky here. So it's able to now get up to almost two Weather Balls, going for one Weather Ball. It won't absolutely do anything too much as a Licky, but we need to try and chip it down.
Well, I mean, it did a fair bit. It took it into the yellow. The Shadow Ball is reached by the Licky, but not before another Weather Ball comes out. This won't quite KO it, but it'll put it into farmable range.
It will, but it does have so much energy on the Licky side. Now it's able to go for another Shadow Ball, and Rick has 2 shields in play.
Ooh.
Decides not to protect the Shadow and the Alolan Ninetales. It means that it can bring it down into the red. It might be able to get to another Weather Ball, but the Licky is able to get to the Body Slam first.
Yeah, so Pokemon Maker did not want that Ninetales to come out with all that energy. Had to throw the Body Slam to get it off the field. Rick does not want to spend a shield at this particular stage on the Ninetales. Ninetales, you've done a good job, but I don't think we can invest in you anymore right now.
No, but it doesn't mean that he gets another rollout to get a bit more energy there, able to get to the Shadow Ball here, and Pokemon Maker still has 2 shields in play. He has to decide whether he wants to protect this Corviknight or not. Decides, no, let that go through. The Corviknight is now into a sliver of health, however, is up to a payback already.
Oh, and a bit of a miscue, I think, from Pokemon Maker, letting through an extra rollout, which might KO the Corviknight. Let's see if it's still there. Yeah, the Corviknight is gone, and now it is going to be the Galarian Corsola, which is not liking what it is seeing here.
No, and look, did you see what Rick has? Has the Shadow Annihilate there as well. So again, this Corsola is a bulky Pokemon. It has 1 shield left, and Rick has a full Annihilate and this Licky with energy.
Yeah, and so Rick is probably going to give the game away here by shielding at this low HP. That might give Pokemon Maker the clue that, I think this matchup in the back is going to be very favorable for me. The shields are down on Rick's side now, so he has gone all or nothing here.
He has to in this play because he's trying to get this shield out of play. It means that Pokemon Maker doesn't shield this one. It does bring it into the yellow. But again, Corsola is so bulky. Goes for the catch, and now it's able to catch this move onto the Annihilate, but it is a ghost-type move here, Fish.
Yeah, this is a sacrificial play. This is Rick saying, the Annihilate's not going to be able to do anything for me, so I'm just going to send it to be eaten up by the monster that is on the field. But I don't think it's going to matter. The Corsola is going to get to that Nightshade, and the Licky is on so low HP that the Nightshade will be enough to take it out.
It will be enough. And although Rick had energy there, Pokemon Maker still had a shield in play. So unless he had 2 Shadow Balls, it was really risky at that point. Even if he went for a bait, no point there. So 1-1 into this match. That, again, could have been a final.
Oh, man. These are exciting battles. I'm loving them. These are some of my favorite battles that I've shoutcasted, to be honest. These are so hype. Seeing the way those the Licky and the Ghosts have been interacting, the Ninetales play as well, and seeing those little intricate decisions that both players are making. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, and again, I think what you mentioned before, the Corviknight looked quite good into Rick's team, and when Pokemon Maker did bring it out, look how well it played out. I think it was really the MVP on that game 2 for Pokemon Maker, to be able to absorb a lot and also deal a lot at the same time.
Yeah, so then do you think Rick Flareon does it just by bringing that really hard counter in the Stunfisk, or do you think they go for a bit of a softer counter in the Gorgeist?
Look, I think it's going to be difficult regardless, because Pokemon Maker also has other Pokemon in play that can do a lot of coverage. But the thing that's really interesting is that Rick definitely has the Empoleon. Pokemon Maker doesn't have a Napoleon. It's really relying that steel type coverage from the Corviknight. So yeah, Stunfisk could definitely come in play, but again, the other Pokemon in play could really cage that in. Like, you've got the Marowak, you've got the Credillia as well. It doesn't want to see either of them.
Yeah, the Marowak is. Oh, so I think the Marowak is actually a little bit hard to bring because of the Gorgeist being there, the fire user that is resisting the mud slaps. Then you've got the Ninetales as well, which is just outpacing to those weather balls. Is going to put so much pressure on it. And we've seen like Empoleon can turn the tables against it, even though that is favourable for Marowak. The Empoleon does have a lot of play there, so it might be a little too scary to bring the Marowak on Pokemon Moneymaker's side, which might make the Stunfisk a little bit more viable.
Might do. And look, again, it will be difficult in choices. I think the players are both taking their time to try and lock in for this, like, basically this decisive game 3.
Yeah.
Because whoever wins this will pretty much be, if not already, into the finals of their bracket.
Oh, I'm so keen.
Look, I imagine, I think Rick is really heavily leaning on that Licky Licky. I imagine that's probably coming out again. I'm unsure about the A9.
Okay.
It did.
You're not sold on it?
Not that I'm not sold on it. I will. Absolutely. Like, you don't need to sell me an A9. However, it did do a lot of work. I just don't know if it will do enough against that Corviknight. I feel like there needs to be a bit more Corviknight coverage. Maybe that Stunfisk comes out. Maybe the Gorgeist comes out again. We'll have to see.
I do need to check out the Ninetales and Corviknight matchup because that's an interesting one. The Corviknight can't throw paybacks because they're resisted, and so it's relying on the Sand Attack and Air Cutter.
Yes.
The Ninetales is throwing neutral damage with its Powder Snow and its Weather Ball, so it's a fairly neutral matchup both ways. But because Corviknight is relying on the lesser of the two charge attacks in the Air Cutter, then that makes it a little bit more interesting.
Well, we'll find out shortly here, Fish. We're into game 3, Rick Flareon versus Pokemon Moneymaker, and it is a Licky Licky against a Stunfisk.
So Rick Flareon trying to catch that Corviknight, not quite doing it, so now it's I mean, it doesn't particularly dislike its assignment here. The rollouts are going to be resisted by the Licky Licky. From the Licky Licky, and so the Stunfisk does have a bit of an upper hand here.
Yeah, Pokemon Maker going straight for the Shadow Ball here, trying to do some heavy damage onto the Stunfisk, and it actually takes about a third.
Yeah, so then Rick is going to throw one more Thundershock and then throw the Mud Bomb, which is the more energy efficient of the two attacks, even though they are both the same energy.
Yes, and this will connect on, and now the Licky Licky has a bit of chip damage happening here. We'll see if they were actually banking some energy, and we'll do a bit of a swap or switch out here. Rick now going for the next Mud Bomb, and I don't expect Pokemon to make it to shield here.
No, neither player has opted to invest a shield at the moment. We do get both Pokemon are at extra moves. The Shadow Ball will connect onto the Stunfisk. Still no shields being used on either side.
Yeah, I think Pokemon Maker is trying to whittle down this Stunfisk as much as possible, knowing that the Corviknight is in the back, and Rick is now able to get to the next this next Mud Bomb to connect on the Licky Licky. Licky Licky holds on a little bit, but able to get to that body slam. Rick has to make a decision here to whether to shield or not. Decides not to shield. Thank you, Stunfisk.
So the Pokemon Moneymaker will win alignment, which while we've established is not as important as it has been in previous years, it is still something that is favourable to get. So the Corviknight is going to come back out, and we are going to see how this matchup plays out now.
Well, this is the matchup that you were talking about before here, Fish, where we're not sure which one will actually be the winner of in a zero shield matchup. However, we can see Rick not deciding not to shield, but we have the boost.
We do
the
have
attack air cutter boost on the Corviknight side. That might just flip the whole scenario.
It might just, because those sand attacks might now do an extra damage in their one-turn moves, and so that will add up over time. So Rick is now getting out of there. He's not going to find out. He's going to bring in the Licky Licky, and Pokemon Moneymaker is forced to stay in because the Corsola is in the back.
The Corsola is in the back and doesn't want to see this Licky Licky at all. So these paybacks will go through. It will connect onto Licky Licky. But look how much damage it does because of that boost. Takes it down to half health. This Licky Licky is looking actually a little bit dire now.
Yeah, and Pokemon Moneymaker still has the two shields to play with, so opts to use one of them now, and so the Licky Licky is still going to have to do a little bit more work. The Corviknight is now up to another Air Cutter. Will that be enough? Because it is boosted, and with the Sand Attack damage in between, I think it might be. And so Rick is deciding to spend that second shield and really wants to get this Corviknight out of here.
Yeah, clever with its energy, trying to bank up as much as possible, and now able to get the Shadow Ball. But it does mean that his energy will be quite dry against that course. Like if Pokemon decides not to shield, but decides to shield, keep this Corviknight in play.
And now we have the Ninetales coming out to snipe the Corviknight. So the Corviknight will now not play any further part in this battle. The Corsair is now going to come out. We are going to reveal that is the third Pokemon now. We'll be able to take a charge move. I mean, do we get a really aggressive farm down? Are we going all the way down? Do we need to do that?
We'll find out shortly, but this, again, Pokemon Maker has no shields in place. Rick has still one shield in play as well. We go for a Weather Ball. Again, chipping it down. This is what we have to do here, and just try and get this bulk down to as low as possible to try and take it out.
Yeah, so the Weather Ball is not going to KO the Corsola. There is still plenty of HP left. It is in the red, but I think it can survive. It does have the moves that it can throw at the Licky, and it is going to throw one into it. The Power Gem is going to KO if not shielded, but it is shielded, and now we have a second one that is about to come in and finish the job.
Yes, and if it gets to the Shadow Ball, it does win charge move priority. It means that this Shadow Ball will connect onto this Corsola fish.
Wow, I did not even notice the energy that counts on both of those Pokemon. So that just came down to the absolute wire, and Rick's Licky did save the day.
That shiny Licky makes it through.
Yeah, that was so incredible to watch. The Corviknight did threaten so much, even though Rick did decide to bring the Stunfisk. I presume its purpose was as the Corviknight killer.
Yes.
It did not get that job. It did not get that matchup, but it did manage to do a good job against the opposing Licky, but then that meant Corviknight was able to come out and just apply so much pressure on the rest of the team.
Look, the Stunfisk did its part to soften the blow. I think to take that Licky out or bring it back to a little bit that it could even just get that Powder Snow through on that Ninetale. So maybe that was just enough energy to land those Weather Balls to line it up in the end. And look, incredible play from both players.
Yeah.
Let me just say that. Again, congratulations to Ric Flair that now proceeds on into continue his journey to try and get the Sydney championships as well, because Ric Flair came second last time the Sydney regionals was on, so he's vying for that top spot. And to see that he did so well in that tough scenario, like you said, that Corviknight was just coming after, and with the boost as well, that could have flipped everything. Just so much pressure in that situation, and he played incredibly well.
I'm interested in that snipe situation that we saw where the Alolan Ninetales came in to get that Corviknight finally off the field.
Yes.
Sometimes that can go against you, because then it allows an opposing Pokemon to likely just sort of build up a whole bunch of energy against you, and then you utilize that against the back line. So I'd have to watch that back to see if that I actually end up agreeing with that decision or not.
Well, look, Rick won in the end, so it worked out for him somehow. Miracles happen. But again, maybe it's not miracles. Maybe it's not divine intervention. Maybe it's just pure skill. That we see here. And we've got some incredible battles coming up. Stay tuned. We're going for a short break, but we'll be right back getting into the pointy end of this championship.
So exciting.
The Pokemon World Championships were held in Anaheim, California in 2025, and for the Oceania region, only the top 10 players on the Play Pokemon leaderboard were invited. Another way to qualify is also by winning a regional championship. With that in mind, Oceania had 12 players who qualified and 11 who attended. The team of 11 comprised of Rick Flareon, Geomethy, Fortois, They Love Jai, Valiant Vish, Avrip, PvP Steve, Jins 8810, Godzalama, Z-Tub, and Gone 1001. Notably, 89 CGY Flames fan, the Perth regional champion, qualified but was unfortunately unable to attend. So, how did the Aussies fare on the world stage? They Love Jai, PvP Steve, and Godzalama had early exits, going 0-2 against some tough opponents. Sometimes the match spread or the team read just doesn't go your way, and that's the reality at Worlds. It's cutthroat from round one. Next up, we had Fortois and Rick Flareon, both putting up strong fights but ultimately falling short. Each finished with a 1-2 record, showing they could absolutely hold their own at this level, even taking games off some very established international names. Moving up, Geomethy and Zeta both managed to secure wins and stay in the running a little longer. Finishing 2-2 at Worlds is an incredible feat, especially for Geomethy, whose only losses came from two fellow Oceania players, Jins 8810 and Valiant Vish. Avrip also had a fantastic run, finishing 3-2 at Worlds. After going down to Arrow in round 1, he made an impressive losers bracket push before being being stopped just short of day 2 by Master Mahia 295. Now, one of the standout stories from Team Oceania was Gone 1001, a player who's often hovered right on the edge of top cut throughout the season. Gone looked incredibly solid in day 1 and even got his first featured match on stream. He started hot, going 3-0 to begin the day, and for a while it looked like he might seem to be pushing into day 2. Unfortunately, a tough final matchup ended his run short. Then we had Jin's 8810, a name you may recognize from the Oceania leaderboard. Jin sat at the top of his group for most of day 1 and managed to push to day 2, bringing a unique, wacky team featuring Bastiodon and Shadow Dusknoir. He was also featured on stream and finished his world run at 4-2, an incredible showing at the global stage. And finally, we had the ever inevitable Valiant Vish. Vish, now a 4-time world competitor, once again proved why he's one of the most consistent players in the region. He fought through his bracket with precision and confidence, earning his place into day 2 and finishing with a record of 6-2. That's an outstanding achievement and easily one of the best performances by an Australian player at the Worlds to date. While we didn't bring home the World Championship title this year, the performances in Anaheim just showed how close we were. Every year, Oceania gets stronger, and with the new season already underway and the next batch of regionals kicking off soon, the future is looking incredibly bright for the region.
We're on.
All right, we are back in with the next round of battles, and we have had some exciting ones so far.
Yeah, come down to CMP game 3. Doesn't get much closer than that, so it's high standard battling. Let's hope it continues.
Yeah, absolutely. So, have you been seeing? So, like, have you gotten some clarity now on kind of what are the picks to watch out for, the Pokemon picks to watch out for in this Sydney meta?
Yeah, it seems like Licky is just the constant. It seems to be popping up it seems to be popping up a lot of the time now. Just the reliable sort of consistent pick we sort of discussed earlier today, you and Debbie as well. Just like it just seems like it's the most reliable pick. It doesn't seem like there's anything, even with the Annihilates around. Like we've seen Shadow Ball taking out some Shadow Annihilates. We've seen that counterplay there. So it does seem that even with the counter damage, it's actually not really forcing that much pressure out of them.
That's why you bring your Pangoras, people.
Yeah, it takes a long time to get rid of those. A long time to get rid of the Licky, even with that suppressive damage. So that's been the pick of the day so far, I think, in terms of consistency. How about yourself?
So I mean, I was backstage watching that match with Terraking, I believe it was, all the shadows, and so brought to tell Shadow Typhlosion, which is a Pokemon that I've always really, really enjoyed. Yeah, and I'm keen to see if Terraking can make a bit of a run through the loser bracket.
Yep. That's definitely, you do have a spot. Like, I think there's always like each regional, you see like a sort of team and everyone goes, let's see if that one go a long way. Let's see if that one can get like as far through as possible. Yeah. Let's just hope he's having that run through the lower bracket and confusing as many trainers as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And so then when we bring it back to trainers, are there any that you are excited to see and want to cast some of their battles?
Well, thankfully, my pick was Rick. I unfortunately didn't get to cast last battle, but we are moving into another one. We have seen both these trainers on stream today. Yep. Nighttime Clasher and Godzilla a regional winner in his own right, and Nighttime Clasher, a very high standard, come to Australia.
And everything winner.
Yeah, win everything. Yeah, exactly right. So looking at teams.
Nighttime Clasher is running the Shadow Marowak, the Shadow Scizor, Galarian Corsola, Azumarill, Corviknight, and the Guzzlord. So a very bulky team apart from those top two Shadows.
Yeah, definitely a lot of bulk there in the Corsola, the Azu, Corviknight as well. So definitely you can see some play from the bulk coming out. I think that's a lot of this meta, people leaning on those bulky picks to then back up those, the Shadow picks that do output the damage and force those shields, and then you need those picks to alongside them so that you're not forcing shields on everything you have, unless of course you have 6 Shadows. But Godzilla side, we've got the Floragers, we've got Licky, Galarian Corsola as well, a Shadow Marowak, an Empoleon, and an Altaria. So a few similar picks there. We've seen the Marowak pop up very consistently. The Corsola hasn't been as common, but both battlers coming in here, so interesting to see how that dynamic there. A lot safer for Godzilla with no Licky on his side to contest with.
Yeah, I'm also really noticing that it's been a story for a few regionals now, the choice of fairy. So Nighttime Clasher is choosing to bring the Azumarill, and Godzilla is choosing to bring the Florges. Do you have any thoughts on one or the other, or like what it does for each of these teams?
I think the dynamic of fairies at the moment, they all operate their own, like they all serve different purposes. You bring them to sort of, I think that if I was building teams at the moment, I'd sort of look at, you sort of pick the fairy that suits the other 5. I think you'd probably look and go, I don't necessarily need to put the fairy in right away. But I maybe look at my team and go, what am I missing? Is there something I'm really weak to? Or missing? What can slot in here? I need a lot of bulk. Let's go for Azdu. I want something that can sort of got a bit more, some different coverage. We've got some. You can maybe look at like a Trailblazer even on Florides. The Chilling Water. You've got the big fairy moves if you need them. So you've got the bit of variety there. Same as Togekiss, it's completely different. You got the Flyer, you got Flying, you got Peck, you got all these different things. Aura Sphere. So there's all this variety of moves. I think it's more that you pick that to suit what you need, I think. And that's they're good utility at the moment, the different variety. And Wigglytuff as well. You got the only Charmer that's there. You've got Clefable. So there's all like basically the 5 fairies we're seeing all operate very differently from each other.
Yeah, the one kind of downside, I guess, of the fairies is, with the exception of a Azumarill, it's really hard to bring multiple fairies. Like, you've got teams that have like 2 or sometimes even 3 waters, because secondary typings really complement each other. Azumarill is the only Pokemon that has a secondary typing that can neutralize some of the weaknesses that other fairies would have, but you can't bring like Wigglytuff and Florges into a team. You can't bring like Clefable and Wigglytuff into a team.
No, they feel too similar, don't they?
Yeah, so that's kind of the one drawback. As we get into the battles, let's see what each of these trainers chooses to bring into their lines. How are they analyzing their opponents? We have Altaria into Scizor.
So, interesting matchup here. We do have the Shadow Sizzle throwing a lot of damage with Bullet Punch, and can make up that damage with either going for looking for a boost immediately or looking at Trailblazer and just sort of Bullet Punching through playing that way.
Looks like it's the former. The Night Slash is going to hit onto the Altaria, which is going to take it just fine, and the Altaria is going to look to hit back with either a Sky Attack or a Flamethrower.
Yeah, interesting spot, because it's one of those things where he's Fundamental Energy has thrown just before the second Night Slash come through, just choose to shield. So it's a scenario here where the Sizzle can kind of dictate play. Does it want to get it can either get the shield. If it does get a shield, does it then want to look at using its second shield, investing in it, and just trying to run through the rest of the team? Has thrown on CMP there, so really good timing from the Night Slash, but that's what we expect at this level.
Yeah, of course. And you might notice that, yes, the Flamethrower is double super effective against the Scizor, but with the bulk levels being what they are, the Sky Attack plus the Dragon Breath is enough to really KO this Scizor anyway. So the Sky Attack will be enough. It will take the Scizor off the field. Now both trainers will go into the rest of the matchup with 1 shield left. The Marowak is trying to farm down the Altaria, which is not something you see very often. And so Godzilla is not allowing that. He's going to bring out the Licky Licky, and now it's going to be answered with the Azumarill.
Great call from Nighttime Clash there, I believe. Sorry, we came in and just went straight for that farm down. Knew you couldn't get to another Sky Attack, so he chose, let's go get a lot of this damage up with Mud Slaps. It does hit hard, and a lot more pressure coming in going that way, I think. So, good decision, and really forced a decision out of God's Limiters to think, I can't afford to get farmed down here, so let's get out and try to switch up a little bit.
And so now we have a bulky battle. This is 2 little round, well, one's a bunny, one's I don't know what the other one is, firing at each other. The Play Roughs will do a little more damage than what the Shadow Balls will, but both Pokemon are in, well, I was going to say both are in 2 charge move range, but I think the Azumarill is in 1 Shadow Ball now. So the Empoleon is going to come out and is going to be able to get up a bit of farm, but not if the Marowak has something to say about it.
Yeah, the Marowak's coming, now has 2 back-to-back moves, so he's going to throw both these right away to try to get rid of this Empoleon, because as we've seen before, it does lose CMP tide there, so can't afford to let that happen.
Yeah, so the first Bone Club is going to come out. We saw how much energy the Marowak had, and a bit of an undercharge there. So Nighttime Clasher wants to get a little bit of Mudslap farm, which can be very, very handy for it in the back.
Yes, I'm sure here. So he's going to get the move is going to come through. So a bit of a mistake there, the timing there for Nighttime Clasher. So you're going to lose all that energy from this Empoleon's Hydro Cannon.
And down goes the Marowak. It had so much potential not to be realized. So the Azumarill is going to come out and try and mop up the pieces. I don't know if this player up is going to be enough, Stumpy.
That's going to be very, very close, but see if it can get a farm down. If it doesn't quite KO, it doesn't KO. Is it going to get to the move? Might fall just short.
So the Azumarill is going to have to, it's not going to be able to. It did have options like it. The other 2 Pokemon in the back did have very, very low HP, but that last charge attack coming through from the Empoleon with that super, super quick pacing, it is going to take the rest of the Azumarill off the field, and that is going to be 1 point to Godzilla.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher put himself in a really good solid position there, had a lot of energy on that Marowak, and maybe just a little lack of judgment of energy there on the Empoleon, coming out so quickly, but a lot of energy lost there, and that basically flipped the game there right in the last matchup.
Yeah, don't see that too often.
No, it's very rare errors at this level, but that's the pressure of being in these live tournaments, and you sort of deal with that sort of the mistakes. If you're going to make those mistakes, it's going to happen under these circumstances. High pressure, winner's bracket, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm looking at Nighttime Clash's team, and I'm thinking that Guzzlord, I'm surprised we didn't see that in game 1, and I think it's just a shoe-in to bring game number 2. I think the only reason you would want to keep it on the bench is because of the fear of the Florges. If obviously having to rely on Sludge Bomb if you do get that locked in to it, the Dragon Tails are going to do nothing. The Fairy Winds are going to be double super effective. So that's a scary one for it. Other than that, though, I think Guzzlord has plenty of play into the opposition.
Absolutely. It's one of those things that maybe due to the slightly risky pick being that you've got the Flores on the other side, maybe you pick game one and go, look, I might just suss out game one, have more reliable picks, and then go. If we don't see the Flores game one, say, hey, is that sort of maybe a door opening for Guzzlord to then come through, be a lot safer if that was not on the field. Starts to contend with the Empoleon, but outside of that, it's a really solid pick and has a lot of play in this battle.
Yeah, so so if you're in Nighttime Clash of Shoes, you're bringing Guzzlord game two?
It's definitely an option. Like if you've seen the safety, like they've not bought the Fairy, you've bought Sizzle game one as well. So maybe the strategy might have been you've bought your Sizzle, you've tried to scare away that Forages. The matchup with Azu isn't that good because the moves don't do a whole lot of damage to Azu. But maybe the Sizzle was there. That might be a goal. Try to scare off Forages and see how much play the Guzzler will have. But we'll see what they go with now with the Empoleon and Guzzler on the side into the Corsair. So quite a neutral lead here.
The Corsair with shields up is probably going to have the better of this because of the power of the Astonish fast attack. The pacing of the Empoleon, as we've said a bunch of times, is very, very high, but it's not going to matter too much when there are shields to hide behind.
Absolutely. Farming a whole energy and catching the Nightshade there. He has to press the button, but he did get a switch out there, so the move can register, which is a great bit of fortune there for Nighttime Clasher.
So then the Licky Licky will throw Shadow Balls into the Marowak. The Marowak is going to be able to take one easily, but then it'll start to struggle a little for future charge attacks. So then the shields will have to start coming out sooner or later.
Absolutely, and this is the value of the Licky Licky here. These mud slaps from a Shadow Marowak really aren't putting a whole lot of pressure here. Taking a whole lot of them, taking the first Bone Club and still opting not to shield.
Bone Club coming out from the Marowak. One more will KO the Licky Licky. A Body Slam will not take it out, but it will get the shield from Nighttime Clasher. So the Nighttime Clasher might be shaking his head a little at that one because now we'll be able to get to another. It's going to force him to throw that energy where he would have liked to be able to shield a Shadow Ball and afford him more time to build up a little bit more energy. But now, because it was just the bait, has to throw a little earlier.
Absolutely, and the decent position here. There's one shield being invested on Nighttime Clasher's side, but there's still energy and health left on that Marowak, and but there is a loaded Empoleon that's coming to say hello, though.
Yeah, it is, and the Marowak is not going to stick around and play. Is not going to take any of that. It's just going to take that Hydro Cannon and say, "I'm taking my ball and going home."
Yeah, an instant switch out into and then the Nightshade comes through immediately. So super effective move coming through straight in the course line. We'll have a bit of mirror match going towards the end game here.
Yeah, so Godzilla does have the two shields, knows he can take one Nightshade, and so is going to still have those two shields. Surely a shield's coming out now.
Yeah, you don't bring in the next game, so time to use them, get them on the field. Does use the first one, has a bunch of energy, a bit of a lead now. That shield eventually can be very valuable. Attempt to catch on the Azumarill as well.
Yeah, so Nighttime Clasher does have that full Azumarill there, and the Corsair, while it does do pretty well into Azumarill, the health that it's on means only one charge attack is needed from the Azumarill to take that Corsair off the field.
Yeah, there's the value of the bulky Pokemon, but they rely on being outside of that range where they can survive more than one move. Right. And this has been it's done its work this battle, but now is this the time now where it needs to shield because it will be taken out by this player off.
And it does use that shield, and it's almost at two Nightshades now. It is throwing one and no shield from Nighttime Clasher's side. You'd think the next one would come straight away, but was that Switch Clock up?
Switch Clock is up on one side. Here comes the drill bit with Empoleon. He's going to farm up. He's going to get hit by a player as well. As we saw last game, will survive this just.
Yeah, and I don't mind that at all because, like you said, the fact that there's no shields left on Godzillama's side, that doesn't matter because it can survive that attack. And then the Drill Peck is going to come out and the Corsair is going to be able to take that. And so, tit for tat here, Nighttime Clash is saying anything you can do, I can do better.
Double move on the way. The second Hydro Cannon will come straight through, but really great identification there from Nighttime Clash and knowing that he was going to be catching a Drill Peck, so let's not shield that long.
Yeah, no.
Let that one go through. Non-stab, you're going to hit a lot less hard than this one, but the Azumarill comes in, finishes off the Empoleon with the last two matchup here. With a bit of energy on one side, can we win the race here? Who's going to win?
Yeah, this is going to be tight because the Corsair needs to get to the two attacks, and unfortunately for the Corsair, the Azumarill will get to that attack first, but very, very tight there, Stumpy.
Came down to one fast move realistically. Fast we went through, if there was just a small amount of time.
Charge attack priority, doesn't it?
Yep, it just got to the second move. It just got to the second Nightshade as the Azumarill got to that move. So 3 turns in that entire game. It's come down and look, we've got a 1-1 going to game 3, and it's evenly poised now to see who can hold their nerve, what to bring, what do we do with that information for the first 2 games now? And does the Guzzlord come out now? You can keep speculating.
I mean, I would like to see it. I think it's been going really well. Maybe Godzilla predicts it. Like, I know I've been in that situation before. Like, oh, they haven't brought their fairy 2 times, so let me bring my dragon. Bam, there it is.
Yeah, fall into the trap. It does happen.
That's the benefit. That's the beauty of this kind of format. The best of 3, show 6, pick 3. You've got those mind games that you can play, and so I just want to see it. I haven't seen a Guzzlord yet.
Yeah, true.
So yeah,
was that one of your picks today?
No, because I had the Pangoro.
The Pangoro,
so,
okay.
That was my dark type,
yeah.
and specifically because it did so well into the Guzzlord, and I guess everyone else was hearing me because we've seen a lot of Pangoro so far. We've seen only one Guzzlord. Nighttime Clash are kind of taking the US meta over to Oceania.
Well, it's very important as well that you don't, when you make your picks and predictions, you don't 4 times weak to vary in both scenarios, because that's really important for the analysis, right?
Yeah, I mean, you do it your way, I'll do it my way. What would you pair with the Guzzlord to kind of protect against the Florges or even the Empoleon, which it doesn't do particularly well against?
Well, we've seen them we've seen Corsola on both sides, so the reliable bulky pick has been coming with the Azu. So Nighttime Clasher is sort of leaning on those bulky picks. Mm-hmm. He went for Sizzle game 1, maybe a bit of variety. You got to bring one of the Shadows, I think, to really put some pressure on these sort of bulkier mons. Yep. I think that Licky Licky's on Godzilla's side is probably going to come now that we've seen the Corsola again. It's just got such good neutral play. But again, like, there's nothing really checking out Licky Licky, so that's the only really guarantee I can see coming for Godzilla. It's a lock-in for Godzilla's side, I would assume. Altaria has had some play, but again, it's not really outputting the damage to get rid of this Corsola, so it could be anything here.
We are going into game number 3. Let's see what they do. The sides are into the Florges. Oh no! So Godzilla has brought the Florges, trying to predict that Guzzlord, and it is blowing up in his face. So now it's an Azumarill versus the Marowak, and this is, it is still not great. It is a little bit better than what the previous matchup was.
Yeah, not a great matchup, but finding a lot of energy here. So I think we'll see a shield come through from Godzilla. I'm going to see if he can put some pressure on this Azu, but can take both these body pumps quite comfortably. Really tough lead, and let's see how Godzilla tries to play out of this matchup. What's he expecting at the...
Marowak is on so much energy right now. He's going to throw one Bone Club, and the second Bone Club will not be too far behind, and it will put it in a position where it can get up an extra couple of Mud Slaps as well. So now he's throwing 1, 2, 3 Mud Slaps. Is going to then take out the Azumarill. Oh, this might KO, it might not.
It might just be just outside of range. I think it will survive this comfortably, which is why he hasn't shielded it. So really huge play. As you played perfectly here, it's played out the 2-1. It's not had to invest a shield, and it still maintains switch.
And Godzilla had to think about it, but did end up using that shield. So now down 2 shields to 0. It's an interesting situation. The opposing Marowak now comes out and is going to take a Bone Club. So Nighttime Clasher is holding on to those 2 shields.
Godzilla smartly now going straight into Florges, knowing full well that it's got no other play against that Sizzle. So get into this matchup, soak this damage. You've got no shields. There's nothing you can do at this, but just try to get some use to this Florges, because it's got not a whole lot against the Sizzle.
Yeah, it gets the Bone Club out before the Chilling Water can come down. Godzilla throwing the customary 1 Fairy Wind before throwing his own Chilling Water, and again, still no shields being used. So Nighttime Clasher has just sent this Marowak out to do like a patch-up job here.
Absolutely, and thinking that, look how much damage this does. Can't get to a Chilling Water even to debuff this thing, and it's going to be a Sizzle against the Corsola. The Night Slash is just going to come through thick and fast. The Corsola is bulky, but this Sizzle will show you exactly how oppressive it can be.
Yeah, with shields up, Corsola's got the upper hand. With shields down, this is Sizzle's turf.
Absolutely, and it might be a catch opportunity here that might have a little bit of play, but I think it might run over a little bit of time here. And he has waited, and Farm has come through, and that will pretty much do it. He has gone for the Trailblaze flex as well.
No, Nighttime Clasher, come on, man.
2 shield flex wasn't enough. Let's throw the Trailblaze as well. Gets this nice little attack rise at the end of the game, and again, just a super dominant lead for Nighttime Clasher. Unfortunate call bringing the Florges in that game. It was really tough, and that's the risk you have to run. Maybe he thought the Guzzlord was coming, and he was like, let's just, even if I'm in a bad matchup, as long as it's not the Sizzle, he can work around anything with that lead. If you're into the Corviknight, you can hang in. It's not a bad scenario, right? Yeah. So the 1, he went, you know what? Got 1 versus 5. Like, I only don't have to catch the one thing, and unfortunately in this case, he caught the worst case scenario.
The absolute worst case scenario. That was absolutely brutal. So that's a really crazy back and forth head game that you're always playing with these show 6 pick 3 formats where I know that my Guzzlord's good here. I know they know my Guzzlord's good here. I know that they've got the Floaters that they know is good against my Guzzlord.
Sometimes just you have to flip the coin, roll the dice. Just sometimes you can overthink it, and it just it just happens. You can land the wrong spot. I would have liked to have probably seen the with how we sort of talked earlier before the game that Godzilla had the freedom with his Corsola without the Licky on the other side. I would have liked to have seen the safe swap of the Corsola because at least you can tank it. You can tank that Night Slash on the first one. You're in a position where you make the size. I'll think that I maybe have to chip this Corsola to make it easier for my I think he had Marowak and Azumarill.
Yeah.
So he's like, maybe you have to look at going for the more sort of bulky and neutral pick for a safe swap. I think the Marowak, after he bought the Azumarill in game 1 and 2, it was always going to be a risk that you were going to get counter swap by an Azumarill, and as we saw, even with a shield, it didn't invest any shields and maintain switch on the Azu side. So tough spot, but again, high pressure situations. What do? You see the worst case scenario, you might just switch and hope.
And that's a really good rap too. I love hearing your analysis, Stumpy.
Yeah,
one of the smartest people in Pokemon Go in Australia, I reckon.
I'll take the compliment. No, I do enjoy that's the best part about this game is looking at teams and pulling teams apart, and just sort of looking and going, what's the best way of playing things? Like you said earlier, I think there was a game earlier on today where we sort of thought you should have. I think it was 2 ghosts, and you thought maybe they could have led the Annihilate first that matchup. So you're like that sort of thing. You're like, I think I mentioned in one of our locals. I said, look, if you're leading if you're going to run like ABA, if that's the format you're going to run, maybe look at the one in the lead should be the one that at least has the majority of the play against whatever the worst case scenario is. If you don't want to see that, if that's something that can beat both your fairs, and if you catch that lead, it's not great, but at least you can still hang in and throw moves and continue the battle.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of rough if you do get stuck in a scenario like that where you're like, I'm sort of not that weak, but also you kind of in an awkward spot where you're better off playing the more reliable pick and the safer, the stronger of the worst case scenario, right? Yeah, that's how I would look at that when I sort of run lines.
Yeah, totally. It's a good rule to go by, and so it means Nighttime Clasher is going to progress to the winners round 5 now.
So winners round 5, yeah.
Winners
getting to the
final for the group.
There should be the pointy end of the group, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Round 5 with 32 in each. So
and
do the quick maths.
I also believe, looking at the bracket earlier, check it up at home, but I believe that was the first battle that Nighttime Clasher had dropped today. So
first battle was 2-0s all the way through.
Yeah. So last time I checked anyway, so there might have been a sneaky one that he might have dropped between there and here.
Yeah, of course.
But he has been doing very, very well today, and Godzilla did push him all the way to the limit.
Yeah, performing well, and then exactly. I think Godzilla, great battler in his own right, and then again, it could just come down to what you caught in the lead. Eventually, he showed how much effort Nighttime Clasher had to put in to try to get a game off him. So good set win, but like I said, it's on to the next, and Godzilla will definitely push through the lower bracket and see how he goes, and he'll have another chance to get through and get into the losers finals. Yeah,
and the later it takes for you to take that first loss, the better position you're in, because you have to fight less of a gauntlet to get back up to that winners final again.
On the other side of that, you've seen cases where someone has gone down early in the tournament, and then you sort of get some momentum, you get a bit of a roll on, you might get 3 or 4 battle wins, and then you get to the final, and the winners bracket have been waiting an hour or two without having a battle, and they've gone cold, and the person loses finals gone through and gone, I've seen more situations, I've played against the thing that you might have got knocked down by that person, and I've seen these are the Pokemon I struggle with, but now I've adapted and I've managed to take games and sets off people running these Pokemon, so I've got new strategies. Even if I face the same person that knocked me down, I've got more games under my belt to sort of maybe find a way through that initial challenge.
Yeah, and sometimes the advantage is on the person who lost, because if you've won a match, what can you do to adjust and make that better? Whereas, if you've come off of a loss against a particular person, you then know a lot better what you have to do to fix what you did wrong.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's just that's all the best battlers. It's just the amount of reps you put in, the amount of battles you do, all the situations. I know that's how. Always say people with GBL, the big thing people find, and they say, I can't make it to Legend, can't get over the line of this next rank. And I say, what do you, the big thing I always ask them, what are you doing? I played a team for 2 days and I just got sick of it and I switched it up. I'm like, yeah, but 2 days is not enough time to find the flaws in your team. And, it might be a strong team. You just need to know, okay, well, I've now played this lead that I hate. Amount of people I battle and you go, I've just quit the game when they see a lead because they know they lose to it. And you go, but what you do is you play that lead out 10 times instead of just 2 or 3. And then you find different ways to play it. Maybe I chip it and leave before, even if it's a bad match, I might stay in a little bit longer. I might try to get a shield first and then switch out. And then you can go, okay, now I might be able to manage it better off in the late game with a bit of energy, playing around with tinkering, things like that, which I think is what the best players do they know the bad counter swaps, they know the bad situations, and they've played enough times to find their best way of playing it.
On the flip side, I do agree with that in principle, but I also think there's a place for being able to recognize when there is a hole in your team, and you've got to be able to recognize it and fix it.
Yeah, that's absolutely, you're not going to be like, for example, you're not going to be running like a Nolan Sanchez lead and Bastard in the back, right?
Yeah.
That's not something that you can sort of overcome.
All right, let's get into the next round. And this is two people that we have talked a lot about so far. I believe one of them we have shouted, the other one we have not. And so Gon is going to face They Love Jai.
Yep. Great battler. Jai from WA come across to have, to compete over here. Great battler. Gon, shown his form from as early as 2022 Melbourne. He was, in the semi-finals, I believe, back then as well. And Jai, more newer to the scene, but he's still he sort of burst onto the scene and has really, really performed unbelievably well. Looking at teams, we've seen Gons earlier, but we'll just go back through. We've got some Polion, Licky, Unova Stunfisk, Pangoro, your favourite, Gorgeist, and the Clefable.
And on Jai's side, we have the Galarian Corsola, currently a Ditto, which will transform into something else later on, I'm sure. We've got the Shadow Wall of the Ninetales, which has always been one of his favourites. Licky, Forretress, and Galarian Moltres, which we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen much Galarian Moltres, but that's maybe with the Forretress, exactly right. So with a lot of as the meta's been shifting, Moltres had a good solid run there where it sort of seemed to be sort of one of the higher usage picks.
Yeah.
I think now with the addition of things like Azumarill coming back into the meta, Empoleon being able to, the sort of, if you're not running, I guess you're running Fly and Brave Bird, right? So you've got no real charge of pressure there.
You do have the Sucker Punch damage though, and
it does all that up.
Brave Bird is a hard-hitting move even when resisted. So that's what makes Galarian Corsola so formidable.
What are we thinking for moveset on the Forretress here? Because you've got the options of Bug Bite or Volt Switch. I think most are probably looking at the Volt Switch, but what's your thoughts?
Oh, okay, I don't think I've seen a Volt Switch in play Pokemon.
No, okay.
I'm trying to remember.
Maybe I'm a bit from a restricted meta. I might have run Volt Switch most recently for myself.
I mean,
so
it's a great move.
Maybe Bug Bite is Bug Bite, obviously, the one-turn moves are very valuable in terms of being able to play around. The 4-turn can sort of get you a little bit of trouble times, but again, it depends what you bring it for. Current meta, you're looking at things like Azumarill being common. It's not. It's probably Bug Bites obviously aren't. It's not a terrible matchup, but Volt Switch make that a lot nicer. Makes the Empoleon matchup nicer into the Altaria that's double resisting the Bug Bites.
I was for a little while looking at. Some people may laugh at this. I was looking at not Sandtomb. There's a steel type move that's 35 energy. Mirror Shot. That's the one. I was looking at that as the secondary move.
Yeah, it's got the attack debuff chance, doesn't it?
It does have the attack debuff chance, a bit more bait capability. Let's get into the battles. We've got Gastrodon, which was that 6th Pokemon on Jai's team, into the Pangoro.
Yeah. Interesting lead here. The Mudslaps are going to add up because Pangoro doesn't have the great bulk, but this close combat is going to pressure out almost anything that meta to think about a shield.
The Gastrodon can take a close combat though, so the pressure is not as on to shield. They Love Jai is not wasting any time. It's just going to click that not now button and is going to take that close combat right to the face.
Yep, straight into Licky as well. We see this play with the debuff moves. We see sort of the throw the close combat and dip. Really nice play. Saves the Pangoro for later on, and the Licky can do what it's been doing all day and soaking some damage.
And the Pangoro did also have a little bit of extra energy as well. So the Licky is now going to take that Water Pulse and then is going to be met by the opposing Licky. And we saw this all the time with Lickitung back in the day, where it was basically chip and then bring in your own Lickitung and you'd win that matchup. Yeah,
we see it's much the same as the Azumarill as well. We've seen a lot of times where you see let's just chip it a little bit and then it just secures switch. There's no risk in switching out. It's basically on you to just dictate however you want to do it. You can also load a little bit more energy. So Body Slam comes through from Jai here. Going to get the Lickitung a little bit low, but we'll have to eat another Body Slam on the way out of the engine.
Or you could potentially try and go for the palm down, or the Pangoro can come back in. It is going to take a Body Slam. There is not going to take a Body Slam. The shield is going to come up. The Pangoro is up to a Night Slash, not quite up to a close combat yet, if I saw that correctly.
Absolutely right. He's gone for the Night Slash, so a bit of a bait move that should survive the Night Slash. It does look quite hard, but the question is, can it get to another Body Slam and survive two?
I'm wondering if this KOs. It doesn't, so the Body Slam is there, but it is banked, and the Galarian Moltres is now going to come out. The Sucker Punches are double resisted, so it's going to take a long time to farm this thing down. You are going to have to throw a charge attack.
Yeah, and the first move comes through. We're going to see the bait here. Is a close combat going to be coming through from Jai here?
Wow,
it's a huge bait call with 2 shields.
Wow, so now the close combat is going to have to come out. So This one will be shielded, and They Love Dry is in a very, very good position. But again, that double resistance, I don't know, maybe it can, like the close combat has become very, very fast. We will not find out. The Licky Licky is going to come out and is going to now snipe this Galarian Moltres, and the shield is going to come out there as well. So They Love Dry decided, no, I need as much HP on this Galarian Moltres as possible.
Absolutely. He's absolutely low with energy. It's a tough choice here because what do? It's going to have to throw energy at something, and there's no charge move pressure from the Gorgeist that's lurking in the back. So, yeah, first move comes through. He's going to throw, on the correct timing, two moves and then throw the charge move. First one coming through is a fly. We'll probably survive this move just.
It would. So I'm interested to see whether, maybe the Brave Bird would have been the play. But then, of course, you
can't make it to the move.
Yeah, and they shield that. They get incinerated down. So now the two flies are ready on the Galarian Moltres, and Gon is going to shield one of them, but then the next one is going to come straight out and take that Pangoro all the way out.
Absolutely. The second fly comes through. One move before the Pangoro can get to the Night Slash, so really well played from Jai there. After that lead matchup, a little bit awkward. Pangoro throwing close combat, leaving a very low health Gastrodon, and he just managed energy very well, shielded the correct moves, and secured the game 1 victory.
As a Pangoro supporter myself, I played that one out, that lead Pangoro into Gastrodon, and it is not fun. It's not pretty because, as we just saw, the Gastrodon can take a close combat, so they're really disincentivized to shield it. And then, by then, you've already taken so much Mud Slap damage, maybe even, depending on how much energy you've farmed, you might take a Body Slam as well. So it's not a fun matchup that you want to play out.
And then as well, with how many sort of hard checks it does have, you can sort of see the scenarios where you're even if I do decide to, they've let it go, I now have to shield for starters if I don't switch out. And then even if I do farm down, is that energy going to, I'm going to have to shield, and then is that farm down energy really going to be valuable enough for me to justify keeping this thing healthy and keep it alive? Am I just going to have to close combat and dip again? It's kind of a hard scenario. You don't really want to give up shield and switch advantage if you can avoid it.
Yeah, so I mean, certainly playable, but definitely difficult.
Yes.
High degree of difficulty there. So we see They Love Dry taking out battle number 1 with the power of the Gastrodon and the Galarian Moltres. I think Dry's tastes in Pokemon has not changed too much over the seasons. Has always been running that Shadow Alolan Ninetales. I remember when I faced against him in Brisbane earlier this Play Pokemon season, I was floored by his use of the Gastrodon and the way he was able to identify how many shields he needed to keep, or if any, for the Gastrodon to really just run through a team at the end. So he's kind of found his meta, his own personal meta, and he understands it to an insanely high degree.
Yeah, definitely think he's one of those players that I guess there's I know I'm the same. You sort of have comfort picks, and you find ones that are sort of stuck around there for a long time. You lock on those and get really good at using those and really comfortable with them. And then when you try to struggle for a team, you go, I might just pick the Old Faithful, something I'm really reliable and comfortable with.
And so we'll see if he does that again for game number 2. We have, this is an interesting one. So both players are going to be throwing super effective damage at the other. The Incinerate is going to be doing a lot of damage towards the Ninetales, but it's just going to throw one and then switch out into the Licky Licky.
Interesting play here, and a lot of energy on the Ninetales before he throws the first Weather Ball.
The Weather Ball is going to connect to the Licky Licky, and it's going to be able to take that. We'll see how much damage it does do. One more, maybe 2 more Powder Snows will then put it in range of the second Weather Ball, which does come out now.
Do we potentially see a switch out here just before he gets to the move? There's no CMP tie there. He threw just in the right timing. We maybe see a catcher on one of his Pokemon, but he has chosen just to throw the Shadow Ball, and the shield does come up immediately from both.
Yeah, so that's a thing we see so much now, is opting to utilize one of your shields to be able to farm up a lot more energy. And Alolan Ninetales with energy is a very dangerous thing. Look at this back line. This is gonna this Ninetales is gonna do a lot of work here.
Absolutely, it's a little tough spot because he did switch out of the Gorgeist that did have the solid Incinerate damage, but maybe he thought that if Dry was staying in this lead with the Ninetales, he might have been a little bit weak in the back to the Gorgeist, so maybe he thought, I need to get out of here and try to save it for what I actually had targeted.
Potentially, and so the close combat is now going to take this Ninetales off the field. This Ninetales has been on there the entire time, which is something you don't see very often, but now it is finally taking a rest. Now the Gastrodon is going to come out. It's going to be met by the Gorgeist, which is seeing the bad news now. Out comes the Galarian Moltres, and it's just going to be able to farm this Gorgeist all the way down to nothing.
Absolutely, he can eat this Shadow Ball completely resisted, no issue at all. We know for either complete farm down, or he might throw a move before he gets to the next one. He does choose to throw the move on perfect timing.
Yeah, and that fly, of course, well, it's a shame to throw the fly when the Gorgas was on such low HP, but you do have to do it like you identified, and it is going to get rid of the Gorgas. And now the Pangoro is going to come back out and go, help.
He's going to help. He's going to shield this move and maybe get full farm down here before the switch timer is up. So maybe this can play for potentially some baits and maybe a boost to be able to get that damage ramped up. But the Gastrodon is going to come out right now. It's going to be really tough spot for the Pangoro.
Yeah, so the Gastrodon is it's not going to shield that first one, and that means it's got another shield in hand. It can not take two more moves, but 2 more moves from the Pangoro will not KO this Gastrodon, because here comes the first shield. The Night Slash is going to not land. A close combat would do it from here, but a body slam should be enough.
Absolutely, and really well played from Jai. Really good use that Gastrodon we've mentioned. He just seems really, really confident with that pick, and he's just done really well to just navigate around only really the Gorgas that was causing any problems there, realistically.
Yeah, and the Galarian Moltres deserves a mention there too, because obviously the Gorgas comes in, and that was when the battle finished. It was game over there. The Galarian Moltres could farm up so much energy and then utilize that against the next Pokemon, burning the final shields and putting Gon in an unwinnable position.
Yeah, absolutely. Just really tough spot, like you said. Jai played it very, very well. Got him put in positions of being in. You don't really want to be put in those spots. And it would have been nice, I reckon. It would have maybe gone in hindsight. I would have looked at maybe something like the Clefable on his side. It looked like, after you saw the Moltres, maybe is it something we look at and go, had hard solid Moonblast on the Gastrodon, can hit really hard on that on the whatever that Pokemon is called. I've just forgotten the absolute name of it. It's nice when they have the team sheet up, but so you can hit hard on the Moltres with Moonblast. So it had a lot of play there. So I think that might have been an option to play for, but maybe he's just a little bit worried. There's maybe a small amount of concern with they've got the teams for us. How lovely a practice team. But yeah, there was a lot of play. Obviously looking at Gon's side, the only solid check he had for the Gastrodon is funnily like the Gorgeist.
Yeah.
Like the Gorgeist, the only thing that can really put any pressure on charge move wise. You're resisting a lot of the moves from the Licky, you're resisting a lot, you're just pressuring everything else. Yeah. So the more neutral pick you might have looked at, but maybe again, look at the team structure from Jai, a very smartly built team. The Fortress could have been scaring that off.
Yeah.
So that's just the small sort of differences I think that some of these players make just to...
Even the Clefable, which is pretty neutral, I just still don't think that's particularly favourable for the Clefable, because the obviously it's not doing any fast attack damage, and it's having to build all the way up to a Moonblast.
Yeah.
Presuming it's got a Moonblast, a lot of people might run Swift.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, true.
So really well played from They Love Jai, and Jai is I don't think he's actually won a regional yet. He's always been one of the...
I don't know why I feel like he's had a second place in Perth, but then I also for some reason think that he might have won one. But
he might
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% confident. I wish I had my
definitely going to check that one up, because he's obviously on fire today. He's won winners round number 4 in convincing fashion against a former regional winner. So this might be his day. We say that a lot, but this might be They Love Jai's day.
Yeah, it feels like one of those battles. It's only a matter of time before they do win one, if he hasn't already.
Yeah, if he hasn't already.
I feel like he might have got to the final at Perth. I believe he was second place, and that might have been one of his first tournaments. So we will get the someone will know this. So
correct us in chat. In the meantime, we are going to take a break. See you on the other side.
Hey everyone, I'm Itzaxon, and today I wanted to give my top tip on improving in Pokemon Go PvP. Now, I know this game is a lot to try to learn if you're just starting out. I myself, at one point in time, was a very bad player, and I didn't really know where to begin, but what I learned to be the most helpful tip is just watch other people play. You can watch on YouTube, you can watch people on Twitch, you can watch these regional events like you're watching right now, and just kind of compare what your own decision-making would be compared to the players on stage. You can think about if you would go for a shield, if you go for a bait, what kind of Pokemon you'd bring into the matchup even, and just by comparing here at home, thinking about what you would do, and comparing it with how the players react, and what actually happens on stage is one of the best ways to really learn what good decisions look like. Pokemon Go is a very fast-paced game. There's a lot of quick decisions that you have to make, and if you're just trying to learn yourself just by playing the game over and over again, it can be very overwhelming. But by taking a look back and watching other people play, you can see where the decision-making is going to happen, and what these good decisions are going to look like. Overall, this game is a very fun game to learn, and there is a lot that goes into it, but my biggest tip is just learn from the best, watch what the best players do, and try to see if you can adapt and add those kinds of playstyles into your gameplay.
Hello everyone, I'm Yakai, and today I want to give some tips for those new PvE players who want to improve their PP skills. So I think the most effective way to improve your PP skills is that you can try to record every single games that you play in GBL every day and try to have a review back on the recordings after you finish all the battles on that day. Because Pokemon Go PvP is a very fast-paced game, it's hard for you to instantly determine what you could have done better in that game right as you are battling. So by watching back the recordings, because you can adjust the speed of the video by yourself, you can more easily find out that what you did wrongly in that game and try to have adjustment next time I'm in a similar situations. And sometimes by yourself is not enough. You can also try to send the recordings to those community groups that you are in and try to ask someone who are better than you and ask for their suggestion. They can often see something that you can't see by yourself and try to let them to determine what you did wrongly in each game and have adjustment by reviewing on also their suggestion afterwards. So yeah, that's all my skills. Hope you can adapt those adjustments into your gameplays and become better and better.
Hey guys, I'm Wheels the Boy. So one of the ways in which you can improve at Pokemon Go PvP is through practice. Now, as we all know, Pokemon Go PvP involves a lot of tapping on your screen. But more important than the tapping is the vast array of decisions that, surround the tapping. For example, what team of 6 should I bring? What team of 3 should I choose for the battle party? What should I do if they lead this Pokemon? What should I do if they swap that Pokemon? Should I bait? Should I undercharge? Should I try to catch a move or play for alignment? There are a lot of decisions you have to make within a very short span of time. And watching great battlers make decisions live is a great way to learn. Now, I think complementing this with your own gameplay by recording your battles and looking back on them later is a nice way to take your gameplay to the next level. So yeah, good luck with your battles and more importantly, have fun. Bye.
Hey guys, I'm Emmy Wheel, and today I'm going to be giving you one of my most helpful tips to become better at Pokemon Go PvP. So when I started out with the game, there was a lot to learn. Right, all the different move costs, the move energy generations, the move durations, and it's a lot to learn. But luckily, we have resources made available to the whole community, the best example being PvPoke. On PvPoke, you can find all the different move energy generations, durations, costs, and as well, all the different damages that they do. So if you're struggling to get used to how different Pokemon function and how fast or slow they are, then I'd really recommend using PvPoke to really find out how much damage they do, how cheap or expensive their different moves are, and like that you can get a better feel of how the game works a lot more quickly than without using it.
If I had to give newer players one piece of advice, this would be connect with your friends and your community. Improving in Pokemon Go PvP doesn't happen from one day to another. It's a long journey, and especially if you connected with friends or the community, it's a much more fun one. I wouldn't be here where I am right now without all my friends and the community that has established over the years. Right now, there are even locals that people can attend, which are a new addition to the Pokemon Go circuit and a fun way to connect with others. And by connecting with friends, you have a lot of access to knowledge, to practice partners, and this is just amazing, and I'm sure you'll enjoy your journey much more than if you had to be alone.
All right, welcome back into this Sydney regional Stumpy. And oh my goodness, these battles, they're just getting hotter and hotter. My goodness, I know it's humid in Sydney, but my goodness, the battles are amazing.
Yeah, the standard is unbelievable, and like I said, it's gotten better and better. I've been on someone's we've been around since 2022 watching the Oceanic scene, who was quite small when we first started, watching it slowly progress from town halls in St Kilda to right to big convention centres. So it's really good to see the stand improving, and obviously the bringing the drawing in players to come and battle in the Oceanic region is awesome as well. That adds to that that standard.
Oh look, you've just given me flashbacks of St Kilda and where we are now at the ICC of Sydney as well, and it's just again an explosion of players and just incredible battles, and I can't believe we're heading closer and closer to the finals now. And again, just great players, great battles, and I just can't ask for anything more for a Sydney Regional.
Yeah, absolutely. It is great. And like I said, we've had a bit of a gap between the last one and this one, so it's good to be back in Sydney, back at a regional, and it's good to see that the standard is still as high as we sort of like it is, basically.
Yeah, I believe that we've got our next match coming up shortly, and I believe it's against Rick Flareon that we saw earlier today, and Avrip as well. So both great players in the Oceania scene. We saw Rick a bit earlier, but I think this will be the first time that we've seen Adam on screen.
Yep, first of the day for Adam, so we will have to look at his team, Rick as well, and they're both former champions of regionals
Correct.
in Australia. So
Yes.
Adam in Perth and Rick is a 2-time winner as well. So
Yes.
I'm not sure Adam is as well, but my memory is so incredible. I
Adam,
believe
he was runner-up for one of them,
Yeah.
and he did win a championship in Perth, where Rick also won one in Perth, a Perth regional,
And the first
also
in Melbourne.
Yes, the first in Melbourne as well. So again, both players have been to Worlds multiple times. Actually, since Pokemon Go has been established, has gone to every single World.
Yep.
Both of these players.
Yeah, very
So
high standard of
very
battles.
high track record. So I expect some amazing battles. Let's have a look at Avrip's team here. We've got a Florges, a Shadow Altaria, Chargerbug, Gastrodon, Empoleon, and a Furret. And then we've got Rick's team.
Yep, we've got the Gorgeist, we've got the Empoleon, Licky, Shadow Annihilate, and Shadow Alolan Ninetales, as well as the Unova Stunfish to round out his 6.
Yeah. So what catches your eye out of these two teams?
Well, it's definitely the dynamic between the Altaria and the Shadow Ninetales. So Rick, I think that Rick has built a team that sort of, Unova Stunfish, things like the Annihilate and Gorgeist do struggle a little bit in the matchups against the Altaria, so he's bought the hard check of the Alolan Ninetales that really can put some pressure on with Powder Snow. On Adam's side, it looks there's a lot of options. He's definitely got a lot of play for the Furret. It's only got to avoid really the Annihilate to have a lot of play across everything else as well. Chargebug, interesting pick. We've seen a few times today, but definitely has its spot in this meta currently. Will struggle a little bit with the Gorgeist damage being there on the field. So
Yes.
and Gorgeist as well on Rick's side looking very solid outside of the Altaria. Might struggle a little bit with the Furret throwing that super effective fast move damage and ramping out with Trailblaze. But definitely a good dynamic of these teams and a lot of variety. There's not many. What have we got in the similar picks? We've only got the Empoleon.
The Empoleon.
Just the Empoleon is the only shared Pokemon, so I've got definitely a unique bunch of Pokemon. So it'll be interesting to see some less mirror matches and a lot more sort of dynamic battling. And I guess now game one there'll probably be Empoleon versus Empoleon, and that would contradict everything I've just said. But definitely an interesting couple of picks.
It is. Now, Donkey, do you know that this matchup is actually a replay from Worlds in Yokohama, where both Rick Flareon and Avrip both played each other in Worlds?
Yeah, trust the luck. There's not many Aussies back then going to those ones. Only I think 4 or 5 Aussies went to that first one, and they managed to get 2 of them locked in together in battle. And so yeah, a good little repeat of that matchup. But back in Sydney now, and Rick defending on home turf from another Western Australian come across like we saw last battle.
Hey, look. Like I said, Rick managed to win a Perth regional, and then it's just like tit for tat. That's fine.
Absolutely, we don't mind sharing. It doesn't mind taking us across, but I think there will be some bit of a chip on the WA shoulder having some a Sydney goer come across and take their regional.
Look, it's fine. Look, we still have some Perth players still involved. So whether it's Avrip, whether it's They Love Jai, I believe Z-Tab is still in it as well. So 3 out of our 4 Perth players are still in it.
Absolutely.
So I'm pretty excited. We're going straight into it. They've locked in their teams into game 1, and we can see on Avrip's side that they have brought a Gastrodon and Rick Flareon with an Empoleon.
Yeah, not a great matchup here for Rick Flareon. So he's instantly out into Licky. He has length on that all day. Going to ramp up. There's no immediate counter swap, so we're going to see a chip damage here for maybe a Water Pulse coming through from the Gastrodon, but does get outpaced to the Shadow Ball there from Licky.
Yeah, Shadow Ball actually will connect as Avrip decides not to shield their Gastrodon. It does take them not quite half health, but it's able to now go straight for that Water Pulse, and this Water Pulse will connect onto Rick Flareon's Licky.
Yeah, absorb that damage quite comfortably. We've seen a lot of that today. Going to throw the next Body Slam or Shadow Ball, whatever he decides to throw. He's going to try to catch he has caught the Shadow Ball on the Furret, so this is going to almost heal the Furret from its already full health.
Amazing catch from Avrip. He's very good at his counts and very good at catching these particular moves. Now, Rick is still stuck in this situation because he did switch into this Licky. He's able to get to this Body Slam and able to launch it off before this Licky goes down.
Absolutely, and maybe we might see a quick switch into the Empoleon here to try to, while this clock's misaligned, to try to take full advantage of that to avoid that matchup. He has gone straight in, but will cop a Trailblaze on the way in, neutral damage, and I can imagine he lets the first one go in this matchup.
Yeah, Rick still has 2 shields on their side, decides not to shield, lets his Trailblaze go through, so it means that you can retain those shields, but these sucker punches are now attack boosted, and it's getting to the Swift already there, but Rick actually goes for the Hydro Cannon first.
Absolutely. Very correct play to let the first one go before the damage ramps up. We'll get a little bit low and the shield does come out, so we're going to see how Adam decides to close back up. He has gone for the Swift, which with the boost should do more than enough to KO this Empoleon now that's done its job.
Yes, it would knock out this Empoleon, so Empoleon will go down, so it means that Rick has the choice of bringing either the Licky Licky to try and catch something, or the Alola Ninetales comes into play. He also still has 2 shields in play as well. Ninetales comes through, and now we can see all these Powder Stones actually does quite a bit of damage. As far is able to get to the Swift, and Rick has to shield in this scenario.
2 shields, better use them, but a really strong positioning for the Ninetales. Here he goes, doesn't want to get a lot of farm here because the Altaria is in the back, so obviously he's going to come through, but does get outpaced to the Weather Ball.
Yes, and the Weather Ball, as Avrip decides on that last second, deciding to shield, protect this Gastrodon, and able to now get to that Body Slam. It has almost like maybe a couple months left away from the next Body Slam. Rick decided to shield on their Alola Ninetales so it can protect. It has the most HP out of his Pokemon. Able to get to that Weather Ball before the Gastrodon. Gastrodon has no shields left.
Yeah, really tough spot here, and it's going to come down to if the clock is going to come up for Adam here. There's going to have to be a potential catch play coming in here to be able to maybe screw this matchup, because one Weather Ball from the Shadow Ninetales will do double super effective damage to the Altaria.
Yeah, look, in this scenario, I think it is a really tough one, especially because it is a Shadow Altaria as well. Look at all these Powder Snows doing so much damage. And now going for the catch. It's going for a catch. Adam able to catch onto this fire. And Rick being like, no, I'm not doing any bubble. Oh, maybe a 2 or 3 here. And going for the catch. It means that it absorbs all that damage, all that energy. And now Rick trying to go for its own catch, but unable to make it. And now this Altaria, look, if you remember Worlds, if you remember Yokohama, it's a very similar scenario of this catch into this Altaria as well.
Yeah, unbelievable play from Adam there. Held his nerve amazingly. He actually let him go 1 Powder Snow over the charge move and just held his nerve. If Rick had thrown straight away, he would have KO'd the Altaria and it would have been game over. He held his nerve, decided that's the risk you have to run at this level. You have to think with people waiting half turns, waiting for a full turn, doing things like that. He did just made the right prediction.
Yes, and look, it's just I think these players also know each other very well. So they know the dynamics of how each other's plays. Adam is a very patient player. He will wait turns. He will make sure he goes for those catches, and he will bank energy to make sure he can use it later in the game. So he knows how Rick plays. Again, these players have played each other before, and I think it's a clever read from his end.
Yeah, and just sort of knowing that, knowing that it's actually almost a compliment that Adam's giving Rick there and saying that, I know you well enough. I know that your game knowledge is that good that you know exactly how much energy, I know exactly how much you have energy on. I know we both know. So I just have to rely on just making a prediction and going like, look, I think you're just going to go 1 over, or you might go 2, you might go half a turn and wait. But that does also show the power of the Altaria, the Dragon Breath. You can basically pick and choose whenever you want to switch, because you got that 1 turn fast move. So you do have the great option of just being able to switch whenever, which you don't have when you have things like 4 and 5 turn moves.
Yes. And I think that's the reason why Altaria is one of the top 12 picks, or in top 2 rather,
top 2.
That it is just so malleable in a lot of circumstances that you can get in and get out very quickly. The Dragon Breath also, again, very oppressive. A Shadow one as well. So it just all adds up, and it's just something that, again, a very good player that knows enough knowledge can really outplay with that.
We definitely touched on it earlier. We sort of thought the dynamic of Altaria now, where it does have that, though the Dragon Breaths aren't as strong as they used to be, just the way that it plays now, you can, you see an Altaria throwing 3-4 charge moves in its while it's up, without, in the past you'd sort of see 1 or 2 because it took so long to get to move. Dragon Breath wasn't the best energy gain move. It took a lot of time to get to move. So now it's very interesting to see it. I believe Dragon Breath is now a clone of Psywave. So, we see that on Lapras and Malamar, how spammy those moves come out. So we're seeing things like that where Altaria has completely changed from that fast move pressure to really a shield threatening charge move user.
Yeah, look, and I believe that the players have locked in. So we're going to the game 2 very shortly. If you were Rick, what would you bring as the lead?
Leading, go straight in. I reckon we just go, if you're worried about the game, just be consistent, just stick to, if you wanted to go lick a tongue, just straight to licky, and that could probably be something that you could just go nice and safe, reliable. But you know, the Licky Tongue has been a good pivot throughout the tournament. So maybe it's do you want to move DK away from that? We'll see.
We'll see. All right, here we are into game 2, where we can see an Empoleon on Avrip's side into a Gorgeous from Rick Flareon's side.
Yeah, pretty neutral matchup here. The pacing is completely they're similar timing to get to the moves, but we will see that the advantage of being in these matchups is that you can sort of manage your range a bit better as the Empoleon. Have seen a switch out, and we're going to see a Hydro Cannon come through onto the Gastrodon that can take this quite well.
That's right. So Avrip has decided to switch out of that scenario, bring it into the Gastrodon. Gastrodon being able to take on this Hydro Cannon. The Hydro Cannon only takes about half health of the Gastrodon there, and now this Water Pulse will connect onto this Empoleon. Empoleon's on so little healthier, so Rick has to make a decision whether to actually able to get to the next Hydro Cannon. This takes it so quickly there.
Yep, and we'll take out the Gastrodon on this occasion. So the opposing Empoleon with a whole lot of energy, so a loaded Empoleon on Adam's side, Avrip's side here. So really tough spot for Rick. He's got two things that don't want to see a drill peck.
Those two things are indeed, but it does have 2 shields still in play. So brings out the Annihilate here, thinking, okay, the counter damage is going to do really well against the Empoleon. The Empoleon has so much energy though, so Rick has to shield this Annihilate, but it also wants to probably save a shield for that Gorgeous in the back.
Yeah, it's a really tough position because this will take you out. So you're almost forced into shield, and you have to go down 2 shields, and there's an Altera in the back that won't be too worried about the early. You might have to watch out for a nice punch, but with a 2 shield advantage, you can just safely push through, shield both if you need to, and just get rid of this Annihilate ASAP.
Now Avrip deciding to go using the first shield of the 2 and able to shield that Rage Fist on the Altaria. Probably might be a bit worried about that Ice Punch, but now is able to go for this Sky Attack. The Sky Attack will connect onto this Shadow Annihilate, which will take it out of the field. So it means that Gorgeous now comes into play and has no shields against a Shadow Altaria here, Stumpy.
Yeah, really tough spot. He does need to move through here, but this Sky Attack with the Shadow Boost will do a whole lot of damage to this Gorgeous, and a Shadow Ball probably won't take out this thing, take out the Altera at this range.
Yeah, it will connect and it will go down. So that means that Avrip goes 2-0 against Rick Flareon in this, I believe, semi-finals of their bracket as well. So it means that Rick is actually not out.
No.
It means that he goes into the losers bracket. He can still fight another day or, in the next hour or so to see if he can still make his way back into the championships, where Avrip proceeds on. So even though we haven't seen Avrip in a few of the, say he didn't attend Auckland, but he did attend Brisbane, it just means that he's still in it. I think a lot of people may have thrown him, well, not thrown him out, but as in he wasn't in that contention of talk, but we can see he's still got it.
Yeah, absolutely still has it. And really, really pretty good, solid 2-0 victory there. And it's against a player like Rick, that's no easy feat.
No.
You have to really play well to do that sort of thing. Do that to a player of Rick's caliber. Really good use of the Altera. We saw really well played with that. It had a really strong matchup into Rick's team. Again, he had the Ninetales to contend with. Apart from that, it was just really solid across the board, and he just did really well to just navigate that.
Yes, and I think he just masterfully played with that Shadow Altaria. And I know Avrip has used Altaria in previous teams before, so having that extra Shadow type and knowing the background of Altaria and what it can and can't take just goes to show the caliber that he's at as a player to, just basically do a clinic of it today. Because like you said, it's no easy feat to take down Rick Flareon, and the fact that he managed to take it in 2 games out of the 3 straight sets, fantastic play.
Yeah, really well played. And like you said, not over for Rick, and he's one for a lower bracket run. He has done that in the past where he's gone down in early rounds and has just gone on really well to even get through to the as far as the top cut of the tournament. So
look, down but not out.
Would not be surprised to see Rick have a really good solid run through there. He looked really good, and actually really interesting to see the Alolan Ninetales as well. That's the way that played.
Yeah, look, it's not the first time we've seen Alolan Ninetales today. No. I believe in the matches beforehand you had They Love Jai with
we have seen one.
With
but it is one of the more unique picks for the day though, so it's good to see. Clearly it's got utility, and it's again, the Altera is definitely the target, so it's interesting to see how it's playing across the broader meta as well.
Yes, and again, it's a particular Pokemon that I think some people have played and haven't liked it. They thought it might have been a bit glassy. However, I think with if you know it well enough, you know what it can take and what it can handle. It does get to the weather balls very quickly as well, so can put a lot of pressure into a match.
Absolutely, and again, it's got some target. It's got some obviously really terrible matchups in terms of the Empoleon and things like that. But it is one of those Pokemon that sort of, again, like this meta scene at the moment, it's not so polarizing that we see. There's some hard checks, but there's also a lot of those really tough matchups with energy can really change that dynamic. A lot of so it might be one of those Pokemon that thrives in that, like using something like Licky Licky, and you might soft lose the lead and then go, okay, well, I can get a farm down here and really start to put pressure on. Even if something does come in like an Empoleon, you can throw Dazzling Gleam is going to hurt. If you get a big move off, it's not the most bulky mon in the world. Even resisted damage is going to chip at it. So things like that where you can, or save the energy, get to the back, and then you've got potential combo plays late in the game for that. So it is one of those Pokemon that might thrive in that sort of scenario where it can get a bit of an energy lead.
Yeah, I think it's actually a really great pick into this meta. I think it's something that possibly, unless you are they love Jai, that hasn't really been thought about. So it's not quite a favorite pick, but it's definitely something that is a bit on that fringe and also can be quite a core breaker. So it'll be interesting to see if he still brings it out for his following matches down the track.
Yeah, absolutely. And, and it's got a good neutral play. Like, as much as there's a few hard checks for it, it does have you're looking at Adam's side here, average. So I keep calling him Adam. I used to call him Average Adam.
That's anyway, all right. It is his name.
It is his name. I know it's his name. I just noticed I was used to reading the names on here. But yeah, so looking at his team, you've got the Florges, Charge Bug, all these matchups you think, and obviously without the Empoleon, it's got solid neutral play. It's outpacing a lot of those Pokemon. So it is really it does have a lot of play there. So I can see why you'd be see the value in that across the broader meta and things like Gastrodon and Furret, Florges. We're seeing a lot of them. So I think that ice damage is really underrated in the current meta.
Yeah, in the previous match and the Alolan Sandslash, and we didn't get a chance to have a chat too much about it, but I think it's also a very nice pick in this current meta as well with the Guzzlords and with the other dragon types that are around. So now I believe, have we got the next team up? Is this correct for Nighttime Clasher versus They Love Jai? I was looking at
straight away.
I was looking at the Shadow and Alolan Ninetales, being that hasn't moved.
Yeah, it hasn't moved, but it has changed a little bit. So we might be able to see that the Guzzlord into the Ninetales here to see that sort of pick now. But look at the times we've seen both these teams race today. But we'll just go quickly through. We've got the Shadow Kanto Marowak, Shadow Scizor, Galarian Corsola, Azumarill the Bunny, Corviknight, and Guzzlord.
Yes, on Nighttime Clash side, They Love Jai. We've got that Galarian Corsola, the Gastrodon, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, a Licky Licky, a Fortress, and the Galarian Moltres on his side. So again, Jai is well known for his favorite picks. One being, as I mentioned, the Alolan Ninetales. But second is that Galarian Moltres. He has, I believe in the last broadcast with Brisbane Regional, Mikey Morg said, instead of it's like, we love fly.
We love fly.
Because, he just loved using that particular move and did make a lot of waves through Brisbane.
Yeah, well, that's definitely his thing. I remember he was on a bit of a trend with his Shadow Blastoise was something he was really pushing at the last regional that I attended when I was there. But and so it's interesting to see that pick now. It's not quite in the meta as much as it was. So we've now got Gastrodon, another water type to replace. He seems to have, like I said, we have the comfort picks. He definitely has those.
Yes.
And, we've watched the caliber of battler he is. He's very comfortable they're comfort picks for a reason. He's very good with them. And it'll be interesting to see. This will be a really good matchup. I don't know if these guys have played before, but they might have practiced together, maybe these sort of high-level battlers. But it'll be interesting to see in a regional format how they sort of go. But on your side, what are you thinking? Like, if you're on Jai's side, what are you looking at going, I've got to bring this every game?
Look, I think that Moltres is coming out. I think it has a lot of play. And even if it didn't in a bad matchup, I think somehow Jai will make it work. Because I've versed Jai many times where I'm like, oh, this is favourable for me. It wasn't. All right, we're into game one already. So we can see that Galarian Moltres into that Corviknight. So we're straight into it and able already to get to that air cutter. Again, Jai knows his Galarian Moltres and knows what it's able to take and not take here. So it safely does not shield.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no point of charging up extra move here. Throwing the air cutter straight away to try to get that boost off as early as possible in the game. But Jai knowing the Moltres can take this damage quite well. Second one does come through.
Yeah, the second one comes through, and I believe it did connect. Now, Jai is able to get up to almost like 2 Brave Birds at this point, but decides to launch. I wasn't sure if it was a fly or a Brave Bird. It was a Brave Bird. Brave Bird connects, but it doesn't take this Corviknight out. Can you believe that?
No, it's crazy. That's that steel type coming in, absolutely clutch there, but puts it in a position where Jai goes, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it shields or not. I can just chill through this, farm it down. I've got a lot of energy to unload on where it comes in next, which is a Galarian Corsola.
Ah, okay. This is really interesting because I think what Nighttime Clasher thinks is that Jai will switch out of the Moltres. So even though it has Sucker Punch, it wouldn't doesn't want to stay there at all. So they love Jai now having that licky to pivot into.
Yeah, and a really, really dominant safe swap here. The Power Gem will come through, but it won't do a whole lot of damage non-static through that Licky here, and we'll see the Shadow Ball come through on the other side.
Yeah, we'll see. Look, so much energy from They Love Jai. It's got 2 Shadow Balls ready to go, so it's able to launch the first one off, and Nighttime Clasher deciding not to shield on its Ghost type of a Corsola, able to take it down into the yellow, and it's so close to the next move already on that Corsola, and They Love Jai, actually, they're going for a swappy, going for a catch, trying to go for a catch. It didn't happen. They Love Jai stood patiently still and rolled out down on that Corviknight. So now it has so much energy. Nighttime Clasher has to make a decision whether to bring that Corsola back out or bring into the Zoomerall.
Looks like he's clicked on the Azumarill there, but this Licky Stone Shadow Ball immediately is 100 energy there to unload on the next Pokemon. So really solid spot, and does go for an immediate pivot into the Fortress. So this is an unbelievably good spot for Jai, resisting both charge moves, and this Bug Bite damage is no joke. It's coming through, and we're going to see a Play Rough come through because the Switch Hub is still misaligned.
Yeah, and look, just farming and farming and farming more energy here. We're on double Sand Tomb. I think we're going straight for 100 energy here because it's just, it does so little. Now we can see that this Play Rough is going to connect onto this Fortress, but it only brings them down to half health.
Yeah, we're going for the immediate combo play there. So you come straight into the Corsola that had some loaded energy. It's throwing the Power Gem straight away into the Fortress that will survive this move as only neutral damage.
And we can see now it's going straight into this charge move, the Rock type here. I believe it is a Rock Tomb. The Rock Tomb will connect onto this Galarian Corsola and take it off the field, and it's already there for its next move. The next Rock Tomb will, it decides to shield. Nighttime Clasher protecting this Azumarill.
Not a great spot here. All this energy that was banked on the Licky is going to come in here. It's going to throw the first body slam and can quite comfortably tank another move from the Azumarill. So really good spot here for Jai trying to close out the first game.
Yes, and look, I think at this point here we can see that it's just currently, it had so much energy on that Licky. It's actually going for the Shadow Ball here to try and just take this Azumarill out. Azumarill was the last Pokemon on Nighttime Clasher's team, so I believe once it connects, it should be able to take it out, and that means it is game 1 to They Love Jai in this winners Group A final.
Yeah, game 1 secured for Jai. Really well played matchup. He has some really favorable matchups overall there. The good use of the Fortress really came in, really neutralized that Azumarill not being able to throw any super effective charge moves at all. So it's a really good matchup. And then playing out the lead very well, like a matchup where the Moltres can't throw super effective charge move damage, but you throw the Brave Bird. If they shield it, great. I can switch out. Look at maybe going to my Licky. But if they don't shield it, I can then go, okay, it's worth investing a shield in this while I've still got some health and farming down and then being able to put pressure onto the next Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's like such well-played game from They Love Jai because, again, it's no easy feat to take a game off Nighttime Clasher, but Jai knows his team. He knows his team so well that it's like, okay, I bank this energy, I go here, I'll bring this along. And it was beautifully played. It was just like Swan Lake on that.
Yep, yeah, exactly right. Holding his nerve when he went to catch the move onto the Corviknight as well, and then putting that energy fully to advantage. So it's a tough uphill battle for Nighttime Clasher, but let's see how he adjusts.
All right, yep, we're straight into game 2 here, and we can see the Galarian Moltres comes out here, but we see the Shadow Sizzle on the Nighttime Clasher side.
Yeah, the interesting matchup here. We've got both doing a very impressive fast move damage. The Trailblaze looking to come through from the Sizzle, which will win CMP here. He has let the move go because it is resisted, but this will allow the bullet punch damage to be ramped up very quickly.
That's correct. And in these scenarios, it's really about shield play here. So we can see that Nighttime Clasher deciding to shield this, I believe, fly coming through. So then it's really and Jai sees it here. He has to pivot out of this scenario because he will not win in that particular matchup because of the shield play. Now the Fortress is against his Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, really smart pivot. Didn't want to get farmed down and let all that the Moltres just give all the energy away. The reverse option comes through here, which will just slow that damage down from the Corsola. It doesn't hit the hardest in the world, but these bug bites are adding up really quickly.
Yeah, and look, Corsola is very well known for having its bulk, but again, bug bite, and it's super effective. Now it's able to go for this Nightshade. This Nightshade will connect onto this Fortress. It still takes it quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll let pace to the next one before you can get to the follow-up Rock Tomb. So we'll let this go. And just, I think Forrester's job. Went for a slight undercharge there to see if maybe we get a bit of a farm down, but not to be. Instant switch coming here, didn't want to get farm down, going into the sizzle. We'll get to the Night Slash, or we'll get a full farm down.
Absolutely. I gotta go through the whole farm down. That means the Sizzle has so much energy, but the Licky is able to go roll out down. That's so much energy down from Nighttime Clash's side.
Yeah, unfortunate there that the energy has not been able to go full use, and we do have a 2-shield Licky into an Azumarill that's very, very healthy.
Yeah, look, Azumarill is known for its bulk, and it's just going to have to take Body Slam after Body Slam, maybe a Shadow Ball in there at some point, but it does have shields in play. It decides to shield this Body Slam, and now is able to launch this Ice Beam against this Licky, but they love Jai knowing that he has to protect this Licky. So going for a shield, protecting their own. It's usually unusual to use shields in this type of, like these two particular Pokemon, but they have to in this case.
Yeah, knowing that any of the moves thrown by the Azumarill here is going to hit a lot harder than the Power Gem will from the Corsola in the back, so smartly and correctly shielding the biggest threat to your team.
Yes, and now we can see that this Azumarill has got up to the Play Rough. The Play Rough is now going to connect onto this Licky, saving that shield for later because honestly, this Licky can handle it.
Absolutely can, and it's ramped up to it's always at 2 Shadow Balls at 100 energy, so really good spot for the Licky.
We'll see.
No shields remaining, so could go back to back here and get rid of this Azumarill before the next move can come through.
That's what I was thinking, whether he's just going to go back to back here and just try and take this Azumarill out or try and get a little bit more. Oh, there was attempted of a catch here, and we can see actually Jai, patient as ever, able to go for a few more rollouts, now being able to launch a Shadow Ball, take this Corsola out. It means that it has so much energy against this Azumarill and also still has a shield in play, able to get to that Shadow Ball, and this Shadow Ball will connect.
Absolutely, and that will close out the game for Jai.
That means that Jai is out on 2-0. So this will connect through. Azumarill's off the play. Nighttime Clasher on 0. They Love Jai onto, continuing into the, I believe that was the bracket final. So as in like the winner's final A for Group A. Yeah. So he'll go straight into
the top cup.
Yeah, top cup.
Winner's side of the top cup.
Yeah. So, but again, Nighttime Clasher flies all the way from the US, comes to Sydney. He ain't done yet.
Absolutely not, and he won't go down lightly. He'll have a great run through the lower bracket. That's where he ends up, and that's where we go.
Yeah, but again, both incredible players. But I think, again, Nighttime Clasher played his heart out there, trying to pivot, trying to get away with things. But They Love Jai just with that extra patience to see where his win con was, and knew what Nighttime Clasher's win con was. To be like, no, I'm going to go keep straight throwing here on my fast attack, so then it doesn't go for a catch.
Yeah.
It doesn't play into his trap at all, and able to steal it out in that game too.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played from Jai, and but like you said, he's coming away from the States. He won't go down without a fight, so I expect to see him again on stream today. But
yeah. Look, like I said, I'm happy in my part where we've got 2 WA players just then going through. So we've got Averitt going through, we've got They Love Jai going through. So WA represent, we're still going strong.
Exactly right. Now it was interesting to see how Jai played the Forest Race that game. He really didn't really shield it, and looks like we switched off. So I think the Forest Race was good because it didn't come out the first time we saw it on stream. So it's nice to see him play that, and it was really interesting to see it in a matchup with something like the Corsola, where it's not like super. Doesn't seem like a super favourable matchup or anything like that, but it just seems like just solid and neutral. If there's no fire on the other side, there's no Gorgeist to contend with. It just looks like it has a lot of play there.
Yeah, and look, again, I think it's a very well-constructed team from both sides as well. And at the end of the day, with experience with the particular Pokemon, Jai just clinched it out on that one, and it just goes to show, again, just working with your favorite Pokemon. You just got to go work with your favorite Pokemon, right?
Yeah, exactly
so
right.
When Ditto coming in, let me know that. But we are going into a break, and we're going into the next, I believe, into the next group final as well. So stay tuned. It's only going to get better from here.
Hey guys, my name is Cesar Wireless. I'm a European Pokemon Go competitor, and today I want to talk to you about one of my favorite strategies, switch timer manipulation. Because in Pokemon Go, both you and your opponent get to switch out once every 45 seconds. After that, you are then considered switch locked, potentially stuck in a matchup that you do not want to be in. However, one way of overcoming tough alignment is to move your Pokemon in and out of matchups in ways that lead your opponent's switch clock to become out of sync with your own. Let's take a look. Here I am at the Birmingham Regional Championships earlier this year, up against Anacor, a trainer from the UK who would qualify for the World Championships. So a very good opponent, and Anakor makes an excellent lead call here, leading Dugong into my Diggersby. But I have a plan. A 2-turn quick attack into Dugong's 3-turn Ice Shot means that even after a 1-turn swap, my Galarian Corsola will sneak and astonish on turn alignment once Dugong launches its Icy Wind. And here is where the timer comes into play. Because there is no clear answer to Galarian Corsola on Anakor's side, so he needs to make this a team effort. But by choosing to debuff my Corsola before swapping out, the charge attack animation leads to our timers becoming out of sync by about 15 seconds, and I plan to use that to my advantage. So, Superior is at the field, but after a while, I get to switch again, and I get to switch first, so I can preserve the Corsola for the endgame. I also force Anakor to throw his energy into the grass-resistant Charger Bug, just for him to get his timer to come back up again. So, the dancing continues. Unova Stunfisk attempts to lock down the Charger Bug, but our buggy little friend has been able to farm a lot of cheap energy against the Superior and its Vine Whips, allowing Diggersby to pivot in on the desync. We just take one Mud Bomb, we then stall the timer a little more with an X-Scissor of our own, and we will finally find the one matchup where our Diggersby thrives, which is against that Unova Stunfisk. We don't even want to throw energy against it. We just want to get the energy, so once the switch clock comes up for Anakor again, we are able to stall it ourselves. So we land some good damage into the Dugong. This is going to be helpful, but our switch timer is not yet up, but it will come up before Anakor's will. So we throw one more move on good timing. We will have to shield up one Icy Wind. Even though we get the lucky debuff here, I think we still want to preserve our health on the bunny, because we do need it to take out the Unova Stunfisk later on. And now that our switch timer is back up again, we can pivot into the Charger Bug. We found up so much energy that we now are able to force the last shield and also force out the Unova Stunfisk again, which is very important because that thing being hard locked into the matchup now allows Diggersby to be useful once more, even though it is ABA weak, or like weak against 2 of the Pokemon that are on Anakor's team. And yeah, we farm up some energy. We could have done one more quick attack, but this is fine, because at the end of the day, Dugong only has like about one move, and we catch it on the Galarian Corsola that we preserved in the early game. Had we not shielded up the Corsola, we would have taken a Frenzy Plant to the face, which is a lot more damaging than an Icy Wind. So Galarian Corsola, because we preserved it, because we danced around with our switch timer, is now able to close out this game for us, even though we never really had positive alignment throughout the entire match. So what happened there? We used our most neutral Pokemon as a pivot, so our opponent was forced to desync the switch timers, and then we managed to dance around and always make the most out of the 15 or so seconds that we got to stay in a beneficial matchup. If you do not have a neutral veg like the Galarian Corsola was in this matchup, you can also try to catch a move after the lead matchup on your secondary Pokemon to essentially make your opponent throw a charge attack and desync the timer that way. That is all for today. I hope you enjoyed this little lesson. I hope you're enjoying the show. So I will just give back to the casters.
It's like Fort Warren.
I'm back.
I'm back.
I'm ready to get into some more battles. These have been so hype. We are getting to the pointy end of each of the groups. And so one of the groups is now more or less done and dusted.
Group A, yes.
Group A. So we do have some losers bracket matches to sort out, and then we will have the top cut from that side. We still have the business of Group B to take.
Yes, we do. Which is like the winners bracket is always very entertaining to watch, because these are the people that haven't lost a match yet. So they're still like rolling on fire. They're just like, oh yes, I'm playing so well right now. So they are confident going in, because if they lose, they're still going to be in the losers round, right? So exciting to see what
that safety net there. I've also noticed that not only has about the not losing a match yet, Averitt, who we were shoutcasting before, has not lost a battle yet. He's 2-0'd all of his opponents so far, including some very top tier talent. It is looking like Averitt's day at the moment.
Oh look, the other side of WA is they love Jai though. So look, If it becomes a WA final, my goodness, I will be beaming.
That is very possible as well because they are in the two different groups. So,
Yeah.
They could meet in the final. That would be pretty impressive.
Look, a girl can dream.
I mean, it's they're certainly on form, both of them at the moment. Jai obviously just took down Nighttime Clasher, and that was a 2-0 himself, wasn't it?
It was a 2-0 as
against,
well.
Like the celebrity, Hollywood.
Just because this comes from the US doesn't mean he's Hollywood, okay? We have our people as well.
We do.
So I believe the next match is what we just mentioned, Averett. Yeah. But you know who's going against? The just recently crowned champion of the Auckland Special Championships, which is Jumothy. So it's going to be a great match leading up into this winners Group B final coming right up.
Yeah, this will be probably Averett's most difficult test. Yeah, not to say that he's faced some very tough opponents, but Jumothy, is like you said, newly crowned regional champion. He's the most recent regional winner in the world. Birmingham and Merida.
Yeah, Birmingham and Merida. Yeah. So maybe not because actually Auckland was on Sunday. It's in the middle. No, I think
let's go with it just for the poetry of it.
Okay, right. Most recently crowned Jumothy.
Yeah. So currently technically best player in the world.
Yeah. Let's call it that.
The math checks out. The maths.
So he will be going in with, again, Averett. And Averett is on fire at the moment. So both of them being able to play into the winners final of their group. So I just expect exemplary. I just think it's going to be so good in the next match.
I have not actually seen too much of Jumothy's play before. I've either been battling myself or not been at the regional he's been to. So I'm not too aware of Jumothy's playstyle. This will be like a first for me. This will be a new experience.
Excellent.
Tasting a new dish.
Oh, good. Well, here's the menu. So with these two players, now Averett, someone that was since the beginning, 2022. We've kept an eye on him from the beginning. Whereas Jumothy is probably more of a newer player to the circuit. I say newer, but he's made such big waves already. So he's, I believe, only started playing Go in the last couple of years. And the fact that the last regional, not only, Auckland we've talked about, but the previous regional before that, he came third in, I believe it was Brisbane. So really, to have an average of 1 and 3, I mean...
It's a good strike rate, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very, very good. And again, as mentioned, it's going to be an uphill battle against Averett. So Jumothy is after that back-to-back, going, okay, I was champion there. Let's try and do it again in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, keen to see how Jumothy tackles this man who is on a tear, having beaten so many high-quality opponents. Rick Flareon, obviously, he went 2-0 against, and they're both looking to make their own way into the top cut of this particular regional. If Jumothy could go back-to-back, winning 2 regionals in 2 weeks, that would be just insane.
Yes. Oh, look, we haven't heard anything like that since the Jakovic days, right? So it will be amazing to see if that happens, and I'll be cheering for it as well. I mean, still, I'd love my WA players to get to that final, but again, that's totally okay with Jumothy at the same time. So we'll wait until, I believe the players are on their way. So, maybe they're having a little bit of a lunch break, getting some electrolytes in and making their way to, I'd like to play Rocky in the back of my mind. They're coming down to the players' floor to try and, log in and battle it out.
I mean, that's something that they should absolutely do, is have Eye of the Tiger playing out on the floor.
There might be some copyright issues, but, it'll be great to see. What I want to see... Oh, actually, Fish, who do you think is going to win out of that matchup?
Out of the one we're about to see, Averett Jumothy. Look, like I said, I haven't seen too much of Jumothy's play, so it's hard for me to make a pick. I did pick Adam as my one to watch at the beginning of the day, so I've got to stick with that. Surely, got to back my horse there.
Okay.
I had the same thing with the Pangoro. I was like, oh, maybe no, backing up on it. But now I'm all in on Pangoro as well. You've got to stick to your guns, Fish.
Yes. Now, we are going to go straight into that match, but we're just going to take a small break here, and then we're going to go straight into Averett versus Jumothy. So give us a moment. We'll be right back.
And we are back, and we are almost ready to check out this battle that has been hyped for over 3 minutes, Debbie.
Yes. They went back. They went to go get some snacks, and we come back in. But I believe we'll be able to see the teams now of Avrip and Jumothy and see what this match is going to look like. And it's going to be, like I said, a very, very interesting team. Now, looking on Avrip's side, we just saw that Shadow, Altaria, the Charger Bug, the Gastrodon, the Empoleon, and the Furret.
And on Jumothy's side, we have the Shadow Marowak, the Shadow Knight. We've got regular Altaria, Licky Licky, Wigglytuff, and Empoleon.
Yeah, I believe that with Jumothy's team, that looks almost exactly the same as what he ran in Auckland. So if you can run it and win it, hey, why not try back to back and try it again?
Yeah, and the meta hasn't had much time to change since then, has it? So the double normal obviously proving very effective. Obviously, the normal's only weakness being fighting, and Wigglytuff being a fairy type with the charm is going to be just fine against the fighters. So they do cover each other relatively well. The average Charger Bug is one that I don't think we've seen in any of his battles yet, but it is something that we have discussed has a particularly special niche in the meta.
Yeah, look, even if it's bench pressure there, it is such a big bench pressure because it just it has such an interesting typing as well, and that it's enough to scare you off a little bit, being like, oh, what if it brings a Charger Bug out? Should I really bring my Flyers out? Should I really, if I've got my dark types? It's a very good pick in this, Guzzlord, Altaria, Empoleon meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest fear, obviously, of the Electrics is your Mud Slappers. And due to the subtyping and the bulk, I find Charger Bug has enough play into particularly the Gastrodon, but also the Marowak as well. You can maybe throw an X-Scissor and then get out and then come back in when you've got a little more energy to get out. There's different ways you can play it out that the Charger Bug can overcome that negative matchup.
Yeah, and it's just purely because of the Volt Switch. I don't like the fast charge, fast attack, and the 4-turn. 4 is such an awkward number for me, but for these high-level players, 4 is nothing.
I mean, it's got Bug Bite.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But still, it's too...
still not sold on Charger Bug.
No, I get cuter.
Oh, come on. That is a cute little battery bug.
You can't even convince me with that. No.
You thought Goomy, not Goomy, Goodra was
Goodra's cute. Goodra's cute. We'll keep it on that.
It's a slime monster thing.
I believe the players have locked in. Let's get into game 1 here. We've got Avrip versus Jumothy, and we have Empoleon versus an Altaria.
This is a small advantage for Empoleon. The Altaria is not going to be too scared off immediately. It's going to build up a lot of energy. The Empoleon is not going to try, but it's going to build up a bit of energy of its own. But then now it is the Empoleon that fires first blood.
Yes, so we'll go for this drill peck because the Hydro Cannons will be slightly resistant. So it means that Jumothy can farm up a little bit more going into that Flamethrower. Flamethrower is going to do quite a bit of damage to this Empoleon. Avrip deciding not to shield and let it through. Now it's into the yellow.
But the Empoleon does take it in his stride. Now, the Altaria is getting very close to being in Drill Peck range, but I don't think this will quite do it. So we'll leave it with a little bit of HP left, and it might allow the Altaria to its own charge move once again, which it does do, and it throws that Sky Attack a little bit later than what it actually got to that attack, built up a couple of extra Dragon Breaths.
I think this is clever from Avrip's end to not shield this Empoleon because we can see it does have this Forger, so the Forger could, but actually Jumothy seeing the writing on the wall going, no, I will bring my Wigglytuff in.
Yeah, and so this is a very neutral matchup, and we don't have a hard answer in the back, which we've seen so many times today. We've had someone aggressively switching in and then being absolutely punished for it. This is not going to be the case. So Avrip is going to throw one Chilling Water. He's going to continue to stay in as well. He's going to get to another Chilling Water before the Icy Wind can come out. So this Wigglytuff is now going to be double debuff.
It will be, and look, Jumothy decides to shield and protect the Wigglytuff here so it can get to going straight for the Icy Wind, going for another Charm, then an Icy Wind to get a little bit more of that Charm damage, even though it has been debuffed, but it still does quite a bit, even though it is against a Fairy type.
Yeah, so we are buffing each other. We might get to a point where no one's doing any damage to each other and we've hit a stalemate. We'll if that happens, the chilling water is going to come onto the, because it's been debuffed, it's still not going to KO it.
No, I did see Jamothy try and switch out there now, trying to bring the Atari is now back into play, and Avrip seeing the writing and going for the Gastro, actually being able to mud slap down an Altari, excuse me.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. The Wigglytuff will now get to an Icy Wind, and this might have to be a shield on Avrip's side. Now, I don't think the Avrip has seen the back Pokemon for Jamothy, which is the Shadow Alolan Marowak. We do have the Body Slam. That's a bit unfortunate for Avrip. Has to waste that energy. Would have liked to be able to just shield and maybe Mud Slap down, but now it's going to be 35 energy less than what he otherwise would have.
Yes, and these mud slaps will add up onto this Gastro. See how much damage it is actually doing, and Jamothy still has a shield in place, so he's able to protect this Marowak. But now actually going for a bait with this Body Slam. Does Jamothy? No, calls it, does not shield on the Kanto Marowak there.
And that is game, set, and match, I think. I mean, there's the Florges in the back for maybe a catch or something, but I think the Marowak is just going to get to that energy so fast. It's not going to be able to do anything. We do get the attempted catch, but that will not change anything. The Marowak is going to deliver Avrip's first loss for the day.
Look, at this point, Jamothy could have farmed to save that shield for the next game, but goes for the Bone Club, taking this Gastrodon out of. That means that Jamothy still on his streak in that winners and still in game one, winning game one. Avrip still has to find his way to get back into this match. I believe that's the first time that Avrip has lost a match today.
Yeah, and it was a really tough call because you had to basically extrapolate. Okay, my opponent with the Marowak has has a shield, so I need to throw 2 water pulses to be able to KO. And so he was trying to do the quick math in it. I'm not going to get to 2 before they get to enough energy on the Marowak to KO me. Yes. And obviously he decided that was not going to be the case, so I need to bait first so that it doesn't take me as many mud slaps to get to that next water pulse.
Yeah.
Jamothy recognized that.
He did recognize it, and I think, like I mentioned, this particular team, Jamothy's ran before, so he knows the ins and outs of this team. He knows what it looks like with that Empoleon and Altaria matchup. So I think it's just a bit of experience in play on that side that Jamothy really stuck to his guns. Very confident in his play there. Not that Avrip wasn't confident, but like you said, he had to make those quick maths, and it's such a fast-paced game. So it's even Jamothy calling that bait. Oh my goodness, just and amazing.
I call that a coin flip situation because it can go like there's 4 different ways it can play out. You can bait and they shield, bait and they no shield. You nuke and they shield, and you nuke and they no shield. 2 of those lead to just an instant win. 2 of those lead, and you're basically just flipping a coin, like trying to get into your opponent's head. What I think they think is the best option for them. It really can go either way.
Yeah, and you have to take that risk. And I think when you get to these higher level matches, you have to just bank on a little bit of experience and a bit of luck to be on your side, because like you said, that could have easily gone very wrong.
Exactly, yeah. He opts not to shield, and then the water pulse comes through, and whoops.
Yeah, that's game over as well. So it is a bit of mind play. And again, these 2 players are very well known within the Oceania circuit, so they might know a little bit of each other's gameplay as well. So I believe, like, also with Avrip, he's very good at reading when to shield and not to shield. Right. So I've seen his plays where in situations that I would shield, he'd like, don't shield, they're baiting. And I'm like, how do you know this? It's like, no, I can guarantee it, they're baiting. And I would say 9 out of 10 times he is correct.
Yeah.
Just the amount of plays that he has been playing over time. He's a constant leaderboard player as well. Now we're into game 2. We'll see how both of these players go with a Licky and an Empoleon.
Again, Empoleon in a favourable situation. The Licky is going to have to throw the Shadow Balls to get any sort of solid damage onto the Empoleon. Not too scared at the moment, so we'll throw on optimal timing. The Hydro Cannon is going to come through and land on the Licky.
Yes, and Jamothy actually deciding to shield the Licky very early into this match, and now Avrip going straight into the floor, just pivoting out of them, Empoleon, saving it for later, because probably noticed that Jamothy didn't switch out, so was a bit thinking maybe that's probably the game.
So both have used their shields fairly early on quite high HP Pokemon. So most of the time, shields, more often than not, you see it to kind of protect the last bits of HP Pokemon. But both are just out of the way early.
Yeah, Shadow Ball connected onto the floor, just into half health. Chilling Water does connect onto the Licky. It does bring his attack down, but again, Licky Licky has already had so much energy straight into that body slam. The body slam will connect onto the floor. I don't believe it will take it out, but it will get pretty low.
It will get pretty low. Licky will now get off the field, make way for the auto, which again we see does really aggressive farm down. The Empoleon is going to come out for it now. The flamethrower take out the remaining Empoleon's HP, maybe a little bit more, unless it is shielded, which Empoleon decides no, I would not like to take the chaser.
Yeah, and Empoleon was in the lead earlier today, and I think it's a particular Pokemon that could do well against Jumpy. I think Averett was saying, going, well, I need to protect this. Maybe I do need to use this a bit later. Able to connect that drill pick onto that area, bring it into the yellow, and now able to go for another drill pick. It's just how good Empoleon is. Why it is the first, rank 1 out of the usage, because it just gets to these moves so quickly.
Yeah, and Switch Clock was almost up. Those charge moves could not stall it long enough for Averett to be able to switch out. So the Flamethrower will take the almost to the death, but then it does come out in the Altaria. And unfortunately, we have very, very bad news for you, Averett. We have a Wigglytuff in the back. We'll eat this Altaria for breakfast.
Chom. Basically, that's what Wigglytuff does, and Wigglytuff does best. Jumothy deciding to shield, protecting the Wigglytuff in this scenario, because you know what? I'm just going to bank on all this energy. I'm just going to charm my way down, because these attacks will not KO this Wigglytuff.
Yes, the Wigglytuff will be eating roast duck for dinner tonight. It does have to take a Sky Attack in the meantime, but oh no, what's happening here?
Oh, I see. This is Averett's greatest play. Averett is well known for a little bit of maybe trolling is the correct term here. But when he sees the writing on the wall, he'll flick into that top left corner and to tease us a little bit, being like, "Get me out of here," because he knows the scenario and he knows the situation here.
Yeah, we all remember that time in Worlds where he earthquaked the Altaria. And we are back. We had to turn to
some technical difficulties.
But we are back. We're good to go. And
you're Ryan at the moment. You're Stumpy currently.
I thought I was Debbie for a second.
I thought you were Michael Morgan.
Yeah. Now we are.
Hey.
Okay. So Averip, who had not dropped a battle all day,
yes,
suddenly drops 2. And that's not good for him because it will send him into the loser's side of the bracket.
Loser's side, but also it gets harder in loser's bracket from where he's dropped down to because everyone there has gone through the loser's bracket a little bit as well. So they're warmed up into it. But in saying that, I still think that Averip can still make his way back into the tournament as well. Look, again, both incredible players, both risky plays in Game 1 and Game 2. But again, Jamathi, he's still on a roll from Auckland and playing with a team that he's very, very comfortable in, managing to clean that. Look, make Adam look like it was easy when it wasn't, right? This is Adam we're talking about. Again, has played incredibly well, took out Ric Flair on just beforehand, and Jamathi just looking like he's like hot knife through butter.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jamathi is going to go through now to the group final, and so we'll see if was that the group final? No, that was a group semi.
I believe that was group final.
Oh, that was group final. Okay,
yes, so we're going to head
my
into some losers rounds in the next few matchups. Okay. I believe losers round 6 in Group A will probably be next on stream, but they're just still setting up in the tournament arena area. Again, we had 63 players. We're getting closer and closer to number 1, and it's just so exciting, Fish.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been an absolutely hype as regional, and it's the quality has been getting better and better.
Yes, and again, I can't pick it because the people that are still in it, anyone can win from this point. I would not be putting any bets anywhere.
and you know what? I was looking at the bracket before, and it was actually really, really nice for me seeing so many names that I didn't recognize because that's that's the lifeblood of the community is the newer players who come in and they want to go and like some may just be giving it a go just once for a laugh. Others might be starting to take it seriously and start to develop their game, and that's how the community gets bigger and bigger and better as well. The more people we have, the better quality we have as well.
And look, I think it's part of the name of Pokemon Go. Give it a go.
100%.
If you are new to Pokemon PvP, check out your local scene as well. You can jump onto events on Pokemon.com to see what's in your local area, local gaming store that might be running a couple challenge, maybe some fun tournaments that may be running for Pokemon Go, just to get an idea, dip your toe into the water and see if you enjoy it and see the crowd. Everyone's usually pretty lovely. Oh, I know mine are through the locals.
You made sure of it.
Yes, or otherwise, they know who they're going to anger.
They don't want to answer to Debbie.
No. It is lovely. And I think every single local that I've attended, whether it be in Perth, whether it be in Sydney, I'll play local tomorrow, or whether it be in Melbourne, it's always been a great time and lots of banter as well. I think although we don't have the players on screen with face cam and can't see their expressions, I'm sure there's a lot of chit chat and a lot of banter in the way, and just because everyone's just so lovely in this community.
There's a lot of room for fun. I've seen players gathering together and bonding over playing dumb teams in Go Battle League as well. And
I wouldn't call them dumb. Yeah. I would call them interesting.
I mean, you haven't seen the teams I've seen being run, but there's just so many opportunities to have fun with it and bond over the game.
Yes. My favorite quirky tournament type is shadow only. So you only bring shadow types, and it's just a blind 3 of shadows, and it's the quickest game you would ever play. But it's so much fun.
Auto recommended is one of my favorites.
Yes. But unfortunately, I just have 20 to 30 Laprases during the time that it was Lapras Raid Day, and they all sit around that 1400 mark. So I always get Laprases that are single moved, that have terrible movesets. So auto rec doesn't do well for me.
What about, have you played one of those gym leader challenges where you've got to pick one type? And everything has to have that type.
I actually was a gym leader in one of those types. So I was in the WA region where we had our fairy and rock type.
Right.
So I was bringing the fairies, Rob Drogo was bringing the rock type. types. Well known for his Bastiodon usage. So he brought all his rock types. I brought all my fairy types. And team of 6 actually didn't have any fairy moves. I moved every single one to not have a fairy move, although they were all fairy types. So it was, let's say...
Wow, the Charm Queen.
Yeah. Look, it was like confusion on, I think it was like Gardevoir. It was like Fire Fang on, Shadow Mawile. It was wild. It was great.
Yeah, that sounds so fun. And like, did you get the wins with it, or?
Oh, look, it did pretty well. But as a gym leader, you expect to be taken down. So you expect it to be taken. However, there were some very interesting and funny wins from my end of if you don't have the shield or you don't expect a certain move set to come out. So
sure.
Had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I find it's easiest to put a team together for that kind of thing because there's so many water types, so many subtypings, and some of those subtypings really complement each other well. We've seen it a bunch. We mentioned before, going back to the more serious battles, like multiple teams having double and sometimes, in a rare case, even triple water types.
Yes.
They can complement each other so well.
I won't name names, but someone that's still playing in the Sydney Regional they brought a triple water team to a WA local. So it really narrows it down now who I'm talking about. Let's say they didn't do so well.
Sure.
They said to me afterwards, triple water was not the source. I was like, fair enough.
It's worked in the past. Maybe not this season, but people have done.
I believe Rick Flareon ran a triple flying team for his Perth Regional win.
Okay, so I'm going to go Talonflame.
Oh, you contest my knowledge here. I don't remember. Sorry, Rick.
I'll give it a guess anyway. I'm going to say, knowing that we won't have an answer until maybe we ask him later, but I'm going to go Talonflame and Altaria, the two of them. And then, how long ago was this?
Perth Regional 2024.
Oh, okay. So Galarian Moltres wasn't in the game yet. Was this Gligar?
I think it was Gligar.
I
think it was Gligar. I feel like Gligar was definitely one of them.
Okay, so we are going to get some more Rick battles coming up soon. We are in the losers side of the bracket where Rick, Flareon, and Pokemon Moneymaker are both one wings ready to.
Yeah, I believe they're en route to the floor. Where is our Rocky music? I love it. When you're playing a game, that there is a certain type of music when you get to the Elite Four.
Yeah.
Or, so that would be excellent. I think that would just be so fitting to have some extra round.
I wonder what it would take to get playing.
I think a lot of red tape and loopholes. So that ain't happening.
Well, a man can dream.
We all can dream. That is A-okay. So I believe we're going to losers round 7, Group B. Is next, and again, these when you get to the higher end of losers round, they are on one leg. So if they're out, they're out. So they have got so much pressure on the line to stay in this tournament. And again, something that we would expect in a finals. I believe it was Rick Flareon versus Pokemon Moneymaker next, and again, Pokemon Moneymaker. He's been someone that has won it, has come second. When he ever turns up to a tournament, his averages are either first or second, right? So
an average of 1.5.
It's incredible. I would love an average of 1.5, but just an incredible. It's just such a precision player, and I think you have to take that risk when you a different country to come down.
Yeah, it's a huge leap to take, isn't it?
Yeah, you're taking that risk. You're putting money on the line because obviously flights, accommodation, and coming to somewhere like Sydney as well, which is, it's not well being affordable. You risk, and now playing into a regional where there is some prize money on there as well. So I think you're very sure all chips on you. So
and you don't get championship points coming specifically from the Asia Pacific.
Yes. So for the Japanese players are not champion leaderboard. They have their own way of qualifying for Worlds, and they will play their qualifiers later into the year. So in February now, I believe APAC qualifiers are in closer towards the March-April range, where they will play their. Some of them are online, some of them are in person, where they will, solidify their crew to select.
come second, and that has some value to him. But
he wants to win it. Again, he wants to. Oh, we are selecting teams here, Fish.
Yeah, okay. So Rick Flareon versus Pokemon Moneymaker. This battle has been hyped. This is the one we've been excited to see. It's like the losers finals look like winners finals at this point, don't they?
They do. And like I said, if anything, grand finals. And it's just going to be a big match between these two players. And thank you everyone for their patience as well as we work on some technical difficulties our end. But hopefully we can get this up and running because it is going to be an incredible match ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you got anyone in particular?
Look, who asked? I had a chat with Zoe 2 today.
Yes.
And she asked me, who's going to win tomorrow? And I said, honestly, Maker's got such a good track record. Mm-hmm. If my heart's in a different place, don't get me wrong, but if we're looking on stats and we're looking at Maker, could take it out. Again, but I would love an Oceania player. I would love Rick to keep going on.
For sure. We do have a bit of hometown pride in that regard.
Yeah.
Like if an international player does get a title, congratulations to them. Good on them. We are kind of, our hearts belong with the other Oceanic players on.
Oh, look, I had a chat with Rick you better. And it's like, oh no, it's like, if you win Sydney, you owe me lunch. So
Okay, so the
Debbie would
stakes
like
have
some.
risen.
Debbie would like some lunch.
Debbie wants her lunch. If Rick doesn't win, then Debbie doesn't get to eat.
No.
He has that on his shoulders now.
Oh well, that's okay. I'll just have to have the scraps of the convention center floor.
Yeah, because we're well known for being full of litter.
Yeah.
So like a seagull, just picking up the chips. Anyway, so we got Poké Moneymaker's team with the Galarian Corsola, the Licky Licky, the Corviknight, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Shadow Annihilate, and the Credilli.
Yeah, and on Rick Flarion's side, as mentioned previously, we've got that Gorgeist and the Empoleon, Licky Licky, Alolan, Ninetales, that is Shadow, and Shadow Annihilate with the Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, so and you've got the Stunfisk that has a target in the Corviknight. Like the biggest thing, there are other things Stunfisk has going for it, but like most enticing reason to maybe bring it onto your team is to just have that solid answer Corviknight where not many solid answers exist.
Wait a second, Fish. I'm getting deja vu. Have we not played this already today?
We've had this conversation before, for sure.
I believe Rick and Rick did earlier, so they already know each other's teams. They already know how they played out each time. So it's really quite an interesting predicament to get to this point again and be like, oh, again. Like I just versed a couple hours ago.
So I'm now trying to remember what you used on both. I think Rick Flareon had the Ninetales in both, but in all of his matches.
Well, we'll have to find out shortly. We can see that the teams are locked in, and on Rick's side, that Gorgeist is landed on that Corviknight.
Yeah, really interesting matchup. We have established that the Incinerates are very fun for the Gorgeist against the Corviknight. Knight's going to get straight out. Is going to come in and is going to be answered by a Stunfisk that is going to take a Shadow Ball right on entry.
Yeah, look, we saw this before, that it's able to take it quite comfortably. It can Shadow Ball quite, maybe about 4 of them at this point. Now it's able to get to the Mud Bomb. The Mud Bomb won't do too much damage to this Licky Licky. However, we need to try and just down to try and make it a bit more of a favorable matchup.
And so they are going to just chip away at each other. Both of these Pokemon aren't going to do a ton of damage with their charge attacks. The Shadow Ball will do a reasonable amount, more than the Body Slam, so that is the go-to move there. And it looks like it will take out about half of the remaining Stunfisk HP, which means obviously one more Shadow Ball will do the trick here.
Yes, and timer is up on Pokemon Maker's side as well, so he could go for a switch at any point here. But looking at the backlines, we can see that Rick Flareon has that Alolan Ninetales, and that Pokemon Maker actually has that Credilli in the back.
And so the Shadow Ball is going to take out the rest of this Stunfisk if Rick Flareon decides to let it go, which he does. And so Rick Flareon is going to be able to come in with one of those and get a little bit of farm, unless Pokemon Moneymaker decides to switch it out first.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out here. It looks like that. Pokemon actually not deciding to let that Licky Licky go. And now this Credilli comes into play. This Gorgeist has so much energy and is able to go for, I think, the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and that Shadow Ball would do quite a substantial amount of damage. Pokemon Moneymaker obviously is going to want to Rock Tomb that grass type, and so that will make the ensuing Shadow Balls do less damage. Now, Pokemon Moneymaker is opting to double shield the Credilli, so is now going all in, loading up the guns, and is going to allow this Credilli to take out the rest of the team.
I believe Pokemon Moneymaker hasn't seen that Alolan Knight back yet, but I'm possibly making a prediction from earlier plays. Now this Rock Tomb will not connect Rick Flareon's shield their Gorgeist.
So the battle continues. The Gorgeist is up to another attack and does throw on the correct timing, throwing one more Incinerate before the next Shadow Ball. It has been Rock Tombed, so we know this won't do as much as it possibly could have.
Yes, and it's still, look at how much energy this Credilli has. So it's able to now get to a Rock Tomb. Rick has one shield in play. Does he decide to shield on this Gorgeist or save it for the Alolan Knights? Actually using it on the Gorgeist here, protecting it. So it's able to try and do a little bit more damage. And now we can see that Pokemon Moneymaker going straight for the Corviknight and Rick flipping into their Alolan Ninetales.
I didn't quite see if that Gorgeist had 2 full sets to go, but if it did, that would be quite handy for it. The Ninetales against the Corviknight is a fairly neutral matchup, like we talked about before. We don't get a boost on the Air Cutter, which means it's going to be comfortably 2 more Air Cutters to take out the Ninetales. The Ninetales will be able to get to Weather Balls first, though, and I think 1 more Weather Ball will be enough to take that out.
Yes, we'll see how it goes here. We can see that this air cutter will connect. It won't take out this Alola Ninetales. Rick is already ready to go on that Weather Ball. Will the Weather Ball be able to take this Corviknight out straight away?
It will be able to do it. I'm confident of that. And so Ninetales will then be on the field with not much HP left against the Pokemon that will come in and farm the rest of it down.
Yes, and Rick is going straight for the switch. He's got so much energy on this Gorgeous. This Gorgeous is going straight for that Shadow Ball. It will connect up this Credilli and will be able to take it off the field.
Yeah, so banking those moves, even if there wasn't two summons ready to go, just one Shadow Ball was plenty with no shields left in play on either side. Banking that energy, it's if you're newer to the game and you haven't got the hang of banking energy, that's one thing you absolutely have to do, because the ability to come in when shields are down off a game with that banked energy is I cannot tell you how many games have been won and lost through that strategy.
Yes, and that means that Rick has game 1 of this losers round 7 Group B against Pokemon Maker. So he needs to win another match to stay in it. Pokemon Maker needs to do a reverse sweep here. He needs to try and win 2 more matches to stay in it. And look, Rick did win that first match against Pokemon Maker earlier in the bracket, so he's got a little bit of momentum behind him.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's continuing it now at the moment. So it looks like the line reads have been paying off. And I find that when players are at a certain level, it tends to kind of collapse into a game theory optimal kind of strategy. I think you'll find that even if this does go to a game 3, I don't think you'll see the lines change too much. There, of course, will be one Pokemon that might come in unexpectedly in a game 3 situation, but for the most part, you play this scenario out 100 times, I think 90 of them you'll see the same Pokemon running out.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting from Rick Flarion's side to bring out that even Stunfisk, even though that Corviknight was switched out, because he relied it so much on his Alola Ninetales. And like you said, it can be a bit of a neutralish matchup depending on shields. And then that end game scenario, there was no shields in play. So those Weather Balls got there so quickly that the Air Cutters, again, there was no boost this time around, unlike the other previous matches. So it didn't flip that scenario. So yeah, just really banking on his Pokemon there.
I'm trying to think, I'm not sure off the top of my head. If the boost had landed, I don't think that would have been enough to maybe make it require one less Air Cutter. So might have been neither here nor there, but obviously situations where and that's what makes Air Cutter scary, right? It's a weak move on its own, but that chance of the attack buff is what gives it its power.
Yes, and I love to roll the dice every now and then, and the fact that it is a chance to increase your attack, why not roll it?
Totally.
Now again, Pokemon Maker, amazing player. We've talked about him time and time again of how incredibly talented this player is. So this game too is really on the line for him, because if he loses this particular one, he's out of the championship.
He is out, and he does not want to come all this way for nothing. So this is do or die. Rick Flareon is looking to continue his run through the loser side of the bracket and hopefully make his way to the top cut himself.
Yeah, I believe one of the players has locked in. We're just waiting for one more player to lock in, and then we'll be straight into it. Look, I think, like you mentioned, the lines are really well read from both sides. I don't think there's going to be much of a difference. However, Pokemon Maker might be look, this is my last chance. Maybe it's time to play a little bit different time around.
Yeah, absolutely. And that can make a huge difference in the late game.
Oh.
We do see, Lickies to start off, and wow, shows what I know. The entire line is different in the back. We have a double ghost back line for Pokemon Maker.
Yeah, we've got Licky, Mirror, and we will be here for a little bit of a while, but again, both bringing Shadow Annihilates as well. So of a flip scenario, who switches out first?
Yeah, and if the matchup, so Ninetales does come in and is going to take that body slip. I think Licky does need to be healthy because of that double ghost backline. The Annihilate is going to come out now, and you don't often see a fighter being scary, but this is a situation where the Annihilate can do quite well.
It can do well, and Rick knows that it probably will be, that Pokemon Maker probably will shield this Annihilate because it is so glassy, so it wants to be able to retain its health as long as possible. But look at all this damage and able to counter down on that Alola Ninetales. It's off the field. Now Rick has to make the decision of bringing, whether it's Licky back, it's already boosted on these counters or Mirror Matter.
And going in with the Annihilate, so the Annihilate is going to have to start weathering these Rage Fists. It's going to shield the first one, even though it can tank one. You really don't want to, especially because it's boosted once, I think. No, Rage Fists have been thrown, but once you tank a Rage Fist, it can get you into a really dicey situation where even counters, even being doubled, can knock you down.
Yes, it is a very tricky situation here. So Rick needs to either throw a move shortly, because otherwise it's going to get another Rage Fist and it will absolutely KO. And 2 shields have already been used up on a Ric Flareon side. Pokemon Maker deciding not to shield, letting the Annihilate go, and now bringing in their Corsola.
Oh yeah, this is where the Corsola wants to be. This is its favorite meal. So the Licky Licky is going to come out, and now it's going to be met by the opposing Licky Licky. We are back to where it started, and a Shadow Ball is going to be caught. That big setback for Ric Flareon.
It is, because it just tickles on that Licky Licky, on the pink Licky Licky on the left-hand side, which is Pokemon Maker's Licky Licky. Now that energy is gone, but we still have some body slams on Rick's side to try and chip away their other Licky there.
So Pokemon Maker is in the driver's seat, has a lot of energy on his own Licky Licky, and is going to just chip away at that opposing Licky Licky on Ric Flareon's side, which it really just wants to play with the Corsola. Won't you let it play with the Corsola?
Yeah, look, I think the timer is nearly up there, so I think we're trying to just, whittle down the switch clock, because Rick's is going to go up first before Pokemon's Corsola is ready to go. But again, the body slams are here and there. It means that both timers will be
Licky Licky on Ric Flareon's side will forlornly walk away from the battlefield, unable to play with the Pokemon it wants to see. And now the Corsola is going to come back out, and it is going to put the lights out for the Annihilate. Pokemon Maker is going to take that one and even up the series.
Yeah, look, an incredible play from Pokemon Maker there, from that game 1 loss and to take out game 2. So we are going into a decisive game 3, because like I said, this is their someone's last match today.
Yeah.
It's either going to be Pokemon Maker's match, or it's going to be Ric Flareon's last match. And the fact that we're back to 1-1, or, primarily 0-0, but back to 1-1 now, a lot of stress and a lot of pressure is on the line, and it is a hard decision to make into game 3.
And that's why the biggest reason why losing earlier in the day is so much harder, because you've got that feeling of do or die constantly, and it wears on your nerves. Like it's very tense in a situation like this.
But these two players have been in this scenario before, so it's not their first time. They are very well skilled and also veterans of the game. So when it comes to these high pressure situations, again, this could have been a final. This could have been a bracket. I expect they will play their hearts out, and unfortunately one of them will have to go home straight after. Well, not straight after. We're not sending one on a plane, it's one in the car.
We have a limo waiting to
take
them to the airport.
Not quite. I think Rick just goes down the road. But for one of them, it'll be the end of their run today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is always worth mentioning that Fish was wrong about something.
Okay. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I was saying that the lines won't change. They're pretty set in stone by now. They've played each other a bunch of times, but we saw Pokemon Maker completely switching it up, and I don't think Ric Flareon had the Annihilate in battle number 1, if I remember rightly. So they both switched things up, and that line change that Pokemon Maker made did very, very well, particularly though because he was able to navigate where Rick's Licky Licky was. So obviously, the Licky Licky is going to crush the Corsola on Pokemon Maker's side, and it's got so much play against the Annihilate, like we established. And so the fact that Pokemon Maker could then control the situation so that Rick's Licky Licky did not have to unleash either of his 2 ghosts would played in his favor so comfortably.
Yes, and look, high risk, high reward in this case, because Pokemon Maker, again, that could have been his last game. He had to make those risky choices and try and predict what Rick would bring in, and he predicted correctly. Rick tried to change up his team slightly to try and combat that, but we could see in the end Pokemon Maker was really in the driver's seat in that entire game too.
Yeah, so I mean, it will be very interesting to see Pokemon Maker opts for the same strategy, maybe varies it slightly, or maybe just goes back to what he did in game number 1.
We'll see shortly. We'll wait until they're locked in their teams, but again, this is game 3, so we expect a little bit of thinking time in between we lock into the match. And I just don't know, Fish. it's such a 50-50 here. Both one of the players have to the other one to lock into it. I believe both players have now locked. See on just a Shadow Annihilate.
Okay, so this is a little bit neutral. I have Annihilate does prefer. We Ghost in the back of Arion. It is the guys to I think they both have the Licky Lickies, if I saw that correctly. We do get the first Mud Bomb coming through, which the Annihilate will take in its stride, and then it'll keep on punching.
It will. Now this Rage Fist, he's up to the Rage Fist now, and Ric Flair has to decide whether to shield or not. Deciding actually to shield on their Unova Stun Fist, being like, okay, maybe they didn't switch out straight away, so maybe this might be good for later down the track.
Yeah, so the Stun Fist builds up a little bit more energy before throwing the move that would KO the Annihilate. The Annihilate will throw up the shield, so both players feeling each other out at the moment. Finally, we do get a switch. Yeah, Gorgeist is going to come out, and this is kind of where Gorgeist excels, is where it switches in and gets like a couple of turns, 2 or 3 turns of energy lead, which on an Incinerate is just really, really handy.
Yeah, Rick is now up to 2 slams on their Gorgeist, and a Licky we know will every one, probably tank 2, probably tank 3, maybe even tank 4. So a while before we get there. However, is this going to be a bait? Will Rick see this as a bait? No, decides to shield. We are protecting his Gorgeist.
Yeah, no, that was a good decision on both sides. Shadow Ball had to be thrown in the Shadow Ball had to be shielded there. So the Seed Bomb is going to now connect onto the Licky, and no shields to be spoken of there. It will take one more Seed Bomb to finish it off. We have 1 shield left in play, and that is on Pokemon Moneymaker's side.
Yes, so that Shadow Ball will connect onto this Gorgeist. This Gorgeist is going to be it holds with a Shadow Annihilate on a Pokemon Moneymaker's side.
So Punch is not going to worry the Licky too much. Back in the days when close combat on your Annihilates, that might have been an issue, but you know you can take this. And Licky is really playing with fire at the moment. It is building, it's taking a lot of damage to build up a whole bunch of energy, and then finally through the KO the Annihilate.
Yeah, but Rick is really trusting its Pokemon there to try and get as much energy as possible leading into the next matchup. But it does mean that the Pokemon Moneymaker's live there with Body Slam. His Body Slam will Rick, and it means that we take him out. So it means that it's a tough situation for Ric Flair on here.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting your lunch today, Debbie.
No.
I think Moneymaker has this one on lock. I don't think we've even seen the Corsola yet. Or Pokemon Moneymaker. Corsola can now finish the job. That Stun Fist is on half HP. It does have a lot of energy, but it's not really going to matter. 1 Nightshade will be enough to take out this Stun Fist.
It will, and even though this stuff has so much energy and it still has a shield in play, it has so much health. It does mean that will get to hit the Stun Fist out of play, and that does Pokemon Moneymaker back did reset and actually got 1 to round 7.
So that was so for the match closing thing. One that I to use and to watch, like bopping and straight Ghost is like I love watching it play out with the combination of the booze as well, getting the same type of bonus. It's only one of my greatly.
Yeah, I believe we're into that one. Through. So again, well played by Ric Flareon into that particular match, and I think he played his heart out. He tried his best there, but just fell short to Pokemon Moneymaker. Again, 2 incredible battlers here, and we'll see Pokemon still track onto the next round of losers. We're going to head into a break and we'll see you back.
The Sydney Regional Championships have returned for the first time in 3 years, and they hold a significant piece of Pokemon Go history in the Championship Series. The 2023 Sydney Regional Championships were held in an era dominated by the likes of Noctowl, Lantern, and Trevenant, but it isn't these 3 Pokemon that Sydney is remembered for. Instead, Sydney holds the title of the only regional championship to ever see any success from Wailmer of all Pokemon. I was actually able to bring Wailmer all the way to top 6, and you may be wondering how, or maybe even why, but the truth is that I just thought it was funny. It wasn't until the tournament began that I was actually able to build a Wailmer based strategy, and I'll just play you an example now. I'm up against Alvajara, who has that Noctowl Trevenant combo, as well as Bastiodon, Medicham, Registeel, and Sableye. And I start to realize that because no one else has actually looked at the Wailmer matchups, they're taking it a little bit more seriously than it should. And to be fair, this was also in the closed team sheet era, meaning that my opponents knew what 6 Pokemon I had, but I didn't have to tell them any of the movesets. And so if you didn't already know what moves Wailmer has, which really no one did, then all of a sudden you might be just thinking and really worrying about it, that it actually could be really good. I know it isn't, they don't know it isn't, and so all of a sudden I actually have a very powerful Pokemon. And if you look at my team, you're a bit worried about Wailmer, you're looking at Lantern and Medicham, what Pokemon on Alvajara's team beats all 3 of those Pokemon? Trevenant. And if they're really relying on that Trevenant as a Pokemon that can beat Double Water plus Medicham, then all of a sudden I can start to build a strategy around this. I'll use something that's weak to Trevenant in the lead, maybe Medicham for the Bastiodon Registeel coverage, or maybe Lantern to try and get that Noctowl. But say that I don't get that Noctowl lead. Say that I actually see a Trevenant in the lead instead. This is good news for me, because I'm going to swap into my safe swap, my Shadow Alolan Muck, ready to counter that Trevenant, and they're obviously going to run away. They think that this is my Trevenant counter. But lucky for me, I have another one up my sleeve. I have a Noctowl just waiting in the wings per se, ready to try and hard counter that Trevenant later on in this matchup, where it doesn't matter if they have shields, it doesn't matter if they have energy. The Noctowl versus Trevenant matchup is so good that if I can make that happen, I will win the game on the spot. And this strategy works. I win round 2 with this classic AVB shenanigans using Noctowl and Alolan Muck as a sort of a double Trevenant counter in the back. And this strategy worked again and again and again and again and again and again, all the way to top 6, where I was finally beaten in a game 4 against Anacore 13 after a tied game in the series. The thing is, since 2023, Wailmer's been given access to Rollout, and with Talonflame being a real player in the current metagame, the question becomes, is it time for Wailmer to make its grand return? Will Sydney finally make Wailmer a regional champion? Well, I think it's about time we find out. Let's go back to the action.
The battles continue. We are back with Stumpy here, who is looking to take us into our last losers bracket finals before we get into the top cut.
Yeah, I think I lose track of the bracket about 3 battles in, and then I'm just like, whatever's coming up is coming up.
Oh,
I know
whatever's
the standard should improve, and that's like, the standard will go up and up and up, hopefully, as the further we go along. But honestly, yeah, we are at losers of Group B. Or was it Group A?
We should be doing Group B at the moment. We
Fantastic.
are just all on top of everything at the moment.
We're very confident in that ability. We're sorted through it. We're all good, and we're ready to look at teams, I assume.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm so keen to see who we've got coming up next. It is Avrip.
Some familiar names.
Avrip on the right with that charger bug as well. So I've loved seeing him battle. And we've got Poké Moneymaker. No, it shouldn't be Poké Moneymaker. Oh, yeah, no, it is Poké Moneymaker because, that is the person who just beat Rick Flareon to get to the final round of the losers bracket.
Correct.
For Group B. Okay, I'm all over it.
Yeah, it's one of those names where you read, it's like any order you read it, it might sound different every time. Pokemon E-Maker.
Yeah, that's okay. So we have seen these two teams play out a few times on stream. What are you seeing? What are you liking in either player's team?
Yeah, some familiar faces. We've got Avrip back again. That Shadow Altaria. He has been leaning on that a little bit today. Got him in a little bit of trouble earlier on, but he has progressed through the losers bracket, so we'll see how he what adjustments he's made throughout the tournament, I guess. Again, the Furret might be Pokemon Maker sort of lent on that Corsola and sort of that's how he sort of turned the tide of that set. He lost game 1, then went, okay, maybe it's time to get the Corsola. He only has to avoid the Licky, and he was pretty much fine. So I can see there'll be a little bit less safer in this time with the Furret who can sort of punish that sort of switch. And it's pretty good into the Licky as well. So Furret looking pretty strong. Obviously, the Annihilate is a big issue. So
totally agree. I mean, we haven't seen that Charger Bug at all today. Is this the time for it? Is this where it comes out?
I think it has play. Like there's nothing in there that's like really. It's not getting super punished by a lot of things there, right? But it's also like. He's lent on other Pokemon, so maybe he might be reluctant to switch up completely. Maybe he sticks to his Gastrodon, his Altaria, stick to those sort of picks. Altaria definitely has a lot of play here. There's not many things that are causing a whole lot of problems. It's definitely got plenty. I can see that coming every game. He has also liked his Forages, though. So can we see Forages come out? We saw how the Annihilate came into use against Rick Flareon, so we can see that potentially he'll go, okay, well, maybe we bring the Forages out. Maybe he's watching the battles. Maybe he's heard.
Yeah.
Who knows? So that's the beauty of the extremes. We can sort of have some guys might want to get a little bit insight who they might be playing. So they have watched the battles and see how they operated, what they did, what decisions they made, how they baited, when they baited.
Yeah.
So
might have heard that Stumpy analysis.
Potentially. Don't listen to that too
closely.
don't analyze that too much. But yeah, so I can see the Forages being a bit of a threat as well. The Corviknight's obviously not great, but that's again, he does have the Corviknight isn't completely safe with things like the Charger Bug available as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm like I was saying to Debbie before, I do like Charger Bug, but I don't think this is quite the time for it. Like the Licky will beat it, the Corsola will beat it, the Marowak will give it a very tough time.
Yeah.
And so like it's and like the Credilli matchup is not great for it either. It's generally a win for the Credilli as well. So really, its only target is the Corviknight and to a lesser extent the Annihilate as well, where there's other options for it. However, having said that, like the Corviknight, I do think does have a fair amount of playability into Avrip's side. So maybe that does draw out the Charger Bug a little bit because that is like the best counter that Avrip's got to it.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems that way. It's kind of it does feel like weird dynamic. It's like at this level, you sort of have to think like Corviknight does look good. Like it shuts down the Furret pretty well. It has pretty good time against the Gastrodon. Okay into Empoleon, great into Florida. Like there's not really, and then it resists everything apart from the flamethrower from the Altaria, so forcing the higher energy move out as well.
Sure.
And again, with non-stab damage from Altaria, it can survive one of those quite comfortably. So we're into game 1. We've got the Furret into the Corsa, so really great lead here for Avrip.
Avrip is looking to continue that good form that he had before he ran into Dummy the top card final now. So we do get the Credilli coming out, and the Furret is not going to jump out straight away. It's going to throw a Trailblaze, and we'll see if Avrip chooses to switch out now or just stay in and keep this matchup going.
Yeah, a little bit tough this spot because you don't really want to come into the gas. You can't really come into the Gastrodon while it's at full health, and you don't really want to come in with Altaria and then face the Rock Tomb immediately. So, interesting staying in. You might look at maybe looking for in the second move, and then who knows? Or maybe Adam's made a prediction of, hey, if he's switched out to this, he might have the strongest answer in the back, which would be the Annihilate. So maybe the Fire doesn't have as much play as I like here.
Yeah, absolutely. So that Trailblaze, unfortunately for Avrip, not going to get rid of the Credilli completely. So the Credilli will be able to throw one more Rock Tomb, and Avrip is putting the Q in the rack for that particular matchup, is not going to invest any more into it. And so we'll be able to come in with the Gastrodon, and in this situation, this is where the Gastrodon is fine, where the Credilli is not going to get to another charge attack, so it'll be able to get a Mighty Slap off. And now the Annihilate is going to come in, and it's going to be a battle of the fast attacks here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fast move pressure coming through here. First move does get let go through by Avrip. Taking note also, that is the world's biggest Annihilate, by the way. That's an XXL, so if you look there for your badge, there's a good example of one right there.
Ooh, okay, so we get a Body Slam, which is going to be shielded by a Pokémon Moneymaker, so that'll be a big play. So it'll allow Avrip to just fire that Water Pulse very... Oh, no! We'll not be able to get to that Water Pulse. The counters do their work too early. So now the Altaria is going to come out, and we get the Rage Fist rather than the Ice Punch, and it will be shielded by Avrip.
Yeah, really tough spot because this Dragon Breath damage isn't coming through. The instant switch comes out there. The course is very bulky. It's going to take a lot of charges to get through this thing. And we do have the Power Gem, super effective damage coming through from the Galarian.
Would you even throw the Power Gem? Maybe just Nightshade and some Astonishes are enough?
No, the Astonishes adding up. You're absolutely right. So it may not even be necessary. Two Nightshades might be the play here.
So the Sky Attack's going to come in, and it is going to land pretty harmlessly on the Corsola. The Corsola is going to throw that Power Gem, and I think that's fair enough as well. Avrip is just letting that one go and is going to take... That's his third battle loss in a row now.
Yeah, it's when it rains, it pours, I guess. It can sort of get on top of you a little bit, and that's a really tough matchup there. And honestly, just a really, I guess, a decent team comp from Pokémon Moneymaker, really, because he's sort of... he didn't really have... He got a really average lead. The Corsola into the Farret's really dominant for the Farret, and he just didn't have the counter swap for the safe swap of the Credilli.
Yeah.
Without the no counter user, it sort of opens that door to have... You can use Credilli like that because you're not going to be punished. There's not many things punishing Credillis in this meta that aren't... Like, it's usually the fighters that are really, really pressuring it. Or Empoleon, maybe. So there might be Empoleon.
I was going to say, Avrip has one punish for the Credilli safe swap, and that's the Empoleon. Everything else, like the Pokémon Moneymaker can swap that Credilli very safely if Avrip doesn't have the Empoleon in the back. So that's really something that Avrip is going to have to think about. Hopefully he's recognized that for his sake. But yeah, that's it's going to be a tough decision that he's got to make for what he brings moving forward into battle number 2. Like, do you bring the Empoleon, or is that too predictable? Do you just make sure that you've got the ability to play back in other ways against it?
Yeah,
it's tough.
Well, that's why I like the move from Moneymaker, because he's kind of gone. I don't think he's going to bring Empoleon, which makes Credilli a great safe swap. I've got Marowak. I've got the punish of Annihilate. Like, these things I'm going to be bringing. So the risk, it's calculated play. He thinks he's not going to bring Empoleon. So if I safe swap Credilli and he punishes me, fair play to him. But the percentage play here is to go for the Credilli safe swap. And also, is he really going to lead a Farret and then have an Empoleon on the back if I have Annihilate? He's not going to run ABB. Right. He's not going to run double weak, ABA weak to the Annihilate that can just tear through a team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen players do some weird things, but that is a pretty big risk to take. And so Pokémon Moneymaker is in the driver's seat at the moment. We've established that Credilli is just super imposing, and Avrip does need to prepare for it, but then it does make his line a little more predictable. The Pokémon Moneymaker does have, say, the Kanto Marowak that can really punish the Empoleon, does have the Annihilate, like you said. We've got like so many nice bulky picks and also some flexible picks. The Glacier things on Pokémon Moneymaker's team make up for it with their extreme flexibility.
Yeah, exactly right. And really well navigated. Like, it's going to, like, we kind of expect to be a little bit of a delay here with this Avrip trying to work through and go, look, how would I do this? I won lead. That was best case scenario, but then I just didn't have the answers to the safe swap. I just didn't have that, like, the correct response. Like, what was because looking back, you go, like, I don't think he was in a position where you can't cancel the Gastrodon. You put yourself under too much pressure, and then you can't really go to the Altaria because that Rock Tomb, especially, this is where maybe there's a little bit of a issue with the Shadow in a way.
Yeah, but we've seen also a lot of situations. Okay, we are going to find out what is happening. What strategy will either of these competitors go for? We get the Corsola and Altaria. We do see the Credilli in the back line for Pokémon Moneymaker. We'll see how this plays out.
Absolutely, and we do see the Empoleon in ball this game. So will we potentially see a switch out strategy, potentially try a sort of an ABB line? He has gone into the Furret. Let's see if we counter swap. Here comes the Annihilate.
Oh, yeah, and the Annihilate does enjoy this matchup. The Swifts obviously double resisted onto the Annihilate, so the Furret is forced to throw the Trailblaze. And the Trailblaze, I mean, you can opt not to shield it, but then the Suck Punches are really going to add up. It's a game strategy letting that one go. Oh, they're both racing to the final fast attack, and the Annihilate, they would have KO'd each other at the same time, but the Annihilate will throw the Rage Fist, which will assure alignment for Poké Moneymaker now.
Can't get to another move though, so all this energy that's been left on the Altaria is coming very handy here. It can throw into either Pokemon that comes in, and we do have an Empoleon in the back now that will avoid the Annihilate. So great strategy there from Everett. Let's see if we can capitalize on that.
Yeah, not only avoid the Annihilate, but also be able to come in against the Cordilli, which is exactly what we were saying is the thing that Empoleon wants to do. It is its sole purpose for living at the moment. So the Cordilli will take a Sky Attack first, but Everett brings in the Empoleon, allowing Poké Moneymaker to switch that back out, and the Corsola will come in instead.
Yeah, an aggressive switch there, but he identified that he had a feeling that was going to be like his best answers there, right? So he's gone for the move, has taken the Nightshade. These moves are adding up so fast. The Astonish buff is an insane amount of damage that comes out now from a mon that generally isn't quite hard hitting.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Astonishes are adding up over time. The Empoleon, while Metal Sound has been an improved attack, it is still mainly relying on the charge attack pressure. The Hydro Cannon does come out before Corsola can throw one of those Nightshades, and it is going to take it and then throw in return.
Yeah, and that just leaves the door open here for Average to just let the move go through. He's done enough damage with that. Now he can come in. Might have to shield something, but he will be able to farm down this Corsola.
Oh, that risky play there, throwing the extra Astonish before the Power Gem. So those Dragon Breaths could have come through and KO'd it. Unfortunately for Poké Moneymaker, Average does have the shield ready. But now here comes the Cordilli, and that Rock Tomb is threatening.
Yeah, the Rock Tomb will threaten here, but we will have pace to 2 Sky Attacks if Altaria. So the question is, will the damage from the Dragon Breath, that will be debuffed very shortly, be able to take out this Cordilli and then farm down the Corsola in the back?
Yeah, so it's going to be a tight race. You are just relying on those Dragon Breaths, the Sky Attack. It is now debuffed on attack. We do have the Corsola still sitting in the back there, but it can't really do much with that much HP left. Let's find out how much this Sky Attack does. Is it going to KO the Cordilli, or is it going to just survive? It does just survive, but not with enough HP to be able to get to another Rock Tomb. And so now this Corsola is going to come back out and wistfully fade away. One Astonish is not going to take out that Altaria, and Avrip did manage to take back a battle from Poké Moneymaker.
Yeah, really great adjustment made there. The strategy, drawing out that Annihilate and letting Empoleon do its thing and come in and add, it's kind of, I think game 1, Moneymaker kind of went, let's see. He won't bring Empoleon now, but then after game 1, he's gone, all right, well, he might this time after that.
And Poké Moneymaker was put in a very, very awkward position with that Furret versus Annihilate arms race, because literally arms race. Like they were farming each other down. They were both going to KO at the same time. Poké Moneymaker decided, no, I really want this alignment, and had to throw a lot of that energy. It would have gone to waste anyway, so may as well have gone for that alignment. But it allowed that one extra Dragon Breath on the Altaria, and it was just a very key moment in the battle, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It just felt that you had to throw it. You want to keep alignment, at least give the decision. You sort of, if you're going to go down, at least you've forced them to make a shield call as well. But
100%.
What? I don't think Avrip identified. He didn't really need switch there. It wasn't that important. He'd done the job. The Fire's job was done by dragging it out.
The Annihilate, yeah, absolutely. So, do you think it was worth maybe shielding that Trailblaze that came through?
The Trailblaze does make it. Yeah, I think in this matchup, I think that would have made a lot of sense because it's getting through the Fire, it's shielding it, ramping up, and then it's enough health where the Dragon Breaths aren't going to be able to farm down as comfortably as it previously was able to. And then even the Gastrodon would have to have taken. I believe it was the Gastrodon. No, it wasn't. No, sorry. There would have been the Altaria is then put in a position where you can't get rid of this. You can't get rid of the Annihilate, and you're then looking at more ramped up Rage Fists or Ice Punches that are going to do a significant amount of damage, especially in Shadow.
Yeah. So that it's easy to say in hindsight, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
You've got to make these decisions at the moment.
It is much easier from right here than it is.
You don't have as much information. Okay, so we are getting information that the game that we just saw is being reviewed. So we are currently rolling with the assumption that it is 1-1, but that could change.
Yep, that's right. We'll let them do their part. See how we go. probably there's more to discuss on here. We didn't see Licky Licky that game, which does seem to have a fair bit of play. What do you think the concern from Moneymaker side is there? What's scaring away that Licky Licky, which has been so consistent across the board, like throughout this tournament?
Yeah, that's a good question because it doesn't have too much to fear. We've seen the Licky Licky versus Empoleon matchup play out a whole bunch of times, and that's really kind of even on both sides. The Empoleon does have a slight advantage there, but like Licky Licky landing Shadow Balls, that can easily overcome that. So yeah, Licky Licky absolutely a solid play here. Averip does not have a punish for the Licky Licky.
Nah, maybe it's the there's two mons out there with the Gastron and the Empoleon that both resisting that rollout. It's potentially looking at going, maybe it's just not quite. I don't want to be forced having to throw multiple Shadow Balls or Body Slams and not be able to have it in. I think Empoleon doesn't like Shadow Balls, but I think Gastron could potentially survive the 2 Shadow Balls. So you're forcing a lot of moves out of the Licky Licky. So maybe that's just the fast move damage adding up from the Gastrons, and as well as the spamminess of Empoleon. So that could be a little bit of a scare.
But then I don't know if Avrip has really got much reason to bring in the Gastrodon, because we know how important the Credilli is for Pokemon Moneymaker's side, and we've also got the things like the Corviknight there, and there's a lot of key things that pressure it too much.
Well, double ghost as well. You're forcing Water Pulse. Then you can't. The body slam becomes futile. You can't really do anything with that. Same as Corviknight. You're not really able to throw anything, and even with the Credilli, there's 4 things resisting the body slam, so you're forced into throwing, and you basically have to throw the Water Pulse at the Marowak as well. So it's just maybe that's the look and go. And Gastron's not that useful, so maybe that's why that sort of would open the door for me for Licky Licky to go, hey, let's that's exactly right. That's the consistent pick, but he has used the Annihilate quite well, as we saw against Rick. So I think the Annihilate is the pick that's sort of driving the victory here, I think, if he goes for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've got Avrip has the Florges that can really threaten the Annihilate. Is there much play here for Florges to get involved in the fight?
Again, it's one of those things, I don't think Florges is similar to what my argument was with Goodra. I said I didn't get a chance to defend my interesting pick of picking something ranked. I think it's outside the 150th rank of it's a great league. But it's not one of those Pokemon that you're bringing for to be dominant, right? You bring it in because it's got some matchup. It sort of it beats things like your fighters and it does some good pressure on. But you're using it as things like you're debuffing Pokemon. You're not necessarily relying on that to win switches and dominate matchups. You're using it in the middle game to try to debuff things, play with the clock, let things debuff things. It's like Marowak, you can come in. You got the Chilling Water.
Yeah.
Is it called Chilling Water?
Yeah.
Chilling Water. That went out of my head. So it didn't sound right. So Chilling Water, you got to just debuff things.
Muddy Water.
Muddy Water, yeah. I thought because Goodra has Muddy Water, so I'm my brain's between 2 waters. But yeah, so you just you're using it to just sort of you debuffing things like that. So it's just kind of, I don't think it's anything it's not a super dominant one, especially if you're not running it like Debbie did with Moonblast. You're not using those big sort of fairy type nukes for it. Yeah. If you're using those sort of lower hitting non-stab moves, similar, you're just sort of just trying to just get through matchups. You're not necessarily trying to win or dominate anything. It just means that you can then bring something in that has been debuffed 2 or 3 times, and then you don't have to shield whatever it's throwing, and then you can farm it down, or force them out of the matchup and have to give up switch or alignment to be able to avoid getting farmed down.
Yeah, and so that's what makes this whole Show 6 format quite hard and really entertaining. Is that idea of trusting your reads on the opponent. So we were saying before that the Gastrodon might not have too much play. That can inform your lines. You can decide on your team of 3 thinking, okay, I'm never going to see Gastrodon, but then of course there might be situations where they're like, well, they don't think I'm ever going to bring Gastrodon, so I'm going to bring Gastrodon and really punish them for that.
It's the bold call, so it can come off. But again, I think that the players at this level, we're getting into the we're in round 8 of the losers, or we're in the winners bracket of the tournament, late in the tournament. These players are playing, the best players will be playing off percentages, right? They're going if you don't have to make a risk, if you 2-0 down in the best of 5 in sort of those back end of the game, maybe we can throw a risk. Or game 1, you can make a risk because you've got the extra game there to sort of claw back. You can there's less, I guess, ramifications. But for the most part, I think these guys are looking at the percentage play. What are my best 3 things into their entire team, and just stick with those and just trust that, because at the end of the day, a lot of the neutral matchups just come down to really smart mechanics, really good good use of switch time and things like that. So it's hard to know, but again, we have seen some risks today where it pays off like crazy.
I don't think we've seen too much play from Kanto Marowak from anyone who's run it. Have you noticed the same thing? Like, well, we have seen some being used, but I don't think the percentage has been too high.
No, it's been. I think it is one of those picks now that feels like it's there for a lot of bench pressure.
Yeah.
It feels like one of those picks. It's kind of like because now, like with the pacing of Empoleon, it's not as even though the Mudslaps are doing a lot of damage. Empoleon's still, if you're using it to drag a Pokemon out and things like that, it's fine, but it's also gets a position where it can just do the old one shield farm down, and then and with the coverage of ground and rock, there's not a whole lot of the meta that wants to come in can resist both and just be able to just take that damage and be fine with it.
Yeah.
It's
good for Marowak, right?
Great for Marowak, but it's just I feel like it is kind of to keep things in check as opposed to necessarily it's going to be something you bring every game because you have to then consider things like the Altair. It does have some coverage, but the pacing's not great for it.
As opposed to Gastrodon, I feel like more trainers that have Gastrodon on their 6 have brought the Gastrodon into their battles.
It does seem that the bulky aspect of it as well. It knows you can like if it's coming in, it's something that can absorb damage. It can sort of it just seems to be absorbed that a lot better. The Marowak being Shadow, again they're both trainers Mudslappers, but again the subtyping also helps it. You know you got the water weakness, you do things like that. So you neutral turn well. So there's things like it's typing just neutralizes. You're only weak to grass. So it is just that it's probably more reliable and consistent. Marowak is polarizing, and there's a few more things sort of for it to contend with.
Yeah. So it comes down to a meta read situation.
Yeah, exactly right.
What do you think you're going to be facing more of? And we've seen how these predictions can be a bit of a skill in itself. You know, seeing what's come up in previous regionals, the most recent regionals, predicting how much of that will stick around for the regional I'm coming up into, how much of that will change specifically in response to what we've seen previously. So you've got to kind of make that decision on like what's going to be more handy here. I can probably only bring one Mudslapper. I don't think I've ever seen anyone bring two to a game. Yeah, it is a brave call. But if you are going to bring one, there's pros and cons to both.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the I guess that's half the game is trying to find a pick that's a bit more unique and sort of core breaker, but also not the core breaking for the sake of it. You're looking at things just sort of slightly. I think that we might see the increase of like some of the ice types because we've seen it big uptick in like things like Altaria. So it's like if we're going to see more ice, the Marowak probably becomes less valuable than the Gastrodon because again you sort of neutralize the ice weakness by having that water typing. So it's just like it just maybe gives it more utility. And again, it is currently a meta that sort of relies on you need to have three. Like it seems like you need three bulky like picks are kind of what people are going for, and then you can play around with it. You know, we're often seeing one or two shadows in every team. Like it's very. I can't recall seeing a team of 6 to 8 without a shadow. There probably has been one. I can't recall a time where we've seen no shadows.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
So there's been a lot of that. So we're relying on things like Leaky, Corsola. The Corviknight's quite bulky. Altaria's got its own level of bulk, like Gastrodon. So there's a lot of these pairings that are coming out like that, and then they're just kind of pairing them with things like the Shadow Annihilates, the Shadow, like the Marowaks, the things like that, where they can sort of, they're the things they're trying to tear through shields, and the rest of the things tend to soak damage, and you don't really have to dedicate a whole lot of shields to them.
So, I mean, you mentioned the Shadow Annihilate just then. Moving forward, do you think that still remains the fighter of choice, or do you think, like, we have seen some success with Pangoro, like, do you think that does start to take over a little bit?
Until the fairies, until the fairies sort of get shifted out of the meta, we might see a bit of a, the more I see the Mudslappers sort of move their way out of the meta, if we're seeing things that are like combating like a lot more flyers and things like that, we could look at, you could look at, I guess the fighters don't think switch up too much. I think because I think the fighters will hang around for the ice types that might be the ice types that might move into space. Like we've seen, especially with EUIC, I think we're seeing a few ice types in that meta, unless I'm thinking of a different meta. I've been playing a few grassroots metas, so I'm not 100% sure which is at the moment. But there is, I think, again though, if you think the increase of Corsola, the argument would be that we'd probably see more of the dark and the Pangoro, the dark fighting types come out. Do we see a return of Scrafty? Do we things like that? Is there any utility for that if the other counter users go away? Like Scrafty is probably one of those ones that's like it's had a few move updates. It had a bit of a place in the meta, but never really secured a spot because Metacham was so dominant over it back then. So, but now with Metacham not being as powerful, is there a space for Metacham anymore? That's another one that we think of. Like, It's got
I'll give you Medicham more than Scrafty.
I would as well. Yeah, but there is some play for some dark for the I guess the Scrafty misses what Pangoro has is it's kind of the glass cannon aspect, whereas Scrafty is probably a bit more consistent, but it does struggle against I guess things like Azumarill and that are quite it is hard as the Pangoro.
Do you like seeing every team kind of needing a fairy, or do you kind of wish that there was a change in the meta to curb their influence a little bit?
I'd like to see. Well, I was hoping that the one I found who sort of exited the meta with I guess with the mud slappers around was Drapion. Almost something that really kept the fairies in check, even though it wasn't throwing super effective damage. Like charge moves into your Azumarill, it was like the crunch debuffs, the spam. It was something that was such a reliable safe swap that like if you let it get one or two, I think at one stage, I think there was like it was like 30 matchups in the top 30 matchups. With one Poison Sting head start, it flipped I think 8 or 9 matchups just from one Poison Sting. So you just safe swap it and let them make a mistake. If the crunch debuff comes off for you, if the Aquatail spam comes out, that would really put a dent in the fairies. I think things like Florage and stuff really do struggle into those sort of things, especially throwing big hard-hitting charge moves because they're sort of relying on the things like your chilling water and.
So I think we need a walk back Mudslap is what I'm hearing.
I don't really. I don't love Mudslap as a move. If I was like again, it's not like it's just preference. I think that it's one of those things that's just. It is the game. I do like a balance in like fast move. I guess the pacing versus damage. They feel like they're just a bit. The shadow users like if you can't clear this run through, I guess, and like Drapion's a prime example. Like you get Mudslap down in your Aquatail, you can't get a second Aquatail off a lot of the time. Right. You just get completely farmed down. Gastro matchup's fine. But again, it's not quite as bad because you can get a few more moves in. But it is an interesting move away from poison, but every time poison disappears from the meta, it just seems like as soon as the poison gets the meta, we see the increase of Azumarill is back, or like Azumarill comes back, with grass types come back. It's just some of the grass uses like Credillion and stuff. Not they're terrible, it's terrible into poison, but things like Clodsire and that disappeared pretty quickly when the Mudslappers came around. But everyone wanted that, the bulky Clodsire, everyone wanted it gone. So I think Mudslap kind of got nerfed, like it kind of got buffed on the back of that.
Like we saw specifically that there would be fairies that would, or certain Azumarill would be worried that there were poisons running around. It would be absolutely fine. So it looks like we have gotten confirmation that the result of the previous match will stand. So the score is going to remain 1-1, and we are going into a decisive battle number 3. Pokemon Moneymaker and Avrip are now selecting their teams as we speak, with the winner continuing on to the top cut. The loser will be out for the day.
Yep, stakes are as high as they're going to be today for both these battlers. So let's see if they can get past that. I guess the dispute that we've discussed through and that sort of break in between, and they can just get their focus back on, get the headphones on, and just get their head the game basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think they were listening to your analysis while the review?
Not in the slightest.
No, okay.
Absolutely not.
They'll definitely. I think they'll be doing exactly what you said to T. I think we are going to see lots of Credilli. We are going to see lots of Empoleon. We are going to see no Gastrodon whatsoever. We're going to see no Chargebug. I reckon we're going to see some Licky.
Maybe.
I think that's my prediction.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Average been leaning on the Altaria, so the only thing I would say would be the confidence that the Altaria will be here somewhere.
Yeah,
it's got play. It's got play into everything.
So we are saying we're going as far as to call 1s and 3 here. We're going to find out. Pokemon Moneymaker and Avrip have locked in. It is that's not a particularly good matchup for the Furret. So Credilli will have the upper hand on this matchup. The Swift is going to be resistant. So again, like with the Annihilate, you are relying on Sucker Punch and Trailblaze.
Absolutely, and the Trailblazers will come out. The CMP tie here, Furret will win that CMP tie. So first one that does get let go, the debuff will come through immediately after, and we'll see if who's going to budge, who's going to switch out first. Is Avrip happy with the Furret being here? And knowing the Annihilate's in the back, I imagine he won't be too keen to protect it too hard.
Yeah, for sure. And we see in the back line no Licky for Pokemon Moneymaker, but we do get a similarly bulky Pokemon in the Galarian Corsola. We see the Empoleon and the Altaria, like you said, are in the back for Avrip. The Trailblaze, the second Trailblaze is going to come out onto the Credilli, and it's going to be a bit of an undercharge as well. Is that too much, though? The Rock Tomb is now ready, and it is going to take out the rest of that Furret. Maybe Avrip wanted to lose this particular opening matchup so that he could get a bit more energy on the backline.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he knows there's the Annihilate back. So once calm down here with Empoleon, get some energy, get a drill pack off to get shield advantage, or immediately switch out to Bang Bang, which he has gone straight in, and of course will counter swap Altaria straight away. So alignment and switch advantage in favour of
Pokemon
Moneymaker here, but there's definitely plenty of play left in this game because the Altaria is already at 2 Sky Attacks, and there's a little bit of banked energy on the Empoleon.
Yeah, and you can see that Pokemon Moneymaker was reaching for the Nightshade again because the Altaria is Shadow, so the Nightshade plus some Astonishes will be enough. The Altaria is going to shield that one. Averitt knows that the Nightshade, whether it is a Power Gem or a Nightshade, like there's no baiting here. Just any move, he has to shield.
Absolutely, and the moves can come through here. The interesting play here is he decided to let it go. So he's put all in eye to just ramp up through this and try to close out this game. But
and I don't mind that at all.
Neither do I.
Yeah, so with the 2 shields in hand, the Annihilate can just continue to ramp up that energy. And there is probably nothing more satisfying in Pokemon Go than having a Pokemon that can continually ramp up its damage, getting that opportunity, that runway to ramp that damage up.
Yeah, and really tough spot here because he's going to get the shield, obviously, here, but this damage is so oppressive. So he's not in a position where he can get to 2 moves on the Empoleon, so he needs to get the second shield somehow, or is he going to get it switch out? So he's going to try to get out of there straight away. But this is another Rage Fist. I don't think the Altaria in the back is going to be able to get to another move at all. So this will be really tough.
Yeah, the Empoleon will be able to get to a move, but of course there is the shield left that Pokemon Moneymaker has to lean on, and so this will be comfortably shielded, and then a couple more counters will do the trick.
Yeah, let's see how close the Altaria is going to get. He's not going to get to the thing. It was either be a counter down or a race to the Sky Attack. And one counter will do the trick.
One counter will do it. So Pokemon Moneymaker with the use of the Annihilate, just like in game number 2, very expertly, masterfully using that Annihilate to win that 3rd battle over Averitt and continue on. It's been very tight for Pokemon Moneymaker. It's been very tense for the last 2 rounds for Pokemon Moneymaker, but he's stood tall and battled through those matches.
Yep, done well. Secured game 3. He's done really well and got through that matchup. It was interesting again. Like we said, we did mention after game 1 that I sort of said that Averitt wouldn't. He's very unlikely to lead the Furret and leave the Empoleon in the back. In game 3, he's gone for that exact strategy, really banking on not seeing that Annihilate. And he may not be in the worst case scenario because the Rage Fist is not going to be the play, and he's like, I might be able to just get away with throwing Trailblaze, maybe shields this one, and I can get a bit ahead on the Altaria, but it just didn't come up, unfortunately. It came a really close game and really well navigated by both players, but Moneymaker just came through with the Annihilate. That boosted Rage Fist, just putting 2 shields on at the end and deciding I can get through the rest of this Altaria and the Empoleon in the back, even with a little bit of energy on the Empoleon.
Yeah, Pokemon Moneymaker is a former champion in Australia, in Oceania, so he's looking to take a second title from off of our shores. Averitt, he was having a great run, but then lost 4 of his last 5 battles, and that, like you said, when it rains it pours. I call that pulling a fish.
Yeah, game of momentum. Sometimes it just you lose your groove. It's a long day of battling. He's had a lot of matches where a long streak there where he just hadn't lost a match. Yeah. So it can happen, but that said, it's a high standard, and it's a game of margins at this point. Yeah. So tough matchup, but it won't be the last time we see Averitt this far in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Pokemon Moneymaker's team just had that little bit of team comp advantage over him in that particular situation. So, and that happens. It's so hard to build a team that you can't build a team that has no holes and covers everything. Exactly. Because if you could, then everyone would be using it. That's how we get the LAIC meta.
Yeah, so, exactly right.
So it's your strength lies in knowing where the weaknesses are and how to account for them.
Yeah, trying to find the balance. Like I think it's the main goal is you limit the damage and then look at if you're weak to something, make sure at least 2 or 3 of your things are soft losses. If it's tough, you want to have things that sort of you can only check so much of the meta. You can only have so much coverage. So, which is why we've got the nice resources to be able to build our teams and have a look and see what we're weak to, and we go, okay, maybe I need to this change variety. I know that personally, when I look at a matchup, I don't really care too much about 1 shield, 2 shield scenarios.
Okay.
When I go through and write down, I go, what matches am I comfortable in? What am I happy with? What scenarios am I happy being stuck in? And I go, if it's a night like Vincent Empoleon, I'm quite obviously not happy about that. But if I'm stuck in something a little bit more neutral, I'm just like, you know what? It's not, it's not terrible. I go, it's playable. There's playable matchups. I'm not completely walled off by anything. I can go, I've got some play here. So that for me, I go, because I think that you look at 1 shield matchups and you go, okay, well, I've got a good bit of advice for what happens in the exact lead. But outside of that, unless you're crazy about researching and you love going through and finding out how many moves and how many turns you need to be ahead of something to win, I think that there's too much variation. There's very rarely two battles the same in Pokemon Go PvP. So I think that just being happy that some matchups aren't as favorable as others, but just being comfortable and going like, okay, well, I can play out this matchup. I might lose this matchup, but how can I put the other two Pokemon I've bought into a better scenario for their matchup that may not be as favorable.
I wish I was one of those people who just loved The Sims and just memorized them all. Like I do make sure to jump into The Sims kind of every now and then just to keep my brain sharp. But like I don't retain any of them. Yeah. It's hard to keep track of all those different situations. And like you said, like it's all well and good on paper, but then 2 extra Shadow Claws here, and then like a couple of chip moves here, and so it's all different.
Exactly right. So it might win the one shield, but it might lose the one shield with half a turn advantage. That's all it takes in the small margins at this level. So you have to just prepare for that sort. That's how I like to prepare. But again, some people do have that great ability to be able to and love the research and love being able to memorize that sort of stuff and have that, and that's more than beneficial. I know we've seen examples of people looking at things like breakpoints and stuff to go, okay, well, I need to find this exact IV Pokemon to be able to have these certain things for this specific matchup. I think early on there was the Lickitung. There was a Lickitung in his Registeel breakpoint that everyone was very focused on for ages. I think it was the Lick breakpoint or the Body Slam breakpoint. There was a amount that was so important for that, and you knew that you were having a great time. I think one of the players actually had a Dugong one where it was like his Dugong was specifically to beat other Dugongs. And that's like when that's the sort of stuff at that level that fair doesn't even get into it, but that's that margin. Right. That's that fine margin.
Let's take a look at the next round. I believe it is ready for us. Beautiful. We have losers round 8 for Group A. Z-Tub, who we haven't seen on stream yet, versus Nighttime Clasher, who we have seen on stream. He's brought the goods, but is now fighting for his life.
Absolutely. We're in losers round 8, so both players have had good long runs to get here. So both fighting for their tournament life right now. Z-Tub, first time on stream today, so we'll have a look at his team first. We've got the Empoleon Azumarill double water strategy with a regular Altaria, a Shadow Kanto Marowak, Chargebug, and Furret.
And on Nighttime Clash's side, just as a reminder, we have the Kanto Marowak, the Shadow Scizor, the Galarian Corsola, the Azumarill, the Corviknight, and the Guzzlord. So the only player so far that we've seen bring a Guzzlord today, and like we established before, 4 quite bulky picks. Corviknight kind of mid-bulky, but still on the bulkier side. Yeah. And then 2 glassier picks, especially the Scizor, which can just burn through teams with the power of bullet punches, especially when boosted.
Absolutely, either Night Slash or the Trailblaze, it does ramp up very quickly, and if you don't have that fast move pressure like something like the Kanto Marowak, it can get out of control very quickly. So interesting to see how Nighttime Clash has used it really well today in scenarios like into, I believe, the Galarian Moltres. I think he was throwing Trailblazers out to try to just ramp that damage up and forcing plays out of people. I think it was against Jai who was doing that. But Z-Tub's got a nice strong meta team. The double water, so you've got the Azumarill, which is again a fan favorite. Bane of everyone's PvP existence. But again, we've seen Guzzlord today, but we haven't seen a lot of play from the Guzzlord. So this is the time we're gonna see some Guzzlord play.
I'm looking at that Chargebug on Z-Tub side. I have established I like Chargebug just as a Pokemon that I enjoy. It has not had much of a use case in any of the matches that we've seen. Is this the time for it? Is Nighttime Clash's team one that the Chargebug will be able to come into?
Well, it's definitely got play. So again, nothing is severely punishing it. It's obviously not going to love throwing the Volt Switches into the ground type Marowak. Marowak. That will be quite tough. Outside of that, it has a pretty good time against the Sizzle's throwing resisted bullet punches. Yep. It's throwing good neutral play against the Corsola. Super effective into both Azumarill and Corviknight, and then the X-Scissors do add up on the Guzzlord. It's not the bulkiest Pokemon, but it might appreciate one, but it won't appreciate 2.
Yeah, I know. One does. I'm trying to remember the numbers off the top of my head. Like an X-Scissor does, I want to say 75, 80.
Yeah, it does a good chunk of the HP, absolutely.
Yeah, and so then you add to that the Volt Switches as well, and so you can potentially shield and farm down. I'm also hearing, just word on the street, little Empoleon told me that one of these competitors is celebrating a birthday today.
Absolutely. Let's not guess how old he's turning.
So happy birthday to Z-Tab, and hopefully he can take out a win, bring one home to Perth. Who it's been a little bit of time between drinks for Perth, so maybe Z-Tab is what Avrup is now out of the competition. He can't carry the torch. They love Jai that is still in.
Yep.
And so it is down to either Z-Tab or They Love Jai to be able to do that for Perth, and on his birthday, no less.
Yeah, absolutely. Be no better way to celebrate than taking out the Sydney Regional. But we definitely think there's going to be some interesting dynamics here with the play. I have loved watching Nighttime Clashes play. Just the way he's operated around his team, he's looked very, very good and really only beaten by a very, very good player in Jai.
Yeah, of course. And so Nighttime Clasher is going to look to continue the good run, work his way back into the top cut, where maybe he'll be able to force a rematch against They Love Jai later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what everyone has that chip. If you can get back against the person that's knocked you down to the lower bracket once, it definitely feels like revenge time and try to get that. We've seen that in the past with some players. They've got knocked down, but they've gone straight back in.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've talked about whether Z-Tab can bring certain Pokemon into Nighttime Clasher's team. What about Nighttime Clasher bringing certain Pokemon into Z-Tab's team? Is there any Pokemon on Nighttime Clasher's side that you think this is like a go-to and you must have this, whether it's a safe swap or a lead?
Yeah, it's kind of tough because it's not really I think the actual honestly with if you keep the Charge Bug in check, I think that the Corviknight has a lot of play here. It doesn't really have much. You're resisting there's a lot to be resisted here. So there's a lot of moves that you're just like neutralizing or resisting completely. So you've got Altaria, you've got a pretty decent matchup. Flamethrower does come through and does hurt. But it's good in double moves from the far right. Yeah, the pressure will out eventually. It's quite like I said before, mid bulky kind of play, and then again, if you're a gambling move, you can fish for that boost of the air cutters, so they come out quite quickly. So I can see coming has a lot to come out and sort of, I guess, shock to the system for things like the Admiral and even the Altaria can sort of hang with those sort of Pokemon. So it'll be interesting to see what route they go down. But I think we're selecting teams right now, so we'll be into game early.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me seeing the Scizor kind of still kind of on the fringes of being meta. It was like everywhere, like the second most Pokemon for a while after Credilli, but it's kind of here the smothering of Scizors, and so that's been really it's a very Pokemon. Was number one, so that three was there to punish Credilli. I think was the goal. But we are going to game one. We have the Azumarill into the which we have discussed a very decent matchup here. Yes, Scizor is definitely going to have the better of this. And now out comes the Charge Bug. So this is interesting. It doesn't have a little bit of energy. Let's see I think I said something. I have kind of walked back my predictions before and then proven myself right. So let's see how this goes. I'm going to get a shield from Nine Cloud. Choosing not to shield, so we are going to find out how much damage is this going to do.
About 70%.
Yeah, I was reckon that was exactly right.
I'll take that. It was exactly what it would show on the Sims, I imagine. So the second one comes through, does get shielded by the Guzzlord. So wanting to keep an eye on here. Keep energy. Has one extra there and thrown immediately. Should do damage to KO this.
Yeah, it'll be very, very close, but yeah, I do think it will KO, and that is the advantage that Lord has in the timing. That speed turn attack into the 14 means you can gradually find Drag Tail and then throw that KO before that Volt Switch damage completes. And so the Guzzlord does have time to get a Sludge Bomb off into the Azumarill. Now Nighttime Clasher is getting that out of there, and the Scizor is going to come back in. Here comes the Marowak.
Absolutely. Strong over here, didn't want to get bubbled down by that, knowing the Sludge Bombs weren't doing all the damage. You can say that later. So has forced the Marowak out, knowing full well that the Force in the back can handle the Azumarill pretty well. So nice to come through. We'll do a lot of damage, shadow on shadow, to see if we get the last shield here. It has gone. We do get the we're going to invest both shields into this Marowak, and we do get the attack boost on the Scizor. Is that going to be enough to do anything? I mean, the bullet punches are taking a lot of HP out of that Marowak. That is where the Scizor shines the most. We get the double Bone Club now. The Marowak does have the 2 Bone Clubs ready. The Corsola will be able to take both of them, though, so it's not going to do too much into the backline of Nighttime Clasher. Absolutely. Yes, throwing the one and throwing the moves. The next one will come through and KO, so won't be able to switch into the Azumarill immediately, but the second one does get let go, and we'll see Azu versus the world at the end here.
Yeah, so Nighttime Clash's use of bulk has been so expert in this regional all day. The Galarian Corsola is not caring how much energy the Marowak has. The Marowak did invest both shields to be able to get up all that energy, but it just ends up just getting blown into the ether.
Yeah, exactly right. Nighttime Clash here, letting the Ice Beam through, knowing that non-stab isn't going to do a whole lot of damage, and he's going to go into Guzzlord and try to outpace the next move here. It's going to be a bit of a race here, but it looks like the Guzzlord will survive enough to be able to get to this move, but it has thrown the Brutal Swing, so Azu might just survive this.
Oh, it's going to be close. Let's see if it does. The Brutal Swing is
Not
going
quite.
to take out the rest of that Azumarill, and now the Marowak is going to come out, and it's going to be 2-3 turn moves firing at each other, but Nighttime Clasher does have the Galarian Corsola in the back, which means that Nighttime Clasher will pick up that win.
Absolutely. Really well played game, and I think I'd like to play from Z-Type there, trying to, putting it all onto Marowak there. Thought this is my best avenue to damage here, to try to chop down this last Pokemon, being the Corsola, being that bulky, was probably to invest in the Marowak and get damage off from that instead of trying to put it all on Azumarill.
Yeah.
So really, really tough played game, and interesting use of the Charge Bug there from Z-Type.
Yeah, I liked it. Unfortunately, Charge Bug is now 0-1.
Yeah.
In Sydney for today.
From what we've seen.
But I don't particularly mind the way play. So the trouble is with that one, like if X's have got like a very tiny damage buff, maybe one increment more, then that would make it such a nicer matchup into the Guzzlord. But because those Volt Switches are resisted, it leaves the Guzzlord with enough HP that the Guzzlord can still do plenty of damage in return, despite being in the red.
Yeah, we saw that even then. I think that Nighttime Clasher probably was in a scenario where he probably could have got another 2 Dragon Tails as well before the third X Scissor. So it did seem like there was even more potential for it to be even more dominant for the Guzzlord. So good use of Guzzlord there. It was again sort of a risky pick because you've got things like it's good against, like, if it's trying to neutralize the Farret there, I think, trying to protect the Corsola. So I think that's a good use of it. But it's kind of risky when you've got the Azumarill and the Empoleon that are on that side that aren't the best matchups for the Guzzlord.
Yeah, absolutely. So then what change do you think Z-Type makes to try and counter what Nighttime Clasher is doing and what he expects him to do further on?
Yeah, well, it's kind of I like that line one for Nighttime Clasher because he's basically said, here's the Guzzlord, here's the Scizor, do you really want to bring the Farret?
Right.
He's basically said, if you really want to check my core, the only way you can really check Corsola really well is to bring that. Everything else is susceptible to the Corsola. So he's kind of put Z-Type in a hard spot because he said, you can bring it, but you have to land on the other 2 things that are going to crush it. So here we go now, and that's a great lead for Z-Type here.
Yeah, and it does have the Charge Bug in the back, but no Scizor for the Charge Bug to feast on. Does have the Corviknight, though, so Charge Bug does have targets. The Azumarill is going to build up a lot of energy. The Guzzlord is going to get to the Sludge Bomb first, and it is going to hurt more than most things would against an Azumarill, but it's still going to be able to take it just fine.
Yeah, absolutely. We still discussed it, it takes 2 of them quite easily. It does go for the switch out into the Corsola, and we do throw the player off to try to soften this thing up. What we've seen a lot today, things like Leaky and Corsola have just been forcing player offs into things, then be able to soften it up so that the Empoleon can come in like now and handle it.
Yeah, and so the Empoleon will be able to take 1 Nightshade from the Corsola, but then how low will it take the Empoleon? Will it get it into a position where if Nighttime Clasher really, really wants, he can Astonish down and maybe retake alignment?
Yeah, if you're really desperate, he'll have to invest at least 1 shield, but he is in a position where he would be able to, because I think he will survive this Hydro Cannon and potentially get to a move, but it does force all the energy out, or if he wants which, he can have it.
The Empoleon will get to that Hydro Cannon first, and so the Hydro Cannon will take out the Corsola, which will be shielded, and so now Nighttime Clasher is opting to invest and try and get the Astonish down. Hold on, very narrowly just getting that farm down. It will only be able to get off 1 charge attack, which it will be the Power Gem onto the Azumarill.
Yep, and it looks like Z-Type's putting a lot of stock in the Charger Bug here. We can give it 2 shields back, but he hasn't bought the Marowak, and it's going to have a lot of play into the Corviknight here and the Guzzlord. So not a bad position here. Did see the Guzzlord get the better of the Charger Bug last battle, but with now a shield advantage and a slight energy advantage for the Charger Bug, this is what we talked about, flipping up these shield matchups.
That's right, yeah. So Z-Type will obviously have to land 1 X-Scissor to be able to get it low enough where the Volt Switches could come in handy. We see that timing coming in handy for the Guzzlord now, being able to throw one more Dragon Tail and then the Brutal Swing for that really optimal timing. The Brutal Swing will take the Charger Bug into the yellow, and the Charger Bug can't afford to try and optimize its own timing. It just has to throw straight away, and so the Guzzlord will get an extra little Dragon Tail, and it will go straight into the red. I think maybe one more Volt Switch will do it.
One more Volt Switch should do it, but then again, we've got to get an extra one to beat the double discharge for the Corviknight, which will come in straight away.
Corviknight is coming in straight away, and it is very close to an Air Cutter. Air Cutter probably won't be enough, so it does need to reach for that payback. We do get the discharge that is going to be shielded on Nighttime Clasher. The second discharge won't be enough to KO that Corviknight, and so we do get an attempted catch on the Azumarill, but unfortunately Nighttime Clasher is all over that one. Is going to throw that Air Cutter onto the Charger Bug, which is going to just survive. And we get the attack boost as well. This discharge is not going to take out that Corviknight. The Corviknight will be able to sand attack down from there, and then the Azumarill is going to try its best to try and undo all that damage.
The Ice Beam's coming through. Will the Corviknight be able to survive this move? It's going to be very, very close.
Oh, man, it's going to be close. I do think the Corviknight has what it takes to survive this Ice Beam. It is a very low attack Pokemon. The Air Cutter will finish off the Azumarill, and then the Sand attacks are going to finish off the Charger Bug, which put up a valiant effort, but now it's 0-2. Oh, we do get a very narrow survival there from the Azumarill, but they won't matter. The Sand attacks will come through, and Nighttime Clasher is going to take battle number 2.
Absolutely, and that just showing the bit of the RNG side of the battle, that boost seeming absolutely like the thing that flipped the switch there. That allowed that next Air Cutter to actually KO the Azumarill. So that was an absolutely necessary boost required from Nighttime Clash there to take out Game 2 and eliminate our other Perth competitor, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it's all resting on Jai's shoulders to take the title home to Perth. We'll see how he can perform. Zetab performing very valiantly. I hope this loses round 8 is satisfying enough for Zetab on his birthday. I believe that will be enough to get him championship points and get him close to world's qualification.
Absolutely. I think, again, if you go this far in a tournament, you're in lose round 8, you can hold your head, high, and you've had a good tournament you've got here, especially with the standard field here, 63 battlers that are really high standard. So
international field.
Exactly right. Players traveling for this. So it is it's a great run, and I'm sure he'll be satisfied. Yeah, again, you can always reflect on things you could have done better, but to get through this far into a tournament, you've had a great day.
Yeah, so Nighttime Clash is going to progress. Hollywood continues on.
Yep.
And he's going to go into the top cuts of today's regional championship. We do have, I believe, the top cut is set. I think, do we have any more matches to go?
To be honest, you're asking the wrong person. I have absolutely no idea. I wait to see the teams we have a chat about. We enjoy it, and we like the standard battling, but I have absolutely no idea where we're at. But we will have someone give us some great advice on it. Yeah. We've got Jai, Nighttime Clasher, Jamathi, and that'd be Pokemaker.
Yeah.
We'll butcher that name as well.
All right, look, let's take a bit of a break. Let's line up a video to just give us a bit of time to recollect and figure out where we are at with this bracket. We'll find out who's still in, figure out what we're doing, what game we're playing.
We have only longer than the 5-minute break, but we will have a brief moment, recess, and we'll see what we've got up for you guys next, and we'll see when we get back. That's what's going on. I'm not sure. So.
Hey guys, my name's Kawad, and I'm here to talk to you about the new top meta Pokemon, Shadow Bayleaf. I'm sure you might be wondering, really, Shadow Bayleaf? Well, I'm here to prove to you that it beats most, if not all, of the other top meta Pokemon. But let's go back to the basics. You might be thinking, really, Bayleaf? A middle evolution grass monotype. It's weak to fire, ice, poison, flying, and bug. How can it win any of these matchups? Well, it has Ancient Power, which is super effective against all of those except for poison. And guess what? You've got a 10% chance of a double boost. And you might be thinking, well, why has no one been using this guy? And you'd be wrong. PCF 52 came 49th at Portland and 13th at Sacramento. You might be wondering, well, okay, PCF, he's Bayleaf's strongest soldier. You're wrong. It's me. I came 9th. That's right, it's me. I'm Bayleaf's top player, and I'm here to teach you how to use Bayleaf. Look at this guy. He has so many viable movesets. For fast moves, Bayleaf can learn Magical Leaf, Razor Leaf, and Tackle. And for charge moves, it can learn Ancient Power, Energy Ball, and Grass Knot. Did I mention this guy gets Ancient Power with boosts? You'll mainly want to use Bayleaf to chunk down your Mud Boys and just your plain ground types or water types, and then use Ancient Power to chunk down your Flyers or Grass Knot just for good boosted damage. Forget my friend Malamar, today we're talking about my buddy, Bayleaf. You might think something like Talonflame would be one of Bayleaf's worst matchups, but look how much damage Ancient Power does. In GBL, no one will shield this matchup, and you'll always win. Did I mention he gets boosts from Ancient Power? And we've got one of Bayleaf's worst matchups against Australian staple Bastiodon. Look at that, almost one shot. So I'm challenging anyone to use Bayleaf, and if you can place higher than me, I'll delete my Shadow Bayleaf.
All right, welcome back to the Sydney Regional. Now we're into Top Cut, Stumpy. We've got the top 4 players of this regional left to go. So we're calling this maybe the losers semis that we're walking into, which is Nighttime Clasher and Pokemon Moneymaker.
Yep, 2 internationals come across to Australia, Oceania, to try to knock off the competitors, both in the loser brackets. We will eliminate one of the 2 now, so takes the odds up slightly for the winners bracket, but it's going to be great to see these 2 go at it, who have been playing really well all day. Both have featured on stream a few times, and they've been unreal to watch, so it'd be great to see how these 2 fire it off.
Yeah, I think we're going to go straight into the battles now. I believe that the players have already locked in and may have already started, so we'll just jump in when they are ready. And again, we've got the top 4 players that we've got left. We've got They Love Jai, we've got Jumathy, and again, Nighttime Clasher and Pokemon Moneymaker here. So we're straight into this battle, and we can see Pokemon Moneymaker on the left-hand side, Nighttime Clasher on the right-hand side. We see a Lickitung, we see an Azumarill.
Yeah, very bulky Pokemon going at it here. Shadow Ball coming through from the Licky and going to be taken by the Azumarill, who can handle this pretty well.
Yes, it can definitely take it well. It's in the red, but it has so much energy there. It's able to get off this play rough. This play rough won't take out the Licky, however, it will bring it into the red.
Absolutely, and both Pokemon entering the red, see if there's going to be any adjustment, any switch out made here. Looks like there was a switch out on the Pokemon Moneymaker's side. The Body Slam is coming through, loaded a lot of energy there, so pressuring that shield out of Azumarill. Let's see if there's a shield coming up here for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, look, no shield in play. Nighttime Clasher lets the Azumarill go, so has to make a decision. Brings out the Corviknight, and now that the Licky had so much energy, can go for the Shadow Ball against his Corviknight.
Yeah, this is the value of Shadow Ball, being able to bank 2 of them in a row now. You can bank up to 2 of them at a time now, so going to get a quick pivot out into his own Corviknight. So we're going straight for the paybacks here.
Yeah, it's a mirror match, and both of them have the same moveset as well. There's no cheeky Iron Heads in play.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's really even more favourable if one of them did have Iron Head, to be honest. So then payback would be doing good neutral damage versus resisted, but there is a Sizzle in the back that's probably a little bit vulnerable, and is going to be quite hard to invest both shields into the Sizzle.
That's correct. And look, Nighttime Clasher deciding not to shield on their own Corviknight here, maybe banking those shields for that Sizzle at the back, but it might not need the shields, because if that's got the Annihilate, you can't shield that.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely 2 Pokemon here that are being with the attack boost there, so it's going to be really tough luck there for Nighttime Clasher, but we've seen this a few times today. Bringing that Sizzle, 2 shields, and letting the first move go, but seems to ramp up this damage.
Yeah, look, it's going to take so much damage, but Sizzle gets to those moves very, very quickly. So trying to bank up maybe a double Night Slash there. Surely Nighttime Clasher shields this.
Yeah, or resigned to the fact the game might be a little bit over, which is we have chose to let the move go, and has said that maybe a bit too much effort. Has already seen the Annihilate, so it's understood that this is almost an impossible uphill battle.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just let it go, reassess. Let's go for game 2, but a really decent game 1 win from Pokemon Moneymaker.
Absolutely, and I think that's the thing about high level play, is that you can see your win con, and when your win con's gone, you're just like, I resign to the fact that is done.
Yeah, it might be a little bit right in the wall, but how does after that game, you see it was quite a dominant game 1 from Moneymaker. How do you then, from Nighttime Clasher, after playing so well all day, having a lot of dominant 2-0 wins,
yes,
now you're in a position where, hey, now I'm 1-0 down, I've got a 2 in a row now to be able to force myself to keep myself in the competition, basically.
Yeah, look, this might be Nighttime Clash's last match of this tournament if he does go down. But Nighttime Clash is one of those players that can claw back.
Yeah.
He's definitely a formidable player and someone that I think will take this time, and obviously with that game one residing to the fact that, that wasn't the best matchup for him. He's an analytical player.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to take this time now from game one to game two to take the time to think and be like, all right, how do I get myself back into this match? What did I learn from game one as well? Because he is a very quick thinker. So when he sees a line, he'll actually take into account how that player plays and actually adjust accordingly for his game two.
Yeah, absolutely. And with looking at the teams, it is a bit of an awkward matchup. There's there's not like an obvious answer for Nighttime here to like solution, because you could go, man, it kind of got out of hand. I sort of was, the Annihilate was really threatening. Sizzle didn't have its best effort. But how do you bring the Corsair when the Licky Licky will be there? So it's like, that's why it seems like so essential to have Licky Licky at the moment, because these Corsairs have got a lot of play as long as there's no normal on the other side of the field. So people bringing that Corsair, it's like you sort of really need to protect it with something like Licky Licky. So it's going to be a hard adjustment to make, but if anyone can do it, it'll be him after watching him today.
Yes. And I think the thing about, like I said, Nighttime Clasher, he will be very quick on his feet. So after that game one, I expect him to go into game two pretty quickly and also lock it in. We're into game two of these semi-losers final or semi-final, and we can see the Corviknight against a Shadow Annihilate.
Relatively neutral lead considering, but the Shadow here, the Air Cutters will do a lot of damage before it can even get a chance to ramp up his damage, but it does let the first one go just in case a boost comes through. If you're going to let one go, the first one's probably ideal.
Yes, and it will connect. It will bring it into the yellow, and it does get the boost. So Nighttime Clasher is, he must be cheering from this end.
Yeah, very happy. And said, let's see if he makes the same decision. He's ramping up the same way that's been ramped up with the boost, has now been ramped up with the Rage Fist. So will that pace to the next move? We'll get the Air Cutter off. A lot of damage from that counters coming through though onto the Corviknight, putting it very low into the red, and the decision is now on the Annihilate.
Yes, Pokemon Maker saying no, we'll let the Annihilate go. It is taken off the field, and a double boost. So it means it goes 2 times boost on that Corviknight. This is exactly what Nighttime Clasher needed.
Yeah, exactly. And this almost forces, he's going to go for the Air Cutter now because he's kind of forcing God. I don't want to take this double boosted payback, so I really am forced to throw this energy earlier instead of maybe looking at some other farm down.
Yeah, look, I think it was so threatening. And then Pokemon Maker gets a boost. There's so many boosts in this battle.
3 from 3. What's the percent again?
I think it's not
33.
It's not 100%. That's all I can tell you.
I think it's 33. So 3 out of 3. Plenty of 3.
All right, this boosted Air Cutter is going to connect onto this Azumarill here, and it does do a little bit, but not enough, and it's able to get to the Ice Beam on the Azumarill end.
Yeah, this comes through some nice neutral damage here, but Corviknight can handle this quite well. But let's see this damage ramping up. The sand attack's boosted, the Air Cutters are boosted, and these are quite significantly outpacing the Azumarill.
Yes, and this Air Cutter now is about to be launched. Nighttime Clasher deciding not to shield. Still has shields in play, but not protecting this Azumarill. It does bring it into the yellow. It's half health now. Another boost. What is going on here, Stumpy?
We are 4 from 4 on the boost. They keep coming. We surely see a shield now. We've got to protect this now that's double boosted. Shield does come through. The Corviknight may have just survived, but we've got to make full advantage of that boost. And from here, how do you, with that luck, how do you feel? Like you can't. It feels unfair.
Look, there is another Air Cutter coming now. If this boost, the percentage of that to happen is incredible. And do we see one? We don't.
No,
okay. All right. Maybe it is not broken in this game. But we can see another Air Cutter. Just Corviknight just gets to his Air Cutter so quickly.
Unbelievably quick. And these neutral moves coming through from Marowak, it's really hard to get rid of this Corviknight. Another one coming through. So spammy. This sand attack forces the shield out finally. And looking at the back, that Licky Tongue is licking its lips going, there's not enough damage on the other side here to really threaten me.
That's correct. And look, even though Nighttime Clasher has a shield in play, it can get to a couple of bone clubs. It can do a bit of chip damage onto this Licky Licky, but it has a shield in play, and Licky Licky is still in the green.
Yeah, it's got so much HP, such a high, just such a bulky Pokemon. Going to throw the Shadow Ball, see if the Marowak does decide to shield. Does let the move go, thinking maybe the Wincom was maybe calling Body Slam there and getting the extra move off. Got a little bit of energy on the Azumarill, but will go down to the next rollout.
Yeah, look, I think what an incredible match that was, and a lot of luck on both sides, but unlucky at the same time.
Yeah.
Because in Pokemon Moneymaker's case, he got the boost early on that Corviknight, so it actually played and helped in his entire match, whereas Nighttime Clasher had a bit later into his Corviknight where he had little health left, so it didn't take the full advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly right. And it was first two each. They both boosted 4 in a row before the rest of them. Thankfully, didn't, because that would get the percentage back close to where it should be. But we do see that a little bit of RNG may have, do we say, affect the outcome, because it sort of makes you change decisions, right? He had to, I think early on, Nighttime Clasher had to, Moneymaker was forced to throw, and using Corviknight to try to get rid of it because it was boosted twice as well. Didn't want to have to face a payback that was boosted, and then it proved to be the right play, because we saw that later in the game, the Corviknight was still very healthy and able to go through and actually, be a pivotal in the victory.
Yeah, look, like you mentioned before, with Corviknight, with Air Cutter, it's such a weak move. But once it gets those boosts going, and if you just happen to proc and get that luck going, my goodness, it just ran the whole game. So it definitely was the MVP for both players. But again, went to Moneymaker, making it 2-0 against Nighttime Clasher. It does mean Nighttime Clasher is out of the Sydney Regional. 4th
place, nothing to be ashamed of. Some great points taken from that as well for Championship. So on the quest to going to Worlds. So that's definitely valuable and a really good effort.
Look, I expect to see Nighttime Clasher back in Australia at some point, once again, to try and take it out. But again, well played to come all the way from the US and to come over to Sydney to get a top 4 placement. I think that is certainly a pat on the back.
Yep, absolutely. It was really well played. And again, Moneymaker just tearing the way through the lower bracket, really well played. And now we'll be challenging the Sydney-based battler and a Perth-based battler.
Yes. East Coast, West Coast.
Yeah, trying to knock off get out of home soil and try to take it off another one of the Oceanic players.
Look, Moneymaker's record still stands. As in, when he comes to a Oceania regional, he either comes first, he either comes second. At the moment, he's sitting in 3rd.
Yep.
So it's very likely he might still be able to retain that percentage of 1-2. Again, an incredible player. And as I mentioned earlier on the stream, I had a chat with Zoe 2 Dots yesterday, and she asked me, who do you think is going to win Sydney Regionals? And the first person I said was Moneymaker.
Yeah.
Just because of the data that we have on him and the record that he has and the incredible precision plays that he does. Yeah. It's just it's not a sure bet, obviously, but it's just if you just look at the data, it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. He plays like himself, where he's gone through, and the consistency to consistently get top 8s, top 2s, top 4s, it's not by coincidence, it's not by accident. It doesn't matter how many bad matchups you have. You can have run good tournament run, that's fine, but he's consistently performed in Australia and elsewhere. So really well played, and again, he'll be definitely a threat coming through the losers bracket to face whoever we see come out on, I guess, whoever's in the loser side of the winners bracket.
So the next matchup, I believe, will be the winners final. So again, like you mentioned before, we have They Love Jai, and then we've got Jumothy. Now, as mentioned, Jumothy had just won the Auckland Special Championships, so he wants to go back. He actually wants prize money this time, because unfortunately with Special Championships, there's no prize money involved, but he did get the championship points, and he did lock his ticket basically to Worlds. So we will see him in San Francisco. But when it comes to They Love Jai, he's eager for it. He's come second twice in both Perth regionals that he competed in. So he just wants gold. He's getting silver and silver. We want that gold for Jai. So they are both going to be, hitting, just fighting for it to try and get into that grand final.
Yeah. One player trying to get over the line just to get that, to turn that 2 into a 1, get silver into gold, and then another player is trying to prove that he is consistent. Wasn't a one-off in Auckland. He's a force, and he'll be trouble to deal with moving forward.
Yes, and as you mentioned, whoever, it is a winners final, so whoever gets pushed down into the losers bracket has to face, out of everyone in the competition, Moneymaker, that is on a roll at the moment as well. It's a hard, next couple of hours of battles for whoever keeps proceeding on. It is not easy at all in the Sydney Regional.
Absolutely. I think we're going to have a chance to look at the teams now for the winners side of the bracket.
Yeah, let's have a look. And it's the teams that we've seen previously, but let's go through them again. With Jumothy on the left-hand side, we can see that he's got the Shadow Cantomarit, the Shadow Annihilate, the Altaria, Licky, Wigglytuff, and Empoleon.
Yeah, by side we've got the Corsola, almost forgetting Corsola and Cursula. We've got the Gastrodon, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, the Licky Licky, the Fortress, and the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, and look, I think the two opponents, Jumothy, they love Jai. They know their team back to front.
Yep.
So I expect some exceptional plays from both of them today. And to verse each other, they're just like, you know what they were doing yesterday? They will both play, I believe it was Mario Kart, or like late into the evening, because they were staying together. So they know their teams. They were hanging out. So I think this is going to be a battle of bros. This is going to be such a fun match for them.
So all I got from that was Mario Kart is the key to success the night before.
Yeah.
If they won't play Mario Kart, they won't focus on their battles.
Smash? I think it's Smash Bros.
Smash Bros. Even better, even more competitive. So
Yes.
but that's what you sort of get in the Australian region, probably more so than any other region. We've got quite tight-knit community. Like, everyone's played each other more than a couple of times.
Definitely
much around, especially the Sydney crew. I know a lot of those guys play together. But as for the teams, it is looking like a pretty even matchup. But there is some really solid checks for some of the things that Jai's being preferred to run today. Things like the Fortress and the Ninetales. We've got to watch out for the Empoleon on that side. So it's going to be hard to navigate, especially we've discussed it a lot of times. The Corsola is going to be faced by, two big threats in the Wigglytuff and the Licky Licky. So it's going to be really hard to bring those sort of bulky picks from Jai's side and even the Licky Licky on Jai's side. We've got the Annihilate to deal with. So there is a lot of checks. So it looks a little bit tough for Jai, but if anyone can, push through that and find a way to win.
Well, we'll find out shortly. We're into game 1 of Jumothy versus They Love Jai. We can see the iconic shadow, Alolan Ninetales on They Love Jai's side and the Licky Licky on Jumothy's.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, the super effective rollouts add up really quickly, but these weather balls are going to, take some chunks off the Licky Licky. The first move is going to come through Body Slam, and the Ninetales will tank the first move.
It will endure this Body Slam. It won't be taken out at all, but They Love Jai has 2 weather balls that actually go for a little bit more of a Powder Snow and then going for the weather ball here. So then it's able to get as much energy as possible to try and do as much damage on this Licky Licky.
Yeah, let's see if we go the back-to-back here to try to force that shield out. They're both going for the correct timing, throw another move, and the shield is going to come up for Jumothy to try to save that energy on Licky Licky.
Yes, and look, I think that's the correct play on Jumothy's side because it's very close to another weather ball on Jai's side. So Jumothy's Licky Licky can go for that Body Slam, and Jai actually shielding their Alolan Ninetales here.
Yeah, he wants that second shield, or he has thrown the extra move, but could have been thrown straight away there by Jumothy to get that second shield, but throws the correct timing and we'll have to make a choice here. It does choose to double shield.
Oh, we're double shielding that Licky Licky. It does have a lot of energy. Double Body Slam on that side. And Jai, look, it's not close to a move at this point. Does he let it go? No, it doesn't. No. Protecting all shields out of play now.
Both players thinking that switch advantage is going to be very important here, but no, this is going to be a very, very significant parting shot from the Alolan Ninetales here. It's going to do about
so
90%.
Much damage onto that Altaria. Altaria had to soak up that weather ball, and now They Love Jai just sucker punch down with the Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres now has energy. The only thing that Jumothy has as full health is a Shadow Annihilate. This has gone such a flip of a matchup in just a coin toss.
That shows how fast the first 2 shields out of the game, and it's going to take 2 charge moves for this game to basically be completely over. The last 2 Pokemon have been taken out by first the Alolan Ninetales taking out almost the entire Altaria, and then the Fly taking out the entire Shadow.
Jumothy never saw the third Pokemon from They Love Jai. The Fortress was never exposed in that match. I think that was one of the quickest matches we've seen today.
Yeah, it was the early matchup. It was both double shields. They were both fighting really hard for Switch. And looking at the teams, you think the Switch is going to be important. There's both things. There's a lot of polarizing picks. There's a lot of hard counters there. So maybe they're both thinking, I need to know what's the next Pokemon to come in. But that quick switch just miscalculating the energy and having to eat a lot of damage on that Altair. And from there, it was just completely game over.
I think from that point, it was, yes, like you said, game over. And look, this is a winner's fight. It is not just a best of 3.
Yes.
It is a best of 5. So They Love Jai has 1 on the board. It means that Jumothy needs to try and reverse sweep from here. Trying to get the next 3 to try and get into the grand finals. But again, he's got to verse They Love Jai. Looks like we're locked into game 2 already. And we can see from They Love Jai's side, the Corsola versing a Wigglytuff on Jumothy's side.
Yeah, really favourable for Jumothy here. We're going to see an instant switch out into the Gastrodon from Jai here. No immediate counter swap, looking at the charm damage to ramp up and try to get some damage off on this before switching out potentially.
Yes, this Swift will not take out the Gastrodon. However, it will bring it down quite low because of its stab. It is into the yellow. And now Jai has to make a choice going whether they want to do a double body slam or go straight for the water pulse. Goes for the body slam, gets almost to 100 energy there to try and pressure the Wigglytuff. And Jamathi has to make a decision whether to shield or not. Decides not to shield, to let it go. And Jai has to make a decision. Doesn't quite get to the water pulse, unfortunately.
No, and really smart play from Jonathan there, identifying that he has the Licky in the back, so he doesn't necessarily need the Wigglytuff to handle that Corsola. And now he's going to get the debuff off. It's going to be resisted by the Fortress, but it's going to be very helpful for when the Annihilate comes in to face the Fortress.
That's right. And it might be able to catch it. No, it didn't quite get to the next Swift on that Wigglytuff, but now can straight bring out that Annihilate, but then obviously with the Corsair, and now can bring into the Licky on Jamathi. So looking great for Jamathi right now.
Absolutely. This is a very dominant spot here. It's going to require the Switch Timer to be sort of played around with Jai here to try to get his way out of this matchup. But this is such a favourable matchup for the Licky. There's these power gems are really non-stab damage. It's not going to do a whole lot of damage to this Licky.
No, and look at how much that Shadow Ball took on the course. Like a bulky Pokemon took it down to half health. It's already in the yellow, very close to the red. And they love Jai's like, you know what? I can't do much against this Licky. I'm just going to let it go. This will connect. The Corsola is off the floor, and now it's just his Fortress against the world.
Yeah, I think Jai's resigned there. He was on about 140 energy with the Corsola there, so I think he's resigned the fact that this game was just really well played from Jamathi. Like he's going to be tying the series up 1-1. Just try to get this out of the way. He's going to switch in to get the counter, so he ends the game a little bit faster than the charge move. So look, appreciate that.
Yeah, look, that means it's 1-1 each. And in game one, we had all shields played out in the beginning. In game two, we had no shields. So like really, they did. Are they packing shields for later? I don't think they know how to play. The shields are for each game.
We've absolutely seen both ends of that side, both sides, all versus none. So again, two games that were quite sort of very much decided very early in the game. So it's two games where both players have just gone, look, they got the better of that game. We're now equal, so now it's just a best of three.
Yep, best of three. We're back to it's just a casual. You just go positive in Go Battle League, right?
Yep, exactly right.
Just need to get three.
Take 8 points, move on. Wasted half an hour battling really hard for a 3-2, and small amount of points.
Oh, look, I can imagine right now the banter between the boys on the gaming floor between the two of them. They again very good friends, so I imagine there's some laughs happening right now. And look, they both know each other. They both know how each other plays, so they will see the writing on the wall once it gets to a certain point. And although these matches I wouldn't even say aggressively fast, but they're just certain turns, flip the match up, and you're like, okay, it is what it is.
Exactly right. I know that when it's funny because you say like there'll be some banter between the two players, they're mates, but they're laughing for everyone else watching, it'd be dead silent. So here comes game three. We've got the Nolan Ninetales back in again, and it's found the worst possible scenario with the Empoleon.
It does versus Empoleon. We see the straight switch out into the Gastrodon and then Jamathi into their Wigglytuff here. So it just means that, look, it's going to be a bit of a rough matchup in the back later, but we'll see how they pivot out. They love Jai going straight for the body slam, and Jamathi actually decided to shield the Wigglytuff here.
Yeah, it's a really awkward matchup because it's not a really solid answer to the Gastrodon. So you need to sort of get this debuff off, then try to be able to force the next, force him to go for the big move, but then also while it's debuff. So it's kind of hard. You want to be able to balance switch here, but you almost have to give up the advantage here, but you really don't want to lose alignment here. And the water pulse can come through. This is where it gets a little bit tedious.
Yeah, we'll see if Jamathi decides to shield. No, not protecting that Wigglytuff at all. Does quite a bit of damage. The Wigglytuff is into the red, but both of them are into the red. So the fact that now Gastrodon is off the field, that Ninetales can come out and powder snow down, but Wigglytuff does have that Swift there ready to go.
Yeah, very useful, like extra damage coming through here. Some stab Swift from Wigglytuff, done a really good job to keep alignment, worth the shield on that end, and now we've kept alignment, and then we're going to see an instant switch out from Jai to try to flip this matchup, but we'll probably might see a Hydro Cannon fired off because it doesn't really need that energy for the Ninetales, so it can fire this into here, get a shield, and then with even shields, let's bring in the Licky and sort of get those rollouts going.
Yeah, we'll see. We expect there it is. The Licky is now out and trying to do as much rollout damage onto this Galarian Moltres, but Jai did have an energy lead, so it's able to get to the fly pretty quick and try and land it. Oh, wait, was that a Brave Bird or a fly?
He's gone for fly to start with, so fly did a good chunk of damage.
And the Licky Licky has so much energy. It has double body slam at this stage, and Jai only has one shield remaining, but it's able to endure this body slam, but it will take it quite a low down. It's into the yellow now, so it's really close. It gets to the next body slam. Does Jai shield? He does shield the Galarian Moltres.
It has forced the shield there, knows full well that the Ninetales can't handle the Empoleon in the back, so we see a potential switch coming out here, bank some energy maybe to be able to try to throw a Brave Bird later in the game. Does throw a fly right before, really good timing there. So see if the Slush Shield might be safe for the Empoleon, might be able to close out the match, but we'll see how Jonathan tries to go about it.
Yes, and now we have that Empoleon that has so much health there, and it's trying to just metal sound down the Galarian Moltres, almost close to it. However, Jai is able to get to the move, and then Jumpy using their last shield.
Yep, the Brave Bird comes through, that Metal Sound should KO, and then it'll be a Hydro Cannon to finish the match here. The Dazzling would be required, but it won't make it to the move, and this Hydro Cannon will do more than enough damage.
Yes, it's Hydro Cannon. Again, the Empoleon is just so quick to get to these Hydro Cannons and Drill Pecks that it can just be able to soak enough damage but get to the next move. So it almost doesn't matter how much damage you do to it because it can build up so much energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Powder Snows and Weather Balls doing absolutely no damage. Even the Resisted Dazzling Gleam would have done a lot of damage to the Empoleon, but just with the resistance of those Powder Snows, it just was never really a great spot, especially in that lead. It was really hard and really well played by Jumothy. Jumothy sort of identified that he needed to sort of he couldn't stay in like the first game. You can't afford to stay there and chip. You have to get out of the Gastron. There's too much damage coming through, so you have to get into Wigglytuff, and you might have to invest a shield to keep switch, but it's worth the trade-off to be able to keep that real alignment rather than giving it up.
Yeah, correct. And so now we have Jumothy on 2, Jai on 1. If Jumothy wins the next match, he's into grand finals.
Yep.
If Jai wins the next one, it means that we're going to game 5 afterwards. So it really is like this match does kind of teeter on going, oh, who really gets to get into the grand finals. But again, they're playing incredibly well. Although the matches are going very quick, you can see how quickly they're making their decisions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's been not much time for locking in, not much time for us to discuss. It's more they know the strategy, they've got plans, multiple lines. Here we go again, game 4 on the way. Both players locked in, ready to go.
And we see a Shadow Annihilate on Jumothy's side with the Shadow Ninetales on They Love Jai's side.
Yeah, in a really interesting position here. Both throwing like neutral damage here with the Weather Ball coming through just before the Rage Fist. Will we get a shield from Jumothy immediately?
Oh, look, it can take it, but it will be very low on the Annihilate. It does take it. It's into the red. It gets the Rage Fist. So this Rage Fist is now going to be launched. Does They Love Jai protect this Lola Ninetales? And he decides to, yes, he does.
Do we see a switch out and answer here? He's going to let it down. He's going to let these get these ramped off damage up and be fine with that. Now we're going to come in with probably the Leaky Leaky to get that rollout damage through.
There, yes, and with They Love Jai, that does have quite a bit of energy, so it might be able to get even to a Dazzling Gleam on this Wigglytuff. Actually not going for the Licky Licky on Jumothy's side, which is an interesting choice. Decides to go for Weather Ball instead, and Jumothy is shielding the Licky Licky. Oh, sorry, the Wigglytuff, rather.
Yeah, well, decided to get the 2 moves, so he's banked the second move, so be used later in the game. The Icy Wind will come through straight away to avoid this Muzzle Damage, doing his optimal, the max amount of damage it can. So coming through, Icy Wind will be unshielded, so not a terrible spot for the Gastrodon, but Wigglytuff, like we saw in game 3, very good position for the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, look, I think it's clever from They Love Jai to bank that energy on that Ninetales for later. This Water Pulse is coming through, but Jumothy using their last shield on that Wigglytuff to shield off that Water Pulse. So it's trying to charm down. Actually, no, going for a Swift and trying to take this Gastrodon out because They Love Jai always just made it to the move.
Yeah, and Jai decided to shield this move, so he thinks the value is in this Water Pulse here. So let's see how he's going to go instantly for the switch and catch the Water Pulse on the Licky Licky. So that's the debuff coming through, and we know how bulky Licky Licky is already, so this will not do a whole lot of damage. It'll force the decision out of Jai here to go straight into that Moltres.
Yeah, the Galarian Moltres doesn't like these rollouts, but we know it can take quite a few of these charge attacks from the Licky Licky. And there's no shields remaining here, so it's in a very precarious position because usually with Moltres, you want to have shields in play. The fact that there's no shields here, Jai has to bank up as much energy as possible or just let it go.
Yeah, well, it's a tough position because he needs to get enough energy off to be able to. He can't really afford to throw the Brave Bird because the charm damage without being at 2 moves would be too oppressive to deal with. Does throw the Does throw the first fly, which will KO, but can he get enough energy to get through a second one onto Wigglytuff?
Well, we'll see if the charm will go through beforehand, and it might take it. No, it does take it out. But we know that it has a weather ball that can. No, the charm takes out the Alola Ninetales as well. This Gastrodon can only mud slap down so much, but it can't make it there. It means that Jumothy heads into the grand final, a 3-1 into the winners final.
Yeah, wow, just in 2 occasions there, falling 1 turn short of being able to get that 1 move off before that move registered, and it took out the back end of the Ninetales and the back end of the Moltres.
Oh my goodness! Look, someone that loves fairy types, let's go for the Wigglytuff there.
Yeah.
But oh my goodness, that was so close. And I thought that it had the move almost, he had it there, but he had enough Powder Snow before he could get to that weather ball. And because of that timing, the Wigglytuff could get that charm through and just take it out. And look, it was so close in that matchup.
Yeah, very close and really well played from both players. Again, not over for Jai. We'll go down to face Pokemon Moneymaker. And is that a repeat battle? I think we saw them earlier today. I can't remember if Jai might have been the one that knocked him down to the lower bracket. So there might be a bit of a grudge match there, trying to avenge that earlier victory, or for Jai to secure his spot to have another crack at Jumothy.
Well, Pokemon Maker did have that grudge match against Ric Flair and managed to flip that around. So who knows what happens in the next match, which is the losers final we're going to head into. We're going to take a short break here before we head into that. And then, we're going to play every single match. We're going to do the losers final, we're going to do the grand final, and then maybe even a bracket reset. We'll see. We will see. Hold on tight. We'll be right back.
G'day battlers, I'm PvP Steve here to recap the 2026 Brisbane Regional Championships. Brisbane was the first regional of the season.
New Zealand, a country known for its breathtaking landscapes, rolling hills, and magical film sets. And in Pokemon Go, it's home to a very special regional Pokemon, the longevity fish itself, Relican. But this weekend, right here in Auckland, something else special was happening. For the very first time, the Pokemon Go Special Championships were taking place, and you'll find me, debbiepebble, right in the middle of it. 27 players from across the globe, local legends and international competitors alike, all battling it out for one thing: the chance to punch their ticket to Worlds and earn some seriously important championship points. Even I made a run in the tournament, but in the end, my journey was stopped by the 2025 Brisbane champion, Godzilla. And from there, Godzilla went on an absolute tear through the losers bracket. One by one, opponents fell Mikey Morgs, Yusei Farao, Dangerhawk 1269, and even the 2026 Brisbane Regional Champion, Gone 1001, as Godzilla powered their way through into the losers final, earning a spot in the grand finals against Jumothy. The finals was everything you could hope for. Both players traded games early, each taking a win before Game 3 went to Godzilla, threatening a full bracket reset. But Jumothy held strong, fighting back to bring the score to 2-2, and it came down to Game 5. In a clutch final performance, Jumothy closed it out, becoming the very first Auckland Pokemon Go Special Champion. Here's a few words from Jumothy.
I needed to be confident even if I didn't feel that confident, because I know that's held me back before. I knew that I needed to get, as good rest as I possibly could have. Previously as well, I've also been fixated on doubting my own team building skills. So I would doubt my own team building, copy someone else's team. Doesn't work as well, I think, for me. So this time I kind of stuck to my own team that I made, and I think it worked out, yeah. I remember.
And we are getting to the absolute pointy end of the day.
So
the pointiest of ends. We have 2 matches to go, maybe 3, depending on how one of them plays out. But we are at the losers final now.
We are at the losers final. So we just saw They Love Jai from the winners final now being into the losers final, where he has to match up with Pokemon Maker as well. So again, these are some tight battles. I believe the teams are now here to be revealed, but they're almost ready to go. So we'll briefly just go through again with the teams. Pokemon Maker, we've got the Glaring Courser, the Licky Licky, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, Corviknight, Credilli and Shadow Annihilate. But actually, no, we're not going to the teams because we're locked into game 1 of this losers final.
Best of 5 series. They love Jai leading with that Ninetales, which he loves to do, and being met by the Licky Licky.
Look, these rollouts are going to do so much to this Alola Ninetales, but Jai knows his Alola Ninetales. He knows how much it can endure from this Licky Licky, and it's going to build up so much energy to try and pressure Pokemon Maker. Pokemon Maker now able to go for that body slam, and Jai decides not to shield.
Yeah, not going to take that first shield off the board just yet. Throwing one more Powder Snow before throwing that Weather Ball, so optimizing that timing there, and then is going to have another Weather Ball ready to throw after that, which should be able to take out the Licky Licky if Pokemon Maker doesn't shield.
Yes, and look, Pokemon Maker actually went for that Shadow Ball there, so it might decide to shield. Actually, no, deciding not to shield. So this Weather Ball will connect onto the Licky Licky. Oh, it's on one sliver of health, and is able to switch out. They love Jai switching out. This Shadow Ball will connect onto their own Licky Licky. It means that this dude's such a tickle of damage here.
Yeah, so it's not costless for Jai because now he is locked into that Licky Licky, and that Annihilate is going to come out. But we have established this in the past. Licky Licky does actually win the ones against the Shadow Annihilate. Let's see if this bait does land correctly. It does, so the Body Slam will be shielded, and now it will allow the Licky Licky to get up to a Shadow Ball very quickly. Can it get there in time? Not quite.
It does. Maybe perhaps that the Pokemon Makers might be a little bit more attack weighted, but
or that Shadow Ball damage could have made a difference there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And look, it just means that it got counted all the way down. Jai has to make a decision here where to bring. It brings out the Moltres, and now these Rage Fists. He's got 2 backed up.
Ooh, and so the Rage Fist will be shielded probably unnecessarily by Jai. If it was an Ice Punch, that would have taken out a lot of damage. There is another Rage Fist coming out from the Annihilate, and this one won't be shielded by Jai. Oh no, it will!
Yeah, will be shielded. So he's used both shields on this Galarian Moltres, and really just trying to sucker punch down. It is so close to the next Rage Fist. The Rage Fist is here. Does that mean they're taken out? It's double boosted here, Fish.
Oh, I still think the Galarian Moltres has it in it, which would be really good for it at the moment. It does just hold on, but then one more counter will probably take it out. So Jai is going to bring that Ninetales back in to get that last little farm down it needs, and now it's going to have to do a lot of work against this Corviknight.
It does have to do so much work here because Pokemon Maker also has a shield in play, but we know Corviknight is so bulky. These Weather Balls will take quite a bit of damage, but it's not enough that it's able to sand attack down on that Alola Ninetales and get to the Air Cutter. The Air Cutter will connect onto this Galarian Moltres.
And so Pokemon Maker is going to take out battle number 1. It is the Battle of Japan versus Perth, two neighbouring locations as compared to...
and just to finish it off, it got a boost.
Just to really rub it in there. Yes. So really nice start from Pokemon Maker.
Yeah, look, again, Pokemon Maker has been on fire. Like in that losers bracket. He did get knocked into the losers bracket by Ric Flareon earlier in the day, and he's just been going again and just on an absolute run, and now getting to the losers final and versing They Love Jai, who has been in the winners bracket the entire day until this point. So again, Pokemon Maker has almost played double matches that They Love Jai has played today, and is able to now take 1 on the board in this best of 5.
Yeah, and that can be a good or a bad thing, because on the one hand, if you haven't played as many battles, then you might be a little cold, just like getting a car started in the winter. You might appreciate being kept on the ball and being kept sharp, keeping on going. On the other hand, the stress might fray your nerves a little too much, and by the time you get to this point, you're really out of fuel.
Yeah, look, we're into game 2 of this losers final. A Shadow Annihilate versus a Galarian Moltres. So in this matchup, I think Jai, it's pretty okay for him this time around.
Well, it didn't work out too well for him last time, but that was because 2 Rage Fists went shielded when they might not have necessarily needed to be. So we'll see if that plays out again. Pokemon Maker is going for the same strategy, and Jai is going for a different tack, is going to let that one go, and let's see how this plays out for him.
Yes, and I believe Jai also went for the move as well for his fly. So we can see Pokemon Maker shielding their Annihilate, protecting it in this situation, in this match.
And so we'll see if the counters can do... Oh, okay, we won't see if the counters can do the job, because the Ninetales is going to come out, and it is going to not quite through that move straight away. So Jai opting to build up a little bit more energy, is using a shield in order to give himself enough time to build up more energy that it can use against the Pokemon in the back later on.
Yeah, that's correct. And able to just try and get as much energy as possible with the Alola Ninetales. So it's able to just throw something. Oh, we've got the Licky here. So it does have double Weather Ball. So it is going to take quite, like, not a huge chunk of damage, but enough to try and chip away this Licky because like in the last match, we don't really want too much on this Licky, otherwise it will get into a tough scenario for Jai later.
Yeah, and the Weather Ball into Dazzling Gleam was the optimal play for the most damage output there, and you can see it's taken out most of the Licky's HP. We now see that Jai is bringing in the Corsola against the normal type Licky. That's not something you see every day.
No, it's not, but I think he's seeing that there's such little health on that Licky and hoping to try and farm it down or get enough energy on there. But now Pokemon Maker has brought out their formidable, like, Corviknight that has been the MVP for him for this entire series of this regional today. They Love Jai able to go for that Nightshade. This Nightshade is going to connect, but again, only brings the Corviknight into the yellow.
Yeah, but I think the Corsola has brought a knife to a gunfight here. We do get the Air Cutter, not the Payback, and so maybe looking for that boost so that the Payback will be able to take it, or maybe just a little bit.
Get the boost. Oh my
now
goodness.
Payback will take out the Corsola from here. There is no doubt about that. We do get the shield first, so the Nightshade is coming out first, but then once that Payback comes off, it is going to come off very hard.
Yes, and look, Jai still has 2 Pokemon in the back. Although little health, he tried to do a catch there, didn't quite make it. It's got Sand Attack down, so it means more energy on that Corviknight. It's got double, maybe even triple Air Cutter at this stage. It has so much energy.
Yeah, very, very patient from Pokemon Maker. That was very impressive to see. Knew that if he just threw the Payback straight away, then he might actually struggle a little more against what was remaining in the back. So just kept on building and building and building. Once that catch happened and it didn't pay off, then that afforded Pokemon Maker the opportunity to really just put this to bed.
Oh, and another attack boost. Oh my goodness.
So the Payback does not come off now. Oh! Okay, my mistake. Wow, how quickly that flipped. So that the Corviknight needed to get off that Payback. It just fell short by, it might have been 1 or 2 turns. The Astonish from the Corsola actually KO'd it before it could get to that Payback.
Incredible.
And that flipped the battle.
There we go. So there was method to the madness from They Love Jai. Now there's 1-1 on the board of this best of 5 here. And I think, like, a bit of luck came into play there because Pokemon Maker had 2 boosts on that Corviknight. Yeah. Again, what is going on with that Corviknight? It had so many boosts in the last 2 matches. There must be, like, look, I think we need to call up someone. I think there's some trickery ahead.
Interlude season, there's all sorts of weird things happening. So Pokemon Maker and They Love Jai are now even on 1-1. This is a best of 5 series, so there is still plenty of match to be played. Both players need 2 more battles need to win 2 more battles to progress to the grand final.
That's correct. And look, a great pivot from They Love Jai. I think it was a great call from the beginning and not shielding on that Rage Fist onto his Galarian Moltres. And I think that was the key component so that he had that extra energy in the end and was able to use that shield, not correctly, but more...
most effectively?
Yeah, most effectively down the track. So again, very well played by Jai. This could have been a final. It is a final. It's a loser's final.
It's a loser's final, which is almost as good as a grand final. We've seen that Jai has, I believe, used the same line in both of the first 2 matches. We'll see if he continues to use that line in battle number 3. We have Jai is bringing out the Corsola into its favorite playmate. It is the Annihilate.
It is the Annihilate. So we'll see a straight switch up from both players here, where Jai brings in the Shadow and Alola Ninetales, and the Licky comes out from Pokemon Maker's side. It's able to play this out again, as we saw previously in the previous match. These body slams won't take out the Alola Ninetales, but Jai building up as much energy as possible on the Alola Ninetales to try and put that pressure on with the Weather Balls later down the track.
Yeah, and Jai didn't even think about whether he shielded that body slam or not. He was just instantly, not now, sir. The Weather Ball will come out and chip away at that Licky. The last Weather Ball we saw in the last situation that this happened, I think it was Battle 1, that the Licky did just survive, and so it should still do that this time. And the Shadow Ball does come out, and this time there is no catch to be had on Jai's side, so the Shadow Ball will land unless, of course, a shield comes up.
A shield comes up and correctly shields a Shadow Ball, so it means that it can stay in play. It's almost close to another Weather Ball here, and it's able to get to the Weather Ball. Pokemon Maker decided not to shield.
Yeah, because that Corsola is going to come out and it's going to just astonish down anyway. So you're really not having to invest too much into this Annihilate at the moment. One more counter will finish off that Ninetales. It will get to a Rage Fist, so that is a very handy little piece of farm down for the Annihilate, and that Rage Fist will take out a reasonable chunk out of the Corsola.
It will, but again, like you said, the fast move damage does so much. A straight switch up from both players here. Battle of the Birds, we've got the Corviknight against the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, and I think with 2 shields in hand for Pokemon Moneymaker, I believe this does start to tip in the favor of the Corviknight. So the air cutters will come thick and fast, and we do sometimes get boosts. I've heard that does happen every now and then. The Flyers and the Brave Birds are going a lot slower, and there's 2 shields to contend with.
That's correct. And look, first shield coming out from a Pokemon Maker here on this fly, but it still has, now everyone has 1 shield still left in play, so it's really decisive of whether they want to play it now or later. Pokemon Maker making the call, does decide to shield on that last fly, and is no shields in play for him now. This air cutter will come through, and Jai actually not shielding on the Galarian Galarian Moltres rather.
Yeah, that is fair enough, because here's the advantage of the Galarian Corsola. We do get a boost. The Galarian Corsola does have the advantage of the Sucker Punch damage, which over time does put the Corviknight into the range of just needing to be hit by 1 charge attack, whereas the Corviknight, no matter what's going on, just has to keep on pummeling away with those air cutters. The Galarian Corsola finally goes down, the Galarian Moltres goes down, and the Corsola will come back out onto the field, and it will take an air cutter which is shielded.
Yes, I believe it's almost close to 2 of the air cutter, so you might have thought a payback was coming, and a payback could become, but it goes for the Nightshade here, so the Nightshade will connect onto the Corviknight, and then the Annihilate at the back only has a sliver of health left there, Fish.
So 1 Astonish should take that Annihilate down, and it has no energy left to be able to hit back with, and so They Love Jai will take out that second battle built off of that excellent alignment in the lead.
Yes, and look, again, it's Pokemon that he knows well. He knows back to front. He could do it in his sleep. And you guys can't see it from our end, but on production side of things, Jai is locking in instantaneously. We call him in Perth, lock it in Jai, because it just means that, when we are versing him, he's already thinking about the next match while he's playing the current match. So he already knows what his leads are. He already knows what he's playing into. He locks it in. He's so focused. But when you look at him, he's so casual.
He's very calm, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just there. He could be eating a sandwich. He could just be playing. But he's already got the cogs going in there.
It's them young people. They think on a different level, a different speed. Like
I remember those days.
We talked about starting a car in the winter. That's what my brain feels like. It's definitely a different experience coming up against someone his age.
Yes, and as mentioned, broadcast says Jai has locked in, so we are waiting on Pokemon Maker side, but totally okay. We do have 2 minutes in between, but the matches so far, no one's using the 2 minutes. They are going straight in. I think, and in saying that, we're into game 4 of this losers final here, Fish.
And so we see the Annihilate again, and Alolan Ninetales on the other side. So Pokemon Maker has made 1 change to the back line. We've got the Credilli in the back there.
We do have the Credilli, so something a little bit different. And Jai actually has the Gastrodon in the back, so doesn't want to see it. So we'll see how this game plays out. Jai going for that Weather Ball. Pokemon Maker actually shielding this time around.
Yeah, so didn't shield last time this matchup played out. Did opt to shield this time, and so the Rage Fist is going to come out now, and from this range should probably KO the Ninetales. And so They Love Jai is opting to keep it, and we'll see if they get off another charge move or they bank it. It was a charge attack priority, sorry.
Yeah, charge move priority there. So Pokemon Maker now shielding their Annihilate to protect it, so it's able to keep on getting these counters down. It might be able to counter down from this range. Yes, it does. So it means that although there are no shields in play for Pokemon Maker, it is be able to take that Alolan Ninetales out, and now it's able to go for the Ice Punch that the Annihilate has.
Yeah, so finally throwing an Ice Punch onto a Galarian Moltres, and Jai didn't even hesitate, just straight up threw that shield up, knew that there probably wasn't going to be 2 charge attacks thrown, so even though it was very, very close, so knew the Ice Punch was coming. Now out comes Credilli.
Yeah, the Credilli comes into play. So Jai knows, going, okay, I've got the Gastrodon in the back. This Credilli's in play. I need to take this Credilli out here because it's not going to look good in the back, especially with no shields in play. Jai's able to go to the Brave Bird rather, and take so much damage on this Credilli.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to put it now in, even if this Rock Tomb were to take out the Galarian Moltres, which it will because of the Brave Bird debuff at the very least, that Gastrodon is now going to come in and is going to be able to mud slap it down. It is empty on energy. The Licky is going to have to do all of the heavy lifting on its own.
Yes, and look, it's a zero shield scenario here, Fish. Do you know the matchup between Licky and Gastrodon in a zero shield matchup?
I'm going to guess this is in Gastrodon's favor, and this is the world's largest looking Gastrodon, so I think it's got a bit of extra bulk that it can utilize.
It might be extra large, but I think it's actually regular. I believe, actually, if anything, this is actually from myself. I think I traded this to Jai. So I think it's my Gastrodon is doing the work right now.
There we go. The body slam will finish off, and the Gastrodon actually winning charge attack priority, which I wouldn't have picked, but it will KO that Licky and take that off the field. So now the Credilli is going to come back out, and the acids aren't going to do anything. It has to reach a grass knot. It's not going to do that. The mud slaps are going to finish it off. Gastrodon taking out its worst enemy, and They Love Jai has secured the 3 wins that he needs to get back up into the grand final.
Yeah, look, incredible plays from Pokemon Maker there. We managed to get to this best of 5. They Love Jai on a 3, where he was on a bit of a losing streak. He lost match after match after match. The first match to Pokemon Maker and won the last 3 to flip it around to get it back himself into grand finals. What an incredible play from They Love Jai.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jai is now going to want to try and get his revenge on Jumothy. So this is something we see quite often. You know, the winners final, someone drops down to the losers and then immediately jumps back up again. We have our grudge match happening. We are getting that now. We have East versus West.
Yes. And look, I know that I won't be casting in the next match. However, you know where my alliances are. Let's go, Jai.
I might take Sydney just for the sake of being different. Let's go, Jumothy.
Yeah, we'll head into there, and we're going to go. Look, again, we're going to the grand finals.
Yes.
We're going to see whether someone's going to get crowned champion. It's going to be either Jumothy to go back-to-back championships, or it's going to be They Love Jai and finally getting his first championship after coming second twice in Perth Regional. So I'm excited to see whoever wins. I'm excited for both. Again, They Love Jai is my preference. However, whoever wins, it's going to be incredible and a win for Oceania.
So we are going to take a very short break while we set up the grand final. We will see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
Grand finals!
The Pokemon World Championships were held in Anaheim, California in 2025, and for the Oceania region, only the top 10 players on the Play Pokemon leaderboard were invited. Another way to qualify is also by winning a regional championship. With that in mind, Oceania had 12 players who qualified and 11 who attended. The team of 11 comprised of Rick Flareon, Jumothy, Fortois, They Love Jai, Valiant Vish, Avrip, PvP Steve, Jins 8810, Godzalama, Z-Tub, and Gone 1001. Notably, 89 CGY Flames fan, the Perth Regional Champion, qualified but was unfortunately unable to attend. So, how did the Aussies fare on the world stage? They Love Jai, PvP Steve, and Godzalama had early exits, going 0-2 against some tough opponents. Sometimes the match spread or the team read just doesn't go your way, and that's the reality at Worlds. It's cutthroat from round 1. Next up, we had Fortois and Rick Flareon, both putting up strong fights but ultimately falling short. Each finished with a 1-2 record, showing they could absolutely hold their own at this level, even taking games off some very established international names. Moving up, Jumothy and Z-Tar both managed to secure wins and stay in the running a little longer. Finishing 2-2 at Worlds is an incredible feat, especially for Jumothy, whose only losses came from 2 fellow Oceania players, Jins 8810 and Valiant Vish. Avrip also had a fantastic run, finishing 3-2 at Worlds. After going down to Arrow in round 1, he made an impressive losers bracket push before being stopped just short of day 2 by Master Mahia 295. Now, one of the standout stories from Team Oceania was Gone 1001, a player who's often hovered right on the edge of top cut throughout the season. Gone looked incredibly solid in day 1 and even got his
first featured match on stream. He started hot, going 3-0 to begin the day, and for a while it looked like he might seem to be pushing into day 2. Unfortunately, a tough final matchup ended his run short. Then we had Jin's 8810, a name you may recognize from the Oceania leaderboard. Jin sat at the top of his group for most of day 1 and managed to push to day 2, bringing a unique, wacky team featuring Bastiodon and Shadow Dustnoir. He was also featured on stream and finished his world run at 4-2, an incredible showing at the global stage. And finally, we had the ever inevitable Valiant Vish. Vish, now a 4-time world competitor, once again proved why he's one of the most consistent players in the region. He fought through his bracket with precision and confidence, earning his place into day 2 and finishing with a record of 6-2. That's an outstanding achievement and easily one of the best performances by an Australian player at the Worlds to date. While we didn't bring home the World Championship title this year, the performances in Anaheim just showed how close we were. Every year, Oceania gets stronger, and with the new season already underway and the next batch of regionals kicking off soon, the future is looking incredibly bright for the region.
Stumpy, oh hey, buddy.
Back again.
Yeah, good to see you. You joined at just the right time.
Yeah, but this time I actually know what we're here for. We're here for the final. We've got the bracket. It's easy when there's only 2 players left, so here we go.
The absolute grand final. So this is Jumpity versus They Love Jai, East versus West. Do you have a horse in the race? Do you have a preference?
Got back my Sydney
back
player,
your
don't
Sydney
we?
boys.
But Jai after 2 second places, I think I wouldn't be unhappy with either result here.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I did say I was going for Jumpathy earlier, but that was purely just to be confrontational. So since you're going for Jumpathy, I'm going to jump over to the Jai bandwagon now. So I'm rooting for Jai, going for the West Coast boy. This is going to be really fun. Like you said, there is one person looking to get his first regional win and one person looking to get his second regional win in 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly right. It'd be a quick turnaround for Jumpathy, and both fighting for different things. Very realistically, we've talked about it a few times. But let's look at the matchup. We've got Jumpathy. We've seen these teams already a few times, but we've got the Annihilate, the Shadow Annihilate, Shadow Alola Marowak, Altaria, Licky, and Polion Wigglytuff.
Yep, and on They Love Jai's side, we've got the Galarian Corsola, the world's biggest Gastrodon, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Licky, Forretress, which we haven't seen too much today, and the Galarian Moltres. I think we are ready to go into battle number 1. We have the 2 fairies facing off against each other, the Ninetales versus the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, not a bad matchup for either side, quite neutral. The Charms do a lot more than the Powder Snows, but these moves come out a lot faster from the Ninetales.
Yeah, absolutely. The Forretress is in the back for Jai, but we do have the Annihilate there for Jumpathy as well, and so that'll be waiting in the wings. If Jumpathy correctly reads that backline, then that could spell disaster for Jai.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the Forretress coming to keep that Forretress in check. We do see a switch out into Licky to absorb all this damage. Weather Ball will do a good chunk of damage, but not threatening any shields here.
Yeah, and the maybe 1-2 rollouts might be enough to KO, but instead the Forretress is going to come out. And this is a matchup that the Forretress does like to see a lot more than what it would against the Annihilate. So it will start biting down the Licky. It will take a Shadow Ball for its trouble, but it should be able to dispatch of the Licky after a while.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see the Rock Tomb come through pretty quickly here to try to, I guess, get this damage off before the Shadow Ball. But we do see a CMP tie that Forretress does win. No shields straight away from Jumpathy. Happy with what the Licky has achieved here. And we'll probably see the Annihilate.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to go all the way up to the Rock Tomb to be able to KO that. The Sand Tomb wouldn't have been enough. And now here comes Annihilate, and it is going to be able to get some of the fun that it was promised at the start of the battle. The Sand Tomb is not going to do too much damage. It will lower the Annihilate's defense, and so whatever comes in after that, maybe say the Gastrodon might be able to do a little more with the Mud Slaps. But no, looks like Jumpathy is going to bank up that energy and get out of there, bringing in the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, really tough spot here. The Wigglytuff's going to get the Icy Winds off. First one comes through, really forcing the pressure onto this Gastrodon that does use its first shield.
Yeah, and you've got the 2 shields there. We're at the end of the game, so we'll get into the end of the game. So you really do need to use those shields. The Ninetales is there to be able to reset that debuff from the Gastrodon as well, so it's not all doom and gloom here.
Yeah, throws the Body Slam, 2 shields available, and see if Jumpathy does leave it all on the Annihilate in the back. So Body Slam does come through. Interesting here that they're going to have to go up for the Water Pulse, but can throw a Body Slam and assuming we'll get a shield here. But Annihilate does win the CMP tie here, I believe.
Yeah, so that was thrown on the 2 versus 3 turn attack, so we don't have charge attack priority at this stage. We do have nearly a second Rage Fist coming. The Gastrodon will throw a Body Slam, but I don't think that's going to matter because the charge attack is going to come from the Annihilate very, very quickly. One more counter, and then it will be ready to go. We do get actually the body slam coming out, but Jumothy knows that he can take this. It's probably not worth it. Does opt to keep that extra little bit of HP.
Yeah, we're going to see a switch here. Is that a move? We do see the Annihilate win the CMP toss. A really good play there from Jumothy. It was a good switch from Jai, got the shield, and then that was the last ditch effort. Banked that energy for a reason, but it does come through and it will be able to finish off the Gastrodon. So game one secured there for Jumothy.
Very well read by Jumothy. So Jai was obviously going to come in and try and get that sniped. But,
combo play,
Yeah, the combo play, they call it. But obviously, Jumothy throwing that energy onto the Ninetales to neutralize that. And then the counters obviously able to take out the rest of that Gastrodon to secure that game.
Yeah, and really quite a good game one for Jumothy. Really good lead. I guess the the Wigglytuff had the favourable matchup over the Ninetales. Did bank the energy Jai to try to use that late in the game, but really good heads up play from Jumothy and takes game one and on his way to just 2 battles away from back-to-back regional.
Just seems so simple, doesn't it? Just win twice, and you're a second-time regional champ in just 2 weeks. This is just so exciting for Jumothy, and the pressure's on for Jai as well. He has been so close so many times, and he just wants to get that gold medal.
Absolutely, and it's an uphill battle here. He needs to win 3 battles here, and then would still have to win an additional best of 5 to take the title from Jumothy. So that's the advantage of going through the winner side of the bracket versus taking the loss earlier in the tournament.
What do you think of the Fortress here? Do you think it is useful for Jai against Jumothy at the moment?
After game one, you saw it got stuck briefly against the Annihilate, and even against the Licky, it didn't have a great time. Yeah. So the target is the Wigglytuff. That's the thing that Jai is trying to neutralize here. The Wigglytuff has a lot of play into his line. There's nothing on his side apart from the Fortress resisting the charm damage. So game 2 coming out, Gastrodon into Wigglytuff. So another quite nice matchup for the Wigglytuff, I think, here.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty even on both sides. So I feel like my bet is someone will switch out. I don't think they're going to play this out all the way to its completion, this particular matchup. So we do get the Gastrodon going all the way up to the Water Pulse, and Wigglytuff deciding whether to shield will end up throwing up the shield. I think that is needed.
Yeah, shield lock up this matchup, get the Icy Wind off and reduce that damage. Is overfarming big here. He's going to maybe go for 2 Swifts instead of going for the Icy Wind, and he has thrown the first Swift just before the Body Slam comes through.
Yeah, is it in range now? Is that enough to quite KO the Gastrodon?
I think it could just live this depending on IVs, I think, but yeah, has just done enough damage.
Yeah, perfect. So now the Fortress is going to come out, and this is a situation the Fortress really, really likes. So the Wigglytuff is going to get out of there. The Annihilate is going to come in and is going to be met by the Ninetales. Now, there is a bit of an energy lead now on the Annihilate, on the Annihilate, but the Ninetales does have 2 shields in hand. So I think the advantage is in Ninetales' favour.
Yeah, absolutely. Do like the play there, going straight into... I've not seen the other threats like the Corsola game 1. He thought it's safe enough to just go straight into this, get the Annihilate on the field, force out the switch as opposed to coming into Licky and maybe giving them the opportunity to stay in. But all this energy banked. The weather was going to come through on CMP tie, so a lot of energy could have gone to waste there, but the shield does go up from Jumothy's to save that energy.
Yeah, so the Charms will be able to chunk a lot more out of this Ninetales and really get it to a much more manageable state. We do get the optimal timing throw there, so the Swift is going to take 1 shield from Jai, and Jai is going to try and get a little bit more out of this Ninetales before it... a catch on to the Fortress of the Swift, and all of Wigglytuff's moves are resisted on the Fortress, so this Fortress is not going to care, and it doesn't have to worry about the Annihilate anymore in the back.
Yeah, I do like that play. It is a tough position because the Shadow Ball's only come through and the bulk of the Licky is incredible. But I do think that the play was to try to avoid getting farmed down and then the Icy Wind coming through to debuff the Fortress. So good hard switch, and we'll see if who can come out on top here.
Yeah, nice aggressive play there. So the Shadow Balls will still do a fair bit of damage. Let's see how much, because if it takes more than half of the remaining Fortress HP off, then you would think that the Rock Tomb is not, it wasn't as effective as you'd think. We do get a charge attack priority for that last attack, so that Rock Tomb should be enough to take out that Licky, and the Licky will not be able to have any further part in this battle.
No, that's a huge play there. So it's going to be able to, it's going to survive all these charms, will be able to get to a move that has switched out.
Oh, can it get to the...
He has thrown the Swift, so it's going to be a race to the Bug Bites versus a couple of charms. I think the Bug Bite might just win the race here.
Yeah, I think with that extra Powder Snow damage, I think that really tipped it over the edge. So the Fortress will be able to complete this, but especially since there is no energy left on the Wigglytuff side. So it was kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing, that Wigglytuff was not going to be able to save the day.
Yeah, exactly right. Really good heads up switch there from Jai to force either the energy off the energy out of the Wigglytuff, or to potentially put the additional damage out there.
Yeah,
so
just farm down.
Exactly right. So
completely.
really great play there, and came down really down to the wire there. So tied the series up 1-1. So best of 3 now for this set.
Yeah, so a lot of that win for Jai came down to getting the Annihilate out of the way, so then Fortress had time to play, and I think that's that might be the secret there for Jai. Now, Jumothy does have other things that he can play into the Fortress with, like the Empoleon. Or I think the Altaria does have the upper hand against it because of that flamethrower as well. Obviously, it doesn't like a Rock Tomb, but yeah, the flamethrower is going to be much harder hitting in return. So there are ways that Jumothy can play around it. It's not just relying on the Annihilate.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely ways, but he has seen success with the Wigglytuff and Annihilate core so far. So is there another option for Jai? Does he look at another option? But I'm looking on his side, I think the options he's been bringing is the best case so far. It's really risky to bring that Corsola when Wigglytuff is out in the field for the first 2 battles.
Yeah.
I think that Annihilate has been really solid as well. So it's kind of, like we said before, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Let's see what he decides
into
to
battle
do.
number 3. The score's 1-1. It was one trainer needs to get to 3 to either win the series or go to a bracket reset. We do have the worst case scenario for Jai. Does opt to bring the Corsola and gets met by that Wigglytuff.
Yeah, that is a really tough spot. The worst case scenario lead. He did bring the Corsola, ran the risk, and the Wigglytuff ran straight into it. And we'll see if we get the first shield here with the pacing of the Ninetales here. Does let the first one go, and these chums will start to add up, and we'll get to a swift before the next move comes through.
Yeah, the other piece of good news for Jumothy is that this Ninetales won't go in against the Altaria, so it now has avoided that matchup as well, and Altaria will have plenty of play against the rest of the line.
Yeah, we're positioned here where we think maybe is he okay to let this go, maybe Jumothy and look at he might be okay to let this down with the Annihilate. He has tried to throw there, just got out on the timing there from Jai. This will threaten a shield KO.
And Jumothy opts to spend the shield, decides that he doesn't need that particular shield for the rest of the battle, and so now with the Swift and June's opting to keep it as well. So they're both really holding on to those Pokemon. They really want alignment.
Both fighting for switch here because of how dominant the lead matchup was. I don't think he'll be able to hold it with that shield coming up.
Jai does better.
Exactly right. So this will threaten a complete knockout. Will you be counting correctly here?
Oh, man. No shield as well. This is going to smart. It's going to hurt so badly. Look at that. Annihilate go down. You don't see just a completely 100% KO very often, do.
Absolutely not. And that's a big uphill battle. It does have a shield advantage. These body slams won't be threatening, and neither will the mud slabs. But it does have to get a very healthy Gastrodon and a very healthy Corsola, which does have that significant amount of bulk.
Yeah, so we see the first Sky Attack coming out, and one Sky Attack will not be enough to KO the Gastrodon. The Altaria is going to have to. It's going to be a real game of here because you need enough energy to be able to try and attack this Corsola, which is going to be a hard task.
Absolutely. And see if he's happy to take another body slam, or does he have a shield up? He does not. So again, getting lower and lower just gives more opportunity for this Corsola to come in and just astonish stuff just to come through. But he's going to go for another body slam. Does not quite make it to that move. So it's Corsola loaded. 3 Sky Attacks will be coming through before it can get farmed down. So catch is available for Jai, but can it survive the 3 Sky Attacks?
Oh, it's going to be a close one. I think the Corsola does have the upper hand here. I think this is going to be Jai's to win. I think Jai is going to go up to 1 in this series.
It's going to be very, very close. There is a catch available. I think that this third Sky Attack might be very close to KOing.
And gets the Sky Attack off. The Nightshade doesn't quite come out from the Corsola yet. Let's see how much this does. Will the Corsola survive, or will it be able to get that move off? It does just survive and doesn't get the move off because of the Dragon Breath.
Is it a race to the Powder Snow? Might have it.
Do we have a tie? Is that a tie?
Oh,
let's get there. Wow.
The Powder Snow has come through. The resisted Dragon Breath are not enough to take out the Ninetales, and it does pick up the victory there. So unbelievably close battle, and Jai does take the series to a 2-1 lead.
Wow. Okay, so did you have to refresh to have a shield left?
There's a shield available,
right,
but because he had let it get low with the body slams on the Gastrodon, the play for Jai was to then let's just try to go for the fast move press. There's no point throwing a move there's no point throwing a move. We're going to die to 3 Sky Attacks. Let's just keep throwing fast moves and try to get the Ninetales in a position where, with that resisted Dragon Breath at the end, it was able to Powder Snow down before it could farm down with Dragon Breath.
Yeah, and that made for just such a crazy tight ending. That was just a 1 HP in a dream situation. The Powder Snows did do enough to take out that Altaria, which the Dragon Breaths were trying their hardest, but could not quite do the work they needed to do on the Fairy type.
Absolutely. It's one of those scenarios where you think, oh, why didn't you shield? But it's also in a position where if he had to shield the Body Slam, the Corsair would have been in a position to throw the Power Gem. So you're in a situation where he's made the right call, but not necessarily, but then just opened a door for Jai to then play it a certain way. So not a bad play at all from Jamathi, and it came down to, the closer margins.
And so Jai has just he hasn't changed up his strategy too much throughout the course of the day. He's just been running that. He's loved that Alola Ninetales. He has lent on that quite a lot, and then just kind of chopping and changing a little bit between mainly 4 of the other 5. The Fortress has made an appearance just here and there, but it hasn't really gotten too much use. But for the most part, Jai's stuck with the same strategy. We've seen Jamathi use a little bit of variation in his line. Do you think Jamathi is going to find a line that is going to just work for him and stick with it? Or do you think that the play for Jamathi is to switch it up a bit and keep Jai guessing?
A little bit tough because the Wigglytuff is dominant, is really good into 5 out of the 6 Pokemon. So that has to come every game. That's something that I don't think he'll deviate from. That does force Jai to think about, how do I deal with this? I have to use multiple Pokemon usually. Looking at Licky, looking at Gastrodon, looking at Ninetales, those sort of more neutral picks that can output fast move pressure as well as not too slow on the charge moves. They get there quite fast. So that's the sort of strategy he's gone for away from the Fortress in the last 2 games. But there's still different play for there. So Jamathi will have to make an adjustment.
If Jai wins this matchup, wow, that's a great lead again. He's done this before. He has, and this is the swap in that we saw in response as well. So the Licky and the Alolan Ninetales, and so both players are going to be fighting for switch again.
Yeah, really. Yeah, we've seen this matchup a few times today. It is quite neutral. It is quite surprising how fast the damage does add up. And the first move has been often let go by Jai. So is he going to choose to go for the big Dazzling Gleam or do Weather Balls?
The Weather Ball, one Weather Ball and one Dazzling Gleam is probably the best way to go. The first move will be the Weather Ball and it will go unshielded. So now we've seen over and over again, it does just survive the next Weather Ball, but this one will be shielded.
Yep. He's got a bunch of energy on the Licky, so wanting to keep that, throw an extra couple of rollouts and try to get there before the next move comes through.
Now, Jamathi does have 2 Body Slams and a bit built up, and so if Jai wants to maintain that switch advantage, he is going to have to burn both of those shields.
And he's just going to throw straight away as well.
Yeah, there's not going to be any timing shenanigans here. We do get the Weather Ball coming in from Jai, and Jamathi is going to use that second shield to protect it. So Jamathi really wanting to maintain that switch advantage, or get back that switch advantage, does build up to a second Body Slam, and Jai is going to let this go because he knows that second Body Slam is there. So wasting a shield here, it's going to be a waste.
Exactly right. So he hasn't been able to maintain switch there, but does have the shield advantage. The Gastrodon does come in, is going to have to cop a shield, Shadow Ball before the Licky goes down. So really well played secondary matchup there from Jamathi. Has used both shields, but is in a decent position, chipping the Gastrodon down.
Very decent position. 60%. Have you seen what is in the back? That is the Wigglytuff, which is now ready to protect that Annihilate from the big bad Corsair.
Absolutely, and it's a really tough spot. The move has come through as well. So Jai opting to maybe look at over farming and then getting rid of this, as opposed to maybe throwing beforehand. But it is a really tough spot, especially with the back lines we're seeing.
Yeah, and so the fact that this Water Pulse is going to come through might KO the Annihilate, might not. I think it does, but it really doesn't matter because that Wigglytuff is going to completely clean shop in the end. There are no shields on either side. They Love Jai will be able to get to a Water Pulse, so that actually does make it interesting because now it might be a case of if Corsair can withstand enough of the damage coming in from the Wigglytuff, then a Power Gem might be enough.
Yeah, it's going to be because he's going to be debuffed right now. So now this is going to reduce that damage from an already not a very hard-hitting Pokemon. So it's the right play here. We've got this off, throwing it immediately to get that debuff off. But it's going to require a lot of charms and a lot of Icy Wind damage to come through here. But the Power Gem is going to come through. I don't think the Wigglytuff is going to be able to outlast this Corsair.
We are going to see how much this does. It's going to take it very, very close. It might be a case of just Astonishes doing the rest of the job. The Charms and the Icy Winds probably aren't going to be enough. The Astonish is going to do the trick. They Love Jai is going to win this series 3-1 and is going to reset the bracket. We are going to an absolute grand final Ultimate Master of the Universe playoff.
Yeah, very well played by Jai. Managed that really well. Had to give up switch there. Did keep the shield advantage. Used it to great effect and then essential getting that, the energy management there was perfect from Gastrodon to be able to get through that Water Pulse that was essential for close out that match.
Yeah, and that's the second series that has come really as well.
So unbelievably close battles.
Yeah, and so that means that They Love Jai is one step closer to finally securing that first regional win that he's been after for so long. Jamathi is looking to protect his win streak of one, but it's still like a one is still big when it comes to play Pokemon regionals.
Absolutely, but he did have the advantage. Like I said, he's lost the set, but not the tournament. So now we get
That's
a second go. Now it's maximum of 5 more battles to go, unless we have a tie, of course. But it's a really good spot for both battlers. They've had 2 sets at each other now. Was it 8 battles in total? So let's see how they go. They're going to jump straight into it. We are straight in.
Oh, and so I think that was the Corsola into the Wigglytuff on Jai's side. So now Jai is the beneficiary of a really, really bad lead matchup.
Exactly right. And this battle is jumping straight in. No time to even reflect on the last set. Straight into it. Let's go for it. Wigglytuff is charming away. Going to throw the Icy Wind to look to debuff this and then potentially look at maybe a switch out.
Yeah, so this is a fairly even matchup just on paper, but we, as you've described before, just the slightest energy lead or the HP difference can flip things. The Body Slam will come through. Obviously, you don't want to throw Shadow Balls into this normal type, so Body Slam is definitely the play here, but it is Icy Winded Body Slam damage, so you still need 2 more to be able to KO the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Swift coming through there, CMP tie, one there. So has come through, and Jamathi is staying in here knowing that he does have the Licky Licky for the Corsola. So all this charm damage is all just bonus now. He knows he's got a really solid matchup in the back. The Altaria will come in and almost very much wall this Gastrodon. The Body Slams don't do a whole lot of damage. Yeah. But this is a really favourable spot. Instantly switch, and then we'll come and be countered by the Licky Licky. So really favourable spot. News. Yeah, that's the really bad news. This is a really tough position, and Shadow Balls will come through faster than these Power Gems will, and they'll also do significantly more damage, being super effective.
Yeah, so alignment, once again, becoming just such a huge factor, more than it's been in this entire rest of the tournament. So the ABA normal strategy working really, really well for Jamathi in this particular battle.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the freedom that Wiggly has with only the one hard check for Fortress. It's really hard to bring when you have the Annihilate and the Licky Licky and things that do pressure that.
Yeah, and so Jai has put the Q in the rack, is not going to try, maybe is going to keep trying and is just going to try. No, looks like he's not throwing any attacks.
On the bright side, he's going to go to about 300 energy by the end of the battle and load up that energy for next battle. Unfortunately, take that into game 2, but yeah, really, really good, just good alignment from Jamathi there. Really solid lead win, and then secured that, kept the switch advantage. Knew that he had Licky Licky for the Corsola. Just really well played.
Yeah, so just great team composition from Jamathi, and obviously Jai's going to now be wary of that moving into the next battle. So I don't imagine a strategy like that would work a second time. I don't think Jamathi would use that same strategy immediately back to back. Maybe he'll bring it out again later in the series if it gets that far, but I think we will see a change up for this one.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. You might be able to risk it being 1-0 up and thinking, hey, maybe this is the time to try the risky back to back and see if they do fall for it 2 times in a row. Because often you go, oh, they won't do it again, and it does happen. So
you won't.
Exactly. You're sort of challenging them to do it. So again, do we see Jai go back to the Fortress? This Wigglytuff is a massive problem. He did really well to navigate it in the first set, got up 3-1, but it just keeps consistently the Wigglytuff is popping up and making it really awkward for everything he's got. The Corsola, it's just there's nothing that's resisting that charm damage apart from the Fortress.
Yeah, and he's got 2 Pokemon that really struggle against the Wigglytuff as well. So the Galarian Moltres, you certainly can't bring both into a match because then you are just there's no coming back from that. But you can pick one or the other maybe, and the Moltres I think does have more play. Let's see what happens in battle number 2. We have Gastrodon on Jai's side into the Wigglytuff on Jamathi's side.
And it looks very similar lines. He said he wouldn't do it again, and he has indeed done it
Fish
again.
is always wrong. That's what we've learned here.
So we've seen this action a few times now. Pretty neutral. We're going to see potentially a shield come out, but we've gone for a Body Slam bait. So we'll see if Jamathi wants to value it, and it does. It does get baited, but again, we'll be getting the Icy Wind off. So fair trade-off, I think, if you're on the side of Jamathi here.
Yeah, and so we see that Jai has left the Corsola on the bench this time. So this double normal strategy that Jamathi has gone back to, it's not going to be as effective this time. The Gastrodon is now going to fire off that Water Pulse, and Jamathi doesn't want to spend that second shield this early on, so it's going to just let that go.
No, it just survives the move. It's got to move bank, so we're going to see potentially a switch out here, or immediately going to have to throw the second Swift.
And I think we were in this situation before, and the Swift was enough. I think that does KO.
It does KO. So immediately going to throw the next one, assuming that it won't be the Fortress coming in. So this Body Slam damage is going to be really good. Thankfully, it wasn't the Corsola.
Ooh. Okay, so throwing the Swift just before that Sucker Punch damage can go through. So not the Icy Wind, interestingly. That would have been a little bit better to throw against it. And now the Sucker Punch will come through.
Yeah, and decent spot here. You can come in with the rollouts. They're going to do a lot of damage here. And great selection for Jumothy. You can see in the back line now.
Look at that back line.
The Empoleon is there to wall off this Ninetale. So really favourable position. He has gone for the switch out to catch the move, knowing that this is Brave is going to hurt though, and it has to be thrown because Jai is now realising this.
Yeah.
Nothing else can hit this quite as hard. So it's Brave
and that's going to go through unshielded. So that's a bit of a lucky break to Jai now. I think maybe a misread from Jumothy on what is in the back. Because if Jai had told him, hey, I've got Ninetales in the back, then he would not have brought that Empoleon out. He would have saved that as long as he could until that Ninetales came out on the field.
Exactly right. It's got a shield. There's one shield around on this side, but does he decide to just roll it down and just go with the energy advantage on the right? He has decided to shield to put more pressure on. He has switched to the Ninetales immediately. Going to try to outpace and win maybe a CMP tie here to get rid of this Empoleon straight away.
And it's still going to be tough for Jai because you can see how much damage the Metal Sounds are doing and versus how little damage the Powder Snows are doing. Yeah. Double resisted versus double super effective. And so now the Licky is going to come back out. It's going to get hit by a Weather Ball. I didn't see how much energy the Ninetales had, but I don't think it's going to have enough to be able to take that Licky out.
It's not enough, and we're at back-to-back body slams on Jai's side, but he has gone for the Shadow Ball here. So hoping this one's going to KO, then hopefully be able to get to a body slam to finish off the Moltres.
Yeah, so this is a tough break for Jai. Now the body slam. Well, not even needing the body slam, just getting the rollout, and that's going to get it up to almost another body slam as well. One will be enough to take out this Galarian Moltres, and Jumothy is going to take a second battle and is one win away from back-to-back regional championships.
Unbelievable. It's that close. And again, Jai, you have to climb the tallest mountains now to get up. 3 battles in a row required to break your streak of second place finishes. So what do you do?
Doable. It's
absolutely doable. If anyone can do it, it is Jai. Is very much capable of flipping this matchup. He has done really well. We've seen him go through 3-1 up in the last set. So it's more than capable. Just about managing this Wigglytuff. It seems to be the problem that's
Wigglytuff is really, really forcing him into some very dicey situations. So you could bring the harder counter in the Fortress, but then you're so worried about that Annihilate, which can absolutely punish you if you can't get that alignment right. And we've seen that Jai has not really been able to master the alignment in this series.
Not in this series at all, no. He's been able to manage and dance his way around it in the first set. This time here, I think Jumothy's locked in on a strategy and thought, no, let's just leave Wigglytuff, get it out in the lead, and then just pray there's no Fortress, and he can it's just not a bad spot. There's no bad matchup apart from Fortress. So does Jai go, it's time to risk it and go, all right, we've seen the Wigglytuff twice in the lead. Do we dare go straight for the Fortress lead and just try to counter that directly?
Oh, we'll see. It's a bold play, but if it pays off, it'll pay off in dividends. Let's see. It is the Ninetales into the Empoleon. Oh, no. Jumothy is on fire at the moment, and that Ninetales is going to get straight out of there. The Gastrodon is going to come in and is going to be faced by the Wigglytuff, which is going to want to maintain that alignment as much as it can.
Absolutely. And the alignment is the absolute key here. There's, the first shield's come up now. The Water Pulse this time correctly shielded. He's going to go, as we've seen a few times, he's going to go all the way up to the 2 Swifts, and he's going to throw right as he gets to 2. It might be a CMP tie with the body slam here, but he has to throw the Ice Wind on this occasion, though. So deviating from his usual strategy, trying to debuff, and then hope maybe if the body slam or Water Pulse comes through, it can survive it more comfortably.
Yeah, and so the shield will go up on Jai's side, and of course Jai has to do this. This is the series on the line. This is the championship on the line. Has to use that shield, or it is just all over. The Water Pulse is going to not take out the Wigglytuff, thanks in most part to that Icy Wind damage. Now, the Swift is going to come out. It's going to get to another Swift because of that Icy Wind debuff.
Absolutely, and he's going to be forcing a shield here, but the backline matchup isn't too bad for, this is not a bad scenario. It comes in, it's got this energy, it's got play into both things remaining. So the Empoleon with a shield advantage here is going to be really hard to manage.
Yeah, for sure. So that shield absolutely will come in handy, but at least for Jai, the biggest danger is over in the Ninetales versus Empoleon matchup. He doesn't have to deal with that as much anymore. It's going to have to be Gastrodon and Ninetales against Licky, and then that Galarian Moltres into the Empoleon in the back.
Absolutely, and with that shield advantage and the not having the capability to, there's no charge moves here to put pressure on this Empoleon at all. Everything is resisted.
Yeah,
completely everything. So it's rolling on the fast move pressure here, but it's just not. I just can't see a way out here. Is there a way out for Jai here?
Oh, look, it's going to be really, really tough because the Galarian Moltres is going to take a fair bit of chip damage from these body slams, and then the Empoleon should be able to come in and finish the job. The Empoleon is on almost full health, and so a Brave Bird isn't going to be enough. We'll see if this Hydro Cannon puts it away or whether there is still some play left for the Galarian Moltres, but I'm thinking the Galarian Moltres is so close to being off the field. It does survive, and we do get a Brave Bird coming out, but we've got the shield still on Jumothy's side. He's been keeping it all this time.
The shield is right there. He required both shields to just flip that alignment, but it does save him there, and the Hydro Cannon is going to come through. He's going to try to go for the Dazzling Gleam. He has got there.
Oh, and this is going to be too little too late. How poetic. Jai's favorite Pokemon is the last hope that he has, and it is not enough. The Empoleon is going to secure that win for Jumothy. Jumothy is going to sweep the ultimate grand final and become a back-to-back regional champion. Well done to Jumothy.
Commiserations immediately to Jai.
Of
it's
course.
A third, second place finish, but congratulations to our winner, Jumothy. Sydney base has defended on home turf, and back-to-back in 2 weeks, he's had 2 victories.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if that's ever been done before. I feel like maybe Doombug back in his hot streak might have done it.
I believe Oceania, potentially Yakko. I think
Yakko
might have won.
But those are so far apart, though, that like you can't win in such a small space of time. I think this is the first time we've had 2 regionals within such a small space.
Yeah, absolutely. And really tough matchup there for Jai. He played really well in the first set, and just the second set, Jumothy just locked in and just secured a really solid victory. And again, really hard to come back from things like that Empoleon into the Ninetales. But congratulations to Jumothy, and well played for everyone in the tournament.
Yeah, so Jumothy has just hit the scene hard. Like, everyone knows this man's name now.
Yep.
He hasn't been in the scene too long, but he's made such a big impact in such a small time.
But he's consistent. He turns up. He travels outside of Sydney as well to come down to events in like Wollongong as well, down in our locals. He rocks up. He plays. He practices. He's played everyone. So he's consistently performing in those small tournaments as well. So he's being clearly rewarded for that effort and time he's put into that.
All right, so let's take a look at the closing bracket. Let's just work out where it all happened, how the rest of the day unfolded, how Jumothy got to this point in the day. So here we see we are starting from the start as well. So we had Nighttime Clasher having a really solid start and working his way all the way through that side of the bracket. Finally comes up against They Love Jai, and Jai manages to knock him down into the loser side of the bracket. Jai then continues up into the matchup against Jumothy, where Jumothy did win 3-1. And then obviously they came back later and rematched, where Jumothy managed to continue that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's definitely some notables along here. This is the top cup bracket here. Ric Flair and had some good victories there. Went down to Average, who had a really good tournament, and then went on a bit of a streak of a couple of losses that weren't really common early in the day for him. So some familiar faces rocking up in the Australian scene. Ric Flair and Average. Really good notable runs from a couple of internationals as well. Pokemon Moneymaker and Nighttime Clasher, who had great showings.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Pokemon Moneymaker always coming at least top 3.
Yeah.
So his average does drop a little bit, but he is absolutely just someone to be feared when he comes to any Oceanic regional. He is just at the top of the game, and he's going to put in a showing. We also had, like you said, Avrip was looking very, very good until it kind of crumbled a little bit in the space of a couple of rounds. So very close one for Avrip, but not quite to be. And then we had a couple of, I see, say, for example, Fort Wire and Jess I Can were 2 trainers that don't get as much international recognition, but also made fairly deep runs as well. Yeah. Couldn't quite get the job done.
Exactly. And good to see another familiar name from New South Wales there, DJ Power, who's performed for a long time as far back as the grassroots tournaments as well. So good to see his name having a great run in this tournament. Yadaruna, another familiar face that's come across for a couple of the Australian tournaments. So really great to see her run go quite well as well. And we're looking at the lower bracket on this side as well.
And so Z-Tub making a pretty decent run. Z-Tub is another one that I don't think has quite as much of the international recognition as what he might deserve. There was a hot streak that he went through where he was qualifying for travel awards to go to like LAIC, etc., and has kind of fallen off the pace a little bit. And so good to see that he's returned to that form.
Yeah, and tough. Had a tough round one loss. I think he was the first battle. It was one of the first battles in the day. I think we might have watched where he had a tough early matchup. So going into round one of the losers and then playing against look, he's knocked out the regional champion, gone, had a good run. Yetterina, not a really great battler in her own right, and then going down to Nighttime Clash, he's a great battler as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had just a lot of international players that really stood up today, and a lot of our homegrown heroes stood up as well. And so we are going back to what's this one? This is going back to the same bracket as before, I believe.
Yep, the same one, but we said we'll have a bit more of a look. Anyway, a few unfamiliar names there, which is great to see as well, and hopefully, names we sort of see repeats of, and sort of, come up in the scene. Got to start somewhere, so it's good to see some fresh faces as well as the usual familiar names.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is it for another Sydney Regional Championship. It's been a long time between drinks, but we are done. We have another Sydney Regional in the books, and I can't wait to see everyone for the next Oceanic Regional, which will be in Melbourne in May. So
yep, stay tuned for that, and there's plenty in the meantime, and get around to your local tournaments, get some experience. It's a really fun format, really high paced, and it's a great community, especially here in Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Jonathan, to Jai, to Pokemon Moneymaker, to everyone who competed today. And make sure to get out, like Stumpy said, to your locals and to maybe try a regional as well.
Yep, absolutely.